Chapter 53:20. Eldest brother, aren't you the Prince of Zheng personally conferred by the Emperor? Why do we always have to suffer in front of them? The little white flower, Lin Shi, hurriedly held onto Mo Shikong, who had an unsightly expression. She turned to Su Shi Tao and said, "Tower, your eldest brother is just being courteous to his brother." Su Shi Tao rolled his eyes at her with an angry expression. You definitely can't be courteous to that kind of person. You can't even take a step back. If you take a step back, they will take a step forward. Eldest brother, if you keep retreating, there will be no way out. At that time, where will our family retreat to? Lin Shi hurriedly comforted. Little sister, didn't you say that the things in this newly opened dessert shop are not bad? How about I accompany you to pick some to bring home? However, Su Shi Tao did not give her any face and directly flung her hand away. He muttered, "Can't I pick it myself? I don't need you to say so much nonsense." Lin Shi's eyes turned red from grievance. Mo Shikong was a bit angry. Thinking that it was not good to berate his little sister in public, he glared at Su Shi Tao in irritation and pulled Lin Shi's hand to turn and leave. Why buy desserts? He was not in a good mood now and did not want to eat desserts. Arbor sat in the slightly swaying carriage. She opened the package of desserts and stuffed a piece in her mouth. Jojo's lotus. Why do you think that Mo Shikong invited us to tea for no reason? What is his motive? Mo Lian's mouth twitched. He opened several other packages of desserts and fed them to his wife. He probably just wants to express his goodwill to us. Who knew that his wife did not like this person at all? Arbor snorted. I feel uncomfortable when I see that little white flower pretending to be weak beside him. I, the crown princess, drink tea with a concubine? What would happen if word got out? Yes, the crown princess is mighty. Prince Mo nodded in agreement and handed her a cup of brewed tea. Let's ignore that kind of brainless person. His Joe was right. They were of different statuses, so it would be awkward for them to sit together and drink tea. He looks like your old Uncle King of Giant Pain. Mo Lian, ? That's strange. The King of Giant Pain is just sitting at home. How did disaster fall from the sky? If my wife wants to attack someone, then just attack them. Why did she have to drag the old prince of Giant Pain into it? Fickle and lecherous. The little crown princess had a serious expression on her face, and especially unreliable. Mo Lian was secretly amused, but on the surface, he looked like he seriously agreed with his wife's opinion. He thought that whatever his wife said was correct. Prince Mo nodded. That's right, wife. That Giant Pain Wong is simply too much. Her eldest brother and second brother had good points, but she didn't learn them. Instead, she picked up the bad habit of being a hedonistic and lecherous person. The next time we see him, we'll cheat him out of some money. At the same time, the old King Giant Pain, who was far away in King Giant Pain's mansion, sneezed a few times and exchanged a glance with his son, Mo Kun. Mo Kun jumped up from his seat with a bang. Close the door, close the door. Immediately close the door. The old King Giant Pain asked speechlessly, What are you doing? Everything is fine. Why are you acting crazy? Close the door. Mo Kun ignored his father's question and hurriedly ordered the servants in the mansion to close the main door of King Giant Pain's mansion. The old King Giant Pain was baffled. What are you doing? Mo Kun shuddered a few times. Chapter 53:21. He leaned closer to the old king of Giant Pain with a strange expression. Father, I feel that a jinx might descend soon. It's better for us to protect ourselves and hide at home. Jinx? An expressionless face suddenly flashed past the old king of Giant Pain's eyes, and he couldn't help but shudder. His son's words should be credible. It was better to believe it than not. Since his son had said so, then it was better for the father and son to hide for a while. After all, if they were unlucky, they would gain some experience. Thinking that they might be unlucky after a while, the probability was probably quite high. If they hid, they would probably be able to avoid a lot of trouble. The old king of Giant Pain and his son closed their doors and declined guests from now on. When the emperor received the news the next day, he was puzzled and scolded jokingly. What are the father and son up to again? Why are they closing their doors and declining guests? These were all words for another day. At this moment, the little crown princess and the crown prince were scolding the old king of Giant Pain all the way to a tea house called Yongsheng on Changle Street. Third young Master Fu and Princess Wushuang had been waiting in the private room for a long time. Seeing the crown prince and his wife coming down from the carriage, Princess Wushuang leaned against the window and waved happily at them. Here, here, come quickly. The two of them went up to the tea house, and Third Fu personally opened the door to welcome them. Wushuang skipped forward and held Arbor's hand. She said with a smile, "Aya, you two are so slow. We've been waiting for you for so long." The little crown princess said expressionlessly, "We met an annoying person on the way and delayed some time." Prince Emo followed behind his wife and glanced at Wushuang, who was holding his wife's arm pitifully. He placed a few bags of snacks on the table. Third young Master Fu was secretly amused. He coughed lightly, closed the door, and walked forward. Shuang Shuang quickly returned the crown princess to the crown prince. Wu Shuang turned to glance at Mo Lien, pursed her lips, and continued to hook onto Arbor. "Brother, don't be so petty. I'll just hold on to my sister-in-law for half a day at most. You can stay by my sister-in-law's side day and night." Prince Mo saw that she was not tactful and glared at her in annoyance. "How is it? Have you bought everything you need?" The little stoic asked curiously, "I heard that you beat up Third Fu on the day you received the wedding date." "Why?" "It's all because of him." Princess Wushuang was furious when she talked about it. He bribed the imperial astronomer to calculate the date to next month. "Shuang Shuang, I already said that I didn't bribe anyone. This is the date chosen by His Majesty and Empress." Third young Master Fu said with an aggrieved expression, "What's more, there are only 2 auspicious dates after the new year. If we don't get married next month, we will have to wait until July or August." Princess Wushuang was expressionless. "July or August is not too late." "Late, of course it's late." Third young Master Fu quickly sat down beside his wife and took her little hand. "It's urgent. Who's in a hurry?" Princess Wushuang was embarrassed, but her small face still maintained its composure. "I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry at all." Right. Your husband is in a hurry. Your husband is especially in a hurry. And your father is actually also in a hurry, extremely anxious." Princess Wushuang reached out and pinched his arm hard. She roared, "What did you say?" Third young Master Fu immediately shut his mouth. Chapter 53:22. He immediately realized that he had said something wrong and tried to salvage the situation. "Your father is not anxious, but I am. I am very anxious." Princess Wushuang snorted and did not say anything else. The little crown princess pursed her lips and tugged at Wushuang's sleeve. "Wushuang, just marry him. If Third Fu dares to hurt you, I will beat him to death for you." "Third Master Fu, why do I feel so worried?" He felt a chill at the back of his neck. When he saw the little crown princess shooting daggers at him, Third Master Fu froze. Oh my God, he had finally married his wife, and he did not dare to do anything bad to her. He looked pleadingly at Prince Mo, who was watching from the side. Third Master Fu tilted his chin at him, implying that he should say something for his brother. Mo Lien coughed lightly and said reluctantly, "Jojo, don't worry. Third Fu is not like Uncle Wang." "Who is Uncle Wang?" Third young Master Fu had a bad feeling. "He's like the old prince of Giant Pain who has a lot of concubines. My wife hates it the most." Mo Lien said seriously. Third Master Fu quickly took Princess Wushuang's hand and swore, "Wife, it was not easy for me to marry you. Don't worry, there won't be anyone else. Never." The little crown princess pursed her lips and rubbed salt into the Third Master Fu's wound. "I'm afraid that Miss Bao has not been settled yet." "What Miss Bao?" Third Master Fu's heart sank when he saw his wife's expression change. He quickly said, "There is no Miss Bao. Wife, don't worry. We don't have to care about that kind of person." Princess Wushuang also got angry when she thought about it. "Can we not care about her? That Miss Bao has always wanted to marry into your general's residence. Madame Bao's family must have been like this. She taught the girls how to climb up the social ladder." Princess Wushuang had sent someone to investigate Bao Suaping's family in secret. This family was strange. Every woman from the Bao family was either a second wife or a concubine. None of them was a legitimate wife. The old master of the Bao family made his fortune by selling his daughter for glory. Since then, the Bao family had been following the old master's footsteps. They continued to sell their daughters for glory and benefits. This had probably become a tradition of the Bao family. Bao Suaping was even more outstanding. She usually stayed with her aunt, Madame Bao, and treated her like a real mother and daughter. Her aunt was also a very strange person. Clearly, the empress had already issued a marriage decree for her niece and son. Madame Bao even tried her best to match Bao Suaping with third young Master Fu. He was truly a person with an incomparably eccentric brain circuit. He didn't know what was going on in her head. It was as if she had entered a dead end and couldn't get out. When third Fu mentioned Bao Suaping, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Encountering a cowhide plaster that couldn't be shaken off, it was really difficult for him to say anything. He held Princess Wushuang's small hand and said to her with a smile, "My wife, you just need to be at ease and marry me. Leave the rest to the crown prince." Prince Amo looked at third young Master Fu with a stunned expression. They were really brothers who were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. How did he get implicated for no reason when he was just sitting there? "How do you want me to help you?" Prince Amo was speechless. "I want to borrow some people from the crown prince. I have a feeling that things will get chaotic on that day." Chapter 53:23. There was nothing wrong with making preparations first. Prince Amo nodded without hesitation. "I'll give you 100 men from the Purple Forest Guards for you to use. Then, I'll have the men from the city defense camp patrol around your house. Nothing will go wrong on the day of the wedding." Third young Master Fu nodded repeatedly. "I can't thank you with words. I'll remember it in my heart." Prince Amo rolled his eyes at him and said in annoyance, "It's just a small matter. Sister-in-law, I saw that a new jewelry shop opened next door. Let's go take a look. While we're at it, let's get a gold necklace for my unborn nephew." The two men immediately looked at them eagerly. Princess Wushuang raised her head and snorted. "You men can stay here and continue drinking tea. We'll be back soon." Wife. How heartless. His wife left him behind just like that and walked off with Princess Wushuang, arm in arm. The two men stared at each other and silently picked up their teacups to drink. After Arbor and Princess Wushuang walked out of the door, he asked her in a low voice, "Did that Miss Bao find trouble with you again?" She had long wanted to ask Princess Wushuang about these girls' private conversations, but it was not appropriate for her to ask because the two men were in the way. Princess Wushuang quickly shook her head. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. That Miss Bao won't bully me." Arbor nodded. It made sense. Princess Wushuang was a godly state expert. How could she be bullied by the weak Miss Bao? She was the one who had overthought things because she was too concerned. Arbor looked back at Wushuang and said with a serious expression, "But speaking of which, that Miss Bao who fainted easily that day is actually safer at home." "What do you mean?" Princess Wushuang's mouth twitched. She had a feeling that the little crown princess would not say anything good. As expected, the young crown prince consort solemnly said, "It's not easy to treat her illness of fainting at the drop of a hat. Think about it. If she stays at home, at least there will be servants to support her if she falls on the ground. There will also be doctors willing to visit her. But what if she falls on the streets or in front of a brothel? What should we do? If she was picked up by the brothel, wouldn't she have to strangle her hair and become a prostitute, or directly smash her head against a pillar to death?" Princess Wushuang resisted the urge to burst into laughter. However, she heard an exasperated scream behind her. "What did you say?" Princess Wushuang was stunned when she heard the voice. She turned around and hid the shock in her eyes. She stared at the person with an indifferent expression. As for the Madam of the Lin family, she avoided the passers-by early in the morning and secretly came to the back door of the Prince Zheng's mansion while wiping her sweat. After waiting for a long time, someone opened the side door and welcomed them in. Madame Lin couldn't sit still in the side hall, pacing back and forth. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps came from outside the side hall that Madame Lin stopped and hurriedly turned her head back with a smile. She stepped forward with an apologetic smile and grabbed a woman's hand. Cousin, I finally met you. These days, your younger sister misses you very much and wanted to see you several times, but the gatekeeper said that you were sick. Madame Leon covered her mouth and coughed softly a few times. Madame Lin's eyes flashed. She reached out with a smile and helped her to a seat. Cousin, are you all right? I'm fine. Madame Lin, please sit. Madame Leon nodded and said, Why are you here? You can tell me directly. Chapter 53:24. Madame Leon was very clear about this cousin of hers. She would not visit a master without a reason. For her to be so courteous today, she must have something to ask of her. Seeing Madame Leon being so cold, Madame Lin felt that she had asked for a snub, so she said with an awkward expression, Oh, it's not that important. It's just that Meow was captured by the people of the Heavenly Fate Palace, and they still haven't let her go. I'm anxious, and I heard from husband that he had already come to ask for instructions from the prince. I don't know. Madame Leon quickly retracted her hand and said in fear and trepidation, I'm just a woman. I don't understand what you're saying to me. That Heavenly Fate Palace, I don't know and don't understand. If you don't ask me, don't ask me. As she said this, she seemed to be very flustered, and her entire body trembled. Madame Lin looked at her in confusion. Cousin, why are you so afraid? Madame Leon trembled. I'm not afraid. She just didn't want to cause trouble. It was about the Heavenly Fate Palace, and she came to find a woman without any cultivation. What was this? Cousin, you have to help our Meow. As Madame Lin spoke, she was about to kneel to Madame Leon. Madame Leon quickly went to support her, saying, Madame Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I'm just a woman without the strength to truss a chicken. I really can't help you much. Then bring me to the prince. The prince can't not help us. Madame Lin grabbed Madame Liang's hand, revealing a bit of hysteria. Our husband said that he's done many big things for your prince. The prince can't ignore our Meow. Madam. Hurried footsteps came from outside, and a middle-aged man came in, flustered and exasperated. He glared at Madame Lin, his eyes almost burning with anger. Madam, what are you doing here? Quickly come back with me and don't disturb Madame Sue. Husband, why are you pulling me? If you hadn't helped their prince to surround His Highness the Crown Prince, who had returned from Huiping Village, how could our Lin family be targeted by the Crown Prince? Wasn't it because we offended the Crown Prince? Master, why do you keep tugging at me? Am I not telling the truth? If it weren't for you helping His Highness set up the Lin family restaurant to defeat the Crown Princess Kaidai Pavilion, our Lin family wouldn't have offended the Crown Princess even more. All right, shut up. The Lin family patriarch scolded angrily. A cold voice came from outside the door. Oh, it seems that Madame Lin is quite dissatisfied with this prince. Mrs. Lin held Mo Shikong's hand and walked in. When she saw her official mother, her eyes flashed slightly. Lin Foren's anger rose from her heart. She couldn't help but rebuke. I don't dare to be dissatisfied. It's just that this madam has some complaints about Wang Ye's actions. Shut up. Patriarch Lin wished he could slap this stupid woman to death. How could he be so stupid? This stupid woman. Who did she think she was facing? That was King Zheng. He was the only adopted son of the great emperor. She was so audacious to speak to Zheng Wang in such a manner. Was she tired of living? But Madame Lin had already thrown caution to the wind for the sake of her daughter, Lin Meower's life. She didn't fight back now and didn't fight for her daughter's life. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy she felt. Lin Meower was her only daughter. Chapter 53:25. Ever since our Lin family moved from Rong City to the capital, we have always been used by Your Highness. For so many days, we have been obedient to Your Highness's orders. Your Highness, I have long hair and little knowledge. I've made you laugh. Although I don't know much, I do know one thing. Our master said that as long as Your Highness says something, someone will definitely do something for you and release our Meower. Our master is already begging you like this. Please, on account of my heart as a mother, can't you be a little more flexible at this point? Madame Lin suddenly saw a cold light flash through Mo Shikong's eyes. It was like a dark, starry sky, without any light at all. Madame Lin's heart trembled slightly. Then she heard Mo Shikong say coldly, "I'll take it that you're a woman talking nonsense and don't know anything. Lin family head, you need to take your wife back and teach her a lesson." "Yes, yes, this lowly one will definitely obey." Master Lin nodded and bowed repeatedly, looking anxious and uneasy. Madame Lin was furious. She suddenly shook off Master Lin's hand and said angrily, "Your Highness, let's not beat around the bush in front of honest people. Our Lin family has helped you so much, and now it's just a small request. Are you not willing to help even if it's like this?" "Shut up." Master Lin was shocked and angry. He stared at his wife angrily. His wife was good at everything, but she was always worried. Once it involved her daughter, Miao she easily lost control of her emotions. Just like now, she was facing the prince aggressively. Who did she think he was that he could let her order him around like this? It was ridiculous. Master Lin reprimanded angrily, "Madam, don't say any more. I've already discussed Miao's matter with the prince. You're a woman, so don't interfere in this matter." "I don't interfere? If I don't interfere, who can interfere? If I don't interfere, will you interfere? As a father, if you really care about your daughter's life, you wouldn't have dragged it out for 3 to 4 months and still haven't rescued her." Master Lin's expression was very ugly for a moment. His wife didn't give him any face in front of so many people. As the head of the Lin family and the head of the Lin family, he was in an awkward position. Mo Shikong stared coldly at the middle-aged woman. She was slightly plump, and her voice was especially loud. This Madame Lin raised her voice, with an attitude that no one would be able to persuade her back. This made Mo Shikong's eyes turn cold. Standing by the door, Mrs. Lin, who had been holding Mo Shikong's arm, hurriedly stepped forward. Acting like a peacemaker, she said softly, "Mother, if you have anything to say, please say it nicely. Don't be angry with the prince. Sister Miao is missing. We're all very worried." Madame Lin did not care about this concubine's daughter at all. She opened her mouth and scolded, "Get lost, you shameless thing. The entire Lin family's face has been thrown away by you. Why do you have to speak here?" Mrs. Lin's soft hand froze in midair. She quickly turned around and covered her face as she wept softly. Mo Shikong's expression turned even uglier. He raised his hand to pull the aggrieved Lin Wan, and turned to glare at Madame Lin. He said coldly, "Madame Lin is really arrogant. Master Lin is really well-educated." Mo Shikong scolded angrily. Chapter 53:26. Madame Lin barged into my mansion and not only loudly berated this prince's concubine, but also spoke disrespectfully to this prince. Today really opened this prince's eyes. Family head Lin's head was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly bowed and repeatedly said, "Your Highness, please forgive me, Your Highness." Madame has been thinking about her daughter for the past few days and is somewhat delirious. This one will take her back and discipline her strictly. Mo Shikong coldly glanced at family head Lin and his wife, then turned to the trembling Madame Liang and said, "Mother, you and one will return to the room first." Okay. Madame Liang was already scared to death. She was originally very timid, and just now, she was frightened by Madame Lin's shouts. Now, her legs were trembling, and she couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that her son wanted her to return to the room, she quickly nodded and supported Madame Lin to leave together. On the other hand, Madame Lin was clearly not reconciled. She still wanted to stay here and wait to see what kind of good end that old woman would have. All day long, she put on the airs of a legitimate mother. She had already married into Prince Zheng's mansion and became the woman of the prince. But this old woman still dared to be so arrogant and despotic. She deserved to be severely punished by the prince. Family head Lin, it's not convenient to talk here. Bring Madame and follow this prince. Mo Shikong turned and left with a gloomy expression. Family head Lin's face instantly paled. He answered submissively and trembled as he brought Madame Lin to a small room in the side hall. "Madame Lin, how do you know that this prince has the ability to rescue Miss Lin?" Mo Shikong asked calmly. "Do you know who has your Miss Lin in their hands?" Madame Lin nodded repeatedly, It's those fanatics from Tianyun who kidnapped my daughter. Please, Your Highness, save our Miao-er. For Your Highness, this is just a matter of lifting your hand. Oh, Mo Shikong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked with a chuckle, how does Madame Lin know that helping Tianyun release Miss Lin is a matter of lifting my hand for this prince? Madame Lin was slightly stunned. She turned her head and saw her master's dark old face. She stammered and didn't dare to make a sound. From the looks of it, Madame Lin is very clear that the relationship between me and Tianyun is not shallow. Madame Lin braced herself and nodded. She smiled embarrassedly and said, our master said that Wang Yi is a very capable person. Lin family head, you really dare to say anything in front of Madame. The Lin family head felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, Your Highness, please calm down. The heavens and earth can bear witness to this. This subordinate is completely devoted to His Highness and would never dare to easily tell others about His Highness's matters. As for how my wife found out, I'm afraid she overheard it. Oh, Mo Shikong sneered and nodded. Eavesdropping on Master Lin's secret. Your wife is really amazing. He stood up and walked out, leaving a faint sentence. I don't want anyone to know my identity for the time being. Family head Lin gritted his teeth and his hands trembled slightly. Lin Foran looked back with a confused expression. Why did Wang Yi leave after saying a few words? What's going on? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her lower back. Lin Foran turned her face with a startled expression. She saw family head Lin tilting his head slightly, holding a trembling sword in his hand. More than half of the sword sank into her lower back. Chapter 53:27. Just like this, without any warning, her own husband actually raised a sword to kill her. Madame Lin stared at Patriarch Lin in shock. She felt a chill on her back. The sword had pierced a big hole in her body. When she pulled it out, she saw that she had spurted out a lot of blood. Blood dripped onto the ground in an instant. There was a circle of dripping blood all around. It was her blood that was flowing out of her body. Madame Lin didn't know that a person could bleed so much before they died. Her face was full of astonishment and disbelief. She didn't understand why her husband would be so cruel to her out of the blue. However, she didn't have time to think about it. She felt a chill at the back of her waist, and her whole body fell to the ground, lying there heavily. Perhaps even until her death, she didn't know which sentence had thoroughly offended this prince and made him ruthlessly give the order to put her to death. The bloody sword in Patriarch Lin's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He picked up his wife, who had fallen to the ground with her eyes wide open. He couldn't help but feel sad. The secret relationship between the prince and Tianyun was a secret that no one could tell. Madame was like a blabbermouth. If she talked nonsense, she might ruin the prince's plan. Madam, Patriarch Lin cried, I only hope that you can control your mouth in the next life and stop talking nonsense. On the other side, Arbor and Wushuang had not reached the jewelry shop when they heard an angry rebuke behind them. Who are you talking about? Who is going to a brothel? Who is going to twist her hair and become a sister-in-law? The voice trembled with anger. The little crown princess was stunned. She held Princess Wushuang's hand and turned around to look. They couldn't help but look at each other. Don't talk nonsense in broad daylight. Someone appeared in front of them after a few words. Miss Bao was wearing a blazing red dress today. There was a trace of anger on her graceful face. She stared at Arbor and Princess Wushuang in a daze. She couldn't believe her ears. There was actually such a vicious and cunning woman in the world who was good at taking advantage of others. They actually criticized her behind her back and even said that she would end up in a brothel. They even said that she might strangle her hair and become a prostitute. You are simply vicious. Bao Tzuaping was so angry that she looked like she was about to faint. Bao Tzuaping's personal maidservant hurriedly stepped forward to support her, her face filled with righteous indignation. The two of you, there is no enmity between us. But today you actually slander my family's young lady behind her back. This is too unreasonable. Princess Wushuang blinked and asked, Who slandered your daughter? This was truly baffling. She and Jojo were just strolling around and chatting. How did Miss Bao, who had such a strange mind, turn it into a vicious slander. What did they talk about? You guys just now. Miss Bao clutched her chest with one hand. She looked like she was struggling in pain and could not breathe. Just now you know very well what you were talking about. Miss Fang's body was swaying. The young crown prince consort hastily reminded her out of good intentions. She then said in all seriousness, "Be careful, Miss Bao. The ground is hard and stiff from your fall. It's hard to say if all your bones will break, but your head will definitely bruise." Chapter 53:28. When Bao Tsuaping heard this, she hurriedly put on an appearance of being out of breath. She extended a trembling finger and pointed at the young crown prince consort, trembling. "Crown princess, your words are too infuriating." Beside Bao Tsuaping, a loyal servant girl shouted in exasperation, "Even if you beat me to death today, I will do my best to persuade you. You have no enmity with my family's young Mississippi. You can't be biased against my miss just because you're partial to Princess Wushuang. Every time you see my miss, you criticize her." The little crown princess was baffled. She turned to look at Princess Wushuang. "I criticized her." Princess Wushuang shook her head with a serious expression. "Sister-in-law, you are just speaking the truth." "That's right." Sir Jojo nodded in agreement. Then he frowned and looked at Bao Tsuaping. "Miss Bao, I see that your face is pale, your ears are blue, and there's a black pimple on the tip of your nose. This is a sign of excessive worry. It means that you have a knot in your heart that cannot be untied. You have to be more relaxed in daily life. Otherwise, it will really affect your health in the future." The little crown princess tone was very calm. "If it is light, you will go crazy. If it is serious, you will not be able to conceive a child. You have to be careful. Your symptoms are more serious than the last time I saw you." Bao Tsuaping was so angry that her limbs trembled. Her body was cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. This crown princess insulted her every time she saw her. She said that she was infertile every time. How could she say such things? She was still an unmarried young lady. If she said this to the crown princess a few more times, the whole capital would probably spread the rumor that she was infertile. Bao Tsuaping was so angry that her whole body trembled. She was on the verge of collapsing. If it were not for the two servant girls supporting her on both sides, Bao Tsuaping would not be able to stand. The little crown princess glanced at her and shook her head. She said in a serious tone, "Your foundation is weak. It is not good for you to eat too much. It is best to eat something light on a daily basis. Being young is an asset. You can still be saved if you recover well." "Shut up." Bao Tsuaping finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Like a volcano erupting, she tightly gripped the hands of the two maidservants and borrowed their strength. Her entire body trembled as she screamed at the top of her lungs. They were originally standing on the street. This shout attracted the attention of all the passers-by. The little crown princess was also shocked by Miss Bao's sudden outburst. Her dark eyes looked at the other party in confusion. Princess Wushuang reacted quickly and raised her hand in front of the young crown princess. This was to prevent Miss Bao from rashly bumping into her sister-in-law and hitting her stomach. "Don't think that just because you're the crown princess, you can spout nonsense and ridicule others." Bao Tsuaping shouted harshly. "In this world, we still pay attention to the law. As the future mother of the nation, you have to be virtuous and pay attention to your words and actions. Don't talk nonsense and accuse others." The little crown princess looked as if she was saying, "What did I accuse you of?" When Princess Wushuang, who was watching silently from the side, saw this, she almost laughed out loud. She could guarantee that what her sister-in-law said to Bao Tsuaping just now was from the perspective of a doctor. She was definitely not trying to scare Bao Tsuaping. The fact that the little crown princess could say so much could only mean one thing. There was really something wrong with Bao Tsuaping's body. Her sister-in-law was just pointing out the problem. Chapter 53:29. Unfortunately, honest advice grated on the ear. This Miss Bao was in a state of complete disregard. Not only did Miss Bao not listen, but she also felt very good about herself. Arbor was truly baffled. He glared at Bao Tsuaping, and a thin layer of anger covered his face. His voice also involuntarily rose a few notches. Preposterous. The little stoic forcefully flung her sleeves and huffed. Simply unreasonable. Wushuang, let's go. Okay. Princess Wushuang secretly suppressed her laughter and nodded. She hooked her sister-in-law's arm and strode quickly toward the jewelry store. Her sister-in-law's angry bun-like face was especially amusing. She really wanted to poke her small, stoic face with a finger. Unfortunately, Princess Wushuang still withdrew her hand cowardly. She didn't need to turn her head to sense that her eldest brother, the crown prince, was currently watching them from the nearby tea house. Needless to say, they also saw the scene at the tea house's entrance just now. That's right, Bao Cuiping's terrifying shout could be heard by everyone on the street. How could the crown prince and third young master Fu, who were in the tea house, not know? On the other side, Bao Cuiping nearly fainted from anger. When she thought of how she didn't have time to say anything serious to that proud commandery princess, those two actually abandoned her and left. She was so angry that her chest hurt. She hastily instructed her 2 personal maidservants to support her tottering body as she followed them. This crown princess was simply arrogant and despotic. She was the unreasonable person. Bao Cuiping arrived at the jewelry store's entrance in a gloomy mood and looked up at the brand-new entrance. This jewelry store had just opened recently, so there were quite a lot of people going in and out. Everyone came for the novelty and felt that some of the jewelry designs were very good. When Arbor and Princess Wushuang were looking around inside, they saw Bao Cuiping enter with a dark face supported by 2 maidservants, fully displaying the delicate and frail appearance of a wealthy young miss. The 2 silently looked at each other and saw the word impatience in each other's eyes. This Miss Bao really wasn't done, was she? As soon as Miss Bao entered the jewelry store, she saw a large tray placed next to Princess Wushuang's hand. There were many dazzling golden ornaments inside. The princess was talking to the old shopkeeper, who was nodding and smiling, about making a new set of gold bracelets and necklaces. The shopkeeper listened and took notes at the same time, nodding his head enthusiastically. From time to time, he would take out some new designs for the princess to choose from. Arbor stood to the side and flipped through a jewelry booklet, pausing from time to time. Seeing that Bao Cuiping was walking towards them, Arbor glanced around, and Li Yi immediately appeared beside Bao Cuiping like a ghost. She stretched out her hand and blocked Bao Cuiping's path. Get out of the way. Bao Cuiping couldn't help but look angry. Li Yi was expressionless as she said, Miss, if you don't want to be kicked out by me, Li Yi advises you to leave this place as soon as possible. Bao Cuiping glared at Li Yi, her eyes blazing with anger. What do you mean by that? Literally, Li Yi said faintly. Don't tell me you dare to fight with me? Bao Cuiping's expression was one of disbelief as she shouted sternly. This little girl only wants to say a few words to the princess. Do you have to stop me from going up like this? What? Your princess can't be seen. Princess Wushuang glanced at her. Slap her. Chapter 53:30. Princess Wushuang had just finished her sentence. A red ferrule immediately appeared in Li Yi's hand. With a paw sound, she slapped Bao Cuiping's incessant chattering mouth. Miss Bao couldn't help but be stunned. She stared at Li Yi in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she would be whipped by a ruler in front of so many people. Li Yi's actions were swift. Almost at the same time Princess Wushuang gave the order, she had already taken out the red ferrule and slapped Miss Bao a few times. The little crown princess couldn't help but twitch her lips. She felt that the scene was a little funny. Why did Li Yi bring a ferrule with her? And her actions were so mechanical. Once the princess gave the order, Li Yi immediately took out the ferrule and executed it without a second word. It was as if she had been waiting for a long time and was ready to hit Bao Cuiping any time miss. The 2 servant girls turned pale with fright and rushed forward, hurriedly supporting Miss Bao as they retreated backwards. However, they pounced on a barrier. It was then that they realized that Miss Li Yi had actually set up a barrier in front of them. How could 2 ordinary servant girls go up to rescue her? She could only watch helplessly as her young miss suffered under Li Yi's ferrule, bit by bit. Miss, The two servant girls were so anxious that they ran in circles outside the barrier. They used all their strength to hit that thick, transparent barrier, but were unable to pass through. Miss! Miss! In the jewelry shop, the shopkeeper kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make sound. A few madams and young ladies who were choosing jewelry were also hiding by the side. They only dared to watch from afar and didn't dare to step forward to stop them. Moreover, to put it bluntly, they didn't understand what was going on and naturally wouldn't step forward to say anything. After all, when the crown princess and Princess Wushuang entered the shop, they had also stepped forward to greet them. At that time, those two nobles had very politely asked them not to be overly courteous. They also didn't see the crown princess and Princess Wushuang speaking so bluntly to anyone. They guessed that this miss must have offended the nobles somehow. Otherwise, why would the two nobles only ask people to punish her? Over the past few days, the prestigious madams and young misses in the capital had all come to understand the habits of our little crown princess. That is, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If you simply bumped into her on the road and didn't provoke her or even greet her, nothing would happen. But once you get hit, there would definitely be an unexpected great harvest. Several young ladies gathered together and whispered to each other. Their gazes were puzzled as they looked at the woman who was being slapped behind the barrier. Hey, isn't that Miss Bao from Marquis Ning's estate? I think so. What Changningho estate's Miss Bao? She was just the niece of Marquis Ning's second wife. She can't be considered the young miss of Marquis Ning's estate. I heard that she was recently betrothed to the fourth young master of Marquis Ning's estate. Or was it a decree from the empress herself? It said that Miss Bao isn't satisfied with such an honorable thing. Why? One of the young ladies looked in surprise at the insider and said disdainfully, "What's there to be dissatisfied about?" Exactly. A harsh-looking madam interrupted with a laugh. Their Bao family is the joke of the entire capital. The girls in their family never marry a first wife. Chapter 53:31. If she's not a concubine, she'll be a concubine. At most, she'll be a second wife. Now, fourth young master is the second legitimate son of Marquis Changningho's mansion. She can marry the second legitimate son and be his legal wife. What's there to be dissatisfied about? The young ladies covered their handkerchiefs and snickered as they nodded. What are you talking about? He has high standards. Didn't she have some trouble with the eldest legitimate son of the Fu family, General Anan? It said that she asked her aunt, the second wife of Marquis Changningho's mansion, to spread rumors that she was engaged to third young Master Fu. At this point, the woman couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the end, she was slapped in the face by third young master. Third young master went to the palace and asked for His Majesty's imperial edict to marry Princess Wushuang. Everyone looked thoughtfully at Princess Wushuang and the crown princess. No way. Miss Bao would do such a shameless thing? If a cow doesn't drink water, do you think you can force it to drink? That's right. That's why the Bao family is full of weirdos. So today's matter, Miss Bao was the one who started it. A young lady said softly, "His Majesty has already betrothed Princess Wushuang and third young Master Fu. Why is she still looking for him? Miss Yang, with the Bao family's upbringing, how can they raise a good girl? They're all short-sighted people. How can they be like Miss Yang, who comes from a scholarly family and whose mother is well known in the capital city for being virtuous? Our upbringing is completely different from theirs." The soft-spoken young lady smiled shyly at the woman. "Madam, you flatter me." The madams and young misses gathered together and discussed in low voices. Although their voices weren't loud, every word and sentence fell in Bao Suiping's ears. It angered her to the point of flying out of her body. Her entire body was dizzy, and she fell down unsteadily. Li held the ferrule expressionlessly and punished Bao Suiping. When she hit her 50 times, Princess Wushuang said lightly, "That's enough." Li took back her ferrule. With a stoic expression, she took out a yellow handkerchief and wiped the ferrule with force. He threw away the handkerchief, put away the ruler, and removed the barrier. With a serious expression, he returned to the side of the little crown princess. Princess Wushuang looked at the girl and could not help but twitch her mouth. Strange. She wondered if it was just her imagination. Why did she feel that Lie's stoic face was somewhat similar to her sister-in-law's? Could it be that he was more like a master? Mississippi, two servant girls rushed over and reached out to support Bao Tsuaping. Bao Tsuaping's body went soft, and she collapsed. The two servant girls' arms were thin and weak, and their strength was weak. They were unable to support her, and one on her left and one on her right, they collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Bao Tsuaping's cheeks were already swollen. Her mouth was swollen like a bloody steam bun. When she opened her mouth, two missing teeth were revealed. Tsuaping, Tsuaping. A young man rushed into the jewelry shop like a gust of wind. He looked at Bao Tsuaping, who was lying on the ground with her mouth swollen and broken from the beating. He cried out in grief and rushed over. The madams and young ladies gathered together, whispered to each other, and discussed in low voices. There, that's the fourth young master of the Fu family, Miss Bao's fiancé. Chapter 53:32. One of the ladies commented, although this fourth young master is not as handsome and elegant as the third young master, he is still quite good-looking and has all four limbs. That's right. Miss Bao comes from a small family. What's there to be dissatisfied about marrying into Marquis Ning's mansion as a legitimate wife? A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Haha, this girl is just arrogant. She's seen better, so of course she doesn't want to settle for this one. The third young master has to be interested in her first. I saw the third young master and Princess Wushuang walking together last time. They really look like a perfect couple. A young lady glanced at Bao Tsuaping with disdain. So shameless. She's already been betrothed by His Majesty and will be getting married soon. If she's a well-educated young lady, why would she get involved in other people's affairs? That's right. She even did something like that before. She slandered and spread rumors about a fake engagement with the third young master. If we were exposed, we wouldn't even dare to look at the princess. Even if we met her on the road, we would have run away in shame. That's right, that's right. I heard that the Fu family's eldest young miss and second young miss are also unhappy about this. That's right. Miss Bao slandered their younger brother. Which elder sister would be happy to hear this? Shut up, all of you. Fourth young master Fu was so angry that his chest tightened when he heard the crowd criticizing Bao Tsuaping. What was going on? Why was Tsuaping beaten up like this when she was fine in the morning? And these gossipy women were all gossiping about Tsuaping. Tsuaping was a girl. How could she stand this? She had fainted from anger, but these people still refused to let her go. They were crazy. Princess Wushuang, although you're an imperial princess, you can't bully a young lady from Marquis Ning's mansion. Fourth young master Fu scolded angrily. Isn't it enough that she fainted from anger? You still let these people and so many mouths humiliate and scold her. Do you have any humanity? Hey, fourth young master, we don't like what you're saying. A woman with a rather shrewish personality immediately retorted without giving him any face. How do we humiliate Miss Bao? We're all here, talking among ourselves. She can just ignore us. Why did she have to faint from anger? Miss Yang said softly. No one said anything. That's right. You dare to do it, but you're afraid of others talking about it. Another young lady used a fan to cover her mouth and rolled her eyes in disdain. Fourth young master, we didn't scold her. You have to clarify this matter. Princess Wushuang glanced at fourth young master Fu nonchalantly. Before she could speak, a gloomy voice sounded from the door. Fourth Fu, take your woman and get out of here immediately. In the future, don't be an eyesore in front of my wife. If you treasure her, then take her back with you. You're going to put in a lot of effort. It was best to lock him in his room and not let him out again. Otherwise, he'll act like a mad dog and bite everyone he catches. Third young master Fu strode in and started to scold him. He did not give fourth young master Fu any face at all. Also, we'll get married at the general's mansion. At that time, your mother won't have to come over and make arrangements. My two older sisters will come over to help. Chapter 53:33. You and that woman can stay at Chongmingho's residence and continue to be lovey-dovey with each other. You don't have to be an eyesore in front of us. When these words were spoken, everyone could not help but be somewhat dumbfounded. General and Nan meant that he would not invite the second madam and the others to the wedding. They wondered if Chang Ming-ho would faint from anger when he heard this. Yu, fourth young master Fu, was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His entire body was shaking nonstop. Was there anything more shameless than this? He had said in front of so many people, and there was no need for the mother and son to be there. Third young master Fu walked to the princess's side and took her hand. He lowered his head and asked, "Did you suffer any grievances?" The princess rolled her eyes speechlessly. "What grievances can I suffer? If anyone dares to shout in front of me, I will hit her back." "Good." Third young master Fu immediately smiled and hugged her. "You are indeed my beloved wife. This is what you should do. I didn't marry my wife to let her suffer. In the future, when you meet these people, you don't have to give them any face. Just hit them." In front of so many people, Princess Wushuang was so embarrassed by this man that her face turned red. She did not have the nerve to hit him, but she could not help but glare at him. This man's words were too shameless. Prince Imo followed in and walked to Jojo's side. When the madams and misses saw them, they hurried forward to greet them. After greeting third young master Fu, they retreated to the side and stole glances at them. Bao Suaping fainted from anger 3 times. She had already woken up, but then she heard those gossipy madams and misses talking about her, saying that she was shameless. She fainted from anger. When she woke up again, she heard the person she liked coldly tell fourth cousin to take this woman and get out of their sight. This time, she really fainted from anger. She could not accept that the person she liked could be so cold to her. She had loved him for so many years, but in the end, it was all a stupid joke. When she woke up again, she felt as if there was something stuck in her chest, and it was difficult to calm down. Bao Suaping's eyes were misty as she looked at her fourth cousin with teary eyes. She sobbed, "Cousin, help me up." Fourth young master Fu immediately helped her up, his heart aching. "Suaping, you've suffered." Miss Bao sobbed as if she had suffered all the coldness and grievances in the world. She sobbed uncontrollably. Third young master Fu rolled his eyes. "Your aunt is not dead yet. There's no need to cry here. When they die, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to cry." Everyone was once again dumbfounded. After witnessing third young master Fu's poisonous mouth, they could only exchange an indescribable look. Third young master was so ruthless towards Miss Bao. She really couldn't understand how that young lady could be so foolish as to fall head first into the trap and marry no one else but third young master. In their opinion, there must be something wrong with Miss Bao's brain. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. What could they do? The third young master was highly regarded by the emperor and was also a close friend of the crown prince. It was said that the third young master had made a great contribution in killing the heavenly Kismet and would soon be promoted. With this promotion, he might even become a first-grade guardian general of the state. Now that the third young master was Lord Tai Shan and the emperor's sworn brother, one could imagine how limitless his future would be. Chapter 53-34. No one would offend such a promising young man unless they were extremely stupid. Otherwise, they should get along well with him. Third cousin. Bao Suaping sobbed. "Ow, how can you speak like this? Wasn't third cousin cursing his aunt, Madame Bao, to die early? As the general of Annan, was it appropriate for him to curse his official mother like this?" However, Third Fu's patience with this little white flower had already ended. He felt disgusted at the sight of her. She had tried so hard to set him up with her good aunt, so let's not talk about it anymore. Now that the marriage had been settled, she was still trying to cause trouble. Instead of avoiding Wu Shuang, she was sticking to him. What was she up to? If Wu Shuang was not powerful, he would have been tricked by this woman. At the thought of this, third young master Fu's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Bao Suaping coldly, like 2 pools of ice. Bao Suaping shivered and could not help but feel sad. The man she loved was looking at her with such disdain and disgust. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and she really wanted to die in front of everyone. "Princess, I'm not talking to you today because of my own matters. You have really misunderstood me." Bao Suaping sobbed. "I'm here to beg you for fourth cousin's sake." The little crown princess said expressionlessly, "Only beauties can cry like pear blossoms. Your face is swollen like a pig's head, and you don't look good when you cry. Don't cry like this to gain sympathy. Everyone. Prince Mo curved his lips in amusement. He held his wife's hand with one hand and nodded in agreement. Then he added, "You don't look good when you cry even if your face is not swollen." Fourth young Master Fu was so angry that his entire body shivered, and the hand holding Bao sweeping also trembled slightly. This was too much. This was too much. Bao Suaping looked like she was about to collapse. She was held in fourth young Master Fu's arms and cried even louder. "Cousin, don't be afraid. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you," fourth young Master Fu said loudly. The moment he finished speaking, he saw everyone looking at him as if he was a fool. But then again, it was true. After all, his beloved cousin had been bullied until now, and this fourth young Master Fu had not been able to protect her. This fourth young Master Fu was probably not very smart. He could talk to his third brother, but could he be more important than Princess Wushuang, the crown princess? Fourth cousin. Bao Suaping cried for a while and stood up slightly, but she was still leaning into fourth young Master Fu's arms. She looked at Princess Wushuang with her red and swollen eyes and said in a choked voice, "Princess Wushuang, please go to the palace and ask Her Highness to take back the order. I can't harm fourth cousin. Fourth cousin deserves a better woman to love him. I can't be so selfish. I'm a girl from an ordinary family. My cultivation is ordinary, and my talents are also ordinary. I can't be selfish. We can't ruin fourth cousin's bright future." Suaping. Fourth young master's eyes were slightly red. He held his cousin's hand tightly. "I don't care. Suaping, I don't like girls from noble families or noble families. I only like you." Fourth young Master Fu looked as if he was swearing an oath. He held Miss Bao's hands tightly. He could not control his emotions, and his voice was slightly choked. Chapter 53:35. In the future, even if I marry a lady from a noble family, you will still be the number one person in my heart. For the rest of my life, no, it will never change. Suaping, you are the woman I love the most. The crowd looked at the two people in front of them in a daze, as if they were looking at a fool acting. One was willing to be hit, and the other was willing to be hit. Also, they were not very smart. Who could say such words in front of so many noble ladies and madams? Was this fourth young Master Fu a fool? Now that he had said this, his words would definitely spread throughout the entire capital by tomorrow morning. Which noble lady would dare to marry an idiot like him? Which noble lady would be willing to marry into the family and be her husband's puppet? Knowing that her husband had someone else in his heart, she would still throw herself into his arms? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Also, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Bao Suaping obviously did not like fourth young Master Fu. She said those words for the sake of fourth young Master Fu's future, but in fact, she did not want to marry fourth young Master Fu. Unexpectedly, fourth young Master Fu was such a fool that he really believed this woman's words. He even said that he would love her forever. This was really a comical show. Princess Wushuang was a little angry now and said coldly, "Bao Suaping, what do you mean? Your fourth young Master Fu deserves a better woman's love. My husband is not worth it? Does he have to make do with a lowly slut like you? Do you have to rely on him? How is he not better than fourth young master? You are a woman with mediocre cultivation and talent. You are not even good enough for fourth young Master Fu, and you still want to hook up with my husband? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Or do you think everyone here is a fool who can be manipulated by a stupid woman like you?" Her words were powerful, and the surrounding madams and young ladies nodded in agreement. The princess was indeed a princess. Not only was she good at fighting, but she was also sharper than anyone else. And third young Master Fu, who was holding the princess's hand, was so happy that he was about to fly. She admitted it. He had been acknowledged by his wife. His wife finally called him husband in front of outsiders. Ha ha he. Crown Prince Mo cast an indifferent glance at third Fu, who was laughing himself silly on the side, and commented with a frown, "Silly." The little stoic was silent. After quite a while, she said, "You were even more foolish than him back then." Prince Mo, what was wrong with his wife? Ever since she gave birth to baby Mo, she seemed to like scolding him even more. On the other side, Bao Suiping trembled slightly after being scolded by Princess Wushuang. She couldn't control her emotions and screamed, You're still talking about me like that? If you hadn't interfered, would third cousin, would he have despised me like this? Third cousin and I grew up together. We were childhood sweethearts. It's you. It's you. It's all your fault. She suddenly appeared and stole my man. You're so outstanding. Why are you so shamelessly trying to steal my man? I hate you. Why didn't you die at the border? Why did you die on the battlefield? Everyone was flabbergasted. She had once again broadened their horizons. It turned out that a person could be shameless to this extent when they wanted to. Princess Wushuang and the king of Jinyuan had spent so many years at the border protecting the country and contributing so much to the country and its people. In the hearts of the common people, they were godlike figures. Chapter 53:36. Seeing this woman insulting the princess, some of the commoners at the entrance of the jewelry store could not help but scold her angrily. What did you say? How dare you insult the princess like this? You should catch her and drown her in a pig cage. Evil woman. Third Fu was so angry that he waved his sleeve and slapped Bao Suiping hard. Bao Suiping's body swayed, and she was about to fall to the ground when fourth young master Fu quickly pulled her into his arms. Third Fu did not hold back at all in this slap. The slap made Bao Suiping's ears ring and her vision blur. She felt dizzy. She heard the angry and cold voice of the person she liked. Are you crazy? Don't call me that so intimately. Who is your cousin? My mother passed away many years ago. My maternal family is a famous scholarly family in Qingzhou. Both of my uncles are currently stationed outside the country. I don't remember that the surname of their daughters is Bao. My cousins are all well-educated and come from famous families. Don't smear and insult their reputation outside. Third young master Fu roared angrily. Also, you said that we are childhood sweethearts and innocent playmates. You made that up. We have only met a few times, and each time, we only saw each other from afar at banquets. I have never spoken to you from the beginning to the end. How can we be childhood sweethearts and innocent playmates? Are you crazy? If you like to fantasize so much, why don't you go and draw pictures to satisfy your hunger? I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense in front of my wife again. Otherwise, I will not let you off. Third young master Fu's eyes were cold. The consequences are not something you can bear. He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Previously, he had been worried that it would not be good if the girl's reputation was ruined. He did not care about some messy rumors. Anyway, he was a man and did not care so much about his reputation, so he did not want to defend himself. But now, this shameless woman was talking nonsense in front of his Shuang. He could not let Shuang misunderstand. Only then did he realize that he couldn't have the slightest bit of pity for shameless people. Otherwise, he would be the only one suffering. Everyone looked at the pale Miss Bao in confusion, and then at the exasperated third young master Fu. Third young master's eyes were clearly saying, Please don't fall for me again, okay? What do you see in me? Tell me, can I change? This was completely a case of the heartless flowing brook. This Miss Bao was truly an honest person. She had set her heart on third young master Fu and was trying all sorts of ways to be with him. However, in the young master's heart, there was not a single bit of her. At this moment, the young crown prince Consort spread her hands and said, Let them get married tomorrow. Since it was true love, the two of them also had each other in their hearts. Imperial Mother could be considered to have facilitated a good thing. A long delay would lead to many dreams. She wanted them to get married quickly. I don't want this fourth young master of the Fu family to think about his cousin and go out to fool around with other innocent girls. It's really not good. The daughters of the prestigious families in the capital cannot suffer this. They can't marry into Marquis Ning's mansion for nothing and be a decoration. They can't just watch their husband and cousin being lovey-dovey every day. The little crown princess spoke in a serious manner, but Prince Mo's lips could not help but twitch. No, the more he looked at his wife's expressionless and serious face, the more adorable she was. Chapter 53:37. Her small appearance seemed to have struck his heart, causing him to be unable to tear his eyes away for some reason. When the madams and young Mrs. Present heard this, they were also extremely moved and grateful. They nodded repeatedly and said, "The crown princess is indeed thoughtful. Since this fourth young Master Fu has already expressed his true love like this, then we should facilitate their good deed as soon as possible." Right, the crown princess is extremely right. Miss Young bowed gratefully at the crown princess. We are all extremely grateful that the crown princess has worked so hard for our capital's young misses. Bao Tsuaping was flabbergasted and swayed unsteadily. The young crown princess spoke again. "Why aren't you quickly carrying Miss Bao back to the estate? Look at her. She can't even stand properly after several tries. So pitiful." The little stoic shook her head and clicked her tongue. It's probably because she wasn't nourished in her mother's womb when she was young. That's why her cerebellum developed unevenly when she grew up. She even staggered a bit when she walked. Quickly carry her back. She really has to take good care of her body, or else it really will be especially difficult for her to give birth in the future. Even if she can barely give birth, it might also be Psy. She'll end up with a lifetime of illnesses. Women really have to treat themselves especially well. Miss Bao, you have to pay attention and take care of your body. Everyone, you're truly vicious. Saying such things, these words would definitely spread to every nook and cranny of the capital tomorrow. Everyone would know that this Miss Bao was malnourished since she was young, and that her body was frail when she grew up, so it would be especially difficult for her to give birth. It seemed like the crown princess had already reminded Miss Bao to take good care of her body more than once. What kind of person was the crown princess? She was a great pill master that everyone in the capital didn't know about. The crown princess's pill skills had spread throughout the 3 provinces. She could even revive Her Majesty the Empress, who had been frozen in ice for so many years. As one could well imagine, the crown princess's iron-mouthed words were definitely true. The madams present all sighed when they heard this, and thought that it was fortunate that they had excluded the Bao family from the start when they were choosing daughters-in-law. Especially since Bao Tsuaping, after third young Master Fu's reputation all these years, it didn't sound too good. Not many madams from wealthy families would take a fancy to her. Fortunately, he didn't take a fancy to her. Otherwise, wouldn't he be in big trouble if he married such a congenitally stunted woman? Bao Tsuaping was lifted up by 2 strong maidservants who came out from behind the crown princess. His face turned pale on the spot, and he fainted while foaming at the mouth. When everyone saw that he had really fainted, they were even more convinced of the little crown princess's irrefutable words. A madam shook her head and sighed inwardly. With a body like this, how can he help manage the household affairs of Marquis Ning Manor in the future? That's right. I'm really worried about the second madam of Marquis Ning's estate. She picked a daughter-in-law and finally chose her own niece. I'm still not feeling well. The crowd followed the commotion outside and watched as Bao Tsuaping was carried back to Chongningho Estate by 2 servant girls. Although fourth young Master Fu was unwilling, he was also sent back. At night, the Empress's imperial edict came down. She ordered that fourth young Master Fu of Marquis Ning Manor and Miss Tsuaping of the Bao family to get married the next day without further delay. As if struck by lightning, Madame Bao fainted on the spot when she received the imperial edict. Miss Bao cried the entire night. The next day, without any preparation, she braced herself and was escorted into the bridal sedan chair. She cried and wailed as she walked around the city, attracting a lot of attention. Chapter 53:38. In the end, Miss Bao was sent to Marquis Chongningho's Fu, crying all the way. The commoners along the way all thought that something had happened. They even wondered if some poor family's young lady had been sent to ward off bad luck, and if her husband had died as soon as she entered the door. In the midst of this gossip, fourth young Master Fu and Miss Bao were sent to be a couple while it was still hot. All the madams in the capital applauded and cheered. Everyone said, fourth young Master Fu swore in public that he would love and protect Miss Bao for the rest of his life. The Empress was so touched that she immediately appointed a marriage between the 2 of them. They came the next day and got married. This matter inexplicably became a popular story, and everyone was talking about the drama between fourth young Master Fu and Miss Bao during their leisure time. There were also some busybodies who made this story into a play and put on the stage, but this was all in the future. At this moment, the little crown princess was holding a bowl of holy rice porridge in her hands and looking at the eloquent and gesticulating Kai Chi in astonishment. She was stunned for a long time before she asked, "Is it true? Crown princess, you didn't see it. What this servant said is all true." Kai Chi said with exultation, "Early this morning, when Miss Bao went to offer tea to her aunt, she accidentally knocked over the teacup. This made Marquis, Chang Ningho's wife, very angry. Her aunt passed down a message on the spot, demoting Miss Bao to second madam, saying that she will be demoted to fourth young master's co-wife. The little crown princess couldn't help but be speechless. This Marquis, Chang Ningho's Fu, was full of weirdos, big and small. How could they do this? They got married yesterday and demoted her to a co-wife today? Marquis Chang Ningho's wife also said that if Miss Bao can't give birth to a son for the Fu within a year, she will demote Miss Bao to a concubine. It seems that Marquis Chang Ningho's wife heard the rumors and thought that her niece's body was weak and couldn't bear a child. I reckon that it won't be long before fourth young master Fu takes a wife." The little crown princess stood there in a daze, holding the bowl. It was a long time before she found her voice. Then what about her husband? Won't her husband object? Husband? Oh, it's that fourth young master of Marquis Ning's mansion, right? I didn't hear what he did. Kai Chi curled her lips and said, "It should be a tacit admission." The little crown princess was stunned. She held the bowl and stared blankly for a while. But didn't he claim that his true feelings for Miss Bao would never change in this lifetime? Didn't he say that he yearned for Miss Bao and would treat her well for the rest of his life? Crown Prince Imo happened to enter the room at this time, and when he heard this, he quickly strode forward with a grin and took the bowl from his wife's hand. He bent down and tapped her small nose. "What do you think? Not everyone is like your husband, me. People like me who can say and do it are really rare in this world." As he spoke, he was still immensely pleased with himself. The little stoic glanced at him. Humph, this guy was really shameless. Not only did he praise himself, but he also knew how to show off. "Your Highness." As he spoke, Xiao Yi suddenly poked his head out the window. "The Night Pavilion found out where that home Master Mu is." Prince Imo narrowed his eyes. He held Jojo's hand and turned to look at him. "Did you keep an eye on him?" "Yes." Xiao Yi nodded. "Your Highness and the Crown Princess can go over and take a look at any time." Emolien turned to look at his expressionless wife and held her small hand, asking, "Jojo, are we going now?" Arbor nodded slightly. "Yes." Chapter 53:39. The two of them quickly teleported to Changle Courtyard through the array disk of the Great City Protection Array. They stood at the entrance of the small courtyard and looked inside. The courtyard was in a mess, as if someone had rummaged through it several times. "Xiao!" Yi followed behind the two of them and said in a low voice, "At first, Hall Master Mu was not here. This subordinate found that she was moved here before dawn this morning. This subordinate felt that this matter was a little strange, so I sent people to secretly keep an eye on this place." Arbor raised her slender eyebrows. "Someone deliberately threw her here?" Xiao Yi nodded with certainty. "Yes. Crown Princess, at first, this subordinate thought that this heavenly fate might be up to something again. However, after staring at it for nearly 4 hours, the courtyard remained calm and tranquil, without a single ripple. It seems that this subordinate is overthinking." Arbor nodded. "Where is she?" Xiao Yi hurriedly said, "That young lady also went in not long ago. This subordinate asked our people to hide in the dark and did not stop her. Although I don't know why she is here, her face is extremely haggard." Arbor stopped in her tracks and whispered with a frown, "Mu Xiaoxue?" Xiao Yi nodded vigorously. Arbor and Mo Lien looked at each other. Did Mu Xiaoxue also rush over to see her after hearing the news about her mother? It seemed that this daughter of hers was also considerate. Arbor gestured for Xiao Yi to lead the way. She and Mo Lien followed Xiao Yi to the small backyard unhurriedly. Xiao. You pointed at the narrow and dark woodshed not far away and said softly, "That Miss Moo is inside now." Arbor grunted and pulled off the thick cloak wrapped around her body. Her small ears twitched slightly. Are they arguing? She seemed to have heard the sound of an argument drifting over with the wind from the woodshed. Yes. Emolian nodded affirmatively. Let's go closer and take a look. Of course, Arbor readily agreed. She also wanted to see what the mother and daughter were up to. What was there to argue about at a time like this? At such a critical juncture, shouldn't they be more united and seek a way out together? Why did it seem like they were fighting each other? The two of them quietly floated over and removed the barrier created by the soundproof talisman without anyone noticing. No wonder the voice sounded faintly indistinct just now. It turned out that this Mu Xiaoxue was quite careful and deliberately made a soundproof talisman here. Once the barrier was removed, Mu Xiaoxue's ear-piercing screams fell into everyone's ears. I'm not you. You're so unlucky that you might not be able to break through the triple transformation in your lifetime. I will definitely be able to complete these 3 modifications. Each one will be more perfect than the last. Slap. Xiao Mu pulled Emolian closer. Through a small, low window, they just so happened to see a thin woman raising a trembling hand, seemingly using all the strength in her body to slap Mu Xiaoxue in the face with all her might. Xiaoxue, Xiaoxuezes, Xiaoxuan Arbor saw Mu Qingya again. She couldn't help but be a little startled. She didn't expect that after not seeing her for a while, Mu Qingya had lost so much weight that she couldn't recognize her at all. Arbor narrowed her eyes and carefully sized up Mu Qingya. Mu Xiaoxue seemed to have completely angered her. She was trembling all over and couldn't breathe properly. Chapter 5340. Mu Qingya's transformation couldn't be described as small. Even Arbor was shocked to see her through the window. It would have been fine if Mu Qingya had only lost a bit of weight. Her current appearance was completely skinny and out of shape. Her entire body was shriveled, as if she had lost all the moisture in her body. She looked like a walking corpse. Her hair was yellow and withered, hanging from her scalp in clumps. Her hands and feet were so shriveled that only bones were left, as if they would break at any moment. This woman was nowhere near the gentle, refined, and radiant appearance she remembered. Her eyes were lifeless and sunken, and her entire face had shrunk to the size of half a palm. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but was completely interrupted by Mu Xiaoxue's scolding. Mu Xiaoxue was like a madwoman, her hands moving up and down as she yelled. Do you think I'm like you? I won't be like you. I just want to succeed in all 3 transformations. I can become the most perfect person in the world. And the patriarch has promised me, as long as I work hard for him in the future, he won't treat me badly. Even if I can't, I still have a universe reversal talisman to help me. I'll be fine. I still have a chance. Mu Qingya's sunken eyes were like full moons as she stared at her foolish daughter in front of her. Hot tears could not be stopped from falling inch by inch from those dried-up eyes. Mu Qingya reached out and hammered the ground with all her might. The sound coming from her throat was rough and full of sorrow, as if a carriage had run over her a dozen times. It's me. I've protected you too well. So you're actually so naive. Looking at her foolish daughter, Mu Qingya couldn't help but burst into tears. She had been in Tianyun for so many years, so she knew better than anyone the nature of the higher-ups. When they saw that you were useful to them, they would use some small benefits to tempt you. Once you lost any bit of value, you would die more miserably than anyone else. She knew this just by looking at her. She used her identity as the hall master of the Soaring Heavens Hall to blend in with the talisman aristocratic family. She often helped them secretly gather supplies and deliver news in the capital. The organization treated her so well and put her in such important positions. However, once her identity was exposed and she was defeated or even forced to flee, her future opportunities would plummet. Tianyun does not need useless people to occupy resources. Moreover, she was just an ordinary person who didn't know anything. In the eyes of the upper echelons of Tianyun, she had already lost her value and was no longer worth them investing in her. That was why she ended up like this. If it weren't for the fact that the organization still wanted to investigate the second drug reaction in her body, they probably wouldn't have gone to Snow Island to rescue her. Hate. Of course she hated him. Mu Qingya's life had turned out like this. Regret? She couldn't explain it clearly. There should be some. But if she hadn't joined Tian Yun, then she would have been an ordinary housewife for the rest of her life. She spent all her time with her parents-in-law and husband. She was just an ordinary woman in the inner courtyard. Naturally, she was even more unwilling to accept such a life. Mother, what are you saying? Not only are you not happy for me, you're even cursing me now. Mu Xiaoxue yelled. Do you think your daughter will be as unlucky as you? Chapter 53:41. Impossible, I'm telling you. That's impossible. Daughter will never be like you, mother. Daughter wasn't ruthless enough and didn't act ruthlessly enough. That's why you were trampled underfoot by that damn bitch. Daughter won't. Daughter has a way to deal with her right now. Family head said that as long as daughter successfully completes 2 body modifications, he will give me the universe reversal talisman. At that time, daughter's talent will skyrocket. Ha ha ha! Mu Xiaoxue laughed maniacally. Mother, daughter will accomplish what you can accomplish in your lifetime. Oh, Xiaoxue. Mu Qingya cried until her entire body trembled. Her sunken eyes stared at her daughter in disbelief. You can't beat her, Mu Qingya said shakily. Even she had been defeated by that little stoic, and she had been defeated so miserably. She understood her daughter very well. She definitely couldn't win against that little girl who was as cunning as a fox, bold, and ruthless. Shut up. Mu Xiaoxue roared at Mu Qingya sternly. She pounded her chest with one hand and screamed at the top of her lungs. You're looking down on me. You're looking down on a normal person like me for being able to turn the tables, right? Let me tell you, Mother, I'm Mu Xiaoxue. I'm different from you. She waved her hand vigorously and roared neurotically. Family head has already promised me. Mu Xiaoxue tilted her head, and her eyes also moved dully. She opened her mouth wide and gasped for breath. An abnormal, silly smile appeared on her face. Mother, I will succeed. She patted her chest hard, pounding it again and again, but her body didn't feel any pain. It was as if he wasn't hammering his own body, but an ordinary piece of wood. Let me tell you, I'm not as stupid as you. Look at yourself. You're already so old, but in the end, what do you have, huh? Instead of being Madame Mu, you've become like this, neither human nor ghost. The Mu family expelled you, and the organization doesn't like you. You're nothing. Xiao Shui. Mu Qingya opened her mouth and allowed her tears, snot, and saliva to flow all over her face. All she could see was Mu Xiaoshue's arrogant and insufferably arrogant face. You will regret it, daughter. You will regret it. I won't. Mu Xiaoxue yelled angrily. My legs were broken back then. Where were you? If I didn't accept the transformation to save myself, would I still be standing in front of you now? I will be like a beggar, like a tramp. I will be as dirty and smelly as you. I won't even have the right to stand up. Mu Xiaoxue, will definitely become the most talented person in the world. Everything that woman has now will be mine in the future. Her divine realm cultivation, her holy wood, holy water, and her spirit domain. Ha ha, it's all mine, mother. Ha ha, it's all mine, mother. Do you know? I'm so happy now. Mu Xiaoxue burst into a series of crazy laughter. His entire body was like a strange branch that was shaking in the wind, as crazy as a lunatic. Xiaoyu was so angry that he pressed the sword at his waist, but was stopped by a look from Sir Jojo. Arbor raised his hand and gently patted Mo Lian's cold hand. Chapter 53:42. Sir Jojo comforted his infuriated husband and secretly transmitted his voice to the two of them. Don't bother with this idiot. Let her continue to wander in her own spiritual world. Just continue to watch the show. The universe reversal charm? Arbor couldn't help but laugh coldly. That would depend on whether she had the fate and luck to open the talisman. Mu Qingya stared dumbfoundedly at her daughter, who was acting like a lunatic. She sighed repeatedly and sobbed. Xiao Shui, wake up. You can't beat her. Can you stop? Mother doesn't want you to be rich or have a meteoric rise. Mother just wants you to live well. Xiao Shui, listen to Mother's advice. Stop. Shut up. Mu Xiao Shui shouted, startling Arbor and the others who were hiding outside the door. Her voice was so sharp that it was unbearable. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared sharply at the dying Mu Qingya in front of her and said word by word, Mother, do you know how much I hate you? Arbor couldn't see Mu Xiao Shui's expression through the window, but he could clearly see that Mu Qingya's eyes were filled with shock as she stared blankly at her daughter. It was as if she had never understood this daughter of hers and only now realized her true colors. I really hate you to death. Xiao Shui. Mu Qingya's voice trembled and her face was filled with disbelief as she stared blankly at her daughter. Xiao Shui, shut up, don't talk. Mu Xiao Shui roared hysterically. My entire life has been ruined by you. It's all your fault, all your fault. It's fine that you're unlucky to be an ordinary person without any cultivation. But you still have the face to be my mother. You harm me like this. You cause me to be unable to activate my mystic meridians and cultivate the right path. You cause your own daughter to be an ordinary person who can only struggle at death's door and rely on others for the rest of her life. How can you be at peace with yourself? How can you face me like this? Mu Xiao Shui screamed and pointed crazily at Mu Qingya, who was lying in the corner. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If my mother was like the other madams, had cultivation and talent, and was as strong as Long Chuyin, would I have become like this today? Do I need to be jealous of others? Do I need to compromise and beg my grandparents for a universe reversal talisman that can change my talent? Mu Qingya, this is all your fault. If you weren't so useless, would I have ended up in such a miserable state because of you? Mu Xiaoxue shrieked, her eyes filled with twisted hatred and anger. I hate you to death. I hate you to death. Mu Qingya was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at her daughter, whom she had doted on since she was a child, and could not bear to let her suffer any grievances. She felt dizzy, and her empty eyes stared at her daughter who looked like a complete stranger. Mu Qingya's body was like a dried-up piece of wood. Not a single drop of water could be squeezed out. She couldn't even shed a single tear. She felt as if someone had punched a hole in her heart. A gust of cold wind was blowing in from the outside. Her daughter hated her. Her daughter actually hated her so much. She hated her. How ironic was this? Chapter 53:43. Everything she did was for this daughter of hers. She wholeheartedly wanted her daughter to be well, but in the end, she received her daughter's disregard for her own family. Hate her. Her daughter said she hated her. Mu Qingya's body had long stopped feeling cold, but at this moment, it was as if her heart had been frozen 3 feet deep and sunk into a bottomless abyss. Her mind buzzed involuntarily, and her nostrils flared as she huffed and puffed, as if it was difficult for her to even breathe. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, several crisp claps sounded outside the woodshed. The mother and daughter duo, who were in the middle of a confrontation, stiffened at the same time, and they stiffly turned their heads to look at the door. They saw a pregnant woman dressed in rippling red clothes expressionlessly clapping her hands as she coolly watched the mother and daughter duo. A handsome and otherworldly man dressed in brocade was supporting her as they strode into the narrow and dark woodshed together. The mother and daughter duo were momentarily dazzled by the myriad rays of light. They only felt that when this pair of jade paragons walked in, even this gloomy and cramped woodshed seemed much brighter than before. Splendid, splendid. The little stoic nodded and praised in all seriousness. Today's show was worth watching. This kind of mother and daughter falling out and the daughter directly rebuking the mother was truly a once-in-a-lifetime scene. Mu Qingya shuddered and tried to crawl up with difficulty, but because she had completely lost her strength, she fell heavily again. Her head leaned against the stiff pile of firewood behind her, and a trace of fear and sorrow slid through her eyes. She knew very well that her and her daughter's lives would most likely be forfeit after falling into the hands of this pair of fiends. Mu Qingya, does it hurt? The little stoic suddenly tilted her head and asked. Mu Qingya shuddered and stared at her in horror. She raised her trembling finger and pointed at Arbor as she stammered, You Arbor suddenly smiled at her, and his gaze seemed to imperceptibly sweep past Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue's back was facing him earlier, so he didn't see her expression. Now that he saw it, Arbor couldn't help but be secretly speechless. It turned out that when a person's mind was twisted, it would affect her charming face that was like a little white flower. Mu Xiaoxue's face seemed a lot rougher than before. Of course, this was closely related to her life of fear and trepidation during this period of time. But at this moment, Mu Xiaoxue's face was so contorted that it was almost deformed. Her pair of eyes were twisted into triangles. How interesting. Arbor ignored Mu Qingya and glanced coldly at Mu Xiaoxue. What are you doing? Mu Xiaoxue's eyes widened in horror as she took a few steps back. When he turned around, he saw more than 10 black-clothed shadow guards swarming to the door, blocking the door of the woodshed. She simply could not escape. Her palms were covered in cold sweat, and her hands and feet were trembling as she stood there. Weren't you talking nonsense just now? Xiao Yi sneered and scolded angrily. Miss Mu, you're quite capable. Could it be that the heaven and earth reversal charm you spoke of really has such a great effect? With a single talisman, you can transfer the talent, and luck of others to yourself? No, it's not. Mu Qingya's entire body trembled as she shouted harshly. It's not. Crown Princess, Your Highness the Crown Prince. This is all the nonsense of a child. Chapter 5344. It's not true, Crown Princess, Your Highness, it's not true. There's no such talisman in the world that this child is talking nonsense about. I do. Xiao Mu smiled faintly, her voice gentle. What? Mu Qingya's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but tremble a few times. There's such a talisman in the world. Arbor looked at the mother and daughter expressionlessly and said coldly, Is this how you draw the heaven and earth twist? As she spoke, she casually raised her hand and swiped it. Her hand moved very quickly, and a talisman flashing with purple light appeared in the air in a matter of minutes. She reached out and pushed the talisman. The cursed seal slammed into Mu Xiaoxue's body with a bang, causing her to fall backwards. She threw her head back and smashed into the wall with a thump and spat out a mouthful of blood. Arbor curled his lips, and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. Hurry up and exchange with me. Talent, cultivation, everything is at your fingertips. Mu Xiaoxue lunged forward crazily and looked like she was going to fight Arbor to the death. A harsh glint flashed past Crown Prince Mo's eyes, and he directly kicked this woman to the side. Disgusting thing. Mu Xiaoxue's body trembled, and she couldn't help but tremble. Why? Why was she still so pitiful? Why? Mu Xiaoxue glared at Mo Yin and Arbor from the corner of her eyes. Her heart was burning with anger. She kept telling herself in her heart, Why are they looking down on me? Why? It wasn't the first time that this high and mighty crown prince had glanced at her with such a cold gaze. She clearly was not the least bit inferior to Xiao Mu. Why is it that in everyone's eyes, Arbor is like the stars in the sky, and I'm just a pile of mud under their feet? One day, I'll change my fate. One day, I'll let everyone know that I, Mu Xiaoxue, am not a piece of trash. I'm a woman that everyone will applaud. And that crown prince, I've changed my mind. I'll find a way to seduce him and make him fall in love with me without hesitation. Then, I'll kick him away. Slap, slap. Arbor slapped Mu Xiaoxue's mouth twice and completely stopped the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. Her entire body shuddered as she fearfully met Xiao Mu's icy gaze. If you look at your husband like that again, I'll kill you right now. Arbor's cold and emotionless voice made Mu Xiaoxue's trembling heart fall into the depths of an ice lake. That's right. Right now, even her survival might be a big problem. Your Highness, Crown Princess. This matter has nothing to do with my daughter, Xiaoxue. I beg the two of you to be magnanimous and let go of my daughter. It's all my fault. Mu Qingya half crawled on the ground and wriggled her filthy and smelly body like a maggot, trying to get closer to Arbor. Crown Prince Mo pursed his lips and directly raised his hand, setting up a shielding barrier in front of the two people. It kept Mu Qingya outside and prevented her from taking half a step closer. Mu Qingya had no choice but to slap the barrier and cry out tearfully, "Crown Prince Consort, just kill me. Just kill me. I know. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Chapter 53:45. I'm the one who harmed your mother, Long Chuyan. It's me. I'm the one who's petty and jealous of her talent. I schemed against her. I coveted her 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Xiao Shui. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's me. Please let my daughter go. She's innocent. Mu Qingya prostrated herself on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. I'm willing to die. I'm willing to do anything. Please let her go. Let her go. She's younger than you. If your mother, Long Chuyun, was still alive, she definitely wouldn't have been implicated in this matter. Shut up. Arbor roared angrily. His black eyes were like the stars in the cold night sky, shooting out a cold light. Why do you have to mention her again? You still have the face to mention her? My mother is not someone you can mention. Don't let me hear you spit out those 3 words again. You don't have the right. Mu Qingya's body trembled. She nodded repeatedly and kowtowed again. I know. Crown Princess, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my wishful thinking. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have done this, Crown Princess. The little Crown Princess looked at her coldly. The corners of her lips curled up coldly. Does it hurt? Mu Qingya looked at her in shock. This was the second time today that the Crown Princess had asked her if it hurt. This terrifying question made Mu Qingya's entire body turn cold. She could barely speak normally. However, Arbor didn't seem to want her to answer. He turned and waved at Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue, I'll give you a chance to live. Crawl out of here in 5 minutes. As long as you can get out of the door, I'll let you go. A trace of extreme grief and indignation flashed past Mu Xiaoxue's eyes. She glared at Arbor hatefully and opened her mouth. It seems like you don't need this chance. Just as Xiao Mu's frigid voice rang out, she heard Mu Qingya banging on the wall as she repeatedly shouted, No, that's not it, Crown Prince Consort. Xiao Shui is willing. She is willing. Mu Xiaoxue glared at Mu Qingya, and her resentment towards her mother rose to a new height. The humiliation she had suffered today was all because of her, because of this useless mother. She hated Mu Qingya to death. She hated everyone in the world to death. The little Crown Princess glanced at him coldly, and Xiao Yi unsheathed his sword without hesitation. No matter how furious Mu Xiaoxue was, she could not help but kneel down in front of the tip of the sword, even though she was in a rage. He fell to the ground with a plop, wailing loudly as he struggled to crawl forward. Arbor looked at her coldly. You only have 5 minutes. Are you sure you want to waste it? Mu Xiaoxue burst into tears, but with a little more strength, she crawled out of the woodshed. She didn't dare to look at the black-clothed shadow guards on both sides of the woodshed. Those people's expressions must be full of disdain. She didn't dare to look or even listen to anything. She could only grit her teeth and crawl forward with all her might. It took a while to walk from the woodshed to the door, not to mention that she was so angry that her hands and feet were trembling. She had to crawl all the way. Her fair palms rubbed against the ground, leaving streaks of blood. Mu Xiaoxue bit her lips so hard that they were bleeding. This kind of humiliation, this kind of torture, she, Mu Xiaoxue, would remember it deep in her heart. Chapter 53:46. Arbor. One day, she, Mu Xiaoxue, would make her die a horrible death. Mu Qingya knelt on the ground and knocked on the wall in front of her, howling incoherently. She's your cousin. Even if it's for the sake of the old man, you can't treat her like this. Mu Qiao, you're not human. You're not human. Do you have a heart? Do you have a heart? Mu Qingya howled, the pain in her heart indescribable. She felt as if someone had stabbed her heart dozens of times with a sharp knife. Every stab was enough to kill her. She was in pain and sorrow, angry and helpless. She was as insignificant as a grain of sand in the dust. She could be trampled into the depths of the abyss. Mo Yin sneered. You still have the cheek to ask Jojo if he has a heart? You schemed against her in the lower galaxy. You harmed her mother and didn't even let her go. Why didn't you let Jojo go for the sake of Grandpa? Why didn't you let Jojo go? Now that you've lost, you've suffered a crushing defeat. You're saying such things. Do you think anyone will pity you? Mu Qingya lay on the ground in a daze. Yet Xiao Mu chuckled lightly as she gazed at her indifferently. Mu Qingya, does it hurt? Mu Qingya shuddered and looked at the girl in disbelief. This was the third time she had asked her this question. Her deranged mind suddenly snapped back to reality, and her body started to tremble uncontrollably. It's you. It's you. It's me. Arbor nodded. It's me who destroyed your precious daughter's mind step by step and forced her to go to Tianyun and ask for the mutation pill from the higher-ups. It's me who made her feel the unjust fate in this world, the miserable life, and the hopeless future. It's also me who destroyed her bit by bit. Look, she hates you so much now. Wow, you're so hateful to your own daughter whom you've raised single-handedly, pointing and scolding so irrationally. Xiao Mu stroked her chest. It hurts a lot here, right? You must be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. I really want to die right now. She pursed her lips and smiled. She probably couldn't remember how many times she had laughed today. However, her smile remained at the corner of her mouth and did not reach the depths of her eyes. Mu Qingya, Home Master Mu. My good stepmother, do you understand now? You know how my mother felt at that time. That feeling of being despised by everyone, having no brothers, no friends, no lover, and not even being able to protect your children. That terrifying feeling, right? Huh? Arbor suddenly laughed out loud. Do you like it? Do you like being treated like this? Arbor tilted his head and asked innocently, My mother also experienced this feeling. When she's in the sky, she can't protect me. I could only watch as you turned me into a test subject and manipulated me like a marionette for the rest of my life. Let me think, my mother's heartache at that time should be the same as what you're feeling now. So I want you to feel what it's like to be unable to breathe from heartache. Is it fun? Mu Qingya's whole body trembled, and her breathing quickened as she stared at him blankly. Devil. Chapter 53:47. Mu Qingya's expression was full of shock and fear. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at Arbor. Her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't make a sound for a long time. After a long time, only then did Mu Qingya hysterically roar at Xiao Mu. Devil, you're a devil. Was she crazy? How could she scheme against her innocent and pitiful daughter like this? What did Xiao Shui do wrong to deserve such treatment? The beautiful and expressionless girl in front of her was a devil, a devil. She didn't expect her to be a transmigrated woman with an innate advantage. With such a rich life experience and all kinds of skills, she was actually defeated by a malicious spirit that crawled out of hell. Mu Qingya couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. She lingered on for so long not to see Xiao Shui suffer like this, not to see her daughter suffer like this. She had been fighting with the heavens, fighting with her own fate. In the end, what did she gain? You schemed against her? Why? Mu Qingya pounded her chest in grief, revealing a heartbroken expression. She's only 16, and she's your cousin. She's deeply related to you by blood. Do you have a conscience for scheming against your own cousin like this? Don't you feel a trace of shame or regret? It's all your fault, Arbor said expressionlessly. Looking at Mu Qingya, who was pounding the ground in front of the barrier, a faint trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I didn't do this, how could I see your heartbroken expression right now? Arbor looked at her indifferently. She had seen enough of the drama, and she didn't want to see Mu Qingya ever again. Can't you just come at me? Why did you scheme against a little girl like her? She's innocent. Mu Qingya pounded the barrier in front of her, trembling as she yelled. She was now in a state of madness. Her whole body was trembling, and her teeth were chattering. Innocent? Xiao Mu couldn't help but look at her in amusement. None of Tianyun's minions are innocent. That was because you forced her to join Tianyun. She has no other path to take, so she can only join them. Mu Qingya pointed at Xiao Mu with a trembling finger. She screamed at the top of her lungs. What do you want in order for you to let her go? What will it take for you to let her live? Arbor stared at her coldly. Do you think Mu Xiaoshui can still survive? His words were like a bucket of ice water, drenching Mu Qingya from head to toe, and a chill spread from the bottom of her heart. Fear and panic were not enough to describe her current feelings. Mu Qingyao pounced on the barrier like a madwoman, banging her head against the transparent barrier as she shouted, Mu Qiao, Mu Qiao, let her go. I beg you, let her go. Whatever you have, come at me. Come at me. Arbor smiled coldly at her, and there was a trace of coldness in his voice. How did you control my fate back then? How did you make a fool of me? Now, I'll return it to your daughter. It's very fair, isn't it? Let her, let you, and let both of you have a taste of that pain and despair. Let's go through a life of being controlled again. Chapter 53:48. You can open your eyes wide and see how your precious daughter will end up miserably in the end. When your daughter has experienced all this misfortune, Qingyao will be dead. Mu Qingyao, the debt between us from 2 lifetimes will be considered settled. In the next life, you won't know me, and I won't know you. If you don't look for me, I won't look for you. It's very fair. As soon as Arbor finished speaking, Mu Qingyao's entire body turned cold, and she collapsed to the ground. She couldn't believe her ears. How terrifying was Arbor? He actually took revenge on her innocent and pitiful daughter. Don't worry, she won't die for the time being. Arbor tilted his head, a cold glint in his eyes, as he stared deeply at Mu Qingyao. Mother! Mother! A shout came from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of many hidden guards pulling out their swords. Mother! Mother! Is it you, Mother? Is it you who is here? Arbor frowned slightly and said indifferently to the door, Let her in. A thin and tall figure rushed in, stumbling and stumbling. She tripped over a small pile of firewood at the door, then steadied herself and quickly ran to Mu Qingyao's side. Arbor turned to look at this extremely thin woman. Mu Rochuan knelt on the ground with a thud and reached out with trembling hands to support Mu Qingyao. However, she was bounced back by a transparent barrier. Mother! Mu Rochuan was shocked and hurriedly turned to Arbor. Let my mother go. What did you do to her? She's already so old, but she's still so thin. Why won't you let her go? Crown Princess, my mother is already like this. She won't live for more than a few days. No matter how many grudges we had in the past, we can write them off now, right? No matter what, we're family. Why must we fight to the death? Arbor looked at her coldly for a moment, then raised his sleeve and removed the barrier between them. Mu Rochuan hurriedly went forward to support Mu Qingyao, only to see that her face was as white as a sheet, and her lips were completely pale. Mother, mother! Mu Rochuan called out to her several times with tears in her eyes. Mu Qingyao, on the other hand, seemed to be in a trance before her death. She suddenly grabbed her arm tightly. Her strength was so great that Mu Rochuan was shocked. She couldn't help but look at her face. Mu Qingyao grabbed her hand tightly and said coldly, Rochuan, Rochuan, you have to help your sister. You have to help her, okay? You owe me, you owe me. You have to protect your sister at all costs. You have to protect her from anyone. You want to use your life to exchange for your sister's life. Did you hear that? Do you hear me? Mu Qingyao yelled like a madwoman. With tears in her eyes, Mu Rochuan lowered her head and nodded while choking with sobs. Rochuan, you don't owe her anything. You don't have to agree to anything. A man's angry shout came from behind. Mu Rochuan was a little dazed for a moment. She looked back with teary eyes and choked up as she called out, Big brother. Mu Xingqian's face was full of anger. He stared coldly at Mu Qingyao and said, Mu Qingyao, what right do you have to make Rochuan agree to these things? It's very simple. She's a person who stole Mu Rochuan's birth mother's life to replace her. From the start, she never intended to give birth to Mu Rochuan. Chapter 53:49. She has no feelings for Mu Rochuan at all. In terms of feelings, she has never admitted that Mu Rochuan is her biological daughter. The only biological daughter she has acknowledged is Mu Xiaoxue. Shut up, Arbor, shut up. Mu Qingyao roared crazily, not daring to look at Mu Rochuan, who was supporting her. What right do you have to talk about me? Arbor, you're just a ghost, a malicious spirit that crawled out of hell. You're not you at all. Gag her mouth and drag her out. Mo Yin's eyes darkened as he coldly ordered. Arbor didn't care. If she wanted to say it, then let her say it. Everyone here knew and believed in the concept of possession. As for rebirth, no one seemed to have thought of that, so it didn't matter if she spread it everywhere. Even if someone believed it, so what? The Arbor of today was no longer the Arbor of the past. Even if she was the reincarnation of a malicious spirit, no one would be able to hurt her in the slightest. But Mo Lien still didn't want to hear this woman's nonsense. She ordered someone to shut Mu Qingya's mouth and drag her out. Mu Qingya whimpered, her eyes filled with resentment and coldness as she glared at the crown prince and Arbor. In the end, she wanted to reach out and grab Mu Rochuan, but Mu Rochuan subconsciously retracted her hand and avoided her. You're telling the truth, aren't you? Isn't that right? Mu Rochuan stared at Xiao Mu in shock, her eyes brimming with tears as she questioned. Arbor glanced at her. I'm not interested in lying, nor do I have a reason to lie to you. In fact, you've had your suspicions for a long time, haven't you? You're both her daughters, but don't you have eyes to see her attitude toward you and Mu Xiaoxue? Can't you tell? If you've never suspected, then I can only tell you that you're very stupid. Mu Rochuan's breathing stopped as she stood there in a daze, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Did she admit it herself? Mu Rochuan felt her hands and feet turn cold. The answer that she had been searching for all these years seemed to finally have an explanation at this moment, however. This explanation made people feel incomparable despair. Her biological mother had been possessed and died a long time ago. All these years, the person who had accompanied him by his side was actually a vicious woman. All the effort she had made, all the things she had done to please her mother, the improvement liquid, the mutation pill, and the transformation of her tissues. Looking at it now, it was just a joke. Roxian. Mu Xingqian sighed and looked at her silently. Mu Qingya isn't a good person. Don't fall for her tricks again, Mu Xingqian said. You don't know her anything. You don't have to think about exchanging your life for Mu Xiaoxue's. She doesn't deserve you to treat her like this. Your Highness, Crown Princess. Xiao Yi suddenly flashed through the door and found a strange expression on his face. Something's happening. What's going on? Prince Mo glanced at him, took Arbor's little hand, and walked out. Something seems to be happening in the heavenly Tao. Xiao Yi pointed in the direction of the sky and said with a puzzled expression, I don't know why, but as soon as our people pulled Mu Qingya out, large dark clouds surged in the sky. It seems that there's going to be a lightning tribulation. Mo Lien and his wife looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 5350. Why would it send down a lightning tribulation for no reason? Mo Lien looked down and saw his wife's expression as if she was facing a great enemy. He suddenly had the urge to laugh. Why was his wife on guard against heavenly law every time? In reality, heavenly law had never once come to find trouble with her. She was the one who experienced a tribulation every time, implicating others with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This kind of thing happened too many times, causing his wife to be paranoid every time. She always felt that heavenly law was slowly plotting to kill her in one strike. Arbor was expressionlessly led out of the woodshed by his husband, and he looked up at the sky with a gloomy face. The little stoic stood with her hands behind her back and gloomily stared at the cloud-filled sky for a long time. Hubby, hurry and open your fire and thunder umbrella. This guy urged with a stoic face and forcefully tugged at Emolien's sleeve. Sir Jojo had a strong premonition. The lightning tribulation this time didn't seem to be that simple. Could it be that heavenly law felt increasingly indignant after letting Jojo off the last few times? So it ran over to pick a fight and wait for an opportunity to take revenge? The little stoic's eyes were cold, and she looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Everyone, pay attention! An unknown hidden guard roared with joy, and the courtyard inexplicably felt like it was in chaos. They saw a dazzling red heavenly flame shoot down from the sky. In a split second, everyone felt like their eyes were about to be blinded by that dazzling red color. Then they heard a loud boom. Mo Lien held a fire and thunder umbrella and silently glanced in the direction where the flame fell. It was very far from where they were standing. It was very obvious that this heavenly flame wasn't directed at the paranoid Sir Jojo. It was clearly directed at Mu Qingya. At this time, Mu Qingya was completely enveloped by a ball of raging flames. She was wrapped in a ball of burning heavenly flame from head to toe, and she suddenly let out maniacal laughter. When Mu Rochuan rushed out, she just happened to see Mu Qingya raise her hands like a lunatic and look up at the sky. She laughed maniacally and roared angrily. Come, come, I've had enough of this useless body. Heavenly Tao, use the flames to cleanse and burn my body. This way, my soul can return to the past. Ha ha, I can go back. Ha ha ha, I can finally go back. My time is waiting for me. My future is waiting for me. Heavenly Tao, you can't fool me. I will go back. In the end, I will still return my own era. Ha ha ha. I will change my body and continue living. Ha ha. Mu Rochuan looked at the crazy woman in shock. Under the blazing heavenly fire, she was still laughing crazily and murmuring some strange words to herself. Mu Rochuan could even see that under the burning of the heavenly fire, the woman's skin was rapidly drained of moisture. Her arms and legs were completely broken, and she fell into the flames. Mu Qingya, however, was still oblivious to it. She continued to wail and howl. In the end, her head was completely struck by the heavenly fire, and her body was burned to ashes, not even leaving behind a trace of ash. Mu Rochuan stared blankly at the scene before her and stammered, Where did she say her soul would go? Mu Xingqian shook his head. The might of the heavenly fire is unparalleled. Mu Qingya's soul has already been shattered by the heavenly fire and scattered between heaven and earth. Rochuan, Mu Qingya has already completely disappeared. She can't go back. Mu Rochuan shuddered. Chapter 53-51. Was this Mu Qingya's final ending? She had completely disappeared from every corner of the world. The first madam of the Talisman family, the high-spirited home Master Mu of heavenly fate, had ended up with her soul scattered and a miserable ending. The last thing she did before she disappeared was not what she, Mu Rochuan, had imagined. She looked at her eldest daughter one last time, hugged her, and even softly wished her happiness. Nothing. Mu Qingya was even stingy with showing her a warm smile. Her last words were to use her life to protect Xiao Shui and protect her younger sister with all her might. Mu Rochuan smiled bitterly. The old scar on her face was like a trembling centipede, and it opened a little sinisterly. Arbor turned his head and subconsciously glanced at her. This half-sister of his looked very haggard. Her body Arbor looked at her, and his gaze froze. Seeing this, Mu Xingqian's body also stiffened. He asked with a slightly nervous expression, Jojo, is there something wrong with Rochuan's body? Xiao Mu cast an indifferent glance at Mu Rochuan. Ask her. Other than herself, no one knows her body better than her. Then he paused for a moment and asked indifferently, Mu Rochuan, you've already started the second stage of improvement, right? Have you felt anything wrong with your body recently? Mu Rochuan's body trembled, and she looked at Arbor with a complicated expression. Mu Xingqian looked over in shock and shouted angrily, Rochuan, you actually took Heavenly Fate's improved medicine? You're really muddle-headed. Mu Xingqian's exasperated expression fell into Mu Rochuan's eyes and deeply stimulated her heart. Mu Rochuan suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, Do you think I wanted this? Big brother, we grew up together. Where were you when father crippled my cultivation and pushed me out to self-destruct? Where were you when I was in that corner of the branch family? Not having enough to eat, not having enough to wear, and being bullied everywhere. No one will help my big brother. No one in this world will stand by my side and help me. Mu Rochuan suddenly covered her face and cried. Her cries were miserable and filled with despair. She's the only one in your eyes. Mu Rochuan pointed at Arbor and screamed, There's only her, not me. Big brother, do you know? It turns out that my life is a tragedy. I, Mu Rochuan, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Before she appeared, I always felt that my talisman drawing talent was #1 in the world. Ha ha. Who would have thought that I would be a complete joke in everyone's eyes? I fought with her, I fought with my family. I was the only one who fought for my unfair fate. What about you guys? None of them stood by my side. Even my big brother, who has been with me for so many years, could lose me just like that. To be able to completely disregard my life or death. Mu Xingqian stood there in a daze, unable to say anything. Rochuan's complaints should have accumulated in her heart for a long time. Now that they suddenly erupted, it was like a volcano erupting. The various negative emotions that had accumulated in the bottom of her heart endlessly spread. Big brother, what does she have and what do I have? Even my mother is fake. Mu Rochuan choked with sobs. Chapter 53-52. Even my mother is a fake. You're right, Arbor. Mu Rochuan lowered her head and took a step back. I'm stupid. I didn't even suspect Mother's true identity when she gave me the improved medicine. It wasn't until I saw Xiao Shui that I deeply felt that Mother's attitude toward me was completely different from her attitude toward Xiao Shui, because I've always held onto a sliver of hope. Now that I look like a cripple, perhaps if I listen to my mother, I will be able to win her favor. I've never refuted her. Arbor, do you know? Before you appeared, at least she was still. Mu Rochuan choked with sobs and almost couldn't continue. She still treated me as her daughter. Although she's always been cold and indifferent to me, without much tenderness, at least she wouldn't break my heart like this. She wouldn't make me despair. You won, Arbor. I'm a complete loser. I'm inferior to you. Mu Rochuan laughed and turned to leave in a daze. However, an extremely icy voice entered her ears. You were never my match. Mu Xingqian's heart couldn't help but tremble. He almost couldn't bear to look at Rochuan's expression. He could imagine how despaired and defeated she must be right now. When the little stoic was soft and adorable, it could melt your heart. However, when she was cold-blooded and heartless, it would give birth to an indescribable fear. Mu Rochuan's departing figure staggered slightly before she suddenly left in large strides while laughing maniacally. Yes, how ironic. The imaginary enemy she wholeheartedly thought of didn't care about her at all. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Mu Rochuan practically covered her face and fled in defeat. She didn't dare to look back, let alone glance at the people behind her. Arbor, this cold-hearted and emotionless woman, knew how to destroy a person's willpower with one sentence. Mu Xingqian stood there in a daze and watched Mu Rochuan's fleeing figure. He let out a long sigh. Jojo, what do you think will happen to Rochuan in the end? Her body already shows signs of crumbling and turning into a corpse. This means that she hasn't changed for the better, Arbor said indifferently. Her expression was extremely ice-cold. It was as if there was simply no relationship between her and Mu Rochuan. In the end, there are only two outcomes. First, if the modification was successful, it would become a perfect walking corpse. The best result might be that it would have its own thoughts. Secondly, the improvement would fail completely. Her physical body would collapse and turn into a pile of mud. Mu Xingqian's body trembled, and his voice trembled slightly. Can we help her, Jojo? Arbor glanced at her elder brother and sighed softly. Instead of answering, he asked, Elder brother, do you think Mu Rochuan will accept my help? If Mu Rochuan wanted to save herself, she would naturally ask Mu Xingqian for help. But she didn't do that. It was obvious that Mu Rochuan didn't think that she needed to be treated. Arbor wasn't born with the halo of a Virgin Mary. She didn't have to save everyone she saw since Mu Rochuan had asked Big Brother for help. She naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. But if the other party didn't ask, she wouldn't necessarily be willing to meddle in other people's business. The little stoic's question dumbstruck Mu Xingqian. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak. That's right. How could Rochuan accept Jojo's help with her arrogant personality? Chapter 53-53. Back then, when Rochuan was struck by lightning, she refused Jojo's help no matter what and treated Jojo rudely. The scene was still vivid in his mind. One could imagine how much Rochuan hated Jojo in her heart. With her pride and loftiness, it was impossible for her to beg Jojo, even if this plea could save her life and perhaps give her a new life. After all, After Mr. Su of Beiwang Valley met up with Fairy Huang, he and the others, the research and development of the antidote had entered a rapid development stage. After a period of experimentation and final research, they should be able to successfully develop a solution that could overcome or save her. But the premise of all this was that Rochuan had to speak up and say that she wanted to break away from the heavenly fate and detoxify herself. Otherwise, with his understanding of his sister, Mu Xingchen knew that his sister would never take the initiative to help and insist on chasing after Rochuan, begging to detoxify her. However, Rochuan was unwilling to speak up. If Mu Xingchen glanced at Arbor hesitantly, Mo Lien frowned slightly, took Arbor's little hand, and walked out of the courtyard. With a cold expression, he said, "Big brother, you'd better think carefully. Are you going to ruin your good relationship with others for the sake of an ignorant woman?" Mu Xingchen was speechless. Brother-in-law's words were almost a threat. In other words, if he spoke up, brother-in-law might be the first to break off relations with him. Mu Xingchen was a little distressed. He knew that he was indeed being a little too forceful. How could his sister take the initiative to say that she wanted to treat Rochuan brother-in-law, could not bear to let her compromise like this? Moreover, Rochuan might not necessarily accept his sister's kindness. But how could he bear to watch Rochuan walk step by step into the abyss of death? Thump! A small winter date, separated by the courtyard wall, suddenly fell on his head. Mu Xingchen looked up and saw Sikong Fuling half hanging on the wall, suddenly smiling brightly at him. Mu Xingchen leaped and landed on the wall, asking with a puzzled expression, "Why are you here? Would you believe me if I said that I'm here to watch the show?" Mu Xingchen's expression was indifferent. Miss Sikong came all the way from the River of Forgetfulness to Dragonflame City to watch the show. Looks like he's really free. Please forgive me for not keeping you company. Hey! Sikong Fuling tilted her head and grumpily yelled at him. "You are such a boring person. Are you going to leave without even saying a word? You finally know that I came all the way here. As the host, shouldn't you take good care of your guest? There is little common ground between people of different paths," Mu Xingchen said indifferently. "Miss Sikong, I advise you to return where you came from. Don't cause trouble in the city. Who knows what my sister would do if she saw you?" Sikong Fuling stomped her feet in exasperation and shouted at Mu Xingchen's back. "The little stoic also has to be reasonable. I only came to the imperial capital of the Divine Prefecture for a stroll. Could it be that this stoic face will eat me up?" Mu Xingchen ignored her and walked out of the door. Sikong Fuling crouched on the wall, stomping her feet in anger. The Mu family siblings were both quite abominable. Both of them could make someone stomp their feet in anger with less than 3 sentences. Sikong Fuling stared at his back and muttered, "He's really heartless enough." Chapter 53-54. You were too fierce to eldest brother just now. You rebuked him until he couldn't say anything. The little stoic tugged at Mo Lien's hand and pursed her lips at him in displeasure. Then look at him. He's so indecisive and hesitant. After eldest, Miss Mu pretended to be pitiful. It looks like he's about to switch sides immediately. Mo Lien was furious. I directly interrupted him to prevent him from saying anything that would cause you to be mistreated. Simply baffling. Eldest brother sometimes looks like a rather astute person, but sometimes he looks especially muddle-headed. He even planned to beg you to go over and treat Miss Mu. Our crown princess isn't a medical lady who saves this and that and saves just anyone. What does it have to do with us when other people are bent on seeking death? Your eldest brother is really... The little stoic listened as this man prattled on and on about Big Brother this and Big Brother that, thoroughly dissing Big Brother. She found it funny for a moment, but she also couldn't help but feel touched. Jojo's Lotus always stood by Jojo's side out of habit and rebuked anyone who didn't treat her well. This kind of unreserved trust allowed her to do anything without the slightest apprehension. The little stoic pursed her lips and squeezed his palm with her soft hand. Don't be angry. Eldest brother, he has a simple and honest personality. He naturally couldn't bear to see Mu Rochuan in such a miserable state. I understand eldest brother's thinking. In the end, She's still his younger sister. If he could help her, he would definitely spare no effort to help her. Prince Mo's handsome face was taut, but he still can't push you out and compromise. The little stoic reached out and pinched his chin with all her might. She looked at him with curved eyes. I've never been someone who would suffer grievances. Mu Rochuan herself didn't even want to turn back. So how could I possibly drag her back? My relationship with her isn't that good. Besides, my dead mother is still between us. In the end, she's still Mu Qingya's daughter. Her mother and I have a blood feud. Although everything has come to an end with Mu Qingya's death, the grudges between people are not so easy to end. Besides, Mu Rochuan herself doesn't wish for us to drag her down. Let her be. Emol Yin gave a MHM and said with a nod, It's great that you can think this way. I was so worried about you. In order to give eldest brother face, you had to sacrifice yourself to do something that you were unwilling to do. The little stoic grinned. I'm not that stupid. She looked tired and stretched out her hand to yawn. I'm still pregnant. I don't have that much energy. Emol Yin's eyes lit up. He quickly stretched out his arms and pulled his wife into his arms. Wife, I'll carry you back. You can rest along the way. If you want to sleep, you can lean on me and sleep for a while. The little stoic glared at him. If you openly carry me through the city gates, gossip will spread again tomorrow. Emol Yin lowered his head and pecked her. If anyone dares to be long-winded, I'll have Yuba lead people to cut off those tongues. Arbor was both helpless and amused. She pinched his sleeve. Hubby. She yawned again and leaned into his arms. Then I'll sleep first. Sleep. We'll be home soon. The little stoic mumbled and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Right now, it was like someone had set her time. When it was time, no matter where she was, she could fall asleep while standing. It was just this miraculous. Chapter 53-55. The next morning, Arbor was woken up by the clamor in the court. She looked up at the bed veil and then at the brilliant sunlight shining in through the window. Presumably, it was already noon. Recently, her drowsiness had become more and more serious, but every time she checked her pulse, there was nothing wrong with it. Not only was there nothing wrong with it, but her body was as healthy as a calf. She took a body-strengthening pill every 3 days, and the royal physicians lined up to check her pulse 3 times in the morning, noon, and night. She was healthy every time, so healthy that it made everyone envious. But it was this perfectly healthy body that was incredibly drowsy every day, especially during this period of time. She would fall asleep at the appointed time. She had to sleep at the appointed time every night and would only wake up at the appointed time every day. When she was awake, she was as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger, and she could beat a cow to death even if they were separated by a mountain. But when it was time for the afternoon, she had to sleep again at the appointed time. When it was time for the afternoon, she would get up to move around and have a meal. When it was time for the evening, she would crawl into bed and sleep soundly. It was such a comical cycle. Sir Jojo did some calculations for himself. Excluding the time needed to eat and wash up, she would probably only be awake for 2 hours in the afternoon. No wonder all the royal maids and eunuchs around him were so nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. It was truly because their crown princess had slept for too long. However, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had always doted on the crown princess, wasn't that nervous this time. He merely glanced at his wife's stomach with an indescribable gaze every time. Arbor shuffled off the bed. When she looked up, she saw Saishio push open the door and enter, hastily running toward her. Crown Princess, why did you come down by yourself? Sir Jojo expressionlessly stroked her stomach and bounced lightly. Don't look at how big my stomach is. In fact, my body is as light as a swallow right now, and I can even carry the wind with me when I walk. Saishio silently lowered her head, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched. However, her movements weren't slow, and she had already gone up to support the young Crown Princess. Crown Princess, let this servant help you to wash up. The little stoic feigned indifference and asked, Why is it so noisy outside? Kaishio pursed her lips and smiled. His Highness the Crown Prince has brought Master, Madam, Second Master, and Second Madam's family to the Eastern Palace. What your highness means is that it will be the new year soon. Your body is getting heavier by the day, so it's not convenient for you to come and go. Why don't you bring everyone over and stay in the palace to celebrate the new year together? The little stoic's eyes brightened, but her expression remained haughty and delicate as she quietly muttered, "He's the only one who's meddlesome." Kaichi walked over and heard these words. She quickly held back her laughter and said, "When this servant came over just now, I saw Miss Lin pulling a few palace maids and playing with the teapot. Miss Lin must have achieved a complete victory." The little stoic uttered an "oh" and put on a small, "I'm not too interested" expression, but her feet involuntarily walked towards the door. Kaishio hurriedly smiled and pulled her. "Crown Princess, please let this servant do your hair before going out." "MHM, MHM." Kaichi also said, "You still have to change your clothes." Only then did the little stoic realize that in her happiness, she wanted to rent out her uncombed hair and clothes just like that. Hence, this fellow resentfully stopped and nodded, saying in deadly earnest, "Bring that red one over." The crown princess really had a lot of red battle clothes. Because her stomach had gotten big recently, she had the manufacturing department rush out a batch of new clothes. Chapter 53-56. Holding back her laughter, Saichi took out a red dress of the latest design for her and quickly walked to her side. After the little crown princess finished washing up and putting on her clothes, she subconsciously reached out to stroke her round belly and asked in all seriousness, "Saishio, do you feel that my entire body is emitting heat recently? Especially around my belly, it seems like heat waves are rolling in." Sometimes, when she touched it herself, she could feel that her belly was a little hot. It was simply a little comical. The corner of Saishio's mouth twitched, and she calmly nodded. "That's right. But Crown Princess, your belly doesn't allow others to get close. Whenever someone wants to touch it, they will be shaken away. Cough. That's why we don't feel the heat waves from afar." She was pregnant, and so was the Crown Princess. But why did they feel that the Crown Princess's pregnancy was so strange and miraculous? The little Crown Princess nodded and lightly patted her belly. She muttered to herself, "Child, you have to be good. Don't be like your father. Your father tormented his mother badly back then. You can't be like him." Saishio and Saichi held back their laughter and looked at each other. Then they followed the nagging Crown Princess and walked out. Just as they left the bedchamber, they saw Wei Ziqin and Auntie Ren walking over together. When the two saw her, they smiled happily and hurried over to ask, "Jojo, when did you wake up? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? The imperial physicians have been waiting outside for a long time. Why don't you call them in?" Ren hurriedly said. Arbor thought for a moment and nodded. Those old grandpas didn't have it easy. They were arranged here by His Majesty and the Empress, and they had to treat her 3 meals a day. The psychological pressure of being on tenterhooks must be very great. The sooner they finished their treatment, the sooner they could calm their restless hearts and arrange for them to return to their rooms to rest. Not long after, 7 or 8 old physicians walked in and took the little crown princess's pulse as usual. A head imperial physician with the surname Zhang said, "The crown princess's pulse is stable and healthy." But Wei Ziqin's heart skipped a beat when she heard the old imperial physician's words. She asked nervously, "But what?" Old imperial physician Zhang hurriedly said, "Madam Qiao, there is no need to worry. I just think that the crown princess's hypersomnia is a little serious." Now, the crown princess was awake for no more than 6 hours a day. She slept for a total of 16 to 18 hours a day. The imperial physicians felt that something was wrong, and they were panicking. He was just worried that something would happen to this golden nugget. If that happened, even the 9 generations of his family would be implicated. The little crown princess gave them a kind smile. But this strange smile, in the eyes of the imperial physicians, felt that the little crown princess was giving them a very serious and cold smile. The hearts of the old physicians could not help but tremble. The little stoic said to the elderly physicians, "You don't need to worry. I know my body very well. There's nothing wrong with it. All right, you can all go back and rest first." Wei Ziqin watched as the 2 eunuchs sent the physicians back. She looked at Arbor with deep worry. "Jojo, You can't hide anything from Mom. Mom, I'm not hiding anything from you. Arbor looked at his mother helplessly. It's really nothing, Mom. How about I demonstrate a sword technique for you to see? Wei Ziqin and Rin Madam quickly pounced over to pull her back. Chapter 53-57. The two of them hurriedly cried out, Don't. Good child, sit down. Just sit down. What's swordplay? Don't scare people. Arbor was rather helpless, but he still obeyed and sat down with the help of his sisters-in-law. Wei Ziqin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her daughter worriedly. She couldn't help but turn her head and wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Madame Rin saw this and hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. Mother, Shaolin, suddenly jumped in front of the three of them and tilted her head to look at the red marks under Wei Ziqin's eyes. What's wrong, Mother? Why are your eyes red? No, nothing. Wei Ziqin hurriedly waved her hand. Madame Rin smiled and pulled Shaolin to Arbor's side. She stroked Shaolin-er's little head and said, Lina, sit here with sister and talk for a while. Your mother and I will go to the kitchen to get lunch. Your mother personally cooked today and specially made braised fish and silver thread tofu soup. You guys are in for a treat. Arbor couldn't help but feel helpless. Second aunt, just get 2 palace maids to get it. No need. They don't know which dishes were made by your mother. Madame Rin said with a smile. They'll be back in a while. Just wait. Madame Rin hurriedly pulled Wei Ziqin away and walked around the flowering trees in the courtyard. After walking a little further, she said, Sister-in-law, don't cry. If the child sees you, I'm afraid she'll be nervous too. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but tear up. But Jojo's belly changes every day. It's like it's growing crazily. It looks too big now. She's such a young child, and this is her first child. How can she bear it? In Wei Ziqin's view, her daughter was still a child, but now she had to suffer so much. With such a big belly, her daughter must be putting on an act in front of them every time. She only made it sound easy, but in reality, she must be suffering a lot. Jojo, this child, is always like this. She refuses to tell us everything and only bears it silently. Wei Ziqin's eyes reddened as she choked with sobs. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Our family's Xiao has always been a blessed child. Nothing will happen to her. Besides, the Emperor and the Empress had also sent many experienced old nannies over. He even hired 5 midwives. With us by her side, Jojo and his mother will be safe. Wei Ziqin replied in a nasal voice and nodded heavily. After the two of them hurriedly left, Emollien's slender figure appeared under a flowering tree. She silently looked at the backs of Wei Ziqin and Rin Shi as they left. Her hands under her sleeves were clenched into fists. Arbor suddenly realized that her husband seemed to be getting more and more bored. She didn't know if it was because the imperial court had started to take a break, but this fellow had nothing to do all day long. He hung around her all day long, and even wanted to pass a cup of tea to her mouth. He didn't even let her hold a book. Reading books is harmful to your eyes and your body. Let's wait until after you give birth and have some free time to read. This fellow didn't know if he was possessed, but he kept spouting nonsense every day. She had already told him that her body was fine, but this fellow was still suspicious. He kept thinking that she was pretending to be relaxed and at ease. It's because your husband is incompetent. I'm not as attentive as mother and second aunt. I neglected you a lot in the past. Last night, this fellow had held her hand with a serious expression and said, Don't worry until you give birth to the child. Your husband will always be by your side to accompany you and take care of you. Why are you looking at your husband like that? Chapter 53-58. This guy kissed her and completely ignored her sullen expression. He said to himself, Wifey, you must be very happy. Your husband will definitely keep an eye on you day and night. Arbor really wanted to slap him until he fainted. She didn't know what went wrong, but her husband suddenly changed. She wanted to say that she really didn't need someone to keep an eye on her. She swore that she could kill a dragon from a distance right now. There was nothing wrong with her body. Her body was as light as a swallow, and she didn't feel bloated and powerless like a pregnant woman in the later stages of pregnancy. Why didn't her husband understand human language? Husband, you don't have to keep accompanying me. Xiao Mian's face was expressionless as she said mercilessly, "You can go do whatever you need to do." This man was simply too annoying. It wasn't like her hands were crippled. He even wanted to deprive her of the joy of peeling oranges. So annoying. Just looking at his handsome face was enough for Lord Jojo. Mo Lien blinked and watched in confusion as his wife slammed the palace door shut, shutting him outside. Buffed. Huh. A mocking laugh came from behind. Mo Lien didn't need to turn around to know who dared to arrogantly mock the crown prince. Rotten peach blossoms. Are you itching for a beating? Mo Lien gritted her teeth. Hu Shurchin shook the wine pot with one hand and said with a smile, "Jojo already dislikes you so much. I advise you not to be an eyesore." Mo Lien was about to retort when a palace servant hurriedly came to report that Her Majesty the Empress had arrived. Bai Wuxia came to see his daughter-in-law with a carriage full of tonics. After a few words, he stared at his daughter-in-law's stomach with worry. Later, the emperor bestowed a lot of things and sent several experienced nannies over. The group of people was nervous, causing the entire Eastern Palace to be jittery. That night, Prince Mo ran back to his bedchamber with his face covered in dirt. He repeatedly complained to his wife that he had been summoned by Imperial Mother and severely scolded. Arbor was baffled. "Why is Mother scolding you all of a sudden?" "Imperial Mother scolded your husband for being unreliable, saying that I didn't stay by your side to take good care of you, saying that your belly is already so big. I still wander around outside all day long. Don't you see me staying in the bedroom and not leaving the house at all? I'm considerate in accompanying you." Arbor couldn't help but laugh. "Husband, you know I'm fine. Since when have you been so gullible? After what my mother and second aunt said, even you think that my belly is abnormally big and that it will be difficult for me to give birth." Mo Lien gazed at her with a profound gaze, and he reflexively grasped her hand as he stammered, I really am a bit worried." Arbor looked at him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Don't be so nervous with them, okay? Look, it's your nonchalant attitude that makes people panic." Mo Lien suddenly reached out to hug her and pressed her forehead against hers. He said unhappily, "You always look like you're the one holding up the sky, even if it falls down. I can help you with everything else, but this matter, I really can't help you at all." Arbor really couldn't control her laughter. She laughed at him and teased, "Why don't we use the soul-swapping talisman? And you help me give birth." Mo Lien looked at his wife with a dumbfounded expression. This wife. Why is she so outstanding and different from the rest? Chapter 53-59. Prince Mo looked at his wife in a daze. He blinked his eyes and looked at her with a sullen expression. In the end, he made up his mind and nodded pitifully. Wife, then hurry up and do it." Arbor looked at him, who looked like he was going to sacrifice himself. His lips were pursed into a straight line, and his handsome face was tense. He even closed his eyes in fear. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, her eyes became watery as she reached out to hold his face and took the initiative to bite his lips. "I say, are you stupid? I'm just joking with you. You want to replace me, but my baby won't agree." She was already pregnant to this extent. How could she run away and become a deserter? Besides, how could she bear to let her husband, a man, suffer like this? "What right do you have to deprive me of the joy of being a mother?" Lord Jojo glared at her and snorted. "You're really a fool." Mo Lien abruptly opened his eyes, which were suffused with a gentle light as he stared straight at her. Arbor lowered her head and touched her belly. "Do you know? I'm looking forward to the birth of this child. I'm looking forward to being able to hold the baby's hand and travel around the 3 states as a family." "Wife." Mo Lien reached out to hug her excitedly. But now that her belly was getting bigger, he was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Lord Jojo was amused and annoyed at the same time. "Belly. Mo Lien hugged her with a big belly between them. "Jojo, you're so nice. If Arbor had a tail, she would be in heaven right now." She shook her head and patted the back of his hand. Let go. I'm very tired these days. I don't even have the energy to care about Wu Shuang and Xuan Xuan's marriage. You have to be more concerned." "Wife." Mo Yin hugged her. Everyone else is fine. I'm just worried about your belly. I already said that I'm fine. Xiao Mu cast him a sidelong glance. You're normally very calm, so why are you blindly getting nervous when they get nervous? Me too. It's so big that it's ridiculous. Mo Yin stammered. If you feel unwell, you must remember to tell me immediately. Got it? I know. Arbor rubbed his belly and asked on a whim, Jojo's Lotus, do you think my baby is practicing martial arts in my belly? The corners of Mo Yin's mouth twitched as she nodded seriously. That's very likely. Perhaps our baby's innate talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. Xiao Mu glanced at him before suddenly bursting into laughter. Why are you so shameless and smug? I was just casually asking, and you went with the flow to compliment me. You're so funny. Mo Yin rolled his eyes inwardly. You didn't believe me. I suspect that our baby is making you sleepy because he needs to practice martial arts. Husband, let me tell you a joke. Mo Yin, his wife, had become much more lively recently. She would laugh at him from time to time. Not only did she daze him, she was even telling him jokes now. Crown Prince Mo's heart was brimming with incomparable excitement. It really wasn't a waste of his care all these years. His wifey had finally been enlightened. Wife, tell me, your husband is listening. Mo Yin nodded. Chapter 5360. Husband, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I'm about to level up again. Mo Yin was speechless. It seems like my divine senses are about to level up too. I feel like I haven't been cultivating properly recently. After I got pregnant, I rarely went to the star sector. Why am I leveling up again? Sir Jojo was perplexed. Husband, do you think other pregnant women are like this too? Mo Yin looked serious. Wife, I don't think anyone is like you. You're a special case. Why don't you guess, husband? I guess baby Mo is doing something in your stomach. Xiao Mu was startled, and then she carefully recalled it before coming to a realization. Hubby, I must agree with your view. Husband, when you look at me, do you see any strange movements in my stomach? The two mumbled as they walked towards the bed. The two maidservants, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi, stifled a belly full of laughter. They quickly followed, put down the gold-threaded curtain, and quietly retreated out of the door. In the following days, everyone was quite busy. Third Fu Wushuang and Qi Xianxian, the two newlyweds, successfully got married and completed an important event in their lives. They heard that Third Fu's stepmother, Madame Bao, fainted from anger because Third Young Master Fu was promoted to the youngest first-rank guardian general. The courtiers knew that His Majesty was already preparing for the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne. He was promoting a group of young talents, and they would become the new emperor's trusted aides in the future. Because Sir Jojo was seriously ill, His Majesty specially allowed him not to attend the New Year's banquet. Right now, Crown Prince Mo was guarding his wife at all times. Wherever his wife was, he would be there. On New Year's Eve, many fireworks were set off after the banquet to celebrate. His Majesty was probably in a good mood. This was the first time the Empress spent the new year with him after she woke up. Arbor was in a good mood today. She stayed up with her family. Xiao Sun had already come out of seclusion 2 days ago. Looking at the lively scene in the courtyard, he couldn't help but feel emotional. I remember that everyone hasn't gathered together for a long time. Let's celebrate the new year together. Jolin smiled and nodded. Yes. Ever since elder sister left home to study at the Holy Water sect, she rarely spent New Year's with them. After that, they went to the 6 prefectures and then to the Divine Land. They thought that their sister would be further and further away from their family. Unexpectedly, as long as the hearts of family members were connected, they would not be separated no matter where they went. It's coming, it's coming. The hot dumplings are here. Qi Xianxian smiled and called out to her companions, helping them to take over the plates that the little palace maids were busy handing over. There are all kinds of fillings. Help yourself. Everyone held their bowls and eagerly lined up to get dumplings. They shouted, I don't want the sauce, I want it, 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 I want it. As Xiao Mu and Mo Lien sat under the lantern light, they would occasionally raise their heads to glance at the rowdy crowd. The man's fingers were long and slender as he peeled pine nuts with his head lowered. The woman expressionlessly reached out her small paw from time to take the pine nuts he had peeled from his palm. In the eyes of the crowd, the two of them looked like an old married couple, sitting there calmly, one peeling pine nuts, the other eating pine nuts, the other peeling pine nuts, the other eating pine nuts, the appearance of leisure and peace. Emollion suddenly clapped his hands and took out a jade messenger talisman from his bosom. Chapter 5361. Sir Jojo didn't even look up as he coolly asked, "What are you saying, Duan Yu?" Emollion was taken aback. He glanced at his wife and coughed lightly. How about, wife? You take a look for yourself." The little stoic extended a claw without hesitation. Emollion speechlessly placed the communication jade talisman in her palm. Arbor inspected it and harumphed. "Oh, you two are in contact quite frequently." Emollion speechlessly twitched her mouth before saying with an embarrassed chuckle, "It's usually him contacting me, and him contacting me." Jojo's Lien, Duan Yu said he dug up a lot of holy stone ores. Arbor's eyes lit up, and she said, "Oh, right. Didn't you say that Hui Feng, Venerable Immortal Jin, Zhao Sheng, Liang Yi, and the others will return after the new year? How many holy stone ores did they dig up compared to Duan Yu's?" Emollion grumpily retorted, "How could that be the same? Duan Yu, that guy, sent many people to dig. There aren't many people left at Huifeng's place, so the progress won't be that fast. Moreover, they also spent a lot of time dispelling the array that Forefather Chao Yang left behind. Forefather Chao Yang was truly too deceitful. Thankfully, Venerable Immortal Jin and the other three transcending divinity realms were left there. Otherwise, Hui Feng and his bunch of weaklings might not be able to escort a portion of the ores back so smoothly." Arbor pursed her lips. "In other words, you're not as reliable as Duan Yu." "Wife, what did you say?" Emollion dangerously narrowed her eyes. Arbor quickly shut her mouth and continued to look down at his communication jade talisman. "Hubby, Duan Yu said he'll come to visit us after the new year." Emollion harumphed, both agreeing and disagreeing. "Last time, he gave a piece of jade, but I don't know what it's for. That jade doesn't look like an ordinary item. It can't be something like a token, right?" Arbor asked curiously. "Well, quite likes this jade. When I held it, baby seemed to be happy for a while, and my stomach felt warm." The corners of Emolion's mouth twitched. She thought to herself, "This is not good. Why does it seem like this child doesn't reject anyone? What if he was cheated by someone with a piece of candy? What's so funny about a piece of broken jade? I'll give you 10,000 pieces of jade later. Every piece is more exquisite and beautiful than this." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. "What do I need so much jade for? You can cut me some blank jade pieces and keep them for emergencies. His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty has arrived." Everyone hurriedly stood up upon hearing this, but Celestial Empress and Celestial Empress had already walked in hand like a gust of wind. Emollion laughed heartily and said, all right, don't be in a hurry to salute." The family was staying up late to celebrate the new year, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Sit down, eat, drink, and do whatever you need to do. Mother is here to see Jojo," Bai Wuxia said to the crown prince with a smile. "The royal physicians have been nagging that she'll probably give birth in these few days. Crown prince, you have to stay by your wife's side these few days and pay attention." "Mother, I don't need you to remind me." Emollion huffed. "I've always been careful and cautious." Okay, I know you're careful. It's just that mother is worried." Bai Wuxia turned around and quickly pulled Wei Ziqin to say with a smile, "In-law, don't be busy. Come sit down. Today, we'll have a lively meal of dumplings. Everyone present is family, so there's no need to be restrained." Chapter 5362. Quick, bring 2 sets of clean bowls and chopsticks for His Majesty and her ladyship." Wei Ziqin hurriedly called out to the palace maids shuttling back and forth with a smile. Immediately, a nimble palace maid stepped forward and bowed to prepare clean cutlery for the emperor and empress before retreating. The emperor said happily, "Eating with a bunch of old things just now was tasteless. It's definitely better to eat some salted vegetables with shortbread when I'm with my family. It's not bad either." Everyone was flattered. At first, they were still a little restrained, but when they realized that the emperor and empress were approachable and didn't put on any airs, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Not long after, a servant came to report that Prince Kong and the Princess Consort had arrived. Everyone hurriedly went to welcome them and brought the prince and princess consort in to eat some dumplings together. Later, someone brought out wine, and the group of people drank while reciting poems. Inexplicably, several people got drunk. Second uncle was the first to fall. Without exception, the emperor and Prince Kong chatted as they drank. Mo Yin saw the hustle and bustle below, so he simply hid on the roof with his wife in his arms. The two of them looked up at the starry sky and saw that tonight's starry sky was full of brilliant stars. Then they looked down at the group of people who had long fallen into unconsciousness and couldn't help but look at each other speechlessly. I hope that everyone is safe and sound. It would be great if we could celebrate the new year together every year in the future. Sir Jojo muttered thoughtfully in a low voice. As long as you want, it will definitely be possible. Mo Yin held his wife's small hand and said with a smile, "This husband promises you that every new year in the future, even if they are scattered all over the world, this husband will order people to pack them up one by one and bring them to us to celebrate the new year together." Arbor's eyes widened as she looked at her husband, who had a serious expression and was swearing a vow. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. You are too cheating. Don't worry. This husband believes that I have the right to do so." Mo Yin rubbed his wife's small hand and leaned closer to her mysteriously. "I see that the old man is secretly making arrangements. I reckon that he wants to quit his duties at the beginning of the new year and toss the throne to this husband." Arbor was secretly amused. She reached out to hold his large hand and looked at him seriously. "Husband, no matter where you go, I'll go with you. Do whatever you want. If there's an official who is disrespectful to you in the future, I'll beat him until he's convinced." Mo Yin's eyes brightened, and he immediately revealed an aggrieved expression. He leaned his head against Xiao Mu and nodded rascally. "Wife, then you have to protect hubby well." Xiao Mu nodded vigorously. "I will, hubby." Mo Yin couldn't resist beaming brightly when he saw her serious expression. Out of nowhere, a wine glass came flying at his head. He turned his head sideways to avoid it and glared over. He saw a rotten peach blossom dressed in red, incomparably flirtatious, leaning lazily on the opposite eaves, holding a wine pot and shaking it at him. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The starlight that filled the sky blended together with the hustle and bustle of this moment. Arbor's heart was filled with joy. Early the next morning, all the core higher-ups in the 3 provinces received a piece of important news. A large number of eagle mutants and corpse puppets of the Sky Fate organization were rushing to the small country of Qing province, which was adjacent to Tsang province. In less than 2 hours, they broke through Qing province with the power of thunder and killed the king of Qing province at the city gate. Chapter 5363. The situation became tense all of a sudden. The emperor had summoned the crown prince and the courtiers early in the morning. They had been extremely busy since the first day of the Lunar New Year and had been discussing for the entire day. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the imperial court had issued various prohibitions and measures. Mo Yin basically handed over everything to Third Fu and the others, while he himself stayed by his wifey's side and accompanied her obediently without setting a foot outside. The pitiful third young master, who had just been married, had been as busy as a spinning top these days. Arbor and Mo Yin, this unscrupulous couple, had become the most free couple in the entire 3 states. Since Xiao Xiao was addicted to sleeping all day long, Mo Yin would sleep with her. Occasionally, she would get up and walk around, and Prince Mo would follow closely. The two of them spent 24 hours a day together, and after 3 days, Arbor could not help but roll her eyes at him. "The situation outside is so tense," as the crown prince. "Don't you have anything else to do?" "No." Mo Yin was picking at the prawn meat with his head lowered. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, he hurriedly raised his head to glance at his wife and gave her a roguish smile. "Xiao Xiao, your husband has only been by your side for 3 days, and you're already tired of it? You're a little annoying, Arbor criticized inwardly. She pursed her lips. Don't you have to share some of father's burdens these days? No need. Prince Imo hurriedly dragged the stool towards his wife and wrapped his arms around her waist. Jojo, I have received father's verbal instructions. I don't have to worry about anything during this period and can just stay by your side. Actually, I am not that delicate. Arbor shook her head speechlessly. With my current body, I can go up the mountain and hunt a few tigers, wolves, and leopards without any problem. However, in the middle of the night, Jojo, who was going up the mountain to hunt tigers, wolves, and leopards, suddenly opened her eyes. She tried to move herself into the star region, but felt no reaction. However, her mental connection with Chiyo still existed, and she heard Chiyo shouting in her mental domain. Master Silver, you've really hit the jackpot. What? It seems like our star field is about to be promoted. My heavens, Master, what's going on? Chiyo really didn't expect this. The last fragment hasn't been found yet, and this star domain is about to advance into a saint domain. Ha ha ha! Master Silver, your luck today is excellent. Why don't you go out and take a stroll? Who knows, you might be able to pick up a treasure or a mine or something. Ha ha ha! Arbor couldn't help but be speechless. He couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation with this crazy sapling. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Xiaomu opened her eyes, Imo Lien, who was sleeping beside her, abruptly woke up with a start. He quickly turned his head to look at her. Xiao, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Arbor shook his head with a strange expression. I think I'm about to give birth. Imo Lien's drowsiness promptly vanished, and he shot up from the bed. He hastily waved his hand to light up a row of lamps. As he hastily put on his clothes, he shouted outside, Quick! Someone come quickly! Go and call the midwives and mamas over. Let the imperial physicians wait outside. Don't be nervous. Actually, I don't feel much. Arbor helplessly tugged at his sleeve. Looking at him, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. His expression was also very serious. She also didn't know how to persuade him to relax. This was actually very mysterious. She suddenly woke up in the middle of the night because she felt that she was about to give birth. But in reality, her feelings weren't as strong as those of a typical pregnant woman. Chapter 53-64. It was funny to say that she didn't feel much pain at all. At first, he thought that it was because he was better at enduring pain. Later, he realized that it really didn't hurt. His entire body was fine. She didn't scream in pain like other pregnant women. Sir Jojo was rather calm. When the experienced nannies and midwives rushed in, they thought that they had entered the wrong bedroom. Her Excellency the Crown Prince Consort was quietly lying there, looking at them with her large, clear eyes. She seemed to be in good spirits. The midwives went forward to check. They nodded and hurriedly asked Prince Imo to leave. Imo Lien dawdled at first, unwilling to go out. Then, the Empress, who had rushed over, yelled at her in public. She then ran out dejectedly. Arbor only felt that it was a little funny. She didn't feel anything else. She just felt that the words that her mother shouted at the Crown Prince just now sounded a little funny. Look at your pale face. If I didn't know better, I would think that you're about to give birth. Jojo is fine, but I see that you're about to faint. Don't continue to cause trouble here. Hurry and get out. The Crown Prince stumbled out in a daze. He almost knocked his head on the door frame. Wei Ziqin found it funny and distressing. She hurriedly asked people to help him to the side to rest. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the bedroom door, he heard a loud and clear cry. It almost exploded the night sky. Wei Ziqin and her husband, who had rushed over worriedly, silently exchanged glances with Second Aunt Run and Second Uncle's family, before turning their heads to look at the brightly lit bedchamber with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. Could it be that they were hallucinating? Why did it seem like they heard a baby crying? But how could a baby be born so quickly? The Crown Prince had just been chased out of the bedroom. Before he could calm down, the sound of a baby crying came from inside. Didn't the nannies go in less than 15 minutes ago? No matter how confused the group of people outside the room was, they couldn't be more confused than the people inside the room. The midwives were all stunned. For a moment, they were a little silly. It was the Empress's two personal nannies who reacted first and scolded loudly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get to work." Only then did the midwives and old nannies come back to their senses and are about to go forward to check. Then, they were knocked back a few steps by a powerful halo and fell to the ground one after another. The Empress looked over in shock. There was a faint halo floating on the baby's body, and it was slowly retracting back into the baby's skin. In less than a second, a small ball of something was curled up there, naked and moving its limbs randomly. Arbor cut the umbilical cord and carried the restless baby over. Sir Jojo turned the baby over expressionlessly. He blinked and looked at the Empress, who was standing at the side in a daze. "Mother, it's not a girl. How is this possible?" Before she was born, all the signs indicated that she was a little girl who loved to eat. She especially resembled her husband. At this moment, the Empress was looking at her daughter-in-law as if she was looking at a god. When her daughter-in-law said that everything is fine and there are no problems, she was indeed not casually comforting the old mothers. Every word Jojo said was true. Looking at this natural birth, it could be said that it was smooth in just a few minutes. It really couldn't be better. Chapter 5365. The Empress stared blankly for a long while before excitedly walking forward. "Quick, quick! Help the Crown Princess and the child wash their bodies. What are you all standing there for?" The mamas grimaced as they supported their old waists and crawled up from the ground with lingering fear. They stammered, It's not that we old servants aren't willing. Rather, it seems like we can't get close to the Crown Princess." Arbor stroked baby Mo's bare back and handed the child over. A midwife braced herself and reached out to receive the child. It was only after she touched the child's soft body that she breathed a sigh of relief. The mamas hastily carried the child to the side and lightly wiped him down. Then, they quickly wrapped the baby in a small blanket that they had prepared beforehand. Just as they finished doing all this, His Highness the Crown Prince swiftly kicked open the palace door. Everyone saw Crown Prince Immo dashing inside and pouncing to the side of the bed, which gave everyone a fright. Outside, Wei Ziqin and the other women were also quite frightened. Everyone hastily rushed over to close the door, afraid that the cold air that poured in would hit the weak Jojo. Soon after, they caught sight of Jojo, who was sitting upright on the bed and looking at the Crown Prince expressionlessly. The little stoic's eyes were sparkling as she looked at her husband, who was drenched in sweat. She coughed lightly and said, "You might not believe it, but my child came out on his own after I laid down for less than 3 minutes. Everything went very smoothly. I didn't feel any pain." Everyone, the midwives around the child, nodded repeatedly in agreement. They could all testify to this. Just now, they were about to display their remarkable abilities and do their best to help the Crown Princess deliver her child when that child came out. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. It's a beautiful little imperial grandchild." How could Prince Imo listen to these compliments now? He felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had soaked in a chilly lake several times. Ever since Jojo suddenly sat up in the middle of the night and said that she was about to give birth, his mind had been in a daze and his mood had been fluctuating. He held Xiao Xiao's small hand and used a bit of strength to meet her frowning and glaring eyes. He couldn't care less about the people around them. He only cared about holding her hand and kissing it a few times. "Jojo, are you in pain? Are you in so much pain that you woke up?" The Empress simply couldn't bear to look at her retarded son. How did she give birth to such a stupid son? He didn't take what his daughter-in-law said to him to heart. Arbor's little stoic face was taut. He stared at the Crown Prince for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "You're pinching me now. My hand hurts." The Empress, Emollient, hugged her and wanted to cry. She reached out and pulled her into her arms, muttering to herself, "I already said that I'll exchange with you. Look, you're so tired." Arbor glanced at the Empress from the corner of her eyes. The Empress looked helpless and could only secretly exchange a look with her daughter-in-law. This Empress gave birth to a retarded child. Hubby, to tell you the truth, I could get off the bed and run right now. Xiao Mu pushed his head away in disdain, pushing his large head that was swaying back and forth in front of her further away. Mo Yin looked at her suspiciously. Really? The Empress hurriedly shook her head. No, Jojo. You have to rest well. We have to take care of our bodies. Chapter 5366. Baby Mo, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly wailed and started crying loudly. The Empress hurried forward and reached out to carry her grandson. She beamed as she said, Quick, the in-laws must be waiting anxiously outside. Bring the little imperial grandson out for them to see. Several nannies smiled as they went forward to open the door. Cries of surprise could be heard from outside. Emolian did not even turn his head as he held Jojo's hand and said, Jojo, lie down and sleep for a while, all right? Arbor was actually not that sleepy right now. Instead, she was filled with joy and wanted to carry the little fellow over to take a look. She had already taken a look earlier and only saw that the child's little face was wrinkled. Now, she wanted to take a closer look at him. Mo Lien understood his wife's intentions the best. Seeing her expression, he nodded knowingly and stroked the back of her hand. I'll go and carry him over. He got up and walked to the door. Just as he was about to step out, he heard Jolin shouting outside. Mother, the sky is filled with dark clouds. Is there going to be a storm? That's right. It was fine just now. The sky was filled with stars. Xiao Sen's puzzled voice also sounded. Mo Lien's heart skipped a beat. He quickly glanced at the sky. Fuck, how is this the omen of a violent storm? It's clearly like a heavenly punishment is about to come. Damn, who is he punishing? His wife had painstakingly given birth to a child, and this wretched heaven was blind enough to want to punish her? Prince Mo's phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. A sharp and cold glint filled the depths of his eyes. What's going on? The Empress looked astonished. Her hand that was holding the child unconsciously tightened. Mo Lien reached out to the baby. Imperial Mother, let the people outside find a place to hide first. I'm afraid divine punishment is coming. Divine punishment. The Empress's voice instantly rose by more than half. Her face was seething with anger. Punish you? Mo Lien's hand paused. His hands passed through a layer of defense and carried the child over without hesitation. He looked down at this wrinkled imp before turning to walk towards Xiao Mu's bed. This little rascal was indeed a troublesome little fellow. He was so young, yet he was already able to set up a defensive barrier around him to block his father. Humph, humph. Could it be that this brat wanted to overturn the heavens? His cultivation was only at the 7th or 8th level of the god realm. How could he stand in front of his father? Mo Lien stopped in her tracks, and her eyes widened. Wait, god realm level 7, level 8, level 8, level 8? Mo Lien staggered and almost fell onto the bed. Her pair of pitch-black phoenix eyes stared fixedly at the little fellow in her hands. That wasn't an illusion, was it? He did sense the aura of a deity realm cultivator on the defensive layer. Arbor saw her husband sitting by the bed in a daze with a child in his arms. For a long time, he sat there in a daze with a stiff back. She couldn't help but curiously move forward and turn her head in front of him. What's wrong with you? Mo Lien hugged the infant, who had long stopped crying and had fallen into a deep sleep at some point in time. He turned to look at his wife with a wooden expression. Xiao Xiao, you might not believe me if I tell you. Our child already opened his mystic meridians the moment he was born. Mo Lien paused, then suddenly said, Jojo's cultivation is now at the 8th level of the god realm. Arbor couldn't help but be speechless at her husband's shock. What's wrong? Mo Lien said expressionlessly. Your son inherited all of your cultivation. Divine punishment was coming for this little brat. Chapter 5367. Arbor blinked and glanced at her husband. She reached out to carry the child who was sleeping soundly in his arms and stroked the little fellow's soft cheeks. Hubby, I feel like I'm also about to advance soon, Arbor said nonchalantly and turned to look at the man who was still in a daze. After tilting her head and pondering, Jojo still decided to tell her husband very seriously, I think that the baby is sleeping right now because he's also about to advance soon. Mo Lien, no wonder that heavenly law fellow rushed here in a hurry. This mother and son pair were both evildoers, big and small. Both of them were about to advance soon. One could advance while giving birth to a baby. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. The other was even more heaven-defying and directly broke through to the god realm cultivation upon birth. Even the heavens could not tolerate such a deranged person. With baby Mo like this, what would those elderly people who had been stuck in the same realm for decades and centuries think? She definitely had to send more people to protect her cub later. Otherwise, it would really be very easy for him to be beaten to death on the streets. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Sir Jojo glanced at his silent husband in puzzlement. Something was wrong with her husband. Ever since he started holding the baby, he had been a bit dazed and hadn't completely returned to his senses even now. When he looked at her with his phoenix eyes, he was dazed and sluggish, which felt a bit comical. What's wrong with you? Arbor touched her husband's slightly icy face and hastily said, Hubby, are you very cold? Why is your forehead covered in cold sweat? The little stoic touched his forehead with heartache. Bai Wuxia, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, was seriously about to be defeated by this adorably dumb couple. The corner of her mouth twitched helplessly. She coughed lightly and said, Lien, this child, is probably frightened by your delivery. Xiao Xiao, quickly call him a few more times and call him back. Arbor's eyes brightened, and she hugged baby Mo and snuggled into his arms. Hubby, don't be scared. Look at me, I'm completely fine. Let me tell you something. Giving birth to baby Mo didn't hurt at all. The baby came by himself in the time it took to yawn. Bai Wuxia couldn't bear to listen anymore. On the other hand, the old nannies and midwives at the side nodded their heads in agreement. Little Imperial grandson is truly an extraordinary person. It was born with a silver light. It must be a divine fetus. What's silver light? This old servant saw it very clearly. It was a faint golden light. Yes, it's golden. It's a golden light. Everyone nodded, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. At the same time, the entire sky above Dragon Flame City was instantly enveloped by a layer of enchanting red light. The light radiated in all directions, making it as bright as day, illuminating the entire Dragon Flame City. Many people were startled awake from their sleep. At first, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They thought that the Tianyun sect had sent some monsters to attack them. After all, the news of Tianyun had spread like wildfire in the past few days. All the commoners in the capital would talk about Tianyun whenever they met. Suddenly, a layer of red light appeared in the middle of the night. Wouldn't that frighten everyone? Some people simultaneously leaned against the window to take a look, and what they saw was an incredible sight. The horizon seemed to be covered by a red glow. From the direction of the Imperial Palace in the distance, rumbling sounds of rolling thunder could be heard. It's Thunderfire. Eldest young Sir Qin stood on the eaves of a house in a plain silver robe against the wind, looking at the horizon in astonishment. Chapter 5368. Ordinary people did not know what the dark red in the sky was, but they were very clear about it. This was the tribulation of thunder and fire that came from the heavenly punishment. Usually, they would only see it during the five spirits' reincarnation. At this moment, they felt that the heavenly punishment was coming rather fiercely. For some reason, they felt flustered and exasperated. They did not know if it was just their imagination. At this moment, in an ordinary farm on the outskirts of the capital, young Master Omega Kitoku received a message from a spy in the city. The tribulation of thunder and fire is heading towards the palace. It is suspected that the crown princess has given birth. Further investigation is required. Young Master Omega Kitoku silently burned the message to ashes and turned to walk into the house, just as the news was being transmitted in all directions. At this moment in the inner court of the Eastern Palace, the tribulation of thunder and fire came with a bang. When Mo Yin walked out, he discovered that everyone outside was hollering madly. Originally, they were hiding in the corners and under the eaves, watching the situation in the sky. Now, they were inexplicably chased out by the tribulation of thunder and fire. Qi Xian asked little Fatty with a confused expression, "Did you advance?" "No, Ko Hong-won was also confused as he looked at his wife. The two of them turned to look in Duanmu Qing's direction at the same time. They realized that the tribulation of thunder and fire was also fiercely chasing after Duanmu Qing. It was as if the heavens had eyes. It did not strike any of the eunuchs and palace maids who were stunned and trembling like wooden chickens. It specifically targeted cultivators who were above the divine state. The tribulation of thunder and fire seemed to be a little anxious. What was going on? Who was advancing? Little Fatty covered his head and scurried away. He could not help but roar angrily. No one is advancing. Damn it. When I was in the Five Spirits reincarnation, there was only one tribulation of thunder and fire. Looking at the way the heavenly Tao struck people indiscriminately, it was as if all the cultivators above the divine state stepped on its tail. It struck everyone it saw. Xiao Lin and Xiao Sun had not broken through to the divine state. This tribulation of thunder and fire from the heavenly Tao had nothing to do with them. Therefore, he walked through the crowd with a gloating expression and asked, "Is everyone okay? Do you want to hide in the house?" A bolt of lightning accompanied by flames smashed onto the left side of the turret, blasting out a few dark guards with high cultivation. Everyone was speechless. They did not know what was going on. They only felt that the heavenly Tao might have gone crazy. Otherwise, why would it suddenly come over in such a ferocious manner? As soon as Bai Wuxia stepped out of the door, she was hit by a bolt of lightning. She was so shocked that she stopped and quickly shrank back. Wei Ziqin and Madame Run hurriedly ran over. Their faces were full of shock as they asked with concern, "Esteemed Empress, are you injured?" No, no. Bai Wuxia shook his head and quickly dragged Princess Wushuang, who had rushed to the door, into the room. "Don't stay outside. It's safe here." When Princess Wushuang was outside, she was struck by the thunder, fire, and doubted life. At this moment, the sound of thunder and fire suddenly disappeared from his ears. Only then did he realize that he had barged into the crown princess's bedroom while he was running away. What happened? And Wushuang combed the messy hair on her head and wiped her small face. Which fellow is secretly advancing in rank here? Look, he has angered the heavenly Tao. Could it be that someone is undergoing the Five Spirits reincarnation? What reincarnation? The Empress did not know whether to laugh or cry as she pulled her and pointed behind the bed curtain. "Oh, right. My sister-in-law gave birth. I have to go take a look." Chapter 5369. Princess Wushuang yelled angrily. "It's all this crazy heavenly law's fault. I don't know why it's gone crazy. How long has it been since my Five Spirits reincarnation? Now it suddenly wants to strike me again. It's simply doing whatever it wants. Hilarious." The corner of Wei Ziqin's mouth twitched. She coughed lightly and silently suppressed the smile on her face. Why did she want to laugh when she saw the princess's wretched appearance? Princess Wushuang found a mirror and looked at herself. She grumbled angrily, "Fuck, my face is all black. It won't scare my little nephew, right?" Bai Wuxia coughed speechlessly. "Your sister-in-law and nephew probably don't have time to bother with you right now. Take a seat first, Wushuang." "All right, it's so noisy outside. Will it disturb my sister-in-law? They must be very tired right now." Bai Wuxia rolled his eyes. "They're not that tired." Madame Neyron almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She hastily coughed and said, "Princess, don't worry. Take a seat first." When the crown princess and the little royal grandson finish advancing, the lightning and fire tribulation outside should be gone. Princess Wushuang turned her face away in bewilderment. Only then did she realize that the little stoic was sitting upright behind the curtain woven from golden pistols with a child in her arms. Divine power was dense in the surroundings. White mist curled around, and half of the main hall seemed to be enveloped in a celestial realm. The mother and son were absorbing divine power here, completely unaware of what was happening outside. It was as if the entire Dragon Flame City was surging like a storm. All the divine power within 1,000 kilometers ran toward the Eastern Palace, fighting to be the first as if they were afraid they would be a step slower. The Eastern Palace was in a complete mess right now. All the cultivators above the God Realm were collectively in trouble. No matter which corner or room you hid in, The lightning and fire of heaven and earth could strike you until you lost your temper. The most tragic were He Chun and Holy Sun Mi Yen. It was fine if they stayed in the star domain, but they had to come out to watch this bustling scene. They wanted to make fun of classmate Mo Lien, but they ended up losing their lives as well. The lightning and fire of heaven and earth ferociously hunted down the transcendent God realm cultivators and fiercely attacked them. How infuriating. After learning the truth, Mo Lien and the others were on the verge of tears. Don't you think the heavenly Tao is infuriating? It didn't dare to argue with Jojo, so it decided to argue with them instead. Who did they offend? During this period of time, the three of them didn't advance much beside the three of them. Many of the God realm practitioners consciously stayed far away from them, afraid that they would be implicated for no reason. Originally, it was already very difficult to deal with 4 or 5 lightning fires. Crown Prince Yi Chun and the others had more work to do. It would be up to them to take on a third of the lightning fire. Princess Wu Shuang stood there dumbfounded for a long time. She finally found her voice and asked in confusion, "The heavenly Tao, it can't be coming from my sister-in-law and the others, right?" Bai Wuxia nodded and looked at her sympathetically. "Most likely. Only the 2 of them are advancing. No one else is advancing." Princess Wu Shuang stood there in a daze. After a while, she asked in a hoarse voice, Then why did it strike us? Heavens! Just who is going to advance? Do the heavens have eyes?" Bai Wuxia raised his hand and patted the back of her hand. "Maybe the heavenly Tao's eyes are blurry and he can't see clearly for a while." Princess Wu Shuang stared at the Empress in front of her as if she was looking at a god. "Empress, don't you feel guilty when you say this?" Chapter 5370. Wasn't this lie a little too fake? How bad was the heavenly law's dog eyes to be able to accurately find all the cultivators above the god realm, including the hidden guards hiding in every nook and cranny of the Eastern Palace, and only the mother and son who had advanced was missing weight. The mother and son who had advanced. Princess Wu Shuang silently repeated it before abruptly turning her head to glare in the direction of the little imperial grandson. She asked in shock, "My little nephew is going to advance? Advance what level? He couldn't have opened his mystic meridians the moment he was born, right? Could it be that he's going to advance to a great mystic cultivator?" Bai Wuxia's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, "You might not believe it, but this grandson of mine is a little gifted and blessed by the heavens. The moment he was born, he was at the same cultivation realm as his mother. The Crown Prince just said that Jojo is probably going to break through to the 10th level of the God realm. I'm afraid this grandson of mine will have to follow along." Bai Wuxia realized that after he said this proudly, Princess Wu Shuang's jaw seemed to be about to drop. Bai Wuxia hurriedly went up to pull her and pressed her to sit down on the stool. "Wu Shuang, calm down. I'll take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. Calm down, calm down." And Wu Shuang stared at Empress Bai with wide eyes. "Your Majesty, you're the one who's more agitated right now. No wonder the heavens wanted to strike people. It turned out that they wanted to strike evildoers. But why did they have to implicate so many innocent bystanders hearing the ghostly wails and howls outside?" And Wu Shuang immediately jumped up from a stool. The situation was already very clear now. Sister-in-law gave birth to a peerless evildoer. When she advanced, the evildoer also advanced. All right, the mother and son worked together to advance, but they angered the heavenly law in the end. This coward, the heavenly law, didn't dare to find trouble with the mother and son, so it fiercely retaliated against all the cultivators above the god realm in the Eastern Palace. Bah! What a coward! Who did they offend? She had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. Jojo advanced, and the heavenly law struck her friends and family. It was truly hilarious. The urgent matter at hand was to bring in those women above the god realm in to avoid the lightning fire. Who knew how long the heavenly law would go crazy? Could it be that the heavenly Tao would strike for as long as Jojo advanced? As for those men, it was naturally inconvenient for them to enter the inner palace. Then they could only continue to endure outside. Haha, why do I feel like I'm gloating? Princess Wu Shuang thought as she hurriedly ran towards the door. The thunder and fire in the Eastern Palace continued for 3 days and 3 nights. All the men in the Eastern Palace who were above the divine realm were so unlucky the great emperor, who had received a message from the empress in advance, did not dare to step into the Eastern Palace for the past 3 days. As expected, he was spared. Jojo held baby in his arms. 3 days later, he completed his advancement and opened his eyes. What she saw were pairs of expectant eyes looking at her and her son. Princess Wushuang rushed over with tears streaming down her face. She pounded the quilt and shouted in surprise and joy, "Sister-in-law, you finally finished leveling up. If you don't complete it, I'm afraid that my third son won't be able to hold on." The White Queen's mouth twitched. The peony fairy smiled enchantingly and said, "Oh, the heavens have pity on us. Our Jojo has finally finished leveling up." Arbor held baby in one hand and looked confused. He led the White Queen, Princess Wushuang, Qi Xianxian, and the others to open the palace door. Chapter 5371. At a glance, she saw the people in the courtyard. They blinked their dark eyes and turned to look in her direction. Jojo's Lotus, Rotten Peach Blossom, and Holy Sun Mi Yin stood side by side. What handsome, elegant, and confident were all gone. What stood in front of Jojo were 3 beggars with black faces. At first glance, their entire faces were black, and their long hair was scattered messily behind their backs. They looked a little miserable and tragic. Behind them were people lying on the ground grotesquely. All of them were pounding the ground and wailing in pain. It was a pity for the group of shadow guards. They were originally handsome young men, but now they were all dressed like beggars. The little crown princess was stunned at the door for a long time. Suddenly, she pointed at them and laughed inhumanely. "Ha ha 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 ha." The White Empress, Wei Ziqin, and the rest, who were originally silently enduring, could no longer hold it in when they heard this laughter. They also burst out laughing. Princess Wushuang and Qi Xianxian squatted on the ground laughing. Sir Jojo laughed loudly while holding the baby with one hand. With the other hand, he took out a jade image talisman from his inner world. He raised his hand and waved it in the air, silently recording the image. Mo Lian's mouth twitched. He always knew that his wife was a cheat, but he never knew that his wife could cheat to this extent. Before he could quickly walk forward, he saw a ball rolling past him. It cried bitterly and grabbed the corner of Jojo's clothes. With a face full of grief and indignation, it howled, "Jojo, you finally finished leveling up." Qi Xianxian saw the person rolling over and immediately laughed until she fell down. She slapped her thigh and laughed hysterically. "Little fatty, how did you become like this?" "Ha ha." Damn, little fatty had always been white and fat, like a glutinous rice dumpling. Who would have thought that after 3 days and 3 nights, after being inhumanely struck by the heavenly Tao, little fatty would become a big black glutinous rice dumpling? Ha 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 ha. Wife, can you stop laughing? The little fatty, Ko Hongwon, glanced resentfully at Qi Xianxian, who was still laughing and slapping her thigh in schadenfreude. This guy crawled up from the ground and raised his hand to brush his black hair. Dust and dirt fell from his head. His whole body looked like he had rolled in the mud, and dust flew everywhere. The background music suddenly turned into a group of women's ha-ha. Mo Lian quickly ran forward, her dark face full of grievance. Jojo. He had been down on his luck for the past 3 days. It was as if the heavenly Tao had gone mad. 1/3 of the lightning fire on the field was directed at him. Rotten Peach Blossom, M.E.N. How could there be such a scam? They were able to reach this realm because they work hard all their lives. Why couldn't the heavenly Tao just stand by and watch? Arbor held the baby in one hand and looked at Jojo's Lotus sympathetically. Everyone saw her hook her little finger at Mo Lian, and Prince Mo went over curiously. Jojo stretched out a hand and patted the crown prince's head. He laughed sympathetically. "My heart really aches for you." "Damn, can you not laugh if your heart aches at night?" The capital's citizens, who were the center of the gossip, finally found out. The Eastern Palace's little imperial grandson was born with extraordinary talent and attracted the heavenly Tao's revenge. The lightning fire tribulation struck from the 5th to the 8th day of the new year. However, Everyone knew that the little imperial grandson was fine. The ones who suffered were his father and his mother's group of unlucky relatives and friends. Chapter 53:72. Forgive them for laughing rather unkindly. The development of the situation was inexplicably strange and ever-changing. The young royal grandson's glorious deeds had already spread to every corner on the night of the 8th day of the year. Everyone knew that the young royal grandson was truly a godly person with exceptional talent. That night, His Majesty's imperial edict was posted. In order to celebrate the birth of the young royal grandson, he issued a general amnesty and announced a series of corresponding amnesty regulations. The entire nation celebrated, and the world was in an uproar. That night, Prince Mo washed up and returned to his room, finally recovering the appearance of an elegant and refined gentleman. "Hubby, quickly come and look." When the little stoic saw him walk in, she hurriedly waved at him and exclaimed happily, "Look, look!" The baby opened his eyes. Prince Mo couldn't resist rolling his eyes. He thought, "Wife, I wouldn't be particularly surprised if you suddenly told me that our baby could fly. What heaven-defying things can a divine realm level 10 infant do? Isn't it just opening his eyes? Look at how excited you are." Even though he thought this, Prince Mo still maintained the appearance of a loving father and leaned forward to glance at his son. Jojo was currently very happy and said while holding the little cub, "Eldest brother's family's little tiger won't be able to open his eyes for a long time. Mother said that once a child is born, he can't open his eyes and can't see too much light. Look, look, hubby, our baby can still open his eyes wide. How adorable. How can our son compare to other children?" Emolien was a bit speechless on the inside. Once our son is born, the commotion will be so great that heavenly law will punish the lower 3 heavens with lightning and fire. How can he be the same as other families? Emolien glanced over and saw that this boy was currently opening his pitch-black eyes. When he saw his old father glancing over, this boy actually glanced at him somewhat absent-mindedly. Prince Mo was instantly a bit amused and simply sat down next to his wife. He repeatedly complained, "Wife, wife, wife, what are you doing?" The little stoic was currently looking at her son with her head lowered. After being abruptly called several times by him, she agreed without even turning her head. Emolien angrily tugged at her hand. "Jojo, ever since this kid was born, you haven't even looked at me properly." Arbor turned around and patted his head. "After you take a shower, you'll look even better." Emolien felt that when his wife patted his head, it was as if she was caressing a large dog he didn't know if it was just his imagination. "Jojo, are you tired of carrying me? Let me do it." Emolien had just stretched out his hand when he felt a surge of energy in front of him. Without any hesitation, his hands were shaken off. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself and prevent himself from being shaken off the bed by his son. His handsome face stiffened. Prince Mo immediately complained, "Jojo, he hit me." Arbor, "Hubby, be a bit more mature. Don't get angry with our child." The little stoic's small face was taut as she reprimanded him sternly. Emolien looked at her, both amused and exasperated. He pursed his lips and accused, "Jojo, you're biased. Look at your husband. Because of this little brat, your husband was punished by the heavenly law for 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't easy for me to recover, yet you didn't even look at me." Arbor quickly turned around to glance at him and freed a hand to pat his cool, handsome face. Okay, you've worked hard. I'll definitely treat you well in the future," the little stoic said domineeringly. Emolien didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he reached out to hug her. Chapter 53:73. He even hugged the whimpering baby in his arms. Arbor was amused. He raised his hand and gently pushed his forehead. "Jojo's lotus, don't be angry with that old fellow Heavenly Tao." "Who's angry with it?" Emolien pursed her lips. "It's just a shameless old fellow. It wants to attack you. It wants to attack you and your son. It wants so much. But for whatever reason, this fellow just didn't dare to attack it. Therefore, he vented all his anger on the innocent passers-by. His pitiful shadow guards were struck by lightning and fire. They were like salted fish that didn't want to turn over. Arbor blinked. He raised his hand and heavily patted Emolyen's thigh. He muttered, "That's why I said it must have a motive. It didn't dare to strike me now, but that doesn't mean it won't strike me in the future. Emolyen, I must guard against it. I must guard against it. Wife, your husband has a premonition. That old fellow Heavenly Tao just doesn't dare to strike you. Wife, let's discuss something. What is it, hubby? Please speak." Chiao Mu inched closer to him, and their heads moved closer together. Emolyen held back her laughter. Her phoenix eyes curved as she stared at the small face close to her. "Chirp." He lowered his head and quickly kissed her. Then he said with a serious face, "Wife, the next time you advance, can you inform your husband in advance, so that your husband can be mentally prepared?" Arbor blinked and tilted his head back. "Husband, don't tell me you think that old fellow Heavenly Tao will strike you every time I advance." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw her Lotus nodding vigorously at her with a serious face. Sir Jojo couldn't help but be a little amused. He hugged Lotus' arm and laughed. "It won't, husband. Don't think too much. This time, it's just a coincidence. Maybe they are here for our children. Think about it. The child's innate talent is so miraculous. It's impossible not to strike him." As he spoke, Arbor suddenly raised his hand and stuffed the baby into Emolyen's hands. This time, the little thing didn't push his father away. Perhaps it was because his father didn't take the initiative to hug him, but rather his mother stuffed him into his arms. Emolyen couldn't help but laugh. He originally wanted to refute his wife's nonsense. How could there be such an incident? He felt that every time in the future, it would be so strange. He was unlucky that his wife had advanced in rank. He reckoned that he would not be able to avoid such a natural disaster. Suddenly, she felt that the child's blanket was a little warm. She raised her hand to touch it and looked at Jojo in confusion. The little stoic pinched her nose and crawled into the bed. "I think the baby pooped. Go clean him up." Emolyen's hand that was holding the child stiffened. The little stoic looked at him with her round and bright eyes. She directly pulled up the blanket and lay down. She was possessed by a drama queen. "Jojo's Lotus. Jojo can only help you up to this point. Mother said that although my delivery went smoothly and I'm different from normal people, I still need to rest a lot. For example, I have to wait on the baby all day long. You'll have to take care of the baby's poo." As she spoke, she looked at him very seriously. "Your baby is a little hedgehog. Even the palace maids and eunuchs won't get close to him, but you can't let him sleep in a pile of dung. So, husband, I'll be relying on you." The little stoic extended a fist from inside the blanket and made a gesture of her husband's hard work. Chapter 5374. Emolyen hugged the baby and looked at her, both amused and exasperated. He felt like he had been tricked by his wife again. He lowered his head to look at the baby. Just as Jojo had said, the baby's eyes were wide open, and he was currently expressionlessly glaring at him. The crown prince poked his son's soft cheek lightly with his finger. The baby suddenly spat out a bubble and smacked his lips before continuing to glare at him. "Jojo, this little imp is glaring at me again," the crown prince complained as he reached out to remove the baby's blanket. He picked up a dirty cotton cloth that was wrapped around the baby's, but in disdain. Sir Jojo simply couldn't bear to look at this man's clumsy actions and close his eyes. "Where do you plan to take that thing?" She couldn't resist covering her face and shouting when she saw him quickly walk toward the window. Crown Prince Emo raised his hand and tossed that filthy diaper away. Arbor couldn't help but exclaim, "Supper is outside the window." Emolyen, "Sorry, brother. If I threw it on your head, it's because you didn't find a good place to hide." Arbor tossed aside the blanket and hastily ran down the bed. He saw that he had thrown the baby on the round table and was currently bending over to grab a clean diaper from the clothes rack next to him before messing around with the baby. The little stoic pursed her lips and directly raised her hand to smack her husband's head on his head. "Hubby, are you stupid? You didn't even wash the baby and directly changed his diaper." "Wife." Prince Emo looked at her aggrievedly. The little stoic expressionlessly glared at him and directed the crown prince from the side to have him pick up the baby and get some water to clean his small body. Later, she had him put the baby down, change into a clean diaper, and wrap the blanket properly. After this fool followed Her Majesty the Queen's instructions and finished messing around. The young crown prince consort hugged her fragrant son and said with a yawn, "Husband, I'm sleepy. Find someone to clean up here. I'm going to sleep first." The crown prince looked a little aggrieved as he watched his wife hug the baby and go to sleep. For a moment, he felt as if the sky was falling. By the time he instructed the palace maids to clean up the room, he returned to the bed and took a look. The mother and son were already asleep. The miserable crown prince could only sneak onto the bed. He was afraid of waking up the mother and son, so he dawdled for a while before lying down. The only good thing about the little rascal was that he didn't cry or make a fuss that night. He didn't wake up in the middle of the night to torment his mother. When the crown prince got up early in the morning, he saw that the mother and son were still sleeping soundly. He didn't dare to disturb them and only secretly planted a kiss on his wife's cheek. Early in the morning, the great emperor sent a verbal order to have a meeting in the study. When she reached the entrance of the Eastern Palace, she saw the empress's carriage stop. When the crown prince saw his mother, he hurriedly walked forward and warmly greeted his mother. "Mother, why are you here so early?" The empress said expressionlessly, "Oh, I'm not looking for you. I'm here to see my daughter-in-law and grandson. If you have something to do, then go do it. There's no need to greet me here." The crown prince felt a little hurt and looked at the empress plaintively. Why did he feel that the moment Bao was born, his status in the family seemed to have suddenly plummeted and plummeted rapidly? The two guards following behind him silently lowered their heads and snickered. Their shoulders couldn't help but tremble slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince was really a little unlucky and miserable recently. Not to mention that he took the blame for his son and endured the heavenly punishment for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, he had just said a sentence to the Empress, and the Empress disliked him for blocking the way. She felt that he was in the way and was affecting her from seeing her grandson. Chapter 5375. Crown Prince Mo glanced resentfully at Her Excellency Mother before pitifully leaving. Queen Bai looked back at him with confusion. Her son looked so pitiful. Those who didn't know would think that someone had mistreated the Crown Prince. An old nanny beside Queen Bai held her arm and couldn't help but laugh. "Queen, you should pay attention to His Highness. After all, His Highness blocked the thunder and fire tribulation for the little prince for 3 days and 3 nights. Bai Wuxia couldn't help but laugh when she thought of this. Everyone on the streets was talking about this. They even praised the Crown Prince's fatherly heart for blocking the thunder and fire tribulation for the little prince for 3 days and 3 nights without hesitation. Puff God knows what choice the Crown Prince had. The thunder and fire tribulation didn't dare to hit Jojo or her little grandson. It vented all its anger on the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was so unlucky. He didn't want to be like this. Master Guangguang strode over the tall threshold with his short legs. His eyes shone with a watery light. He swayed his small body and ran over to the bed. Then, he jumped onto the bed and started to climb up and roll on it. Master Silver, Master Silver, Master Silver. After kicking himself 3 times, Sir Guangguang finally managed to kick himself onto the bed. When he looked up, he saw Qiao Mu gazing at him expressionlessly. "Woman, I'm here to see my little Master Silver." Arbor didn't say anything. She raised her hand and knocked on his bald head. "Call me Auntie." Lord Guangguang covered his head and pursed his lips. He rolled to the front of the blanket and called out in surprise, "Woman Auntie." Seeing that Arbor was going to knock his big head again, Master Guangguang had no choice but to submit to evil. He immediately changed his words. "Auntie, look, my little Master Silver is so pretty." Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. The little baby's face was still wrinkled. Perhaps Master Guangguang's eyesight wasn't good. She didn't know where he looked pretty. However, Baby Mo's eyes were black, like hers. Indeed, it was quite beautiful. "Guangguang, who do you think his eyes resemble?" "Just like you," Lord Guangguang hurriedly said flatteringly. Arbor was very satisfied. He nodded and said seriously, "Not bad. His eyes look so much like mine." As expected of my son, Jojo was overjoyed. "Women, Lord Guangguang blurted out, but quickly corrected himself. Annie, can I play with Master Silver for a while? No. Little Monkey's voice was full of disapproval. Guangguang turned his head and saw the little monkey and the bald little monk lying on the side of the bed. At this moment, they were looking at him. Why do you have to say no? This is my little master. Without saying a word, the little monkey raised his hand and slapped Lord Guangguang's little but heavily. You have no manners and don't know the rules. Do you know who I am? Guangguang looked at her in confusion and stammered, You aren't you? Aren't you a little monkey? Who are you to call me little monkey? The little monkey pulled a long face and slapped Guangguang's little but angrily again. Lord Guangguang's face flushed red. He was so angry that his hair was about to stand up. You what? The little monkey threw away his finger that was pointing around. You have to call me Auntie in the future. What? Lord Guangguang was so angry that he almost fainted. He worked overtime too late today and didn't have much energy. He should sleep first. Tuesday to Saturday. Chapter 5376. Woman. Lord Guangguang tugged on Arbor's clothes and shook it forcefully. Aren't you going to control her? My hair is about to stand on end because of her anger. After saying that, the little monk climbed to his side and sat on the bed obediently. He raised his hand and touched Lord Guangguang's hairless head. You don't have hair. Arbor couldn't hold back the amusement in his heart, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The little monkey nodded and hurriedly added, I think you won't be able to grow hair in this lifetime, so don't have extravagant hopes. The little monk patted Lord Guangguang's head comfortingly. Don't be afraid. There are benefits to not having hair. You don't have to wash your hair if you don't have hair. Just wipe it with a rag at any time. Kai Chi, who was passing tea to Arbor, couldn't help but burst into laughter when she heard that. These three little radishes couldn't help but bicker when they were together. It was really too fun to watch. The little monkey snorted and proudly lifted his little chin, asking in all seriousness, Hang, what do you call this little sister? Lord Guangguang glanced at Arbor and silently swallowed the word woman back. He said with an unclear and unwilling expression, Call me Aunt. The little monkey's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, See, you call my little sister Aunt. What does this mean? Doesn't this mean that in terms of seniority, I am your little aunt? Lord Guangguang almost fainted from his fallacious reasoning. He glared at the little monkey and shouted angrily, You little brat. You actually dared to take advantage of Lord Guangguang. This fellow was so angry that his mouth couldn't even move properly. He stuttered for a long time before he finished his sentence. The little monkey's eyes curved as he glanced at him. So what if I took advantage of you? Who asked you to be so stupid? Besides, don't my words make sense? It's always like this. You call my little sister Aunt, then aren't you my little nephew? Guangguang, now you know what you should call me, right? Guangguang was so angry that he didn't want to bother with her, so he simply turned his face to look at his little master. With one look, he discovered that his little master was awake. Two big, black eyes were staring at him at this moment. Her small, diamond-shaped mouth was slightly tilted up, and her porcelain-white face was glowing. She looked extremely beautiful. The glutinous rice balls were pink and fluffy. This was too much fun. Lord Guangguang called out, Little dumpling, and Arbor froze for a moment. His memory seemed to have been taken back to the heavenly snow region. Thinking back to that time, a certain scammer had also called her Little Dumpling. She then looked at her son, who was a little thing with a round head. It was indeed quite suitable to call him Little Dumpling. So she nodded and said, All right, I'll call him Little Dumpling from now on. Lord Guangguang seemed very happy. Who would have thought that the name he had given to his master would be adopted by Sir Jojo? Thinking about it this way, he felt that he was quite talented. Master Guangguang glanced at Arbor with a smile. Annie, can I play with little master for a while? Arbor looked over and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She saw that her son, who had a pair of big, black grape-like eyes just now, had long fallen asleep. This little fellow's eyes were closed, and he was sleeping there quietly. The few of them looked at each other, not knowing when this fellow had fallen asleep. But the child had just been born, and her mother had reminded her before that the child would definitely be more sleepy in the early stages, so she didn't have to be nervous, and so on. Chapter 53:77. She reached out to poke the child's soft forehead and shook her head at Guangguang. Look, Xiao Tuanzi is asleep now. Let him sleep for a while. In the past 2 days, he had been advancing and going through tribulations. He was still so young. It was quite torturous. Since Xiao Tuanzi was asleep now, let him have a good sleep. The little guy could probably consolidate his realm in his sleep. Xiao Mu felt that she was indulging in the wildest of fantasies, so she hastily shook her head and cast aside this unrealistic thought. Now that she had a child, she could understand how her mother felt when she had her. She didn't want her child to be rich or talented. She only wanted her child to be safe and sound. Guangguang didn't insist on disturbing Xiao Tuanzi. She nodded and said sensibly, "All right then, let the little master have a good rest. Only with a good rest can he grow up quickly. In the future, Master Guangguang will definitely accompany the little master to gain experience." Arbor's lips curved slightly. She was in a good mood. In the future, she would also bring the child out to gain experience. Whether it was the Phoenix Forest in the southernmost part, the ice sky snow region in the northernmost part, or the vast and boundless sea of forgetfulness, the family of 3 would have fun wherever they went. Ever since Qingzhou was taken down by Tianyun, the situation in the 3 states became more and more tense. The great emperor gathered the crown prince and his men and held several meetings to make arrangements. However, after the fall of Qingzhou, several small countries around it were in a precarious situation. They frequently sent distress signals to Shenzhou. The crown prince was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. He didn't even come back for lunch. Occasionally, he would come back, but every time he came and went in a hurry. Arbor felt sorry for him. Fortunately, she heard that the second young master of the Xie family had also returned to the capital. With this person helping the crown prince, it could reduce his burden. Recently, the great emperor looked at the crown prince with a gaze that said, "I'm old. It's time to hand over this burden to you." She felt that in the near future, this unreliable father was very likely to give up his responsibilities to the crown prince. Arbor gently put down the cup in her hand and patted her son who was still sleeping soundly under the blanket. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door. Eunuch Shin jogged in and hurriedly bowed. Crown Princess Consort Zheng entered the palace to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. She then made a detour to the Eastern Palace, saying that she wanted to personally congratulate the Crown Princess. The little Crown Princess glanced at the door indifferently. She could vaguely see a few figures moving around. Since she was entering the palace to pay respects to the Empress, it meant that this Princess Consort Zheng had received her mother's permission to enter the palace today. Since that was the case, Jojo naturally could not disregard his mother. She nodded and said indifferently, "Please come in." Princess Consort Zheng followed Eunuch Chen in with a cautious expression. The moment she entered, she bowed towards the young crown princess. Greetings to the crown princess. His attitude was respectful, and he did not dare to slight her in the slightest. The little stoic nodded and had someone come forward to help her up. Her gaze landed on Su Shitao behind her, and she raised her brows in surprise. Although she didn't have a gossipy heart, she had heard a lot of gossip from Caichi and the others. She was rather familiar with the gossipy family affairs of the Prince Zheng's estate. She had always heard that Princess Consort Zheng did not get along with this Miss Su Shitao. Wasn't it a bit abnormal for her to bring her into the palace today? Chapter 53:78. Arbor couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su Shitao. Princess Tao, who was usually very aggressive, was actually very obedient today. Not only did she come forward with Princess Consort Zheng and respectfully bow to the young crown princess, but she even raised her head and smiled at Arbor with a gentle and well-mannered expression. Arbor's hand trembled, and she lost her grip on the teacup. The hot tea spilled out just like that. The tea stains stained Su Shitao's skirt. If it were any other time, this Princess Tao would have jumped up in anger and scolded her while pointing at her. It was even very likely that she would have punched her directly. However, it was very strange today. Not only did this Princess Tao not blame her, but she even asked for her forgiveness in fear and trepidation. She kept saying that it was because of her clumsy legs that she didn't dodge in time, which led to such a disaster. Xiao Mu was simply stupefied, and she hastily sized up Su Shitao. She pointed at her very seriously and turned to ask Princess Consort Zheng, "What's wrong with her?" She had changed her mind so quickly that she was at a loss for what to do. Could it be that Prince Zheng had taught this Princess Tao a lesson in private? That was probably not very likely. From what she saw, Prince Zheng doted on his only sister very much. He probably wouldn't lay a finger on her. Princess Consort Zheng's gaze was also somewhat secretive. She followed the young crown princess's gaze and sized up Su Shitao. Princess Consort Zheng felt that this younger sister of hers seemed to have taken the wrong medicine today. Her tone was unbelievably gentle. However, she had never interacted with this person, so she couldn't be bothered to care about what tricks this younger sister of hers was up to. If Prince Zheng hadn't forced her to bring Su Shitao into the palace to broaden her horizons, she definitely wouldn't have brought such an uncertain factor into the palace to pay her respects. At this thought, Princess Consort Zheng turned to the young crown princess and said with a smile, "Crown princess, congratulations. I heard that the emperor's little grandson encountered the heavenly fire lightning tribulation when he was born. He must have outstanding talent, surpassing ordinary people." "That's right, crown princess. Congratulations," Su Shitao also said. He quickly took 2 steps forward and approached the bed. She couldn't help but lift the thin and soft brocade blanket that covered the little dumpling. Not only is the young prince different from ordinary people, but he is also different from ordinary people. In my opinion, the crown princess is also very different from ordinary people, Su Shitao said with a smile. Otherwise, how could the crown princess be able to get up and walk normally a few days after the child was born? Princess Consort Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, but she did not stop Su Shitao from continuing. "I've heard people say that the little prince is quite an anomaly. In one day, he would be able to open his eyes. In 2 days, he would be able to call for his mother. And in 3 days, he would be able to run. Crown princess, is it true?" "Tower, don't talk nonsense." Princess Consort Zheng symbolically reprimanded Su Shitao, allowing Su Shitao to blabber on endlessly. The young crown princess pressed down on Su Shitao's action of lifting the blanket, and her expression instantly darkened. Now that he was close, a pungent fragrance from Su Shitao's body assailed his nostrils, causing Arbor to frown uncontrollably. Who said that this Su Shitao's personality changed? It didn't change at all. It was just that his original threatening gestures had been disguised as today's acrimony. Su Shitao wasn't alarmed when the young crown princess pressed down on his hand. He merely glanced indifferently at the little stoic. Looking at her tense little face, he smiled faintly and leaned closer. Chapter 5379. Crown Princess, did you know? I'm not spouting nonsense. Right now, the entire capital is secretly spreading the rumor that the young imperial grandson is a demon fetus. Think about it. A baby that can open his eyes in 1 day, call out for his mother in 2 days, and run on the ground in 3 days. If he's not a demon fetus, then what is he? You're spouting nonsense. Kai Chi was so anxious that her eyes were red. She couldn't help but berate angrily. How can our young imperial grandson be so resourceful? It's not what you're saying at all. The young imperial grandson couldn't be any more normal. For the past few days, he had been sleeping like an ordinary child. He had been sleeping the entire time. When he opened his eyes, he would grumble about eating and drinking. After eating, he would sleep. It was just that simple. Why hadn't she heard the rumor that there was a demon fetus spreading around the capital? It must be this Su Shitao who used these words to anger their crown princess. Kai Chi was both anxious and furious. She hurriedly turned to the young crown princess and said, "Crown princess, don't listen to her nonsense. This servant sees that her words are evasive and untruthful. She must be lying to you." The young crown princess nodded. She pulled back her hand and slapped the approaching Su Shitao. She sneered in a low voice. "Is this crown princess such a gullible person in your eyes?" Su Shitao cried out in alarm. She flipped over and sat on the ground. She hastily crawled a few steps back and retreated several feet away from the arbor. Su Shitao suppressed a trace of fury in her eyes. If she hadn't done her utmost to control her anger, she would have exploded long ago. She was simply too envious of this crown princess. Actually, as soon as she entered the Eastern Palace, Su Shitao's eyes were dazzled by the magnificent decorations and jealousy. Not to mention, once she entered the palace, she had to lower herself to be a concubine everywhere. Now, she even had to follow Princess Consort Zheng and pay respects to this young crown prince consort. This made her feel uncomfortable all over and extremely sullen all over. The demon fetus that she had blurted out wasn't something that she had made up without any evidence. Indeed, there was a strange rumor spreading in the imperial capital. She wasn't the one who spread it. She had only said it out of the goodness of her heart for the crown princess to hear. Who would have thought that she would be so unreasonable and give her such a heavy slap in the face? This damned Xiaomu. Su Shitao secretly gritted her teeth and took a deep breath, trying her best to suppress her anger. Arbor glared at her and immediately became alert. There must be something fishy going on. According to what she knew about Princess Tao, she was not a patient person. There was definitely something wrong with her current appearance. Arbor reached out and took the child into his arms. With a solemn expression, he took the child's pulse and looked coldly at Su Shitao. "Men," the little crown princess said coldly, "capture her and search her." Su Shitao's gaze contracted, and she shouted repeatedly, "What are you doing? Crown princess, you can't treat me like this without distinguishing right from wrong just because of your status." The little stoic had never been someone who liked to waste words with others. Since she ordered people to capture her, they would be captured. Why was there so much nonsense? With a look, several palace servants around them hastily rushed forward and restrained the struggling Su Shitao in a flurry of moves. Su Shitao flew into a rage and shouted in an abnormally shrill voice, "What are you doing? Crown princess, what do you want to search?" Noisy, the little crown princess complained in a low voice with a cold expression. "Wait." Chapter 5380. Kai Chi immediately took out a dirty rag and stuffed it into Su Shitao's mouth. The latter widened her eyes in disbelief and glared hatefully at Kai Chi. Her entire face flushed red. It was as if she was suffering an enormous grievance. Tears welled up in Su Shitao's eyes and didn't fall for a long time. At the young crown princess's command, those junior royal maids from the Eastern Palace immediately swarmed forward and pinned Su Shitao down. They didn't show any mercy to the fairer sex and lifted her clothes to search her body. They searched her from head to toe, inside and out, and placed all the bottles and jars they found in front of the young crown princess. The little stoic's small face was cold as she reached out to take one of the porcelain bottles. She pressed the bottle's opening and shook it vigorously. "Black centipede." She expressionlessly spat out these 3 words. She then took another porcelain bottle and shook it, coldly saying, "Poisonous scorpion." 7 pollen. Su Shitao's pupils contracted and dilated as he watched this expressionless young crown princess identify the items inside the bottles one by one. A bad premonition flitted through his heart. You prepared more than a dozen types of poisonous insects, poisonous substances, and poisonous powders, and carried them all on you in order to wait for an opportunity to use these things to harm my son? The little stoic's lips tugged into an icy curve. Kai Chi couldn't help but shudder slightly when she saw this. When the crown princess said this, her eyes coldly glared at Su Shitao. The iciness and callousness in the depths of her eyes engulfed everything, as if she could tear Su Shitao to shreds in the next instant. Su Shitao widened her eyes in horror and spat out the dirty rag in her mouth with all her might. She feigned ignorance and asked, "How can you malign me like this? What proof do you have that I brought these things to harm the young imperial grandson? Can't I use them for self-defense?" "The fragrance on your body." Arbor gazed at her coldly. "There's a big problem." "There, what problem?" Arbor sent a look to Kai Chi and Kai Xiao. The two immediately understood and walked up apathetically, pressing Su Shitao onto the gold-threaded wooden table next to them. Ah! Su Shitao let out a short scream, and then his eyes widened in fear and anger. With an expression of disbelief, he stared at the open bottle in Kai Chi's hand. The powder in the bottle was poured into her mouth. The fine powder was choked by the wind. Su Shitao couldn't help but cough and spit out a small mouthful of powder. Arbor threw a pill to Kai Chi and Kai Xiao, hinting them to take it as soon as possible. Then, she looked coldly at Su Shitao. Her eyes were as cold as ice in the abyss, without the slightest hint of warmth. Su Shitao, Arbor coldly said to her, "Today, even if the Daiyuo Immortal is here, no one will be able to save your life." Only now did Princess Consort Zheng return to her senses. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said, Crown Princess, what's going on? Tao has always been disrespectful to the Crown Princess, so it's only right for you to punish her. But can you not implicate her family? Su Shitao's anger was stifled in her chest. It was very unbearable to hold it in. Sister-in-law, you actually said that about me? You didn't plead for mercy for me and find a way out for me, but you actually kicked me to death? Princess Consort Zheng looked as if she expected better from Su Shitao and coldly glanced at her. Chapter 53-81 5. 1133-inch Tao. Don't blame me for being merciless. I've already reminded you many times. His Highness also told you not to do stupid things again, but did you listen to my advice? Princess Consort Zheng sighed and said, I followed His Highness's orders today to bring you into the palace. I didn't expect that something like this would happen. This consort is also about to be too ashamed to see people. How could you do such a muddle-headed thing, Tao? Princess Consort Zheng sighed with a long sigh. However, Arbor glanced at her coldly. Princess Consort Zheng, do you know what these dozen types of poisonous insects and powder are for? Princess Consort Zheng couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, she hurriedly shook her head in fear and trepidation. Crown Princess, don't worry. I don't know anything about these poisonous insects and powder that Tao plays with. The young Crown Princess smiled coldly at her. Go call Fairy Yellow He over. Princess Consort, Da Qing, or just sit here for a while. I want to find a more professional person to properly explain to Princess Consort. Princess Consort Zheng's palms were clammy with cold sweat. For some reason, she inwardly felt that it seemed like the situation was taking a sharp turn for the worse, inexplicably developing in a terrifying direction. At this time, Su Shitao, who had choked on a mouthful of poisonous powder, was glaring hatefully at Arbor, as if she could glare her to death. Fairy Yellow He arrived very quickly. Within a few minutes, she rushed to the young Crown Princess's bedchamber with several capable assistants. When she heard that the young Crown Princess had been attacked with poisonous insects and powder, Yellow He ran in with a cold expression, shouting along the way, Who dares to attack Jojo? It's you. Yellow He's eyes abruptly glared at Su Shitao, who was huddled by the door, sizing her up. Yellow He, take a look at the things on the table. Fairy Yellow He nodded and quickly ran forward. One by one, she picked them up and carefully studied them. Her expression slowly turned grave. She looked back at Arbor hesitantly. Arbor was sitting on the edge of the bed with her son in her arms. When she saw Huang, he turned his head and glanced at her. She nodded at him. Huang he immediately understood. He stood beside the table and skillfully mixed the contents of the bottles and jars on the table. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fairy Huang, he had carefully mixed the poison powder of the poisonous insects into a black medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid swayed back and forth in a transparent container. It looked like a ball of flowing ink, extremely dark. Fairy Yellow Crane held the bottle of medicinal liquid and walked step by step towards the pale-faced Princess Consort Zheng and Su Shitao. Princess Consort Zheng's voice trembled as she asked, What is this? Does Princess Consort not know? Arbor looked at Princess Consort Zheng and said coldly, This is the source of this world's mass production of corpse puppets, commonly known as the basic mutated medicinal liquid. It's not as powerful as the mutated pill, but if you frequently take this basic mutated medicinal liquid, the transformation of the body is also extraordinary. Princess Consort Zheng stood there dumbstruck. She then shook her head repeatedly and muttered to herself in a daze, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Was the crown princess joking? How could the miss of the Prince Zheng estate carry the poisonous insects and powder used to make the basic mutated medicinal liquid with her? All of this must have been planted by the young crown princess, right? The Prince Zheng estate definitely could not take the blame for this. Too sleepy. I'm falling asleep. Chapter 5382. Impossible. Princess Consort Zheng's voice trembled slightly as she abruptly turned to glare at Su Shitao. The flames of rage that shot out from those eyes seemed like sharp arrows that had been poisoned, and they could annihilate Su Shitao in a matter of minutes. Su Shitao shuddered in fright from Princess Consort Zheng's reaction, and he hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, you trust an outsider and not your own people?" Princess Consort Zheng naturally didn't trust Su Shitao at all. Her husband's younger sister kept lowering her own limits almost every day. You would never know what kind of even more terrifying and outrageous things this woman could do. "Sister-in-law, I really don't know what these things are." Before Su Shitao could refute, Princess Consort Zheng gave him a big slap across the face, directly slapping his face to the side. "I warned His Highness before that if he doesn't restrain you, the entire Prince Zheng estate will fall at your hands sooner or later. He didn't listen to me. See now, retribution has come. What kind of father raises what kind of children?" Princess Consort Zheng's eyes burst with a cold light brimming with hatred and anger. "With such a selfish father, you won't be any better as a daughter." Su Shitao was so angry that his entire body trembled. He covered his face with one hand and pointed at Princess Consort Zheng with the other. You actually dared to hit me." Princess Consort Zheng took several steps forward and backhanded another heavy slap, directly landing on the other side of Su Shitao's face. Su Shitao's body swayed from side to side from Princess Consort Zheng's slap, and he spun half a circle backward before falling head first onto the ground. "Princess Consort Zheng, if you want to teach someone a lesson, then drag him out and teach him a lesson. Don't dirty this crown princess room." Arbor held the baby with one hand and looked at Princess Consort Zheng and Su Shitao with extremely cold eyes, her voice filled with boundless iciness. The vassal king consort of Zheng, Shi Yongyan's heart trembled, and she hastily turned around to give Qiao Mu a curtsy. She maintained her composure. "Crown Prince Consort, please forgive this concubine for being impolite." Fairy Yellow Crane threw the basic mutated potion on the table and turned to look at Su Shitao. She directly questioned, "You brought these things here because you were thinking about how to harm people, right?" It was a pity that this person was trying to display his sleight skill in front of Jojo. He was simply asking for humiliation. "Don't slander me." Su Shitao bit his lips and shouted angrily, I don't know what these things are. It's just that before I left today, I met an old woman in the courtyard who was fiddling with these medicine bottles. Out of curiosity, I walked over and asked about it. Now that she thought about it, all of this must have been set up by someone else. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she would bump into such a gloomy old woman just as she was about to leave the house? Furthermore, she would be able to learn from her that no matter which poison was used, just a little bit would be enough to take the lives of that mother and son pair. Needless to say, she hated that bitch so much that she wanted to bite her flesh and swallow her blood. However, Su Shitao knew very well that she was probably as far away from Arbor as 1,000 or 10,000 mountains. She could only look up to that person for the rest of her life. Previously, she had been beaten for nothing and scolded for nothing. Especially now, that bitch actually gave birth to a little imperial grandson so smoothly. In his joy, the emperor even pardoned the world. It was clear how much he doted on his little imperial grandson. This bitch's mother rose because of her son. In the future, no one would be able to shake her position. Chapter 5383. Thinking of this, Su Shitao couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. Could it be that the woman in front of her was someone she couldn't catch up to even if she tried? Suddenly, a burst of pain came from the palm of her hand, causing her to snap back to her senses from a myriad of thoughts. Looking down, she realized that she was being forced to kneel on the ground and was being taught a lesson with a long ruler. Su Shitao struggled with all her might, her voice full of fear as she asked, You, what are you doing? Miss Su, since you don't know the rules, then let us servants properly teach you what rules and etiquette are. Kai Chi and Kai Xiu's faces were cold as they gave a meaningful glance to the few palace maids beside them. Everyone hurriedly held her down firmly on the ground. Sai Chi held the ruler in her hand and slammed it heavily into Su Shitao's palm, causing her to cry for her father and mother. Su Shitao, Xiao Mu retorted coldly, I've tolerated you again and again. Could it be that you think that this crown prince consort has an extremely good temper and will allow you to jump up and down as you please? Speaking of which, it's really my tolerance that harmed you. You didn't repent and instead went from bad to worse. Now you dare to openly lay your hands on the little imperial grandson. I didn't. Su Shitao jumped in fright and quickly raised her head, glaring at Arbor with a pair of angry eyes. You wronged me, wronged me. Even if she died, she would never admit that she did have the intention to harm others. She really wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, and it would be best if she could get rid of that hateful mother and son. In particular, she knew that Imperial Brother's little white flower concubine was very weak after giving birth. She couldn't get out of bed at all, nor could she make any big movements. She even sounded like she was about to stop breathing when she shouted. After Arbor gave birth to the child, she would definitely need to recuperate, so she might not be able to take precautions. As long as she was given a chance, the effect would definitely be very good. Unfortunately, Su Shitao's wishful thinking had been seen through before he could even make a move. Everything he hid in his possession had been found out and became evidence of his crimes. Su Shitao, this crown prince consort is fed up with you. Xiao Mu gazed at her coldly as she spoke dryly. Just these words frightened Su Shitao greatly. His entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly as he cried out in a stern voice, I didn't. No. I was also deceived by those villains. I don't know what kind of improved medicine can be made from these things. I don't know. What are you doing? With a terrified expression, Su Shitao looked at the two bodyguards who had grabbed her arms. Let go of me. Let go of me. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Su Shitao screamed and roared. Do you want to leave me to die? Think about my big brother. If my big brother knew that you didn't save me when I was dying and watched me die, he wouldn't have done anything. I can't guarantee that you won't have a good time. Princess Consort Zheng looked at her with a complicated gaze and sighed. I will personally explain this matter to His Highness. Now that the entire Prince Zheng's estate had been inexplicably implicated by her, the young crown princess was already giving face to Her Majesty the Empress by not attacking their Prince Zheng's estate at the first opportunity. No matter what, Prince Zheng was still Her Majesty the Empress' adopted son. Even if he had committed all kinds of evil and needed to be punished, Her Majesty had to personally punish him. This was what the young crown princess thought in her heart. She coldly glanced at the shouting Su Shitao. Chapter 5384. She raised her small hand and waved it slightly. Without another word, the two guards dragged Su Shitao out of the courtyard. Su Shitao was completely flustered. She struggled and shouted, What are you doing? Arbor, what are you trying to do? I am King Zheng's younger sister. I'm His Highness's younger sister. You can't treat me like this. You can't? Su Shitao, who was being dragged by two guards, staggered and almost fell down. When she finally managed to steady herself, a trace of panic and fear flashed through Su Shitao's eyes. Her original haughty demeanor instantly vanished without a trace. She shouted to Arbor in a panic, Crown Princess, please forgive me. I really didn't intentionally take out those medicine bottles to harm people. I was just a little playful. Just what? She just wanted to take advantage of the young crown princess's illness and take her life. She even wanted to harm the newborn child, didn't she? Princess Consort Zheng swept a careless glance at Su Shitao. She was crying so hard right now that she looked like a tearful person. She no longer had her usual spoiled and willful appearance. If she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? Su Shitao's stupidity caught her off guard. Princess Consort Zheng shook her head weakly. She clenched her handkerchief tightly in her hand, pondering how to cleanly remove the entire King Zheng estate from this muddy water. Subsequently, she realized that it was really very difficult to cleanly remove the entire King Zheng estate from top to bottom. After all, this matter involved the crown princess and His Highness the young imperial grandson. It was not so easy to resolve. Crown princess. Princess Consort Zheng swallowed and braced herself to ask, "May I know where the crown princess ordered people to take Tao?" The young crown princess glanced at her indifferently. Holding the little dumpling in her arms, she said coldly, "Su Shitao has committed treason against her superiors. This crown princess has ordered people to imprison her in the Ministry of Justice's prison to await trial. Do you have any objections?" Princess Consort Zheng's entire body turned cold. She shook her head repeatedly and took a few steps back. She bowed and said, "Crown princess, please allow this concubine to take her leave first." The little crown princess didn't say anything and only glanced at her coldly. "Why is Princess Consort Zheng in such a hurry?" A cold voice sounded from the doorway. Princess Consort Zheng felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but stiffen her neck as she turned around in a daze. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was dressed in a luxurious black robe and had his hair tied up in a crown, strode over the threshold with a cold and handsome face that would not melt even after 1,000 years. He walked towards the young crown princess. "We were just about to send someone to your King Zheng estate. Have someone send Princess Consort Zheng off on the way." Princess Consort Zheng's expression changed in shock. She couldn't stop trembling as she shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the King Zheng estate has been wrongly accused. Ever since my younger sister, Su Shitao, was brought into the estate, her behavior has been unruly and condescending. She's completely disobedient. This concubine is indeed at fault for not supervising her strictly, but it's not to the extent that the entire King Zheng estate should lose their lives because of her stupidity." Prince Emo sneered and didn't say much to her. He directly pointed at Xiao Yi and Yuba behind him. The two nodded in understanding and turned to bow respectfully to Princess Consort Zheng after receiving the order. "Please, Princess Consort." Princess Consort Zheng's emotions were all over the place. She staggered and hurriedly reached out to grab the doorframe. Chapter 5385. Her heart was in turmoil as she turned back to look at the crown prince in horror. Her fingers gripped the door frame tightly, preventing her from falling to the ground. So His Highness was already so dissatisfied with the Zheng household. Did he not want to tolerate the Zheng household for even a second after this? A trace of bitterness flashed across Princess Consort Zheng's lips. Seeing that the crown prince and his wife were ignoring them, she hurriedly turned and left. A cold glint flashed across the crown prince's eyes. He glanced in the direction Princess Consort Zheng left and shook his head. It's rare for the Sure family to have a sensible person. What a pity. Arbor pursed her lips and stuffed the little dumpling into Emolien's arms. Just now, that woman had another fragrance on her. I smelled it like the work of Madame Gowan. The crown prince's grip on his wife's hand tightened slightly, and a trace of sternness flashed across his eyes. "You mean that old Madame Gowan is restless again?" Ever since Du Chenjiang's trip, Gowan had been much more well-behaved and would no longer cause trouble for the little crown princess for no reason. Why was she reverting to her old ways now? Well, Gowan was relying on the protection of her grandfather in Glorious City. Every day, Gowan used the excuse of visiting her sisters to reminisce with the Empress. This had actually helped her restore her good reputation. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed across the crown prince's eyes. Since that idiot Gowan didn't want to live comfortably, then he would make her busy in the future. Seeing his cold expression, Arbor couldn't help but tug at his hand. I just felt that the powder on Su Shitao's body was somewhat familiar. It might not be Madame Gowan. She couldn't be bothered to smell the thick smell of low-quality powder. This matter is still rather strange. Arbor held Emolien's hand and said softly, "Looking at Su Shitao's stupid appearance, it really seems like she was set up by someone. She just didn't know who set her up. And Mo Lien, who only wanted results and couldn't be bothered to ask about the process, curled her lips and said, "Who cares? In any case, we have both witnesses and material evidence now. Su Tao's poisonous powder and insects can be used to concoct basic mutated medicinal liquid. It can be seen that the entire Prince Zheng's mansion is closely related to heavenly fate. The order he had given to Yuba and Xiao Yu was to capture everyone in King Zheng's residence and kill anyone who resisted. Well, don't ask why he was so cruel. The question was that they should never have tried to harm his wife. This matter had already touched his deepest bottom line. If he could tolerate it, what else could he tolerate? Won't this make things difficult for Mother? Jojo asked softly as he glanced at his husband. What's so difficult about it? And Mo Lien snorted. You have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Brother King Zheng has let down his mother's trust in him and let down his mother's painstaking efforts. I want him to pay the price. Arbor sighed. He knew that this guy was stubborn, and it was useless to persuade him. Moreover, it was Su Tao who wanted to scheme against them, and Mo Lien would definitely be unable to tolerate it. I've asked someone to throw Su Tao into the Ministry of Justice's prison temporarily. And Mo Lien frowned slightly and held the little guy's hand. There's no need to worry so much. Leave the rest to me to deal with. You still need to recuperate more recently. Let me be at ease, all right? Arbor nodded reluctantly and muttered, I'm very curious now. Who on earth is the one who set up King Zheng's mansion? Catch up on 2 chapters after waking up. Chapter 5386. And Mo Shikong, the Prince of Zheng, angrily stepped through the doorway and saw the man leisurely drinking tea in the hall. This person was dressed in green, his hair like a waterfall, his face like jade, and his figure slender. At this moment, he was sitting in the center of the hall, holding the tea in his hand and casually looking up at him. The anger in Mo Shikong's heart surged out. He quickly walked to the front of this person and couldn't help but roar with a trembling voice. Was it you? Was it you the scheme you set up? Made Tower walk into it herself. Hee, Prince Zheng, are you angry out of humiliation? A cold laugh came from behind him. Mo Shikong's body trembled slightly, and he quickly turned to look at the person who came. He saw a handsome man with a slight smile on his lips step through the door, waving the folding fan in his hand and smiling politely at him. Mo Shikong was very clear that he didn't know this person in front of him. He abruptly turned to glare at the man sitting there drinking tea and angrily asked with a trembling voice, Second young master, what do you mean? Who is this young master? Qin Exin faintly glanced at him and said with a sneer, Why are you in such a hurry? Young Master Qin, the fire didn't reach you, so you naturally aren't in a hurry. Mo Shikong gnashed his teeth in hatred, and he angrily rebuked while pointing at the door. Do you know that they've come knocking on our door? The Crown Prince's people are holding my Wang Fei and are knocking on our door. Mo Shikong sternly shouted, Second young master, what did you do? Oh, young Master Omega Katuku faintly glanced at Mo Shikong, seemingly glancing at his flustered and exasperated expression. His expression was still very indifferent as he asked, Mo Lien brought people to surround the Prince of Zheng's residence? Mo Shikong was so angry that his soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Seeing his unperturbed appearance, he could only swallow his anger, stifling his anger, and try to use a calm voice to say he didn't come. He only sent 2 subordinates. Then what are you afraid of? Omega Katoka looked at Mo Shikong contemptuously. You're sitting in this position. Don't tell me you're afraid of a few subordinates of the Crown Prince party? Then why do you still think that the prince is plotting something big? You should rest early. Mo Shikong was fuming. Second young master, this is the current master of the River of Forgetfulness, Long Yun, clan leader Long. Mo Shikong looked at Mr. Long in surprise. He saw Mr. Long waving the fan in his hand and looking at him. He still had a kind smile on his face and seemed to be particularly approachable. Mo Shikong didn't know the details of this person. Seeing that he was amiable and smiling, he didn't want to put on a straight face. It was too unreasonable. Therefore, He nodded slightly at the smiling young master Long unexpectedly. The second young master's next sentence angered him so much that he almost turned hostile on the spot. "We are both partners. King Zheng, the lord of the river of forgetfulness in front of you, is much more straightforward than you. Compared to a mere King Zheng like you, he is the overlord of the vast forgetful river. The entire forgetful river is under his jurisdiction. He is not as hard to choose as you are. Since you're so indecisive and dilly-dallying, this young master will help you make a choice so that you can go ashore quickly." King Zheng's lips trembled slightly, his body trembling fiercely. He couldn't help but roar angrily from his throat. "The choice you speak of is to frame my sister? Second young master, is all of this you're doing?" Chapter 53:87. A servant in green, who had been standing behind the second young master, looked up coldly at King Zheng. "King Zheng, please mind your words in front of my master." King Zheng's face was full of anger. He clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. Wang Cheng, the young master of the Omega Kitoku, raised his hand indifferently and dismissed the servant in green. Before King Zheng could suppress the anger in his heart, he heard the Lord of the River of Forgetfulness say, with a smile, "King Zheng, you've misunderstood the second young master." This young master Long was still smiling at him with a kind face. Although this person always had a smile on his face and looked very understanding, for some reason, King Zheng and Mo Shikong couldn't help but shudder when he heard his voice. "Actually, this matter doesn't have much to do with the second young master. The main responsibility lies with me. The Lord of the River of Forgetfulness said to him with a smile. However, the more he smiled like this, the more it made Zheng Wang's hair stand on end. He felt that this man in front of him seemed to be wearing a thick mask, and he couldn't read any thoughts from his face. The Lord of the River of Forgetfulness said with a smile, "When I passed by your courtyard, I saw your sister walking over from afar. I swear, I was just joking with her." Young Master Long smiled brightly at Mo Shikong. "I didn't expect her to take it seriously. Take away all the bottles and jars that I've been fiddling with." The anger in Mo Shikong's heart skyrocketed. He glared at the Lord of the River of Forgetfulness, who was putting on an act and looking pale with fright. "You." He raised his hand and pointed at Long Yun. His entire face was dark. What grudges did he have with this person? Why did he have to frame him like this? "It's strange, your sister doesn't know what those bottles and jars of mine are for." Young Master Long pursed his lips and looked a little aggrieved. "I already told her that these things aren't fun. Even a little bit of it can destroy a person's life. Who knew that your sister would be so bold?" Not only was she not afraid at all, she was very happy. He left happily with these bottles and jars in his hands. "How would I know that your sister would take it seriously? It was just a small joke." Mo Shikong was so angry that his vision turned black. He pointed at Long Yun and moved his lips. He couldn't help but shout, "You deliberately framed her." "What did I do to frame her?" Young Master Long pouted. Mo Shikong immediately saw that the elegant and handsome young master in front of him had turned into a pale old woman with wrinkles all over her face in less than a second, with cracking sounds coming from her bones. What kind of special ability was this? How could it be so terrifying? Mo Shikong's heart trembled, and he suddenly took a step back. In a matter of minutes, a handsome man had transformed into an old and decrepit woman. Despite such a transformation, there was no sign of abnormality in his body. If he was hiding among the enemies, he could transform into a new face and body at will. Then it would be impossible to catch him even in 10,000 years. Long Yun chuckled and glanced at Mo Shikong. "Prince Zheng, don't think too much. Your sister really isn't worth it for me to rack my brains and frame her." In fact, he had just fiddled with the medicine bottle in the courtyard and pretended to accidentally pour some powder in. Chapter 53:88. Su Shitao was already harboring evil intentions. When he saw the flowers and plants that were contaminated by the powder instantly wither, he could not suppress his curiosity and walked forward to ask. What happened next almost did not need him to explain. Su Shitao himself fell into the trap and developed step by step according to their plan. Long Yunjin did not understand why Mo Shikong was so angry. His own sister was stupid, so how could he have the face to blame others for framing her? If it wasn't for the fact that Su Shitao had always hated the young crown prince consort and wished for nothing more than to kill her, how would he have taken away all those bottles and jars? If his younger sister had the slightest bit of intelligence, she wouldn't have believed his words and really taken those bottles of poisonous powder and bugs to stuff them all in her own body, planning to use them to secretly deal with the crown prince consort. Therefore, Su Shitao could not blame anyone for ending up in this state. King Zheng clenched his fists tightly and could not help but roar in a low voice. Second young master, everything is as you wish now. My mansion of King Zheng has been exposed to the public, and the reputation of treason will soon land on my head. The entire mansion of King Zheng colluding with the Heavenly Fate dynasty will soon be made public. But what good will it do you to do this? If I am in the imperial court and hide in the shadows, at least in the short term, I can still provide some help, right? King Zheng, Mo Shikong, gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Now everything was over. It was said that the Eastern Palace had found a pile of bottles and jars from Tao Er's body and used them to concoct the basic mutated liquid. This matter was indisputable. King Zheng's mansion of Heavenly Fate dynasty had colluded with the Heavenly Fate dynasty. Young Master Omega Kitoku smiled coldly at him. King Zheng, you don't really think that you can overthrow the Mo family with your own actions, do you? Not to mention that the great emperor is not so easy to fool. You can't even get past the crown prince. Moreover, the great emperor still has several blood brothers. This young master has helped you plan everything. No matter what, it seems that it will not be your turn to ascend the throne. Young Master Omega Kitoku glanced at him coldly. King, don't use the trick you used to fool my father in front of this young master. King Zheng was tongue-tied and could not say a word for a long time. What do you want to say? This young master saw that you were hesitating and indecisive several times, so I helped you make a choice. Zheng Wang, Mo Shikong stared at the second young master's cold eyes, and his heart couldn't help but jump. You see, isn't everything fine now? King Zheng's king of King Zheng's Omega Kitoku's king. Mo Shikong's face was ashen from anger, and he glared hatefully at second young Master Qin. Now that my identity has been exposed with Mo Yin's methods, he definitely won't let me off. Of course. Mo Shikong turned back and glared at Long Yun, who was standing aside. Long Yun nodded in agreement and said with a smile, Your sister was whimsical and wanted to poison Xiao Xiao. With his character, it's naturally impossible for him to let your whole family go. Mo Shikong was so angry that his breath was stuck in his chest. He hated that he could not kill this abominable person in front of him. Since he knew that the matter would be so serious, he still had the nerve to make such a joke. He directly pushed his sister into the Ministry of Justice's prison and pushed the entire King Zheng's mansion into eternal damnation. Young Master Omega Kitoku had recovered and no longer looked like an old woman. Chapter 5389. Today, he was still an elegant young master with an excellent demeanor. However, although there was a hint of a smile like a spring breeze on his face, it made people's hearts involuntarily turn cold. The servants, who had been shouting and wrangling along the way, hurriedly threw themselves at Mo Shikong's feet and stammered, Your Highness, what should we do now? The Crown Prince's men have completely surrounded our Prince Zheng's estate. It's really impossible to escape. Your Highness, please give us some instructions. What should we do? Your Highness, Your Highness. Cries rang out one after another. Looking at those servants who were crawling on the ground and trembling incessantly, Mo Shikong, the Prince of Zheng, felt an intense anger in his heart. He suddenly had a feeling that the situation was hopeless. Does second young master want to put me to death? This Qin family's second young master did such a thing without any scruples. He directly tore off the mask that he had been hiding for so long and exposed his identity in front of everyone. How much enmity and resentment did he have with him? The second young master swept a glance at him and unhurriedly touched the ring on his pinky finger. A palm-sized triangular tent suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Do you have anything to pack?" the second young master asked indifferently. When he said this, Mo Shikong's fury burned even more fiercely. Long Yun, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. This Omega Kitoku was really quite amusing. At this kind of life and death juncture, he still asked the other party if he wanted to pack his things. Who knew what he would have done earlier? Mo Shikong was also vexed over this matter. This Omega Kitoku clearly did it on purpose. He already knew that Mo Lien, that fellow, would send people to capture him. Why didn't he ask him to pack his things earlier? Now that things had come to a head, how could he possibly disregard his own life for some worldly possessions? Thus, he gritted his teeth and coldly said, "No need to trouble yourself. That's really a pity." The Omega Kitoku sighed and silently glanced at Mo Shikong before raising his hand to put him into the tent. Mo Shikong was startled. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was standing in a gorgeous courtyard. Clearly, this thing that looked like a tent should be a spatial spiritual residence built by an armament refiner. He hurriedly shouted outside, "What about the people in my estate?" The Omega Kitoku said coldly, "This spatial container can't carry too many people. At most, it can only carry a few more. Then, quickly bring my parents and wives and concubines along." Second young Master Qin curled his lips and pretended to ask carelessly, "Then you don't want these things in your estate anymore?" In the face of such a disaster, who would still think about such trivial things? Mo Shikong said without hesitation, "No need. Bring one my son, my father and mother." Not a moment later, second young Master Qin's aloof voice was heard. "All right then, Jojo, don't worry about these troublesome matters." Mo Lien reached out to help his wife to the bedside and said with a smile, "Take good care of your body. After a few days, when you're completely recovered, we'll go to the ruined temple in the western suburbs." Arbor's eyes brightened. "Have you found my seed fragments?" Mo Lien nodded slightly. He held Arbor's hand and said, "Don't worry, it should be in the ruined temple in the western suburbs. It won't be long before we find it." Xiao Mu joyfully nodded her head. Chapter 5390. Arbor couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the window. She quietly complained to Mo Lien, "Do you remember when you threw a diaper at the window last time? It directly landed on Xiao Ye's head with a strange fragrance, right?" Mo Lien silently twitched her mouth and coughed lightly. "No way. Xiao Yi isn't squatting outside the window now. You can shout if you don't believe me." "Humph. Xiao Yi should be raiding the Prince Zheng estate right now. He definitely wouldn't be squatting outside the window." "Xiao Yi," Sir Jojo shouted. She then heard a rustling sound from the window, and a head popped out of the window. The head revealed a row of spotlessly white teeth and flashed her a full moon smile. "This subordinate greets the Crown Princess. Does the Crown Princess have any orders?" Sir Jojo blinked as he looked at the charcoal face in front of him. He instinctively felt that this face was very familiar, but he couldn't quite recognize who it was. "Crown Princess, this subordinate is Huifeng." However, Huifeng was quick-witted. When he saw the little Crown Princess's strange and dazed expression, he immediately introduced himself and revealed his identity to the Crown Princess. The little Crown Princess revealed a look of sudden realization, and she sized up Huifeng from head to toe no less than 3 times. She suddenly pointed at him and asked in surprise, "Huifeng, why are you so tanned?" Huifeng must have gone to mine ores, right? How did those shiny ores turn the handsome Huifeng into this charred state? It would have been fine if the little Crown Princess didn't ask, but Huifeng really wanted to cry when she did. A tragic life really didn't need an explanation. He spent all day in Huiping village directing the mining of ores, so his face was a pitch-black mess from being exposed to the elements. Venerable Immortal Jin Shang, Zhao Sheng, and Liang Yi have also returned? Huifeng nodded. "Does the Crown Princess want to see them?" Arbor waved his small hand. "Let everyone rest first. I don't have anything urgent to attend to." "All right," Huifeng said with a bitter expression. The holy stone ores dug up in Graping village only filled one storage talisman. How much manpower and resources did they have to expend? As long as the formation set up by the ancestor of the Chaoyang clan was extremely huge, they would not be able to deal with it if they went any deeper. Xiao Mu gazed at them sympathetically before ridiculing. Back then, the old geezer even bragged in front of me, saying that no one in this world could dig up the grotto heaven immortal abode that he had buried besides me. Huifeng nodded repeatedly and hastily said, "Senior's words are true. If it wasn't for Supreme, Immortal, Venerable Jean and the others, we wouldn't even be able to break through the outer array. Actually, the St. Veins we've dug up are just a drop in the ocean." Indeed, he did not manage to dig out the innermost holy vein. The ones that he had dug up were only the edges, which was equivalent to just scratching the surface. Senior Chaoyang is indeed an exceptionally capable person. If the Crown Princess wants to dig out all the holy veins, she'll probably have to make a trip herself. Arbor was startled and glanced at Huifeng sympathetically. He suddenly patted Huifeng's shoulder. "It's been hard on you." Huifeng was so touched that he only wanted to cry. He quickly shook his head and said, "It's not hard, it's not hard. This subordinate will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for the Crown Princess." Mo Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, her gaze landing on his charcoal black face. "Go wash your face." Huifeng, he really wanted to burst into tears. After all, several months of mining was involved. Chapter 5391. That charred skin for being exposed to the wind and sun really wasn't something that could be recovered just by rubbing his face a few times. "Master," Huifeng really wanted to sob. "Can we not assign subordinates to mine or his next time?" Arbor patted Huifeng's shoulder and nodded sympathetically at him. "Next time, find some brothers with dark faces to begin with." Emolian, fuck, why did he want to laugh so much when he heard his wife bickering with his subordinates? Arbor took out a small porcelain bottle and stuffed it into Huifeng's hand. He patted his arm. "Huifeng, take a beautifying pill. It should help you recover quickly. There are also several special beautifying ointment in this bottle. I've made it into the size of a pill. Every time you finish bathing these days, crush the beautifying ointment and apply it to your face. This Crown Princess guarantees that you'll recover your original appearance in less than 10 days. Huifeng's mouth twitched fiercely. He clutched the bottle of beautifying pills in his hand and speechlessly raised his head to look at the Crown Prince. Why would a grown man like him eat a beautifying pill? If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. The Crown Prince glared at him warningly. Huifeng instantly quieted down and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He revealed a silly grin. "Crown Princess, you treat this subordinate like a master and mother. That's truly too good." Mo Yin facepalmed and kicked him lightly without thinking. "Hurry and scram. Huifeng was talking nonsense here all the time. From the looks of it, he just had too much free time." After Huifeng left, Mo Yin laughingly scolded him and took out a storage talisman from her pocket. "Put this storage talisman away. There's a lot of holy stones inside." Arbor shook his head. "I don't need it for the time being. You can keep it. See if Rotten Peach and the others need it first." Mo Yin stroked his head, but didn't argue with him. She nodded and put away the storage talisman. "Did our son disturb you today?" Arbor shook his head and said with a vexed expression, "The little dumpling is too obedient. When I open my eyes, I eat and drink. When I close my eyes, I immediately fall asleep." Usually, she did not cry or make a fuss. Occasionally, she would make a little noise, but that was enough to make Jojo excited for half a day. Jojo shook his head and sighed. "Your son is like you. He doesn't talk much." Mo Yin stared blankly at his wife's small figure as she turned around and pattered over to the bed. The corners of his mouth twitched speechlessly. Who was the quiet one here? When they first met in Kwoto Village, he could count on his fingers the number of words she had said. "Wife." Mo Yin walked up to her and followed her to the bed. "You can't do this. What do you think?" Arbor reached out and picked up the little girl who was lying on the bed. He glanced at his husband from the corner of his eyes. "Shift the blame." Mo Yin pursed her lips and held Arbor's hand. "You can't always think that our son is like me. Isn't he like you?" The little Crown Princess sniffed and turned to ask Eunuch Chun, who was chuckling at the side. Eunuch Chun, tell me. He's like your Highness the Crown Prince. The little imperial grandson is especially like your Highness when you were young. He doesn't talk much, eats and sleeps well. He's very obedient. The Crown Prince. Eunuch Chun, whose family are you from? Back then, you always said that I was annoying. Mother Arbor sighed faintly and glanced at the Crown Prince. Husband, guess what Mother said to me when she found out about the little dumpling's nickname? Emolyen's mouth twitched. Wife. Chapter 53:92. Arbor glanced at her husband and muttered in a low voice, I think Mother is right. She said Big Glutinous Rice Ball and Little Dumpling are really a pair of father and son. Our son is just like you. Big Glutinous Rice Ball? Wasn't he called Little Glutinous Rice Ball before? He had upgraded, hadn't he? Emolyen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his wife's serious expression. Jojo was actually serious. She probably agreed with her mother's words. You are Glutinous Rice Ball's wife, Tuanzi's mother. The Crown Prince suddenly pounced on his wife, held her in his arms, and bit her, causing Lord Jojo to exclaim. The Crown Prince was too presumptuous. There were many little palace maids and eunuchs watching. He dared to act so brazenly. Jojo was itching to slap him. What are you doing? Everyone is watching. Who dares to watch? The Crown Prince shouted angrily. Eunuch Chun and the others had already left. What a joke. Did they have to wait for the Crown Prince to be free and chase them away himself? Only those who know and be tactful can live a long life. Arbor raised her hand and pinched him. Are you rebelling? Emolyen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand to stop her and shook his head. I wouldn't dare even if I had 10,000 guts. Arbor suppressed her laughter and nodded seriously. At least you know what's good for you. Let go of the Crown Princess. I won't let go. Prince Mo hugged her and didn't let go. He snorted angrily. Ever since Little Dumpling came out, all your attention has been on that guy. Jojo, after a while, you probably won't even know what your husband looks like. Arbor punched him on the head. Don't compete with your son for favor. Emolyen looked at her aggrievedly and said in a slightly wavering voice, Jojo. Arbor tried his best to suppress his laughter. He tilted his head and looked at him. Suddenly, his gaze fell behind him. His little face was slightly dazed. Emolyen. Jojo poked him on the shoulder. Humph, what for? Crown Prince Mo responded in displeasure. His wife doted on his son more than she doted on him. The Crown Prince was in a bad mood. Arbor poked his shoulder a few more times. You, turn your head, turn your head. Emolyen turned her head slightly and glanced behind her. Suddenly, her eyes widened. He saw baby Mo, that little rascal, floating behind him. His entire body was suspended in midair, and his pair of pitch-black phoenix eyes were staring at him without blinking. His face was expressionless, which father would be able to witness such a scene? Her son, who was not even a month old yet, was staring at her with his chilly eyes. She did not know when he had floated behind her, and his gaze was fixed on her. You're a baby. Please be a normal baby. Act like a human. Baby Mo smacked his little mouth and spat out a small mouthful of bubbles. He continued to look at his father expressionlessly and exchanged glances with him without blinking. Arbor quickly walked over and reached out to take baby Mo. This little kid was too cute. Look, he was clearly such a small child, but he had an expressionless old face. He was too much like his father. Ha! Emolyen was a step ahead of his wife and carried the little rascal in his arms. Unexpectedly, this time, he managed to save some face for his old father and didn't use his internal energy to shake him off. My son, when I'm talking to your mother, can you not be a spirit behind my back? Emolyen's reply was baby Emolyen spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Was he human? Chapter 53:93. With this fellow opened his toothless mouth and glanced disdainfully at his dad. Arbor circled around her husband and reached out to hug her son, but Jojo's lotus dodged her several times. What are you doing? Sir Jojo glared at his husband angrily. Emolyen hugged her son and patted him twice. Wait a moment. I reckon he's about to poo. After he's done, hubby will wash him before handing him to you. That's fine too. The little stoic quickly retracted her hand and nodded earnestly. Don't throw the smelly diaper around this time. It'll be so embarrassing if you throw it on royal father's face. Emolien. It had to be said that Emolien, this fellow, had developed a set of experienced procedures after repeatedly waiting on her son to poo. As long as she paid attention to her son's complexion, she could guess that the little fellow was about to come. How did you know he's about to poo? The little stoic looked curiously at her husband, who was fiddling with a clean diaper. Hubby, you're much more adept at this. Try changing a baby's diaper 6 or 7 times a day. How can you not be adept? Prince Emo rolled his eyes. Jojo, don't tell me this fellow doesn't poo when I'm not around during the day. Arbor shook her small head. He doesn't even pee much, let alone poo. She suddenly paused, as if she had discovered a new continent. She said excitedly, Hubby, have you noticed that it's easier for to poo when he's facing you? Emolien, Ma Jiechin, who had just entered the room, almost died from laughter when she heard this. She hastily interrupted and teased. That's right, that's right. I think Emolien has a face that makes baby Mo want to poo. Emolien simply didn't want to speak to this rotten peach blossom. Hubby, it's really been hard on you. The little stoic sighed and looked sympathetically at Emolien with sparkling eyes. It can't be helped. Little Furball wants to poo whenever he sees you. In the future, you have to come back on time no matter how busy you are. Wife, if your eyes didn't flash with a faint smile of schadenfreude, your tone would seem much more sincere. Husband, don't panic. Things will get better when the little dumpling grows up. I'll have to trouble you for now. Emolien didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he nodded and dryly told his wife, It's not hard at all. Hushichin was laughing so hard that she fell over. She dragged a stool and sat down beside Emolien. Come, let me see. My little dumpling really looks like Jojo. Emolien, this person's ability to lie through his teeth was really bad. She clearly had a wrinkled little face, and nothing could be seen. Speaking of resemblance, the only thing that could be seen now was the little dumpling's deep and beautiful phoenix eyes. Wasn't he just like his father? Most importantly, his wife wasn't a modest person. As soon as someone said that her son looked like her, she would immediately nod in agreement with a "you have good taste" expression. She would look at that person and praise him repeatedly. You're absolutely right. The little dumpling really looks like me. He'll definitely be very beautiful in the future. Emolien glanced at Hushichin and saw this guy secretly twitching the corner of his mouth. Clang! The hall's door made a heavy noise. Sir Guangguang ran in breathlessly. When he saw Arbor, it was as if he had seen a relative he hadn't seen in 800 years, and he howled as he pounced on her. Aunt Xiao, whoa, the little monk and I were beaten up today. Arbor was startled and turned around to see the little monk and little monkey walking in. Chapter 53-94. What happened? Xiao Mu was at a loss for words as she stroked the light, condensing mirror's bald head. This 10,000 years old congealing Jing, who is old but doesn't have wisdom, its intelligence is probably not as high as the little monk's Kong Kong. Come to mother. Arbor waves at him. The little monk hastily strode over to Xiao Mu's side and stood still. What happened to your face? Arbor slightly narrows her eyes. Her sharp gaze falls on the left side of his face. There's a shallow bruise. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it. Nothing happened. Congealing Jing cries more and more miserably, howling louder and louder. I was beaten by someone, and I also have a bruise here on my neck. Arbor looks at the neck that Congealing Jing is pointing at, and sure enough, she sees a 2-finger-wide bruise. What happened, Kong Kong? Arbor pulls the little monk to her side, looking at him with a serious face. Who bullied you? The little monk scratches his head, looking at Arbor with a bit of embarrassment. Mother, did I cause trouble for you? Actually, it's nothing. What do you mean, nothing? The little monkey angrily jumps in front of Arbor, his face filled with righteous indignation. Little sister, when we were monitoring the teacher's lesson today, someone provoked us. Yes. Congealing Jing hurriedly nods. A few especially bad children provoked the 3 of us, looking for trouble. Umitba. The little monk puts his hands together, blinking his eyes. 2 little benefactors. You don't have to say any more. It's actually just a small matter. Seeing the little monk like this, Arbor knows that he's going to start nagging again. So she quickly interrupts him and changes the topic, pretending to be curious. Guang Guang, why don't you tell us who provoked the three of you? Your Highness. Eunuch Chun, who had hurried over, glanced at the three children with a strange expression. He hurriedly bowed and said, Your Highness, the Crown Princess, Lord Liu from the Imperial Astronomer, and Assistant Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Justice have come to ask for forgiveness. Mo Yin stared blankly, then glanced at the three little ones without batting an eyelid. Come out with me. Lord Guangguang hurriedly grabbed the little monkey's sleeve and shook it secretly. The latter lowered its head and glared at him fiercely. The little fellow was so frightened that he retracted his hand and quickly stood properly. Arbor saw that the three of them were exchanging flirtatious glances. His heart was slightly moved. He held the little monk's hand and patted it lightly. Kong Kong, you've never lied before. The small monk hurriedly said, Ba, monks do not lie. Arbor rubbed his head. Then tell me, are these people who came to ask for forgiveness related to your matter? The little monk thought for a moment, then nodded his bald head honestly. Mother, don't be angry, okay? Arbor pinched his little chubby face. I'll settle the score with you guys later. After saying that, she went to settle her son, who had fallen asleep after pooping, and turned to leave the hall. When she reached the entrance of the main hall, she heard the faint sound of children sobbing before she even stepped through the door. When she entered, she saw a row of 7 to 8-year-old children kneeling at the entrance of the main hall. Several stern-looking imperial court officials were pleading for forgiveness to the crown prince. Arbor glanced at the row of children kneeling on the ground. When she saw their faces clearly, she couldn't help but stare blankly. Chapter 5395. The group of children kneeling on the ground looked extremely miserable. Not to mention their bruised faces, their eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying. When they saw the little crown princess leading Guang Guang and the little monk into the main hall, their eyes blazed with hatred when they met their enemies. The children's gazes as they stared at Guang Guang and the little monk were truly peerless. Official Liu of the Imperial Astronomer repeatedly apologized to His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, please forgive us. My unfilial son was rude and offended the little sir. This lowly official has already taught him a harsh lesson. Louis May's chubby little face had 2 lines of tear stains, and he cried even harder when he heard this. Qiao Mu speechlessly glanced at the children who were kneeling unsteadily. She walked up and quietly asked, What's going on? Everyone in the room was instantly silenced. The children who were originally crying and making a fuss also looked at each other now. They shut their little mouths tightly and didn't dare to make a sound with flushed faces. Evidently, the adults had already harshly admonished them at home. Don't be rash in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. Especially don't yell and cry in front of the Crown Princess. Louis May had 2 lines of tears and snot running down his face. There was a bruise on his eye, and his chin was swollen. He looked mournfully at the stoic-faced Crown Princess in front of him and didn't even dare to breathe loudly for a moment. Arbor turned to look at congealing Jing, who was cowering on the side like a quail, and his gaze turned slightly severe. Guang Guang, did you guys hit them? The little monkey also didn't dare to speak now and hid next to the door, his 2 small hands clutching the door without speaking. Kong Kong, speak. The little stoic lowered her head to look at the little monk. The little monk blinked and nodded honestly. We hit them. 3 against a group, and they were all beaten down. Everyone, why did they fight? Arbor asked with knitted brows. I don't know. The little monk looked at Arbor in bewilderment, but his expression was very magnanimous. I just heard Guang Guang shout fight. Little monkey rushed up. I thought, I have to be loyal, so I also went up. The corners of Emolien's mouth twitched. Beside her, Hushi-chan was convulsing with laughter. He raised his hand to rub the little monk's head and praised, What a loyal and good child. The little monk secretly glanced at Arbor. Mother, did I do something wrong? The little stoic ignored him and directly turned to look at the light condensing mirror. Guang Guang. Guang Guang Dren took a step back with a guilty conscience. When he saw Jojo Dren's cold gaze sweeping over him, he hurriedly confessed, "Auntie, Louis May is too despicable. He's been snatching my drumsticks for 3 days in a row. You're even fighting for seats. He always thinks that he's the boss and forces us to be his underlings. If I don't teach him a lesson, the heavens will not tolerate it." Arbor: "You idiot. Are you still a 10,000-year light condensing mirror? Earlier, you wanted to suffer in order to save face and refuse to call me Annie. But now, once you jump out of the age gap, you freaking let yourself go. I told you to protect Kong Kong, but you immediately assumed the role of a child and actually fought over drumsticks with a child whose real age is only 7 or 8 years old. Don't you feel guilty and ashamed? Among these 3 fellows, apart from the little monk who is truly 6 years old, the other 2 only look immature. Look at how ruthless they are, beating up a group of children in minutes." Chapter 53:96. Truly, it was very good. The little monkey probably also saw that Arbor was about to get angry, so he hastily ran to her side. He slightly swayed Arbor's sleeve and said pitifully, "Little sister, don't be angry. I swear, it won't be like this next time." On the side, Guang Guang also nodded continuously and looked at the female Jinx in front of him with trepidation. He also knew that his actions were a bit absurd. But at that time in the cafeteria, there were so many brats watching. If he didn't fiercely teach Liu Yimei a lesson, how could he live up to his super high martial prowess? Moreover, he had already wanted to beat Liu Yimei up for a long time when he looked at his chubby face. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Guang Guang and the other 2 and reprimanded, "It's not that I don't allow you to retaliate. It's not wrong for you to retaliate when others bully you. Why must the guilty party complain first and make false accusations?" Arbor coldly snorted as she stared at Sir Guang Guang's evasive eyes. Before this, Arbor really thought that someone had bullied the 3 of them in the kindergarten. In the end, no one had bullied them at all. Instead, it was 1 against 3, 3 against a group, and all of them were knocked down. Those children kneeling on the ground clearly had injuries on their faces, and there were probably even more hidden injuries on their bodies. How was this a group fight between these 3 frauds? It was clearly crushing a bunch of rookies and feeling very good about themselves. Arbor coldly said, "Give me your hand." She casually took out a ferrule from her inner world and looked at the 3 brats solemnly. Sir Guang Guang jolted in fright and immediately hugged Arbor's leg, wailing at the top of his lungs, "Auntie, we won't dare to deceive you again in the future. Please forgive us this time and don't beat us." A cold smile floated on Arbor's lips. "In your dreams," the little stoic said coldly, "do you still dare to deceive people next time? How dare you put on an act in front of Jojo-sama? I'll expose you in minutes." In the end, Arbor knocked on each of their palms 3 times, causing the 3 children to groan and laugh bitterly. Arbor sent the 3 of them to kneel in the small Buddha hall. Then, he turned around and distributed a lot of healing medicine to the children of the adults. After a series of instructions, Official Liu and the others from the Imperial Astronomer were all overwhelmed by the favor and thanked him profusely. After Lord Liu and the others left with the children, Prince Mo grabbed Arbor's hand and said, "You really made them kneel in the small temple for the whole night? What, you want to plead for mercy?" Prince Mo hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. The guilty ones complained first. "You should be punished for not telling the truth." Arbor glared at him. "It's all your fault. She didn't know how to teach her children. All she did was spoil them and give them whatever they wanted. Back then, you and Xiao San were led astray by you. Wife, can we not bring up the past?" Prince Mo wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Why did you and Xiao San get dragged into this all of a sudden? Weren't they innocent?" At night, Guang Guang and the others were sighing in despair inside the small Buddha hall. Suddenly, they felt a chilly breeze behind their necks. When they turned around to look, they discovered that the door to the small Buddha hall had somehow opened a crack. The 3 shrunk their necks and almost fainted when they turned around. They saw baby Mo hanging in front of them, his black eyes staring fixedly at them. "Ah, fuck, be a mature baby. Who are you freaking scaring in the middle of the night?" Chapter 53:97. The three little ones cried out in unison, looking at baby Mo, who was hanging in front of them with stupefied expressions. Mas, Master. Lord Guangguang's tears were about to fall. He was the closest to little Master, and when he turned his head, he saw a certain little one wrapped in a little swaddling cloth, staring at him expressionlessly. Why did the scene look a little strange and terrifying? Little Monk smacked his little lips, pursed his lips, and coughed lightly. Little dumpling, what are you doing in the middle of the night? This small Buddha hall was a little far away from the East Palace's main hall to begin with. In the middle of the night, they could only hear the wind howling outside. Who would have thought that when they turned their heads, they would see a little thing hanging in midair, staring fixedly at them? Baby Mo abruptly fell from midair. It scared Lord Guangguang so much that he hurriedly rushed forward and stretched out his arm to catch his little master. You, what are you doing? Little Monkey also hurriedly jumped up and surrounded baby Mo with Kong Kong. Looking down, they saw baby Mo staring at them with a pair of black eyes. The little arms and legs wrapped in swaddling cloth moved, and a few lollipops suddenly hit their heads. Lord Guangguang looked down at the lollipops on the ground and hurriedly picked them up. Little Monk didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at him and said, "Little dumpling, did you wander here in the middle of the night just to give us candy?" Sigh, it really scared me to death. Little Monkey very contentedly reached out to take a candy, peeled off the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. Auntie is telling you, scaring people to death. You can't be like this in the future. But speaking of which, we are really unlucky today. Who would have thought that those cowards would actually complain to their parents? Their father even brought those cowards to find little Missy to make trouble for us. Simply preposterous. Little Monkey sat cross-legged on the ground and slapped his thigh angrily. Isn't that so? Lord Guangguang, who was carrying the little dumpling, was also not happy to kneel. He simply sat down and said angrily, "Those cowards on the surface, they were respectful to us, but later on, they complained to their parents. The next time I see them, I will beat them up every time I see them." The small monk wrinkled his nose and clasped his hands together. "Umipa, you're not right. You'll teach my younger brother bad things. Furthermore, I feel that the lords who came today didn't seem to be here to complain at all. Instead, they seem to be here to apologize. It's just that Nyang Qin felt that we were in the wrong. Moreover, one must have love for one's schoolmates and not be too heavy-handed. That's why they punished us by making us kneel here." The little monk nodded his little head in a serious manner. "You two should be more careful in the future. Before you do anything, you have to use your brain." "Shut up." Little Monkey roared at him impatiently and licked his lollipop. "Why are you so long-winded? You're so young, yet you act like an old man." Kong Kong blushed and quickly retorted, "I'm not long-winded. I'm just a little talkative." Lord Guangguang stretched out his hand and stroked the little monk's bald head. With a serious expression, he said to him, "Why are you arguing with a girl? You see, my uncle-in-law never fights with my auntie. You have to know that you can't win. If you can't win, you'll be scolded. The gains don't make up for the losses." The little monk closed his mouth thoughtfully and obediently sat beside Lord Guangguang without saying anything. Chapter 53:98. The little monkey grumbled angrily. "After those cowards made a fuss today, I didn't even get to eat dinner. Humph, if only I could have a bowl of hot mushroom soup right now, sigh." The little monk didn't have high expectations, but when he thought of his mushroom soup, he felt even more wronged. What was the use of having an inner world? His storage talisman was taken away by his mother before he was punished to kneel, and his inner world was sealed as well. Now, he only had a praying mat for him to kneel on, and it was especially miserable. He was really innocent in today's matter. This little monk was also punished to kneel while watching the show, and didn't have to do anything from the start to the end. While they were talking, a big pot of soup suddenly appeared in front of the three little ones. The hot soup was still boiling, and there were all kinds of vegetables in the pot, including the mushrooms that the little monk had been thinking about for a long time. In the blink of an eye, there was a plate of roasted chicken, a plate of red braised meat, and 3 bowls of shiny holy rice. "Master, you are our savior." Lord Guangguang's tears were about to fall again. He held the bowl of holy rice with a touched expression, and without another word, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Kong Kong raised his hand and patted the baby's swaddling clothes. "Little brother, you are really capable." The little monkey scooped a bowl of soup, and after taking a sip, he paused and turned to look at baby Mo thoughtfully. "Hey, don't you think that it is very strange that he can open an inner world at such a young age?" "What's strange about it?" "My family's little dumpling was a God Realm level 8 expert when he was born, and he advanced to God Realm level 10 in a short while." What was strange about having an inner world? Now that someone came to tell them that baby Mo had a God Realm with him when he was born, they wouldn't find it strange at all. The little monkey ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and nodded. "That's true. Little Dumpling is really the most talented person I have seen in the past 300 years. "What, 300 years? I haven't seen a second person in the past 10,000 years who can compare to my family's little master of." Kong Kong glanced at the two of them and silently ate 2 pieces of mushroom. "One of you stayed in the Sun Moon Mystery Realm for a few hundred years. The other was suppressed in the depths of the sea for 10,000 years. I haven't seen many people in total." "Shut up," the 2 little ones shouted at the little monk in unison. The little monk held the small bowl and cast a glance at them. He puffed up his cheeks and resentfully shut his small mouth. Humans were all like this. They couldn't listen to the truth. Baby Mo, who was originally lying on Master Guangguang's lap, suddenly stood up and flew lightly to Kong Kong. The little monk quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and reached out to catch him. She saw the baby's 2 black eyes staring at her. She immediately felt very happy. "Brother, we're not quarreling. We're just bickering," the small monk explained in a strange manner. Then he felt that it was somewhat funny. Her younger brother was still so young and couldn't understand. The 3 little ones had a great appetite and finished half a pot of soup. Half of the roast chicken was also eaten by the little monkey and Lord Guangguang, but the plate of red braised meat was not touched. After eating, the 3 of them worked together to move the leftovers to the outside of the small temple. Then they sneaked back and pretended to kneel in front of the shrine for half an hour. The little monk hugged baby Mo and recited the scriptures while kneeling there. Suddenly, his small head sank down and almost hit baby Mo's big head. He was shocked and hurriedly stabilized his body. Looking down, he saw the baby opening his toothless mouth as if he was laughing at him. The little monk's heart warmed and he smiled at him. Chapter 53:99. The little monkey didn't look like he was kneeling anymore. His back drooped as he curled up into a tiny ball, and he cried pitifully, "Sigh, if there was a blanket right now, I would be able to fall asleep immediately." After he said that, they saw a mattress on the floor beside them, and 2 brand new brocade quilts were placed on the soft mattress. The little monkey quickly crawled over and hugged baby Mo, kissing him twice. "Little Dumpling, youngest aunt really loves you to death. You're truly a good, considerate, and sensible child. Youngest aunt won't keep them company anymore. I'm going to sleep first." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw the little monkey roll onto the mattress without a care for his image, shake open the 2 quilts, and crawl in. Sir Guangguang yawned and glanced miserably at the thick and soft mattress on the floor. Then I'll also sleep for a bit. I'll kneel again after I wake up." Willpower truly couldn't overcome a sleepy heart. Sir Guangguang also surrendered and rolled onto the mattress. He pulled up a corner of the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Baby Mo squirmed in the little monk's arms. The little monk was also extremely sleepy, but he still knelt there and said with half-closed eyes, "Kneel for a bit longer. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes." In the middle of the night, Mo Yin kept feeling a pair of bright eyes staring at him. He used extremely strong willpower to open his eyes and rolled up from the bed. He happened to meet his wifey's small, stoic, and expressionless face. He face-bombed and exclaimed, "Wifey, what are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" He was really going to be scared to death by his wifey. Sitting next to you in the middle of the night and looking at him with a faint gaze, Mo Yin really wanted to cry. The little stoic pursed her lips and suddenly lifted the quilt. She pointed at the mattress and said indifferently, "What's missing?" Mo Yin looked down at his bewildered, handsome face. When he saw his wifey's solemn and serious expression, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Son, where's our son?" He remembered that before going to bed, he had helped the little ancestor play a game. Then, he had washed him clean and was carried over by his wife. Prince Mo hurriedly got up and flipped the blanket and pillows to search for his son. However, his son was nowhere to be found. He broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly turned to look at his wife. Son. Without another word, the little stoic pulled out her hand and punched his head. "You don't even know that your son is missing. No wonder my mother has always reminded me that you men are not reliable at all. You have to worry about everything as your mother." Prince Mo stared blankly at his wife, who had suddenly lost her temper. His heart was beating like a drum. Wife. He called out to her weakly. The little stoic said irritably, "What should I say about you? Do you admit your mistake?" Wrong. Mo Yin nodded repeatedly, looking like she was admitting her mistake. She asked carefully, "Son, where did our son go?" "Oof. Relying on you to keep an eye on our son. You wouldn't even know if our son was taken away 100 years ago." Prince Mo glanced at his wifey aggrievedly. "Follow me." The little stoic put on her clothes and put on her shoes before casually wrapping herself in a cloak. Mo Yin was bewildered as he followed his wifey out of the main hall. At this time, the moon was shining brightly, and the pitch-black night sky was dotted with stars. A slightly chilly wind blew in their faces. Mo Yin reflexively grabbed Arbor's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Chapter 5400. Jojo. He lowered his head to tighten her cloak before hugging her tightly. "It won't happen again." Arbor pursed her small lips and punched his back. "These past 2 days, Mother has been nagging me, saying that I don't know how to take care of a child and that I'm unreliable. She didn't see you. You're even more unreliable." Emolian quickly promised, "Next time I'll definitely be reliable, extremely reliable." Xiaomu hummed in response and nodded proudly. "All right, then I'll forgive you this time on behalf of my son. When did you notice that he was missing?" Emolian asked curiously. "A minute before you woke up." Emolian. He looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then aren't you the same as me?" "What's the same?" Okay, not the same, not the same." She really was at sunder a baby, bristling as soon as she was mentioned. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he quickly reached out to pacify her. "You're reliable. You're the best mother in the world." The little stoic felt more at ease and nodded with a okay. Of course. In the dark night, a figure flashed in front of them. A pair of bright eyes on a pitch-black face smiled at them. "Master, this way." The two people walked hand in hand under the moonlight for about half a quarter of an hour before they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What was going on? They really wanted to ask. How did their son run all the way from the Easter Palace's main hall to this remote courtyard? Both of them tensed up and didn't speak. However, Hui Feng said very understandingly, "Master, little master is especially awesome. When I was crouching on the tree, I saw him float out of the bedroom's window and float all the way here. He didn't pause at all. He also didn't come down to rest. We encountered a wild cat on the way. This subordinate was afraid it would bite little master, so before I could do anything, I saw that cat suddenly fly out with its 4 hooves upside down." Hui Feng pointed at the roof across from them. "It's over there." As parents, their feelings were a bit complicated as they looked up at the roof that Hui Feng was pointing at. Sure enough, he saw a multicolored kitten curled up on the roof, trembling and screaming pitifully. The little stoic's mouth twitched, and she expressionlessly said, "Take it down." "Alrighty." Hui Feng suddenly leaped onto the roof and brought the kitten down in a few moves. Sir Jojo and Prince Mo looked at each other with complicated expressions. Their own son had sneakily floated out of the main hall. As parents, they actually didn't know anything. This was really the biggest joke in the world. When the two arrived at the entrance of the small Buddha hall, 2 hidden guards stepped forward and pushed the door open, bowing to invite the two inside. The 2 of them stepped through the door. only to see 2 rows of faint candlelight illuminating the room. The room was burning with silver charcoal, but it didn't seem cold. A large bed was placed next to the praying mats in front of the shrine. There were 2 mattresses and 1 mattress. It looked really thick and warm. Their son was lying on Empty's stomach, and the 3 little imps were sprawled out in their sleep. Empty's fist was pressed against the little monkey's face, and the little monkey's feet were stepping on Guang Guang. Guang Guang was curled up in the bedding next to them, not caring about his head and exposing half of his butt. This row of sleeping postures was truly incomparably ecstatic. Arbor couldn't resist chuckling. Looking at these comical little guys, all the anger in his heart disappeared without a trace. Mo Yin looked at him with a smile in her phoenix eyes. Chapter 54:01. The 2 of them walked up and adjusted the children's sleeping postures. They wanted to reach out to hold baby Mo, but they discovered that the little monk was tightly protecting him with both hands. Mo Yin originally wanted to gently pry open the empty hands, but she discovered that his brows were twitching, as if he was about to wake up. Arbor tugged at her and said softly, "Let's go out first." The 2 of them lit up the silver charcoal fire a little before walking out hand in hand. After closing the door to the small Buddha hall, they couldn't help but smile at each other. Huifeng walked up with a grin and said, "Master, little master is amazing. He's such a small baby. So where do you think all these things came from?" He pointed at the empty pots and plates that several hidden guards carried over and said with a chuckle, "Little master and the other 3 brought out the remaining half after they were full. I even suspect that they purposely brought it out to reward us." Mo Yin's mouth twitched. It was obvious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought it out. These children were all shrewd. Arbor glanced back at the small Buddha hall in amusement. You don't know, but after they were full, little master took out a large quilt and mattress and went to sleep on the floor. The hidden guards were stupefied at that time. They really didn't expect that little master, who was still so young, could move soup, water, quilt, and mattress into his inner world just like that. But the problem was, when did he take these things? Mo Yin waved her hand, dismissing Huifeng and the others. She turned to look helplessly at Jojo. "Wife, is there something you haven't told your husband?" Arbor blinked and coughed lightly. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I only discovered it recently. Our son seems to be able to enter and exit the star domain at will. Qiu told me in private. Our son isn't like you guys, who need to carry a branch of the sacred tree by his side. After leaving the sovereign capital, he can't enter the star domain. Our son seems to be able to enter the star domain at will wherever he goes. He can also summon holy water, holy wood, and holy earth. I just don't know if he can see a vast star field in his dantian." Mo Yin widened her eyes and looked at her little wife in disbelief. Then what about him?" Arbor nodded sincerely and patted Mo Yin's waist sympathetically. "He should be the richest baby in the world." Mo Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at her. She smiled and joked, "My dear Qiao, then wouldn't all your hard work over the years have been in vain? You're just making a wedding dress for your son. A son doesn't need a wedding dress." Okay. Everything my Joe says makes sense." Arbor blinked, leaned into his arms, and said softly, "Actually, after knowing this, I'm very happy. Although our little dumpling has already broken through to the 10th level of the divine realm at such a young age, he is truly too small and too weak. Sometimes when I look at him, it seems that anyone can break his thin arm with just a finger. Now that the situation is tense and uncertain, danger lurks everywhere. I feel much more at ease knowing that little dumpling has the star domain to protect himself. At the very least, if bad people came to capture him, he could immediately hide in the star domain, couldn't he? Jojo, be good. Don't worry, okay?" Mo Yin lowered his head and kissed her gently on the forehead. "With you and me around, we will protect little dumpling. We definitely won't let anything happen to him. Jojo, don't worry too much, okay?" Chapter 54:02. Arbor nodded. Mo Yin, now I can truly understand Long Chiyun's mentality back then. Back then, she tried her best to conceal the truth and didn't tell me anything. Arbor said with a faint sigh. Actually, she didn't want me to come to the divine continent. As a mother, she only wanted me to let go of the burden of hatred and grow up peacefully and obediently. Even if she left me in a small farmhouse, as long as I could grow up happily, I think she would be perfectly satisfied. She didn't ask for you to be rich and noble, only for you to be healthy for the rest of your life. This was Mother's initial wish. Seeing her in his arms, Emolian gently caressed her cheek and said, "Perhaps all the mothers in the world think this way." Arbor tilted her little head and glanced at him. "Your son strolls outside in the middle of the night. This is a very bad habit. How do you plan to educate him?" Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if I reason with him, he probably won't listen in his current state. Besides, even if I reason with him with my fists, you won't agree. If he dared to lay a finger on his son, with his wifey's protective personality, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be beaten to death. Forget it. Arbor took out a spirit-binding rope from her inner world. "How about tying him to me tonight?" Emolian was speechless. After a long while, she said in amusement, "I don't think this little spirit-binding rope can bind our son." Arbor blinked and nodded in all seriousness. She raised her hand and patted her husband's chest. "Husband, then make a rope that can bind him." This important task could only be left to the divine weapon master in front of her. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Inside the Ministry of Justice's dungeon, at the end of the corridor, in the innermost and dark prison cell, Su Shitao's hair was disheveled. He pounded on the prison cell door and shook it vigorously as he roared. "Where is everyone? Where did they all die to? You bastards, how dare you treat me like this? Sooner or later, I will put all of you to death by 1,000 cuts." Princess Consort was sitting cross-legged in the cell adjacent to hers. Although his face was dark and gloomy in the cell, at least his clothes were still clean and tidy. Unlike Su Shitao, who had been jumping up and down in the cell for the past 2 days, no one paid any attention to her. Instead, she had made a mess of herself. Su Shitao smashed the prison door for a long time, but seeing that it didn't budge, he panted and fell to the ground. He pounded the wet grass under him and screamed angrily, "That bitch! How long are you going to keep us here? None of this has anything to do with me. It has nothing to do with me." She simply hated it too much. The whole thing clearly had nothing to do with her, but in the end, with just a few words from that slut, she was thrown into such a dark dungeon, never to see the light of day again. What was she doing? Just because she was the crown prince consort, did she think that she could cover the sky with one hand and make everyone who didn't like her suffer? Su Shitao pounded the prison cell hatefully. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Princess Consort, who was sitting steadily in the neighboring cell. He simply couldn't vent his anger. Su Shitao raised her nose and eyes, and she couldn't help but shriek, "Sure, Yongyan, you're actually very calm. Huh? Ha! You didn't scream or jump these past few days. You ate whatever food was given to you and drank whatever porridge was given to you. You even lived quite comfortably." Chapter 54:03. Su Shitao was on the verge of a breakdown, but his good sister-in-law was calmer and more composed than anyone else, as steady as Mount Tai. This was the greatest irony in the world. Compared to this sister-in-law, Su Shitao felt that she was practically a born clown. She hopped here and there all day, but in the end, not only was she of no help, she even became a laughingstock for this sister-in-law every day. Although her sister-in-law didn't say it, she must despise her in her heart. Su Shitao shouted harshly, "Sister-in-law, I'm not criticizing you. After all, your maternal family is a reputable and prestigious Sure family in Dragonflame City. After this happened, look at yourself. What did you get? Did your maiden family send anyone to visit you? Did they send you some food and a change of clothes? Nothing at all. After we entered the prison, all our spirit weapons and treasured clothes were plundered. Even our inner worlds were sealed. Every day, we can only live with grievances. We can't eat enough and sleep well. Has your maiden family ever cared for you in the slightest? Nothing at all, right? To think that you can still live so calmly. Aren't you the least bit anxious?" Seeing that Sure Yongyan didn't say anything, Su Shitao was so angry that she kicked the wooden pillar of the adjacent prison cell and shouted in exasperation, "What are you so calm about? You've long been abandoned by the Sher family. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to keep up the pretense. The Sher family doesn't want you. My big brother doesn't want you either. You're really a failure as a person." Su Shitao seemed to have gone mad as she mocked and ridiculed the silent Princess Consort Zheng. Princess Consort Zheng frowned and said indifferently, "Are you done scolding? I advise you to save your energy and have a good rest. We don't know how long we have to stay here. We might have to stay here for the rest of our lives. What you're doing is completely meaningless." Su Shitao's entire body stiffened, and the malicious smile on her face abruptly froze. "Impossible." Her shriek almost pierced Princess Consort Zheng's eardrums. Princess Consort Zheng knitted her brows in discomfort and shot a glance at the agitated Su Shitao. "Humph. Do you think your big brother will still come and save you?" Princess Consort Zheng's expression was calm, as usual, as if she had already seen through everything. "That day, I followed the Crown Prince's secret guard back to King Zheng's mansion. After the secret guards broke through the defense line and rushed in, your big brother had already disappeared. Your father and mother have been taken away. Xiao Wei and Mrs. Lin also left. Do you know what this means?" Princess Consort Zheng sneered. "It's not that I'm an abandoned chess piece. Including you and I, are all abandoned pawns." Su Shitao's body stiffened and trembled. He shook his head and cried out anxiously, "No, that's impossible. 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 I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Su Shitao roared. "Even if my big brother gave up on me, my parents wouldn't treat me like this." Princess Consort Zheng looked at her mockingly and smiled coldly at her. "Su Shitao, do you still not understand? Your father, your mother, and your elder brother are the most selfish people in the world. They would disregard their own safety to save you. Just think about it in your dreams. Right now, they can't wait to hide. So how could they possibly show themselves?" Princess Consort Zheng harumphed. "The Crown Prince has already led people to raid the entire Prince Zheng estate. But did you know? Not a single valuable item in the estate was found." Chapter 5404. What does this mean? Princess Consort Zheng gazed coldly at Su Shitao and said word by word, "It means that they already knew that the Crown Prince would bring people here to clean up, so they packed their bags and prepared to flee. It's just that this list of escapees doesn't include me, much less you. You are merely a pawn in their hands, to be discarded once they're done using you." "Shut up!" Su Shitao yelled angrily, trembling from head to toe. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. She rushed to the wooden pillars of the neighboring cell and viciously kicked those thick pillars as she raged hysterically. "You're spouting nonsense. You're lying to me. You're lying to me." However, Princess Consort Zheng sat there motionlessly and glanced coldly at her before softly spitting out, "You're so pitiful. Make a detailed inventory of everything and make a list." Duguling leisurely stepped over a patch of withered yellow grass, his gaze landing on a row of servants who were in the midst of taking inventory of goods. On the hillside, there were boxes of supplies. The accountant was holding an account book and leading a few capable servants. They were shuttling back and forth among the supplies, quickly counting the items. Eldest young Sir Qin curiously walked over with young Sir Omega Katoku and glanced around. "Second brother, I didn't expect that you would be able to gather so many things from a trip to King Zheng's estate." Duguling couldn't help but giggle when he heard this. That King Zheng personally said that he didn't want these things. Rather than benefiting that Prince Amo, why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? Eldest young Sir Qin blinked. "How can you do this?" Duguling turned around and looked at this eldest young sir like he was looking at an idiot. "Young sir, many of our underground money houses and shops have been raided and smashed by the Crown Prince and his men recently. Our losses are also very disastrous. These things are merely a drop in the bucket, and we might not be able to make up for everything." The eldest young sir sighed as he fanned himself. "You should at least leave something for the Crown Princess. This way, if everything is raided, Won't she have nothing left? Dugu Ling's mouth twitched. He simply didn't want to continue speaking with this eldest young sir. Omega Kitoku said coldly, "Present a gift." "That's true." The eldest young master nodded. "Jojo just gave birth to a child. Logically speaking, as his uncles, we should give him a generous gift." Dugu Ling looked at the sky, speechless. "Brothers, what is the relationship between us?" He fought openly and secretly with the crown prince, wreaking havoc and fighting for resources. When it came to the young crown princess, everything became a mess. If the patriarch knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would jump 3 feet high from his stool. "Young master, the inventory is almost done." The bookkeeper stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the young masters. Then, he presented an account book. Second young master took it and skimmed through it. Then, he took the pen from the accountant's hand and ticked something off on the ledger. "Pick it out and sort it out. Send it to the Eastern Palace." The accountant glanced at second young master in bewilderment and said cautiously, "His Highness the Crown Prince didn't find anything useful in the King Zheng estate a few days ago. If we send such a generous gift over, wouldn't it be a bit a slap to the Crown Prince's face?" Eldest young master waved his fan with a grin and said in unison with Omega Kitako, "Precisely a slap to his face. Did this pig-like Crown Prince think that he could raid anywhere? Let him pounce on nothing. Let him not raid. Let him stomp his feet. Let him be angry." Chapter 5405. The Qin Estate's eldest young master and second young master present gifts: 2 bottles of pure jade heavenly dragon pills, 3 bloodwood roots, 1 smoke-billowing cloud rope, 1 green feather zither, a pair of heaven-winding silk hoops, a pair of mountain snow deer cubs. Mo Lien expressionlessly sat in the main hall as he listened to the servants report each gift. His eyes contained a cold glint as he faintly stared at the long list of gifts that had nearly fallen to the ground. The servant reporting the gifts only felt that His Highness the Crown Prince's gaze was touching. He hurriedly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, swallowed, and continued to recite for nearly an hour. Finally, he read, "An additional 50 million spirit coin cards." After reporting the gifts, the Eastern Palace servant didn't even dare to raise his head. He knelt on the ground and held the list, not even daring to breathe loudly. Even from such a distance, he could feel His Highness the Crown Prince's displeasure. At this time, if he dared to provoke His Highness, he would most likely die. Sir Jojo leisurely walked in with the baby in his arms. He felt the stifling atmosphere as soon as he stepped into the hall. The little eunuchs and palace maids of the Eastern Palace all hung their heads low and breathed softly, as if they were afraid of angering the man sitting at the head of the table. Jojo's lotus. Arbor walked up and looked at him in confusion. Why did he look so depressed? Who provoked him? Seeing that he didn't speak, Arbor stuffed the baby in his arms into his hands. "Hold the baby." Emolian held the baby with one hand and pulled her to sit beside him with the other. With a cold expression, he waved at the servant kneeling below with the gift list. "Leave." The servant acted as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly kowtowed to His Highness the Crown Prince. He stood up with the gift list in his hands and bowed before retreating. "That person is holding a long list. What is it?" "It's a gift for Jojo." Arbor blinked and shifted his small body to nudge him. "Who's giving Jojo a gift?" "Mother did mention to me that she wanted to hold a 1-month-old banquet for the child, but hadn't been held yet, had it? The invitations for the banquet had not been sent out yet. How could there be people coming to the capital to give Jojo a gift? Who was so considerate?" Emolian's entire body emitted a chilly aura. She said in a low voice, "Who else could it be?" "Those 2 brothers." Jojo tilted his head and thought for a while. He frowned and said, "Chinda Omega Kitoku?" "Yes." These 2 bastards hid outside Dragonflame City and did not show up, but they were up to no good every other day. Did she think he would be angry about this? Wasn't it just that he was a step slower than them, and the items in King Zheng's residence were picked up by those 2 grandsons? As for being so complacent and sending people to deliver gifts, it was probably to slap him in the face. They wanted to tell him, "Don't be complacent. The contest has just begun." You raided the Qin estate, but we will retaliate. We will empty the entire King Zheng's residence before you do. We will make you angry, make you cry, make you suffer, and make you angry. What a shameless pair. Arbor arched in his arms. Zhou's Lian, you're angry. No, Emo Lien replied stiffly. Arbor rolled his eyes and put a hand on his chin. I'm so angry is written all over your face. Emo Lien was indeed angry. It had been so many years, but those two brothers still did not give up. What? Were they still planning to steal his woman? Zhou would not like the two of you. If there was anything, there would have been something already. Chapter 5406. I didn't expect those two brothers to be such bad people, but the gifts they've sent time and time again aren't bad. Arbor nodded emotionally as he flipped through the long list of gifts. Emo Lien lowered his eyes, and the corner of his mouth silently twitched. Our three states and their heavenly fate organization are like fire and water. We are irreconcilable, so why do they keep sending me gifts? Arbor put down the gift list and straightened his back to look at Emo Lien, but he called out Kai Chi. Carefully inspect the gifts they send over several times. It's the Crown Princess. The young Crown Princess turned to look at Prince Emo and said with a frown, I wonder if they're up to something. But strange. Although they're not very good people, the gifts they send over are quite proper, as if they've never tampered with them. Emo Lien couldn't help but be taken aback. She then asked in exasperation, could it be that you've had people carefully inspect the gifts sent by Eldest Qin's Omega, Katoku, more than once all these years? Arbor nodded with a solemn expression. Aside from Brother Duan Yu's, the other gifts have to be carefully inspected. How would she know if there was anything fishy in the gifts that those people had given her? Emo Lien, what was going on? Why did Duan Yu seem to be everywhere? This man was so annoying. Zhou, Prince Emo, who was holding a cub, turned his anger into joy and looked at her with a grin. Do you know why they sent you gifts? Arbor nodded solemnly, disdain flashing through his eyes. To make things difficult for me. To make me unhappy, angry, and furious. I won't fall for their tricks. She would just accept the gifts and not think about anything else that would affect her mood. Emo Lien. If those two fools from the Qin estate knew Zhou's answer, they would probably cry themselves to death. It wasn't a matter of a day or two that the little fellow had a super high IQ and a negative EQ. Zhou, actually, Sir Qiao waved her small hand and hugged Emo Lien's arm as she said, you mustn't fall for their tricks. Those two bad guys gave me those things just to drive a wedge between us. You want to make us hate each other. You won't fall for it, will you? The little stoic swept a glance at Emo Lien and asked suspiciously. Emo Lien was really speechless. He looked at her for a long time, then pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to take 2 bites. Why are you so annoying? What did he mean by falling into a trap within a trap? He was both amused and angry at the same time. She likes you. After all these years, this guy really didn't feel anything at all. Should he be happy or worried? This little guy was so defenseless. Fortunately, he made the first move. I'm so muddle-headed. I don't even know when I've been tricked. Sir Zhou was enraged and punched him on the head. He shouted angrily, What nonsense are you babbling in front of our son? She was a mother now, so she had to establish a lofty image and prestige in front of her son. Emo Lien didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He lowered his head and nibbled on her lips again. Punishing you. Arbor was flustered and exasperated. You want a rebel? Emo Lien only spat out one word when he felt a slight warmth on his knee. Fuck, this little imp was really up to mischief whenever he saw his dad. He lowered his head to look at his son's expressionless face and pinched Zhou's puffy cheeks. Stop fooling around. Your son pooped. Chapter 5407. Dorado. Emo Lien grumbled as he tirelessly changed his son's diaper and washed his little butt. Hubby, it's been hard on you. Zhou stood a little further away and looked sympathetically at Zhou's lotus. She didn't know if it was out of habit, but her son could always defecate smoothly in front of her husband. This was probably a husband's special talent, right? Emo Lien looked back at her and shook her head in amusement. Zhou, you can't even keep that gloating look on your face. Was that so? Arbor raised her hand to touch her little face. Hubby must be tricking her. She clearly had a stoic little face and no expression at all. Jojo, you said before that little fur ball can enter and leave the star sector freely? Arbor nodded. Yes, but I don't think I've ever seen him go in and out. Arbor was slightly taken aback when she heard this. She thought for a moment and said, although I haven't seen him before, since Xiuqiu said so, it shouldn't be false. Yin looked at Arbor. Arbor took a few steps forward and looked at the baby who was wrapped in her husband's blanket again. She blinked and said, little fur ball, if you can go in and out of the star sector, why don't you perform for mommy? With that, the child in front of her disappeared. Arbor wasn't mentally prepared. When she saw her son disappear, her heart tightened and she hurriedly looked into the star sector. On the hillside of Paradise Planet, he saw the baby lying on the ground. Arbor heaved a long sigh of relief and hurriedly said, little fur ball, come out. Sure enough, baby Mo appeared in front of the couple and lay obediently on the small round table, as if he had never disappeared in front of them. Arbor had a proud expression on her face as she tugged at Yin's sleeve and called out softly, Jojo's lotus, did you see that? Xiao Tuanzi can understand my words. He can understand. The one in front of you is a baby at the 10th level of the divine realm. Naturally, it is impossible for him to be mentioned in the same breath as an ordinary person. Yin rubbed the little stoic's head in amusement and said softly, it's indeed not bad that he can enter and leave the star domain on his own, but this way we might not be able to keep this little imp locked up in the future. So, you have to make a rope to tie him up as soon as possible. Xiao Mu patted Yin's back in all seriousness and said in all seriousness, I'll have to rely on hubby for everything. Yin was speechless. She lowered her head and rubbed her forehead. Let's take action tonight. Let's go to the ruined temple in the western suburbs to investigate. Previously, our people stopped at the outskirts of the thatched forest on the eastern peak. It said that there's a Baihu town up ahead. I wonder how it's doing now. Jojo naturally knew what Yin was worried about. After all, wherever heavenly fate passed, it would be a mess. They had built so many underground bases in the past and devoted themselves to breeding zombies, as well as mutated species of demonic cultivators and superhumans. It was hard to say what would happen to that Baihu town. Previously, Yuan Maui said that she would use a drop of blood to feed saplings fragment every 3 days. Arbor's face darkened when she said this. I wonder if sapling's fragment will be contaminated by that woman's dirty blood. She was a bit worried when she thought of this, but sapling couldn't sense the fragment's exact location right now, so there was nothing she could do. Let's go check it out tonight. Arbor pinched her son's little paw through the blanket, put the children on Paradise Planet, and let Sapling play with them for a while. Sleep soundly. Catch up on sleep tomorrow. Chapter 5408. At night, after the two of them made arrangements for the children, they quietly left the Eastern Palace and rushed toward East Peak Mountain hand in hand. The two of them used a transportation talisman and arrived near East Peak Mountain in a flash. Looking at East Peak Mountain up close, Arbor couldn't help but be slightly speechless. Duanmu, Little Fatty, and the others ran here every day to undergo the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation. Look, half of the mountain was flattened by the lightning and fire tribulation. Sir Jojo harumphed. I knew heavenly law. That old geezer wasn't a good person. Look at this mountain. How much force did it use to strike Little Fatty and the others to cause the mountain to be flattened? Yin couldn't help but be speechless upon hearing this. Heavenly law reckoned that it was also quite difficult. After encountering so many people lining up to undergo the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation in succession, it had probably been swamped with work during that time. When Arbor turned around, she saw her husband's small, indescribable expression. The little stoic wrinkled her nose and cast him a glance. What could it be that you still feel that heavenly law isn't easy? Yin quickly shook his large head vigorously and said repeatedly, how could that be? Heavenly law, that old geezer, doesn't know what's good for him. What's there to pity? Jojo, hubby will always be on your side. Sir Jojo finally nodded in satisfaction. Where should we go now? Mo Lien was about to speak, but he suddenly grasped Arbor's arm and turned around to cast a chilly glance into the night. A black night bird suddenly flapped its wings and fluttered past them from the treetops beside them. "This place is quite strange," Mo Lien said softly to his wifey. "I'll hold your hand. Follow me properly and don't run around." Arbor couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him and muttered softly, "I never run around." Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, and he raised his hand to rub her nose. "Stop bragging. I don't know who it is, but he often runs away in the middle of training." Arbor pursed his lips and thought, "I didn't do it on purpose." Most of the time, it was quite difficult for her as well. Perhaps she would encounter some kind of opportunity out of nowhere. "In short, don't leave my side." Mo Lien grabbed her little hand and turned to remind her, "We don't know what dangers lie ahead. Don't be rash." "Who's impatient?" "Your whole family is impatient." Sir Chow Chow glared at Crown Prince Mo with a huff. The latter smiled at her good-naturedly and held her hand as they walked towards the mountain path of the East Peak. In just a moment, 3 black-clothed men rushed out from the mountain path. The leader cupped his fists and bowed to Prince Mo. "Greetings, Your Highness, Crown Princess." Behind him was a man and a woman. The woman's eyes flashed as she followed the man beside her and silently bowed. Arbor glanced at them and found that they were 3 familiar faces. They were the Dou family's eldest young master, Dou Fengmian, second young master, Dou Fenghua, and third young Miss Dou Fengqi. These 3 people had clearly deliberately waited here for a long time and made a special trip for the 2 of them. Mo Lien frowned and glanced at them indifferently. "Were the 2 young masters of the Dou family waiting for us here?" The Dou family's eldest young master, Dou Fengmian, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed again. He said humbly, "Reporting to Your Highness, there have been strange noises in Maolin Town recently. Previously, our family had already sent many people to investigate and are more familiar with the path and environment there. We specially waited here and are willing to lead the way for Your Highness, Crown Princess." Chapter 5409. They saw the Crown Prince and his wife looking at them with a slightly hesitant expression. Dou Fengmian hurriedly added, "To tell you the truth, the Dou family only discovered it by chance a while ago. His Highness sent people to keep an eye on the ruined temple outside the thatch forest. Since it's a place that even His Highness the Crown Prince is keeping an eye on, it can't be ignored." Dou Fengmian sighed. The family immediately sent people to investigate carefully. They wouldn't have known if they hadn't investigated, but once they did, they were shocked. It turned out that the ruined temple in the thatch forest near Dongfeng Mountain was actually Zhao Guang's old headquarters. The Dou family had always believed that no one lived in that ruined temple. Who knew that it actually hid such a big secret? Dou Fengqi pursed her lips and muttered, "Big brother, if we continue talking, those people in the town might really escape first." Right. Dou Fengmian hurriedly nodded. "Can you 2 talk as we walk?" Prince Mo and Sir Jojo looked at each other and exchanged glances. They nodded and followed the 3 people from the Dou family toward the thatch forest. "Our Dou family has been keeping an eye on Maolin Town for more than a month. Now, I feel that this situation is no longer something that our small Dou family can control." Dou Fengmian whispered, "On weekdays, we can see the townspeople of Baihu Town going out to hunt or buy things in the morning and afternoon. In the past few days, we haven't seen anyone go in or out at all. The entire town seems to have fallen into a deep sleep without any signs of life." As they walked, the second young master of the Dou family, Dou Fenghua, explained the strangeness of the situation to the Crown Prince and his wife. The 2 of them looked at each other and clasped their hands tightly together. It seems that the situation really isn't good. Soon, they arrived outside the forest under the guidance of the 3 people from the Dou family. Maolin Town, which consisted of 100 households, appeared deathly still and extremely quiet under the cover of night. You could practically hear the sound of a pin dropping. Arbor held his breath and silently followed beside Mo Lien. After walking for a while, they arrived at the memorial arch at the entrance of the town. The sky was gloomy and dark, as if a thunderstorm was about to descend. Before the first drop of rain fell, Arbor took out a fire thunder umbrella from his inner world and handed it to Emolian. Emolian was a little amused. While opening the umbrella, his other hand was still holding her little hand. The raindrops fell in a split second, and the speed was a little shocking. The weather had been fine just a moment ago, but now it was as if a hole had been pierced through the sky. Torrential rain poured down on the Doe clan's trio. Even though the two young masters of the Doe family had activated their defensive barrier quickly, they were still unable to withstand the frightening rain. Half of their robes were still soaked. Doe Fenghua looked back silently. When she saw the crown prince and his wife snuggling together, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought that the couple who weren't thought too highly of on Seacombe Planet back then could actually reach this step now? Crack! A streak of lightning flashed across the horizon, completely dispersing the darkness in front of him. A ghastly pale, old face abruptly appeared in front of third Miss Doe. Doe Fengchi wasn't mentally prepared at all. When she suddenly saw such a frightening old face appear in front of her, she couldn't help but shriek. She was so frightened that her entire body trembled, and her body slid limply to the ground. Doe Fengmian's eyes were sharp, and her hand were nimble. She hurriedly reached out to support her younger sister and casually threw a streak of spiritual energy at that ghastly pale old face. Chapter 54:10. In the blink of an eye, more than half of that ghastly pale old face was charred by Doe Fengmian's spirit energy. Doe Fengchi trembled uncontrollably in fright and scrambled to hide behind her two older brothers. Arbor focused and saw that the two young masters Doe were already locked in combat with the old zombie puppet. This old zombie puppet moved like an ordinary cultivator above the 10th level of the spirit realm. Not only was it abnormally fast, but it could also smoothly release the light of spirit energy from its palms. Every time he saw the two young masters Doe evade the spirit energy released by the old zombie puppet, Arbor couldn't help but knit his brows. This zombie puppet didn't need to eat or drink and wasn't afraid of pain or injury. Who could endure the two young masters Doe's reckless fighting style? It wouldn't take long for the two young masters Doe to retreat in defeat. Thus, Arbor looked up at Jojo's Lotus. The latter gave him a reassuring look and released a golem with a wave of her hand. This person's appearance was strikingly similar to Lu Yizhi and moved very quickly. It leaped in front of the two young masters Doe and intercepted the zombie puppet. Doe Fengchi scrambled to roll in front of her two older brothers and cried out anxiously, "Eldest brother, didn't you say that these things are still under control?" Doe Fengmian's expression was also very grave at this time, and she turned to whisper to the crown prince, "Your Highness, I think we have to speed up and go in to take a look." Our Doe family had arranged for many people here before and could basically control the abnormalities within a certain range. But now, why did this thing suddenly run to the village entrance to attack them? Didn't this mean that the Doe family members left behind to guard this place might have already been encircled and annihilated by the zombie puppet? The three Doe family members were burning with anxiety and hurriedly led the two inside. The golem with Lu Yizhi's appearance was left at the village entrance to continue dealing with the white-haired old zombie puppet. At the same time, a dazzling bolt of lightning glided across the sky above the Ministry of State Security's estate. This madam, unwilling to be left out, was currently lying on the brocade couch with her fragrant shoulders half exposed and her clothes half undone. Only after hearing the low reports from the servants outside the door did she finally smile. "Hurry up and bring her in. It's so cold. Don't let my beauty freeze." Madame Goen gently shook the round fan in her hand and smiled at the servant at the door. The servant answered, "Yes," and pushed the door open shortly after. A gust of cold wind blew in. Even though the madam was very charming, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. A trace of astonishment flashed through his heart. What's going on? Madame Goen thought to herself that she had never felt cold on a winter night before. Even if she was wearing a thin shirt, she was not afraid of the cold. What's going on today? She actually felt a trace of coldness from the depths of her heart. She hurriedly shook her head and suppressed the indescribable uneasiness in her heart. What was there to be afraid of? She had been waiting day and night for this day. Nothing could go wrong. Madame Gowan stood up from the couch, and her soft silk sash fell to the ground. Barefooted, her figure graceful and elegant, she walked step by step from the brocade couch to the person who had been carried in through the door. Hee. Madame Gowan smugly smiled at the unconscious person. All right, you can all withdraw. She personally took that person and let him lean against her. Looking down, she saw a fair face with tightly shut starry eyes and tightly pursed thin lips. His handsome face was slightly pale, but he still had the bearing of a beauty. Chapter 54:11. Madame Gua's heart was abnormally happy, and she was a little excited. She reached out to stroke the man's fair face, and she muttered to herself, "Darling, this time, there's finally no one who's going to disturb us." The servants of the Ministry of National Security didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They silently hung their heads and quietly stayed by the door like statues. However, Madame Gua felt that these people were a bit of an eyesore, so she raised her hand and waved it at the servants on both sides. All of you withdraw. Today was her big day of joy. She had looked forward to it for so long, and finally waited for this day with great difficulty. No one or anything could ruin her excellent mood. Madame Gua carried him in her arms, and she half dragged and half pulled him to the brocade couch to lie down. Her tender and sweet gaze lingered on the man's face, and she couldn't help but raise her hand, about to reach out to stroke him again. But she suddenly saw that the man on the brocade couch suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, that pair of pitch-black eyes were coldly staring at her, as if the person in front of him wasn't her Madame Gua, but merely a loathsome, mangy dog. Madame Gua didn't expect him to suddenly wake up, and she suddenly jumped in fright. She couldn't help but be flabbergasted. She reflexively asked, "How did you wake up?" "That's right. How did he wake up?" Logically speaking, with his frail and ordinary body, after being drugged with this level of incapacitating drug, it was impossible for him to wake up without 3 days and 2 nights. Where exactly did this go wrong? Madame Gua glanced at Fifth Young Master, puzzled. At this moment, the person she placed on the couch and carefully treated like a pearl or a treasure was precisely Qin Xiu, one of the Qin estate's 5th dukes. Qin Xiu coldly stared at her, his gaze as if he was looking at a corpse. This kind of gloomy gaze caused Madame Gua's heart to involuntarily jump, and she hurriedly teased, "Darling, why are you looking at me with such a gaze? Do you know how much I miss you in my heart? Don't worry, I've already ordered all the servants in the courtyard to leave. Tonight, there's only the 2 of us in this small courtyard." The lady of a national security agency threw a coquettish glance at the 5th Young Master shamelessly. "You can open your arms and be with me at ease." 5th Young Master Qin looked at her icily and sneered. "The Ministry of State Security. You're dead meat." He really didn't expect the Ministry of National Security to be so lustful. After the incident at the Qin estate, the Ministry of National Security had been sending people to inquire about him both openly and secretly. She thinks that the Qin estate has already become a stray dog, and the members of the Qin estate are completely powerless to resist, right? Therefore, he, a pitiful person with no cultivation base and no ability at all, was bound to become the property of the National Security Bureau and could be tortured by her as she wished. Darling, Madame Gowan didn't know that she was about to die. She called her with a smile and directly took off the 5th Young Master's outer shirt. "Darling, the night of spring is short. Let's not waste any more time. You're so disgusting." The 5th Young Master suddenly flung her hand away. Caught off guard, Gowan was flung out and slammed into the opposite door frame. Clang! A loud sound rang out. As expected, the small courtyard was very quiet. Just as Gowan said, she had chased out all the servants in her courtyard because they were a hindrance. Now, there was no one by Gowan's side, and there was only her and Qin Xiu in the courtyard. Seeing that Qin Xiu's handsome face was still very seductive in anger, Gowan swallowed her saliva. Chapter 54:12. She had yearned for the men of the Qin estate for a very, very long time. The 5th Young Master was elegant and simple, and Gowan had always been unable to forget him. Today, she had obtained him by chance with great difficulty and had long forgotten her parents' names. She was currently looking at the person in front of her in a daze, not even anticipating the impending danger, until an enormous force lifted her up and heavily smashed her onto the table. Then she fiercely tumbled to the ground. Madame Gowan finally came back to her senses in astonishment and hastily tried to crawl up from the ground. But unexpectedly, a staff heavily smashed into the back of her head. This hit stupefied Madame Gowan. She also raised her head in confusion, only wanting to glance at that fifth young master. A pair with staff had appeared in this fifth young master's hand at some unknown time, and he suddenly smashed it down. Even a level 12 great spiritual master like Madame Gowan was smashed into a daze. Clutching her head full of blood, Madame Gowan couldn't help but cry out, "What are you doing?" Qin looked at her expressionlessly and suddenly reached out to grab her by the throat, his handsome face covered in a malicious expression. It was truly traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. He had wanted to kill this bitch for a very long time. Now that she had delivered herself to his doorstep, how could he not make a move? On the other side, Madame Gowan felt her throat tighten as she stared incredulously at the man in front of her. She opened her mouth, but was unable to spit out a word. How was this possible? When they met at the banquet a while ago, this fifth young master was still an ordinary person without any cultivation. But now, how could he suddenly clamp down on her? What was even more laughable was that she, a grand level 12 great spiritual master, actually couldn't break free from the hands of this ordinary person. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Madame Gowan did her best to inhale and exhale as she stammered, let go, I have something to discuss. Who would have thought that fifth young master Qin would actually smile at her? That extremely cold expression actually had a near-fatal attraction, causing Madame Gowan's struggling movements to involuntarily stifle. Do you think I'm still that pitiful little thing from before that you can do as you please to me? Qin fingers tightly clutched Madame Gowan's neck as he sneered. You no longer exist. That lowly, pitiful, cowardly coward of her already completely no longer existed. Soon, this matter would be resolved. All the humiliation and unbearable humiliation that this slut had brought upon him would eventually become a thing of the past. Gowan, you will die in a different way. It will definitely be unforgettable. No, you can't kill me. I am Glory City Lord's adopted daughter. I am the current empress. Madame Gua's voice suddenly stopped, and she suddenly let out a miserable howl. The fifth young master had actually used an extremely cruel method to create this pair of hands. Gowan was in so much pain that he couldn't stop trembling. He was on the verge of collapse. But then she heard that devilish voice ring in her ear. Didn't you want to play with me? This is only the first step. Dong 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 dong, dong 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 dong. What happened? The old woman who was on night duty walked over from the drooping flower gate. She rubbed her eyes as she walked and glared at the young eunuch who was pounding on the garden gate in displeasure. What time is it now? Can't you wait until dawn to report? Nanny Li, hurry up. Hurry and inform Her Majesty the Empress. Just say that something has happened to Madame Gowan. The young eunuch who came to report couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 54:13. The main reason was that Madame Gua's dead face could be said to be terrible. Not to mention that there was no piece of good flesh on her body. The whole body was almost torn into pieces, and it was difficult to sew and mend them. The little eunuch vomited again and again a glance, and he dared not close his eyes tonight. He was afraid that as soon as he closed his eyes, he would recall the horrible picture. Recently, Madame Gua came to the Empress every 2 or 3 days to chat with her, as if they were sisters. Although the Empress had always been very indifferent to Madame Gua, she had never hated her for the sake of the old city lord of Glory City. Every time Madame Gua came to talk about something, the Empress entertained her very well. Those who could work in the imperial palace were all sophisticated people, and they all saw it and remembered it in their hearts. They knew that although Madame Gua was not liked by the little crown princess, she still had some face in front of the Empress. When Mammy Li heard that Madame Gua had an accident, she did not dare to neglect. She quickly took a token from the little eunuch and hurriedly turned to leave. It was raining heavily. Mammy Lee walked quickly to the door of the bedroom with a sullen face. At this time, the movement outside the door had alarmed several nannies on night duty. Mammy Lee quickly reported it to the supervisor nanny, who thought for a moment and said, "It's still early, and His Majesty hasn't got up yet. I'm afraid it's inconvenient to disturb him rashly. How about this? When it's a little bright and His Majesty gets up to go to the court, we'll go in and report it to the Empress." Mammy Lee nodded repeatedly and deliberated with several nannies. Finally, she said to the supervisor nanny, "It's all up to you." His Majesty disliked it most that someone disturbed Her Majesty's rest. Even the matter of Madame Wa was certainly not an important matter in His Majesty's view, and he could not disturb the Empress at will. Several nannies stopped outside the hall and waited for the sound of rustling to come from the bedroom when it was a little bright. Then the supervisor nanny took the lead and knelt outside the hall to ask for an audience. Soon, the small door of the partition in the bedroom was opened from the inside. The head palace maid, Pearl, stood at the door with an indifferent expression and asked, "What is it?" Signaled by the supervisor Mammy Lee hurriedly crawled forward a few steps and respectfully handed over a waist token. Replying to Miss Jinju, "There is a piece of news from outside the palace. Madame Goen was killed in her residence for no reason. The steward of Madame Goen's residence specially sent someone to report this to Your Highness." Jinju's eyes flickered slightly. She glanced at Mammy Lee and said, "Come in with me." Mammy Lee bowed her head and followed Jinju into the bedroom in fear and trepidation. She carefully followed her step by step. Just as he stepped into the hall, he stole a glance at the indistinct figure behind the curtain. She then heard a cold and low voice. "It's so early in the morning. Why did you disturb the Empress?" Mammy Lee was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly knelt on the ground and stammered, I deserve to die. There's a reason for this. There's a news outside the palace." Bai Wuxia helplessly pulled the man's clothes and said, "Why are you yelling at her? Go to work. Don't you have to go to court early today?" After that, he said softly to Mammy Lee, who was kneeling outside the curtain and didn't dare to raise her head, "You don't have to panic. Just make it clear." Mammy Lee was relieved and replied in a low voice. Chapter 54:14. Reporting to Nyang Yang. The sky has yet to brighten today. The steward of Madame Goen's mansion hurriedly sent the news to the palace. Madame was killed in her home late last night. No one knows why she died. The steward was very vague and didn't make it clear. The emperor took back his leg and looked at Mammy Lee, who was kneeling on the ground in astonishment. He waved his hand, and a black shadow drifted in front of him. "Your Majesty, go and see where the little bastard and his wife are now." Bai Wuxia helplessly twitched the corner of her mouth and glared at her husband with resentment. This guy said in front of all the servants. Was his son shameless? The emperor touched his nose, rolled up his sleeves, and sat down beside the empress. He told Jinju, "Serve the meal. I'll accompany Wuxia to eat before leaving." Jinju responded with a smile and quickly left to serve the breakfast. Mammy Lee knelt there with cold hands and feet. She didn't dare to raise her head, and her heart was beating fast. The Empress's gentle voice came to her ears. "Mammy, get up. Don't panic. Go and bring the person who sent the message here. This consort wants to ask him a few questions." Yes, yes. Mammy Lee breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. When she stood up, she found that her legs and feet were a little weak. Mammy Lee quickly stabilized her body, bowed, and pushed out the door. Soon, the little eunuch who delivered the message was brought to the emperor and the empress. At that time, the two had just had breakfast. Bai Wuxiao whispered to the emperor to hurry up and do the business. However, the man had to stay here and wait for the secret guard to bring the news back. The empress felt a little helpless, but she couldn't say anything in front of outsiders. She just glanced at him secretly. The little eunuch trembled as he repeated what he knew. This servant deserves to die. This servant went to the Ministry of National Security to take a look at Madame. Her tragic state was shocking. This servant did not dare to take another look. The empress nodded and comforted him in a warm voice. This is human nature. I just want to know the reason. I don't mean to blame you. You don't have to panic. Get up. The little eunuch was flattered and nodded repeatedly. He quickly stood up with a trembling body. The empress instructed the chief palace maid, Pearl, to take out some spirit coins to reward the little eunuch, and then ordered someone to send him out. A moment later, a hidden guard who had gone out to investigate the situation flashed into the bedchamber through a side door. He bowed and greeted, "Your Majesty, Nyang Nyang." The great emperor glanced at him. "Pumpkin, tell me about the situation," the shadow guard said in a low voice. This subordinate went to take a look at Madame Gowen's mansion. Indeed, as the news said, Madame Gowen's death was quite tragic. All the skin on his body is broken, as if he had been sliced into pieces. Are the little brat and his wife in the Easter Palace now? The empress reached out and patted the emperor. She pursed her lips in displeasure. "How can you suspect your son and daughter-in-law?" The emperor thought, with the little stoic daughter-in-law's methods, this isn't necessarily impossible. Madame Gowen had offended the little stoic several times in the past. It was very likely that they didn't deal with her previously because their daughter-in-law didn't have the time to deal with her. Now that the baby was born and everything was fine, they might think of her when they were free. Shadow Guard Pumpkin glanced at the great emperor with an odd expression. He then respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the crown prince left the city in the middle of the night yesterday with the crown princess and headed to East Peak Mountain in the western suburbs. They haven't returned to the palace yet." "What?" The great emperor and the empress were shocked. "Nonsense." The great emperor cursed gloomily. Chapter 54:15. Why are these two brats so worrisome? The crown prince, this brat, was too deceitful. How could he not understand his wife's situation after giving birth not long ago? Why did he bring his wife out of the palace for a stroll at East Peak Mountain? What good could happen if they sneaked off to East Peak Mountain in the middle of the night? When did they leave? Bai Wuxia hastily questioned. Late at night. This subordinate speculates that it was around the same time as Madame Gowen was killed. Gowen's estate was in the east and west of the western suburbs, which meant that the crown prince and the crown princess couldn't have attacked Gowen. These two brats were busy with other matters last night and simply didn't have time to care about Gowen. That was strange. Then who exactly did the National Security Agency die for? According to the hidden guard's description, it seemed that she had a deep-seated hatred for the person who killed Gowen. The empress and the emperor looked at each other and saw a trace of graveness in each other's eyes. An unknown person infiltrated Gowen's estate and killed Gowen. There was something fishy about this matter. "Your Majesty, please go to court first. I'll go to Gowen's estate to see what's going on," Bai Wuxia said softly. At the same time, thousands of corpse puppets surrounded a residential house in Maolin Town. Bang, bang, bang. They smashed the transparent defensive shield on the outside and let out roars one after another. This residence originally belonged to the mayor's family. Currently, the residence's main hall was packed with people. Other than Mo Lien, Arbor, and the three young masters and young misses of the Doe family, the old mayor of Maolin Town was leading more than 100 townspeople to block the entrance with weapons in hand. They were afraid that those things outside would break in so that they could resist them in time. Mo Lien beckoned to the old mayor. "No need to be so nervous. Perhaps they were affected by the crown prince and crown princess's calm mood, but the originally tense crowd felt a bit better." The old mayor said shakily, "This commoner and the others truly deserve to die. We didn't expect to cause His Highness and Her Highness the Crown Princess to fall into such danger." "No need to worry." The little stoic crown princess comforted him. She had reinforced the outside with dozens of defensive needle techniques. Within 6 hours, those things would not be able to break through the door. Besides, it wouldn't be difficult to bring these people away safely. They just wanted to clarify some things first. The old mayor continued in tears. Most of the townspeople in our town listened to Zhao Wang's nonsense and joined in. If it weren't for the two great masters of the Dou clan coming to remind us, we would still be in the dark. Dou Fengyan said with a cold face, "Tianyun is really abominable. He used bright light to attract some innocent people into the organization and used them as test subjects for all kinds of drugs. I pity these innocent townspeople." Dou Fenghua sighed. By the time the Dou family found out, it was already too late. Most of the townspeople had already consumed Zhao Guang's improved medicine, becoming neither human nor ghost and beginning to mutate. The old mayor wiped his tears and said, "The rest of us only dare to hide in the cellar during the day and sneak out at night. I want to escape, but I have no way to do so." Fortunately, the young masters of the Dou clan came and sent many people to help us. But this evening, for some reason, those corpse puppets suddenly became violent. During the resistance, the Dou clan sacrificed many people. There are also some corpse puppets that escaped from inside the town. I don't know if they have already left the town. Mo Yin nodded and summoned a shadow guard to instruct him in a low voice. Go to bed early tomorrow night. Chapter 54:16. Could it be that there's something outside the town that's attracting them? Dou Fengyan said in a low voice. Dou Fengwan nodded thoughtfully. That's very possible. After all, why would the zombies that had always been obediently wandering around the town suddenly become irritable and start a massacre this evening? There had to be a reason for this strange occurrence, but they didn't know for the time being. Arbor glanced at the sallow and emaciated old mayor. Then his gaze swept over the 100 or so townspeople behind him. These miserable Maolin townspeople had been miserably deceived by the organization Bright Light. They originally thought that if they joined Bright Light, they wouldn't have to fear being bitten by zombies for the rest of their lives. Who knew that this organization itself was an organization of swindlers? They tricked them into joining Bright Light in order to use their families and friends as experimental subjects. Looking at their current dejected appearance like stray dogs, Arbor didn't need to think to know that many of their relatives and friends must have mutated into zombies. The old mayor of Maolin Town suddenly knelt in front of Arbor and Mo Yin with a plop and said in a tearful voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, please help us, the townspeople." He truly regretted his past actions now. If he had known that Bright Light was so vicious, he would have given these townspeople a warning even if he had to sacrifice his life. Those pitiful young children were transformed into corpse puppets, and they didn't even have the chance to refuse. This was all his fault. He hadn't dissuaded them and pulled them out of that fiery pit. Arbor signaled to the side with his eyes. Immediately, a hidden guard walked forward and single-handedly lifted up the sobbing old mayor from the ground. He shouted in a low voice, "Stand properly." The old man was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he stood there stiffly. "Don't worry, old man," Mo Yin said faintly. "We came here this time to eradicate this malignant tumor, Bright Light." The rumbling outside suddenly grew louder. It sounded like thousands of zombies were attacking a part of the defensive barrier with all their might. It was as if they were trying their best to break the defensive barrier in front of them within a few minutes. Yubo walked in, bowing to Mo Yin Arbor with a strange expression. "Crown Princess, Your Highness. The corpse puppets are organized in a well-trained manner and are launching a fierce attack on the defensive barrier in the south. If this continues, I'm afraid the defensive formation will be completely destroyed in less than half an incense stick's worth of time." The old mayor and others were so scared that their faces turned pale. They couldn't stop trembling. Could it be that they were about to clash with their friends and family? Over the past few days, they had watched their relatives and friends turn into zombies, walking corpses one by one. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Now they had to kill their own relatives and friends with their own hands. How could they accept this? Arbor glanced at them and asked, "Would you like to stay in the storage talisman for a while?" The old mayor and the others nodded repeatedly. Instead of letting them watch their relatives and friends die one by one in front of him, he was powerless to save them. It was better not to see, not to hear, not to think. Most of the townspeople were very willing to hide in the storage talisman. Seeing this, Arbor put the old mayor and the townspeople into the storage talisman. Something came up at the last minute. Tomorrow afternoon, around 4 o'clock. Chapter 54:17. The shouts and roars from outside traveled into everyone's ears. Sir Jojo and Prince Mo met each other's eyes. Mo Yin grasped her small hand and asked with a wink, "Wifey, are we going to charge out and fight?" The little stoic glanced at him and silently gave him a look that said, "You're a fool." Prince Amo was taken aback. He then glanced at his wifey's small face and inexplicably didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? Wifey was looking at him like he was an idiot. Right Arbor was expressionless. His small hand darted out of his sleeve and abruptly released Little Fatty and the others from the star domain. "We came out to stretch our limbs." The little stoic coughed lightly and said with a serious expression, "In reality, it wasn't a good idea to be cooped up in the star domain all day long. If they cultivated there every day, they would become stupid from holding it in. So when she said that she let them out to fight or something, they should find it very interesting if they thought about it from other people's perspective. Besides, what kind of joke was this? Sir Jojo wasn't a fool like her husband. How could he foolishly walk out and allow so many zombies to besiege him? A group of people in the star domain would grow moldy if they had nothing better to do. It was simply great to come out and fight. As expected, when Qi Xian and the others heard this, their spirits were instantly roused. Fighting and stretching their limbs were what they liked the most. On the other hand, the Dou family's third miss, Dou Fengxi, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but flash her eyes. She whispered sourly, "The crown princess is truly extravagant. She packed so many helpers in her portable spatial spirit tool." The Dou family's eldest young master, Dou Fengmian, knitted his brows and glared warningly at Dou Fengxi. This third sister had always been a fussy person. Back on Seacombe Planet, she had clashed with the little crown princess several times. Fortunately, she was just a little girl's jealousy, so it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, as she grew older, third sister's temper had slightly curbed. Eldest young Master Dou warned her because he didn't want third sister to make a mistake again. She didn't want third sister to listen to that strange muttering. Today's crown princess is not someone she, a little girl from the Dou family, can make up nonsense at will. Presumably, Dou Fengxi also knew that she had said the wrong thing. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightly shut her mouth. On the other side, Qi Xian and the others were released by Arbor. As soon as Mata left the star field, he could not help but rub his fists together. He said with a smile, "Jojo, have you dealt with those outside?" Arbor nodded. "They've all turned into zombies. Hurry up and put on your armor." All right. Everyone took out a complete set of protective armor from their inner worlds and equipped themselves from head to toe. Qi Xian wielded her purple light treasured sword, while Ko Hongwen carried his double-headed hammer. The couple stood at the very front and grinned. "Let's go. Clean up those outside." Arbor thought for a moment and could not help but frown slightly. He paused and said, "Pay attention to your own defenses. If you can capture them alive, keep a few to test the reaction of the antidote." However, he didn't know if the second stage of the antidote developed by Huang He and the others would have any major effect on these people who had completely transformed into zombies. After all, strictly speaking, they were already considered dead. The second stage of the antidote developed by Huang He was only effective on some injured living bodies. "Don't worry, Jojo." Qi Xian raised her small hand, wrapped in armor, and waved at Arbor. Chapter 54:18. When Dou Fengmian and Dou Fenghua saw this, they hurriedly said, "We'll go help too." Then, they turned to look at their third sister, Dou Fengxi, and walked out with Qi Xian and the others. Although Dou Fengxi was unwilling, she did not dare to refute her brother's words. She stole a glance at Arbor and followed them out with a drooping mouth. Once they walked out of the door, a gust of wind blew. A rotten stench mixed with the wind blew straight at his face. Through the defensive array, they could see over 1,000 strangely shaped zombies blocking the door. One after another, they dug at the defensive barrier, making continuous thumping sounds. Qi Xian hooked her finger at Little Fatty and whispered into his ear. Little Fatty Ko Hongwen nodded and turned to wave a Mata. "Brother, you two go stand guard over there. Brother Duanmu, go to the left. Xian, open a door on the defensive barrier later and let them in." When Dou Fengxi was inside, she always wanted to diss Arbor. Now that she was out, she did not need to care about the crown prince anymore. She suddenly mocked. "Open a door? Open what door? This defensive array can't hold on much longer." If you dig another hole in the middle, you won't be able to defeat those zombies one by one. If the defensive barrier collapses when the ones outside swarm in, it will be too late. Qi Xianxian and the others completely ignored her. After discussing among themselves, they nodded and went to stand at their respective positions. When Dou Fengqi saw this, she could not help but make her presence known. "Hey, didn't you hear what I said?" Third sister. Dou Fengyan glared at her warningly. Dou Fengqi was gloomy and shut her mouth in embarrassment. For the crown prince's sake, Big Brother told her to restrain herself from dissing the crown princess. However, these people were merely some of the crown princess friends. What was so bad about dissing them? Big Brother was too careful. In any case, their Dou family was not a small family in the Divine Continent. She was the third miss of the Dou family branch, so why couldn't she say a few words? And what she said wasn't wrong. The defensive barrier was already on the verge of collapsing. If Qi Xianxian and the rest continued to act recklessly, it was only a matter of time before it collapsed. Under the pressure of so many corpse puppets, everyone might not be able to bear the consequences. The corners of Dou Fengqi's mouth drooped as she looked coldly at the backs of Qi Xianxian and Little Fatty. His eyebrows suddenly twitched. The two of them moved nimbly and jumped forward without saying a word. The double-headed hammer in Little Fatty's hands smashed a hole in the defensive barrier in front of him. Qi Xianxian, who was standing beside Little Fatty, hurriedly threw out a defensive talisman to reinforce the defensive barrier. In the blink of an eye, a zombie bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws jumped into the hole with a bang. "Kill!" Qi Xianxian raised her hand and commanded. Mata, who was standing on the right, flew forward with a long spear in his hand. With a crash, he sent the corpse puppet's head flying. The degree of perfection of this coordination was just right. It was done in a single breath, without any changes in the middle. The second zombie stepped on the corpse of the first zombie and jumped in. Qi Xianxian shouted again, "Kill!" In a matter of minutes, it was finished off by the azure mist sword on the left. Duan Muqing kept his sword and looked at the hole in the defensive barrier expressionlessly. At this moment, 2 to 3 zombie puppets rushed in from a hole. They did not even need Qi Xianxian to give any orders. Chapter 54:19. The 2 young masters from the Dou clan twitched their mouths. They hurriedly released 2 wood spirits to bind the corpse puppets together. Everyone raised their weapons and swarmed forward. With a few strikes of their swords, sabers, spears, and hammers, these unlucky corpses were all taken care of. Dou Fengqi was dumbstruck. She probably didn't expect these people to be so shameless. They even purposely left a door for the corpse puppets to pass through so that they could swarm over and beat them up. After an hour, they really did take care of several hundred corpse puppets. Duan Muqing took out several cups of spirit tea from his inner world and gave them to his companions to replenish their strength. Glancing at the 2 young masters from the Dou clan who worked hard, the Duanmu brothers reluctantly offered them a cup as well. After drinking a cup of spirit tea, Qi Xianxian felt her entire body relax. Her body had mostly recovered. In the past, when she drank this spirit tea, 1 cup was enough to completely recover her energy. However, now that they had all ascended to the deity realm, the spirit tea could not completely replenish their lost divine power in the first place. However, drinking was better than nothing. Once they recovered, everyone felt that they could fight a few hundred more corpse puppets. However, Qi Xianxian scratched her head and glanced outside the door. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel that those things aren't stupidly squeezing in? It's not a hallucination. After drinking a cup of spirit tea, young Master Dou's energy recovered quite well. He instantly looked at the Duanmu brothers gratefully and hurriedly said, "These corpse puppets aren't coming in." Preposterous. Qi Xianxian let the 2 hidden guards clean up the corpse puppets. When she said clean up, she meant to melt or burn those rotting corpses on the spot. Otherwise, with several hundred corpse puppets blocking the door of the defensive barrier, how could they attract other corpse puppets in? However, now that the corpses were properly cleaned up, those corpse puppets outside all hesitated and didn't gather near the door. Instead, they scattered to the side. However, they didn't leave. Instead, They roared at the mayor's residence through the defensive barrier. Arbor and Mo Lien walked out. Seeing that half of the corpse puppets were gone, they nodded and asked, "Did you catch any alive?" Qi Xianxian shook her head. As soon as these things rushed in, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was really unsightly. None of them showed any mercy when they attacked. Do Fengqi suddenly snorted from his side. "Here!" He stretched out his leg and kicked something covered in rotten flesh in front of them. This person's original appearance could not be seen at all. His four limbs were tied up with ropes, and he could not walk at all. He could only roll around like a ball. Arbor glanced at Do Fengqi and nodded. He pointed his finger across the air, and the raging flames bombarded the corpse puppet's neck. The corpse puppet roared and opened its mouth wide. Arbor took advantage of this gap and opened the bottle with a finger, pouring half of the second stage antidote into the corpse puppet's mouth. Iolo, 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 iolo. The corpse puppet seemed to be in great pain, rolling on the ground and howling. Arbor didn't give him a second glance. He waved his hand at the secret guard beside him. "Take him away and watch over him." He reckoned that this antidote would have a little effect on a corpse puppet that had been in the corpse state for a long time. Otherwise, how could he be in so much pain? He hoped that this effect was good. He also hoped that the antidote developed in the third stage would have an obvious effect on people who had turned into corpses. Chapter 54:20. Jojo, Qi Xianxian said indignantly. Qi Xianxian said indignantly, "I realize that some of these corpse puppets also have brains. Look at those outside. They're blocking the way and won't come in." Qi Xianxian pointed at half of the zombies scattered far away outside the defensive barrier. "Let's charge out and fight." Arbor muttered to herself for a moment before helping them inspect the defensive armor on their bodies. She nodded and said, "These zombies must be completely cleaned up. If one were to be released, it would only harm more people outside." The Crown Prince had instructed the hidden guards to do this, so they naturally stepped up their efforts to check if there were any zombies that had charged out of this village. If they weren't careful and zombies broke into their residences, then it would be a very troublesome matter. There were only a few hundred zombies left, so it wasn't a difficult task for everyone. At the young Crown Prince Consort's signal, everyone ran out like a swarm of bees. Do Fengqi harumphed and jumped outside with everyone, following Qi Xianxian and the others into the zombie horde. Arbor and Mo Lien followed them out, occasionally kicking the zombies that pounced in front of them and sending a beam of divine power over to rescue Do Fengqi, who was besieged by several zombies. He took a leisurely stroll outside the house. The little stoic rubbed her chin. "There must be more zombies gathered at the ruined temple. We have to think of a way to deal with them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sky will be bright if we dawdle." They had to think of a way to eradicate all the zombies around Jiawang Base today. Tianyun and the others were truly shameless, releasing so many zombies in the outskirts of the capital all at once. Xiao Mu's small stoic face was cold as she slowly walked through the zombie horde. She abruptly halted her steps and swiftly turned her head. She swiftly sliced open the air in front of her and took out a thunderclap sword from her inner world. Without another word, she slashed at the head of a zombie behind her. Roar! An earth-shaking roar startled Qi Xianxian and the others, who were fighting fiercely with the zombie horde. He quickly turned his head and saw that His Highness the Crown Prince had already flown up and stood in front of Jojo to block the big-headed corpse puppet's claw. This was truly a big-headed zombie. Its head was the size of a millstone, and its pair of small eyes were squeezed into its face. It was so ugly that it was simply unbearable to look at. Do Fengqi was startled. She turned around and found that the big-headed zombie was originally standing diagonally behind her. If it wasn't for the Crown Princess' sudden attack, the big-headed corpse puppet might have attacked him first. Do Fengqi's face immediately turned pale, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. "I say, how can there be no leader among the zombies?" Arbor coldly muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand to touch the lightning on his sword and casually threw it over. The thunderous explosion landed on the big-headed corpse puppet's body. The corpse puppet let out two angry roars as it was struck by the lightning bolts. However, it didn't fall and remained standing upright. He suddenly moved. His swift speed was almost comparable to a bolt of lightning. The big-headed zombie's crawling movements didn't resemble that of a human. Instead, it resembled an animal like a leopard. Its four limbs were on the ground, and its movements were extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Arbor and clawed at her leg. Mo Lien sneered. Without waiting for Arbor's sword to land, a burning black flame landed on the big-headed zombie's claw. With a whoosh, the flame suddenly burst out. Chapter 54:21. The big-headed corpse puppet was suddenly attacked by the black flames. Its entire claw was engulfed by the black flames. It howled and trembled uncontrollably. Arbor looked at him in surprise. Logically speaking, as a walking corpse puppet, it shouldn't be able to feel anything. Therefore, the trembling of his body should be it was instinctively afraid of the purest black, sacred flames in the world. Mo Lien didn't have any intention of talking to it. Her black flames had reached perfection, and every move she made was a death sentence. Zhaoguang didn't know how many corpse puppets had gathered at the ruined temple base. Hopefully, the situation wasn't too bad. As Xiao Mu thought this, she saw Mo Lien draw out a heavy raven moon and send the big-headed zombie's head flying with a swing of his sword. The rest of the corpse puppet's body flickered in and out of existence in the black flames for a while before it finally turned into a pile of ash and disappeared. At the same time, Hades Ba led thousands of secret guards into the thatched forest and gathered near the group. Arbor glanced at them and quickly ordered Xian to take out the protective armors from the storage talisman and distribute them to everyone. This is only a small portion of the corpse puppets. There might be more inside, Mo Lien said softly. With the protective armors on the ship, protect yourselves as much as possible. Give it your all. For the safety of the imperial capital, we must fight to the end. The secret guards raised their arms and roared a few times. Then, they followed the crown prince and crown princess and ran towards the back of the hill outside Malintown. The ruined temple was right in front of them. It was already daybreak. This was also Arbor and Mo Lien's arrangement. They deliberately avoided the dark night and waited at the entrance of the town for the entire night before taking action at dawn. The situation inside the ruined temple base was unknown. They needed to be fully prepared. Protecting the lives of the people was indeed the most important task. However, the thousands of secret guards and soldiers who came with them couldn't lose their lives for nothing. Everyone followed the crown prince and crown princess and ran all the way to the ruined temple at the back of the mountain. They slowly came to a stop a few hundred meters away from the temple. Half of the red sun was shining on the horizon, and a faint red glow of dawn was gradually spreading out over the mountains and plains. In Arbor, Mo Lien led her group of companions and the secret guards to the back of the hill. They looked at the empty and ruined temple in front of the door with solemn expressions. Xiao Mu said hesitantly, "There's actually not a speck of zombie here." With such an abnormal situation, everyone knew that there was definitely something fishy going on. A gust of cold wind blew in his face, and he felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a little gloomy. Do Fengxi could not help but raise her hand to rub the tiny goosebumps that appeared on her arm. She forced herself to calm down and said in her heart, "I think there should be something strange about this damned place. It's better to be cautious." Do Fengmian nodded and turned to look at the crown prince and crown princess. "I'm afraid it's inappropriate for the two of you to rush in like this. What do you think?" Arbor glanced at her husband and even hinted at him with her eyes. Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh. He patted his wife's head in passing and released two golems, coldly giving them an order. These two golems were Fan Xiohe and Fan Gu, who had their souls extracted and transformed. Like Lu Yizhi, the two of them had been turned into golems by Mo Lien using extreme methods. The more dangerous and difficult the place was, the more they would be forced to go and suffer misfortune. Chapter 54:22. By now, Mo Lien had already ground away the last strand of consciousness that these people had left. Currently, they were wrapped in copper skin and turned into mechanical puppets. Like walking corpses, they only obeyed their master's orders. These two mechanical puppets weren't slow, and one of them jumped all the way into the rundown temple. Arbor looked up and asked absent-mindedly, "What happened to Fan Gu's leg?" "Who knows?" Emolian also looked indifferent. "She probably hurt herself when I sent them out to do something last time. What an idiot. She can't even handle such a small matter." Qi Xian and the rest were a bit puzzled, and they silently glanced at the Crown Prince. From what they knew, the Crown Prince had made many mechanical puppets, but he seemed to treat a few of them rather badly. The big treasure he gave Jojo was noisy all day, but the couple didn't seem to dislike it. How would they know that there really was a knack for this? Lu Yizhi and the rest were truly mechanical puppets that had been refined into human puppets. They were neither alive nor dead and had suffered all kinds of pain and torture until now. Arbor had only asked casually and nodded when he heard the Crown Prince's words. The group quietly waited outside the rundown temple for news. After Fan Gu and Fan Xiuhe, the two mechanical puppets, went in, they didn't move at all. Half an hour had passed as the sun rose high in the sky. Emolian couldn't help but frown. So useless. Arbor nodded and released several poison-tailed butterflies with a wave of his hand. He let the little butterflies go in to take a look first. They were small and didn't attract too much attention when they flew in from the corners. The main reason was that it was completely empty outside, which was a little surprising. They originally thought that the inside and outside of this rundown temple would be completely surrounded by zombies, but unexpectedly, not a single zombie could be seen. It was indeed very strange. After a moment, Arbor received information from the poison-tailed butterflies. "There's no one inside." Arbor turned to look at Emolian, who was standing beside him. "Fan Gu and Fan Xiuhe, those two things are also gone." Two such large mechanical puppets had inexplicably disappeared without a trace. This situation made everyone even more vigilant. What did this mean? This meant that there was definitely a powerful force hidden in this dilapidated temple. The two mechanical puppets were quietly dragged to an unknown place. There was definitely something strange going on in the depths of this dilapidated temple. Arbor glanced at the dilapidated temple and snorted coldly. She exchanged glances with her husband, who turned to look at her. The two of them nodded at the same time. Arbor raised her hand, and 3 spirit stone cannons appeared beside her. A few hidden guards swiftly went up. Under the young Crown Prince Consort's nod, they loaded the spirit stones one by one and pushed the spirit stone cannon 100 meters forward. He suddenly turned the muzzle of the cannon, and after a few rumbling sounds, the entire door of the ruined temple was blasted flat by the spirit stone cannon. The temple door was wide open, and a burst of smoke rose from all directions. The earth and rocks in front of the door had completely collapsed, revealing a large, dark hole. Looking in from here, he could see that the stone floor of the ruined temple had been bombarded by the spirit stone cannons. There were several rows of holes, and there were faint flames floating out from them. Arbor raised her hand and waved it, sweeping away the faint smell of smoke in front of her. "Continue." Emolian looked at the entrance of the ruined temple and calmly gave the order. Thus, the secret guards once again took out handfuls of spirit stones and threw them in. The muzzle of the cannon was aimed at the earth and brick walls on both sides of the ruined temple. Qi Xian and the others couldn't bear to look at it. Chapter 54:23. This couple was truly the same kind of pit. How could the dilapidated temple, which was already on the verge of collapse, withstand this kind of devastation after several rounds of bombardment from the spirit stone cannons? A loud boom came from afar. The entire dilapidated temple collapsed, raising a cloud of dust and dirt. Sir Jojo expressionlessly watched everything before him. After waiting quietly for a while, the commotion over at the dilapidated temple gradually calmed down. She then pulled along Jojo's lotus and strolled forward. She took out a fan from her inner world and waved it here and there, brushing away the dust in front of her eyes. The little fatty and the others who followed behind her were simply about to die from laughter. Zhaoguang seemed to have been tricked a bit miserably this time. Sir Jojo had sent people to raise their old nest to the ground with the spirit stone cannons. Everyone filed up the dilapidated temple in a single file. Mo Lien suddenly took out his staff from his inner world, and everyone looked at him in bewilderment. They watched as that handsome banished immortal, who shone like the sun, moon, and stars, expressionlessly poked at the pit in front of him with the staff, then poked at the ground in front of him. Everyone, why not? His Highness the Crown Prince was inexplicably down to earth like this. There should be a secret passage here. Mo Lien used the staff to knock on the ground buried by the soil, and a hollow knocking sound came from below. The little stoic said in understanding, "They just like to dig rat holes underground." Evidently, this place is no exception. Move away some of this soil and rocks. At the Crown Prince's command, several hidden guards ran forward and pushed away the rubble that filled the ground. They revealed a square cover with a red copper ring in the middle. Prince Mo used the staff to push the ring down and muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "It seems that the real Zhaoguang base should be below here." Fan Shoha and Fan Gu, these two mechanical puppets, were most likely dead by now. Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince, and the latter nodded slightly at her. When the two secret guards received the signal from His Highness, they quickly walked forward and activated their defensive spiritual tools. Their expressions were slightly grave. The two of them reached out at the same time, each of them holding the red copper ring and pulling it up with all their might. A soft sound was heard, and a wisp of faint white smoke seemed to float up from the ground. Fortunately, Arbor was already prepared. He sprinkled a handful of powder, and the white mist immediately dissipated. When the cover was completely pulled away, a long and gloomy staircase was revealed. There seemed to be thousands of stone steps that led to the depths of the earth. A putrid smell wafted out from inside, and everyone couldn't help but cover their noses. Do Fengqi's expression became extremely ugly. "It's so smelly, there definitely won't be anything good down there. Fengqi, go back to the Do clan and report this. Ask the patriarch to bring some people over to help." Do Fengyan suddenly turned around and said to her third sister. Do Fengqi hesitated for a moment, "But you guys, take 100 men and guard the entrance." "Yes. The rest of you, follow us down," the Crown Prince said coldly. "Activate your defensive spirit artifacts." The little stoic had just taken a small step when her husband pulled her to his side and held her small hand. "Follow behind me," he whispered softly to her. The little stoic raised her hand and slapped several defensive talismans on him before slapping several on herself. Then, she handed a handful of defensive talismans to the others. "Be careful." Everyone entered in a single file and walked down the stairs. The further down they went, the more suffocating they felt. A putrid smell assailed their noses, and the stench was overwhelming and extremely unpleasant. Chapter 54-24. Xiao Mu and the others hastily and stealthily blocked off their five senses, repelling that suffocating stench. Qi Xianxian subconsciously held onto little Fatty's arm and followed him down a few hundred steps. The group in front of them suddenly stopped. Qi Xianxian and the others immediately prepared themselves for battle. They raised their vigilance and focused their attention on the front. They saw that the stairs were winding down, and there seemed to be no end in sight. However, Arbor stopped and took out a dozen bottles of medicine to give out a round of pills. "The poisonous fog here is thicker. Take the medicine first before going down." Hearing this, everyone nodded and passed the pills one by one. Everyone took an antidote in advance. Then, the group followed Arbor and Mo Lien down the stairs. After about half a quarter of an hour, the group saw various stone sculptures appear at the end of the long staircase. They thought to themselves that they had probably reached the end of the staircase. As expected, when Arbor saw the harpy sculptures that represented the existence of heavenly luck, he knew that they had finally found the proper entrance to the base. Xiao Mu stumbled when she stepped on something round and bulging. She hastily grabbed Mo Lien's arm and steadied herself. The two of them looked down at the same time and saw a pitch-black metal arm scattered on the ground. Mo Lien frowned and looked down. "It's half of Fan Gu's elbow." Arbor raised his delicate eyebrows. It seemed that it was just as Jojo's lotus had predicted. Fangu and Fanxioha. These two little puppets were probably completely done for. What a pity. Sir Jojo smirked mockingly. There were thousands of sufferings in life, and they had not experienced all of them yet. The two of them walked along a stone path that flickered with fire. They saw that there were sculptures of harpies in various poses on both sides of the path. Two half-open stone doors stood in front of them. Emo Yin's footsteps paused as he exchanged glances with his wife beside him. The two of them looked up at the stone doors. There were two neat rows of words carved on them. If you want to change this world, you have to change yourself first. Little Fatty looked up at the stone carvings and could not help but snort. This leader of heavenly luck is quite arrogant. Every time he opened his mouth, he could change the entire world. It seemed that he was acting like a savior of the world. Arbor was about to step through the stone doors when he suddenly felt a grip on his wrist. He was pulled behind Emolien. At the same time, dozens of dirty zombies suddenly came out of the stone doors and pounced on them without a word. A few of the secret guards leaped up swiftly and blocked the crown prince and his wife's path to face the dozen or so zombies. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were on the verge of fighting. A few of the secret guards were slightly more aggressive. They slammed the corpse puppet against the stone door, causing two dull thuds to ring out. The stone doors suddenly swung open to both sides, as if attracted by a huge force, and heavily stuck to the walls on both sides. Arbor turned his head and looked over. He could not help but be startled. A young man walked out of the stone doors. He had a dignified face, and his face was slightly old-fashioned. There were wrinkles between his eyebrows. It seemed that he had been frowning for a long time. His eyes were grayish-white. When he looked up at people, there was a chilling feeling. Arbor's intuition told him that this person was somewhat familiar. He could not help but be alarmed. It was not his first time dealing with zombies, but the one in front of him seemed to be different from the ones he had seen before. 8 o'clock ended. Chapter 54:25. Qi Xian involuntarily tightened her grip on the purple treasured sword. She was on guard as she stared intently at the person who walked out of the stone door. This ash-colored eyeball was intimidating, so it definitely wasn't a pure object. Little Fatty Ko Hongwon subconsciously walked forward and stood in front of Xian. He sized up this person with his beady black eyes and scratched his head. He looks a bit familiar. He indeed looks a bit familiar, Arbor inwardly thought. However, she couldn't recognize who this person was for the time being. Jojo reflexively looked at her husband for an answer. With her husband's photographic memory, he would definitely know who this person was if he had seen him before. Medicine King Island's young island master, young Master Wei Sui. Mo Yin's expression flickered, and she lowered her head to meet Arbor's eyes. He said softly, "Do you still remember, Jojo? We met him at the palace gates." At that time, this person was misled by Enai Hanji and came to make trouble for you. Later, Jojo testified on the spot that Enai Hanji's master, His Excellency He Won, was killed by her own vicious methods. Wei Sui received 3 lashes of the whip in public and brought Enai Hanji back to Medicine King Island to be punished with the heavenly punishment of destruction. Her husband's memory was truly very good. After Sir Jojo explained the entire sequence of events, the little stoic immediately understood and nodded repeatedly in astonishment. So it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. He really was an acquaintance. Back then, both husband and wife had a pretty good impression of this young island master of Medicine King Island. Although this young island master indiscriminately brought a group of Medicine King Island's disciples to the palace to make trouble for them, in the end, he was only deceived by Enai Hanji. Afterward, he realized his mistake, apologized, and was even willing to be punished. Most importantly, he even gifted Jojo a 9 Abyss spiritual fruit. Currently, this fruit was flourishing in Jojo's portable divine realm. The 9 Abyss spiritual fruit was a divine rank medicinal fruit. It was sparkling and translucent like a grape, but its color was light gold. After consuming it for a long period of time, it would greatly increase one's divine power. However, in the eyes of Arbor and his group of foodies, it wasn't important whether or not they could level up. The fruit tasted great. Later on, in midsummer, it would be even more crispy and delicious after being chilled. The water content would be excellent, and it would definitely be a sacred product for cooling down. Right now, Sir Jojo Star Sector had planted a vast expanse of fruit trees. Everyone was in for a treat now that summer had arrived. Jojo, the little fatty whispered to her, then are we going to fight or not? Since he was someone Jojo knew, shouldn't he be more polite to him? However, looking at the current situation, that young island master Wei Su seemed to have completely turned into a corpse. Arbor pursed his lips and looked at Wei Su, feeling an indescribable pain in his heart. When he first saw this young master Wei Su, although his face was stiff and unsmiling, at least he was still a living person. He was the young island master of Medicine King Island. Tianyan's hand is really long. Qi Xian gritted her teeth. Even the young island master of Medicine King Island couldn't avoid being killed by them. How hateful! Be careful, Mo Yin instructed calmly. She lowered her head to look at Arbor and held his small hand. Jojo, don't worry. Arbor clenched his fist and said in a low voice, I won't be soft-hearted. Right now, in front of them was a rank 3 special class corpse puppet. Chapter 5426. This was no joke. If he slacked off a little, this special grade zombie might harm his family and friends. No matter how much she sympathized with this young Master Wei Su, she couldn't be merciful to him. Since things had already come to this point, then Wei Su couldn't stay any longer. As the dignified young master of Medicine King Island, if he still had some sanity left at this time, he would certainly not want to become a walking corpse and be willing to become Tian Yun's lackey. Xiaomu turned her head to meet Mo Yin's eyes before giving him a slight nod. Mo Yin immediately opened her inner world and took out Raven Moon. Without any explanation, she thrust it straight at the neck of the young master of Medicine King Island. Wei Su's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Arbor jerked his head up and looked up. His scalp tingled slightly, and he subconsciously shouted, Disperse. Wei Su had unknowingly moved to the top of the stone wall and suddenly swooped down with extreme speed, a claw directly tearing at the little fatty's head. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the little fatty took out a black pot lid from his inner world and quickly blocked Wei Su's claw. With Wei Su's claw, a crack appeared in the pot lid. The little fatty was so frightened that he hurriedly opened the pot lid to take a look and angrily cursed. This was a spirit tool he had plundered during his training. Although it was only a pot, it had been with him for a long time. Before he met Jojo and the others, when he was training alone in Shuntian Prefecture, it was all thanks to this pot's accompaniment. But now, this pot's lid had cracked just like that, and it was even torn apart by that rank 3 zombie's claw. His heart ached for the little fatty. At that time, Mo Yin's crisscrossing sword energy had already reached Wei Su. When Wei Su's figure disappeared again, Arbor pursed his lips and immediately used the strand of time energy stored in his body. Wei Su's figure that was just about to disappear suddenly paused in the air for a few seconds, until that sword chi ruthlessly hit his body. Wei Su's entire body was thrown out, and he slammed hard into the stone door behind him. Only then did he realize that he had been hit hard by someone. Wei Su crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Her grayish-white eyes looked in the direction of Arbor and Mo Yin with slight confusion. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Mo Yin whispered to Arbor, he may still have a little bit of consciousness left. However, this weak consciousness was no longer of any use to Wei Su herself. Most of his mind had already been controlled, and his entire mind was probably in a muddled state right now. Arbor clenched his fists tightly, pursed his lips, and coldly looked at Wei Su, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Out of instinct, Wei Su felt that the two people in front of him were not to be trifled with. He had no idea what had just happened. Actually, Jojo had used that bit of time energy to slow down time for a few seconds. And it was during this period of delay that Crown Prince Mo cooperated exceptionally well, swiftly sending Wei Su flying with a hack. He had solved the little fatty's predicament and also struck Wei Su hard. However, The young island master no longer felt any pain. After he got up from the ground in a daze, he raised his hand to support his broken arm and straightened it. Yin couldn't help but narrow her eyes and look Wei Su up and down. She whispered to Arbor, "Be careful." Chapter 54:27. Looks like this zombie puppet's level might have broken through to the godly realm, Yin said with a serious expression. Arbor nodded with a stoic expression. This zombie puppet can actually teleport. It's probably a new skill it obtained after becoming a zombie. Although the range of each teleport was not large, it was fast and could be used multiple times. At least from Arbor's point of view, this special rank 3 zombie puppet was comparable to a Mystique Venerable Realm expert in terms of movement and speed. Wei Su's cultivation level was definitely not low when he was alive. After becoming a zombie and going through multiple transformations, his current strength was not to be underestimated. The underground passage was narrow, so Arbor naturally could not use the Spirit Stone Cannon to bombard it. If the passage collapsed, he and JoJo's Lotus would have to eat a mouthful of dust. Just thinking about it was annoying. He's trying to run. The little fatty with a bowl cut suddenly shouted as he followed behind the two of them. Lu Yu and the others looked at him and could not help but facepalm. This guy had an iron pot lid on his head, which made him look rather comical. As soon as the little fatty finished speaking, Yin grabbed Arbor's hand and ran toward the stone door. When the others saw this, they hurriedly followed and rushed into the stone door. This young island master probably left some brains. Qi Xian ran with the others and could not help but say, "Look at him! Look at him! He seems to be afraid of the crown prince and JoJo. He's running away." Everyone wanted to laugh when they heard this. However, Xian's narration was quite vivid. The zombie puppet was running away. It ran in a crooked manner, as if it was in a hurry. It looked like it really wanted to get rid of Yin and JoJo as soon as possible. Unfortunately, those two were very difficult to deal with. They were the ones who tricked others all day long and were never tricked by others. It would be extremely difficult for the corpse puppet to break free from the two of them. "Husband, quick! Use the spirit locking rope." Her husband had a spirit locking rope in his hand, so no one could escape. Her husband had taken it back from the 17th floor of the Tower of Punishment. After he had improved it many times, the current God locking rope could probably lock up anyone below the transcendent God realm. Hearing this, Yin hurriedly took out a black iron chain from her inner world and threw it out without saying a word. The chain was originally only the size of a palm, but after it was flung away by Yin, it extended for about 100 meters with a whoosh. Like a lasso, it wrapped around Wei Su tightly in an instant. The pitiful Wei Su had been running forward when this ornament suddenly appeared on his neck. His body was dragged forward and his head smashed onto the ground, falling down. Arbor quickly stepped forward and added 10 gravity talismans to the corpse puppet without saying a word. Everyone watched as the zombie puppet, which had just gotten up, fell head first onto the ground with a thud. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to the secret guard behind him, "Tie it up and bring it back." She wanted to see if capturing Wei Su, a rank 3 special class zombie, would incur the wrath of the entire Tianyan Empire. The more they captured, the better. When the time came, they would deal with all these high-level zombies and see if they could extract anything useful from them to speed up the production of the antidote. Wei Su was completely incurable now, but perhaps in the near future, they would be able to save more Wei Su. Arbor clenched his fists and took a few steps forward. At this time, the group had already entered the stone door. Chapter 54:28. Inside and outside the door was a completely different world. If the stench from outside was said to be nauseating, then inside the stone door was the long-awaited hell on earth. Cages were placed on the wall, and each cage held 7 to 8 people. Some of the cages were hung high on the dome, and most of them were hung on the wall. In the large space, there were 20 to 30 cages, and hundreds of people were imprisoned here. Some were missing arms and legs, and some were on the verge of death. Some were old and clumsy, and their eyes were cloudy. Young people with drooping heads and lifeless bodies could be found everywhere. Arbor and the others looked around and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Qi Xian held the little fatty's arm tightly and followed him a few steps forward. She couldn't help but feel a little panicked. These people, Arbor's face was calm, and he reached out to release the old mayor. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, go up and identify them." The old mayor was already stunned by the scene in front of him. He shakily reached out and called out the names of the cages one by one. For a moment, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, and tears flowed down his old face. It seemed that the people in prison here were all Mausoleum Town residents who had recently been absorbed into the bright light and were undergoing continuous transformation. Arbor sighed slightly, and he felt a little melancholy in his heart. If these people could be a little more vigilant and be a little more vigilant, perhaps the outcome wouldn't be like this. How could there be such a good thing in this world? The bright light took advantage of everyone's fear and used a holy fruit to deceive them into joining the bright light. Unfortunately, they didn't use their brains to think carefully. Even if the bright light really had holy fruits, would the number of holy fruits be enough for them to use? Would they be able to afford the cost of using the holy fruit? The old mayor suddenly fell to the ground and said with a mournful face, "Crown Princess, can they be saved?" Arbor said with a heavy heart, "It's not clear yet. We need to let people check one by one and know. If they haven't completely turned into corpses, perhaps there is still a way to save them." The old mayor sat on the ground in a daze, and 2 lines of old tears flowed down his face. Mausoleum Town had more than 100 families, and everyone was very familiar with each other. There were more than 100 families in the town, and most of them were related by blood. Now, seeing all his relatives and friends become like this, the old mayor was filled with sorrow. Mata stepped forward and patted the old mayor's back. "Old man, let me help you sit over there for a while." The old man had suffered such a huge blow that his mood was on a roller coaster ride. He was afraid that he would pass out at any time. Mata helped him to a clean place to sit down. Arbor raised his hand and called several shadow guards over, whispering a few words in their ears. She turned to Mo Lien and said, "I'll let Huang He and the others take over here. See if you can help them." Mo Lien nodded. She was also in a bad mood. She pulled Arbor and walked towards Wei Su, who had fallen to the ground and was restrained by the spirit sealing rope. At this moment, Wei Su was tightly bound by the god's sealing rope and was struggling with all his might. Seeing the 2 fiends walking over, Wei Su roared furiously and struggled against the god-locking rope that bound him. However, the god-locking rope could be big or small, loose or tight. The more he made a fuss, the more it wrapped around him. Wei Su shook his head and roared twice, glaring at the 2 of them fiercely. That pair of gray, lifeless eyes stared unblinkingly at the husband and wife. Chapter 54:29. A hint of anger flashed through Mo Lien's eyes. Look, these people who used to live normal lives were now ruined by Tianyin. Wei Su was like this, and so were all the townspeople of Maolin Town. Just how many people was Tianyin going to harm before they were willing to give up? Roar! Wei Su let out a deep roar from the depths of his throat, and his limbs suddenly contracted. The god-locking rope also suddenly contracted around his body. Arbor raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at Wei Su's sudden bone-shrinking appearance. He hooked a stream of water spirit energy between his fingers. Could it be that the young island master of Medicine King Island also obtained a special ability before he turned into a corpse? Something like a bone-shrinking skill? She suddenly released a strong stream of water spirit energy towards the person in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Wei Su suddenly jumped up from the ground. He couldn't get rid of the god-locking rope binding his body. After all, the god-locking rope was a divine weapon made by Mo Lien. It could be long or short, big or small. No matter how his bones contracted, the god-locking rope couldn't possibly let him escape without Jojo's Lotus Divine Sense undoing it. However, Wei Su's current appearance was indeed a little strange. Although his body was bound by the god-locking rope, his hands became longer and turned outwards under the chains. His 2 deformed hands grabbed towards Arbor's neck. The water spirit that Xiao Mu released was struck by the fire spirit that Wei Su flicked out, and the two spirits formed a powerful current in midair. Then, they separated upon contact, flickering and extinguishing like fireworks. Mo Yin frowned slightly. She flashed in front of Jojo and used her sword to knock away the deformed and elongated left hand that was rushing towards Jojo. Looking at Wei Su's left hand now, it was completely different from a normal human's hand. The collision just now was like hitting an iron plate. It was so solid that it was surprising. Mo Yin couldn't help but frown again and glanced coldly in Wei Su's direction. This Wei Su, after turning into a corpse, could still use the fire spirit box. It was indeed unexpected. Arbor also noticed this. Therefore, a rank 3 special zombie puppet was completely different from other zombie puppets. It was probably close to becoming a perfect zombie. Therefore, it was a little difficult to deal with it. Arbor tossed over several binding talismans. The light of the talismans flowed and formed a binding talisman array around the corpse puppet, firmly fixing it within. At the same time, Mo Yin flicked his wrist and wrapped the spirit-locking rope around his 2 arms. As such, the ends of the 3 god-locking ropes were held in place by the 3 young hidden guards. Even though Wei Su had immense strength after his mutation, he was still like a trapped beast, completely unable to move. Wei Su kept struggling and twisting his body, howling and screaming. The old mayor, who was sitting paralyzed on the side, had long been frightened by the scene in front of him. He couldn't even speak. This was simply too terrifying. Who would have thought that these ignorant villagers would actually change into such a terrifying monster after joining Zhaoguang? His whole body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but shrink back. Seeing this, Mata turned around and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, old man. This corpse puppet is already under control. It won't jump out to harm people again." The old mayor nodded fearfully and wiped away the tears in his eyes. He sat there absent-mindedly, staring blankly at the corpses of the townsfolk locked in the earth cage. With a glance, he discovered that his daughter-in-law and 2 nephews were also locked in the cage. Chapter 54:30. Thinking of his young grandchildren asking about their mother's whereabouts, the old mayor couldn't help but cry. When his daughter-in-law went to Zhaoguang to ask for holy water, they all tacitly agreed. He didn't expect that his stupidity would harm his family and his 2 children, causing them to lose their mother's care. On the other side, when Huang He rushed over with the members of the Heavenly Pill Association, it was already half an hour later. This stone room had been slightly cleaned by the secret guards. They took down all the cages hanging on the wall. Now, the 20 to 30 cages were neatly placed in the stone room. The surroundings were illuminated by several fist-sized luminous pearls, making it as bright as day. Xiaomu walked up to greet Huang He and the others. She then pointed at Wei Su, who was bound by the 3 spirit sealing ropes. "It's a special class rank 3 zombie. We have already subdued him. Is Mr. Su here?" A middle-aged man quickly walked forward and bowed. "Greetings, Crown Princess. Greetings, Your Highness. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so polite." Arbor nodded slightly at him, then took out a box from his inner world and handed it to him. "I heard that you're already in the middle of the 3rd stage of the antidote experiment. I, the Crown Princess, have created a kind of recovery potion here. I wonder if I can help you." In fact, this potion was created by the little Crown Princess, grinding a holy fruit and adding a few herbs to dilute it. The little tree had already borne more than a dozen holy fruits. Although it was many times faster than in the past, the speed of the results was many times faster. However, compared to the many zombies in the world, a mere dozen holy fruits really couldn't help much. Moreover, Lord Jojo had her own selfish motives. She couldn't use all kinds of methods to hasten the growth of the little tree that had accompanied her until now. She also couldn't selflessly contribute all the holy fruits to the world without reservation. There were only a dozen holy fruits in total. At a critical moment, one could save a life. Naturally, she still wanted to use it for her friends and comrades. She could only say that she would do her best to help Fairy Huang He, Mr. Su, and the others make the antidote. This kind of diluted recovery liquid may be of great help to Mr. Su and the others in refining the three-stage detoxification liquid in the future. However, if it wasn't of much help, she could only help and obtain another saint fruit to test the medicinal liquid. Mr. Su couldn't hide his excitement. He reached out and took the box of medicine from the little crown princess. Opening the box, he saw two neat rows of small potion bottles stacked neatly inside the box. There were a total of 20 bottles. Mr. Su quickly nodded and said, "Crown Princess, don't worry. I will do my best to carry out the third stage of the antidote test with Fairy Huang as soon as possible." Arbor nodded in relief. She trusted Mr. Su. After all, he was someone that JoJo's Lotus valued. Not only was he smart and courageous, he was also proficient in the art of formations, mechanisms, elixirs, and talismans. He was not an ordinary person. Fairy Yellow Crane took a step forward and looked at the surroundings. Her expression was serious. "Jojo, these people? There were actually 200 people here, and, for the looks of it, they had all been passively transformed. The auras on these people were faintly discernible, and there was no sign of life." Mo Yin waved her hand and released the townsfolk of Maolin Town from the storage talisman. Once everyone came out, they quickly shrank in a corner and saw the scene in front of them clearly. Chapter 54:31. They wailed and wailed, looking like they wanted to approach the wooden cages but did not dare to. Mo Yin said indifferently, "You can go over and say your goodbyes. At least 90% of the people here can't be saved." He had only glanced at them indifferently. More than 90% of them were corpses. Only about 10% of them seemed to have the aura of living people. It was unknown if the antidote could pull them back. As soon as the Crown Prince said that, the townsfolk stumbled over and cried out in pain through the wooden cages. The scene of life and death parting made one's heart ache a little. Even though Arbor was used to such scenes, he still found it hard to bear. He turned around and sighed softly. Fairy Yellow, he and company could not help but sigh as well. They looked sympathetically at the wailing crowd. If Tianyin had not been so ruthless and caused so much trouble, how could these townsfolk have lost so many of their loved ones in one night? Tianyin is too hateful. A young female alchemist clenched her fists in anger and could not help but shout. Huang he sighed and nodded slightly at a man beside him. "Are the carriages and horses ready? Move these cages onto the carriage and send them back to our experimental base first." Fairy Yellow, he and Mr. Su had set up an antidote experimental base in the outskirts of Sovereign Capital. Now, all the things they talked about were related to that place. More than 90% of the Heavenly Pill Firm's members had gone to the base in the outskirts. Only 10% of the alchemists remained in the city to continue running the Heavenly Pill Firm. Although Yellow he sympathized with the townsfolk who were separated by life and death, he still had to finish what he had to do as soon as possible. If he could extract the corpse poison from these people as soon as possible, he could analyze it faster. It would further advance the development of the antidote. If these corpse puppets were to be graded, the corpse poison content of the special class corpse puppets was the highest. Just a casual touch could turn a person into a corpse in a matter of minutes. Under the persuasion of Yellow, he and Mr. Su, the townsfolk finally walked out of the stone door while grieving and supporting each other. They watched as the wooden cages were moved out and placed on the carriage. The sound of the carriage wheels gradually faded into the distance. The townspeople of Maolin Town, from top to bottom, all had extremely blurry eyes. They knew very well that they would never see each other again after today's parting. Perhaps a few of them could be saved, but that was only a sliver of hope. His return was uncertain and difficult to find. Sir Jojo stood there with a cold expression as he watched the trussed-up Wei Su leave. He even ordered 10 hidden guards to follow him. After all, even though Wei Su had been subdued, his strength still remained. The safety of the people in the Heavenly Pill Firm naturally had to be ensured. Mo Yin saw her solemn expression and hurriedly walked up to her. She gently tugged at her little hand. "Jojo, don't be sad, okay? Everything will slowly get better. After we deal with the matters here, we will meet up with Duan Yu and the rest." At present, Duan Yu had already led his men to the vicinity of the kingdom of Qingzhou. According to his message, He suspected that the headquarters of the Heavenly Fate organization was most likely in Qingzhou. But that was to be expected. Qingzhou was located outside of Tsang Province and Ming Province, so it had always abided by the law and paid tribute every year. If it weren't for the sudden news of the Heavenly Fate organization being conquered, no one would set their sights on such a small kingdom. Chapter 5432. However, Qingzhou was only so big. Could it be that Tianyin had built another underground base in Qingzhou? That made sense. After all, it was a method that Tianyin, this group of people who loved to dig rat holes, would often use. If someone were to come and tell him that the entire underground area of Qingzhou had been requisitioned by Tianyin's people and built into an underground palace, he would be shocked. Emolian really wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised. From the Crown Prince's point of view, the way Tianyun and his people did things was just that standard. Arbor took a deep breath and turned to meet the Crown Prince's eyes. His expression couldn't help but be a bit weary. Let's go back. Sapling said earlier that he didn't sense any information from the fragment. I suspect that the last fragment should have been moved away by someone. Since Zhao Guang was Tianyin's lackey, then she definitely had reason to suspect that this Hollywood fragment might be a pretense that family head Qin used to tease her. Now, it was very likely that the fragment had been taken back by family head Qin, so this place couldn't be found at all. The fragment might still be in family head Qin's hands. Thinking about it, such an important thing couldn't just be thrown to Mu Jingfeng's group. Family head Qin would definitely firmly grasp it in his hands. Jojo was very displeased that they couldn't find Qiuqiu's last fragment. His head drooped listlessly, and he was a bit unhappy to speak. Emolian couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. She raised a hand to rub his head and softly said, "All right, don't be uncomfortable. Qiuqiu's fragment naturally belongs to our Jojo. It will roll back sooner or later." Arbor thought that was true. The Holy Wood had a spirit, even if it was just a small fragment. It must also want to return to its master's side as soon as possible. Jojo, let's go back to the city first. This place was filled with the stench of blood, and it was truly nauseating. Needless to say, Arbor didn't want to stay here for a long time. Hearing this, he nodded at Mo Lien, and she reached out to lead him up the stone steps. When the group exited the underground passage and finally returned to the surface, they couldn't help but exhale. Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They felt that the unpleasant smell of blood that lingered in their noses had finally faded a lot. Arbor recalled Qi Xian and the rest, and turned to look at the three people from the Do clan. These three people had helped them quite a bit along the way. Even Do Fengqi, who was usually very annoying, seemed to be much more responsible in front of an extreme organization like Tianyin. Prince Mo expressed his gratitude, causing the Do brothers to feel somewhat fearful. After all, with His Highness's current status, there was no need for him to be so courteous with them. After the three Do clan members left, Emolian summoned Little Seven and carried Arbor onto the dragon's back, flying towards the inner city. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the Eastern Palace. The two of them were preparing to return to the palace hand in hand to wash up and catch up on sleep. Hu Dequan, Eunuch Hu had been waiting for a long time, ran over with a bitter face. With a round and fat face, he smiled and said to the two of them, "Your Highness Crown Prince, Crown Princess, this old servant has the Empress instructions. If the two of you return, please make a trip to Madame Goen's residence." The two of them looked at each other in dismay. What happened? Hu Dequan's face was full of smiles. He didn't dare to offend this troublesome couple in front of him at all. This servant heard that Madame Goen was assassinated. Chapter 5433. The young couple looked at each other and saw a trace of disapproval in each other's eyes. Hu Dequan's heart couldn't help but beat like a drum when he saw that the two didn't speak. Eunuch Hu stealthily glanced at the two little fiends and said in a low voice with an obscure expression, "Your Highness, Crown Princess, if the two of you feel a bit tired and want to rest a bit before going, that's fine. This old servant can wait outside the door." Eunuch Hu wanted to burst into tears. Why did His Majesty and Her Majesty keep having him provoke these two little fiends? Couldn't they send someone else? Arbor cast him a glance, a bit perplexed as to why this old eunuch's expression was so rich. The little stoic said with a stiff expression, "Lead the way." Hudaquan was taken aback, but he quickly agreed and repeatedly said okay. He hastily turned around and hurriedly walked outside while shouting, "Why aren't you quickly preparing the carriage? It's freezing outside, so add a few hand warmers inside the carriage." The little stoic crown princess didn't have much of an expression as she was led out of the Eastern Palace's main entrance by Prince Mo. When they boarded the carriage, the little stoic asked icily, "Is it your emperor who suspects that the crown prince and I killed that madam of the Ministry of National Security overnight?" Hudaquan almost fell head first onto the ground. He naturally didn't dare to reply and hastily shook his head while saying, "You're wrongly accusing me, Crown Princess. His Majesty treats the two of you with fatherly love, so he definitely wouldn't suspect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the Crown Prince and Crown Princess both staring at him expressionlessly. Hudaquan almost bit his own tongue, and he wanted to cry even more, but had no tears. The Emperor always made things difficult for him. He always threw him, a lackey, into the crevice and had difficulty breathing to survive. It was truly very sullen for him to always be pressured by the Crown Prince and Crown Princess and live a tight life. Hudaquan saw that the two of them didn't say anything else. After they boarded the carriage and lowered the curtains, the old eunuch finally raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as a chill ran down his spine. Oh my God, this really made people feel a little scared. This Crown Princess didn't look like she had much to say on a normal day, but it couldn't be helped that she was more intelligent than others. Once he opened his mouth, everything he said was accurate. Wasn't it because the great emperor courted death by thinking that the death of the madam of the Goen family had something to do with this bastard couple? Speaking of which, Hudaquan also believed that the death of Madame Goen might be related to the Crown Prince and his wife. After all, the young Crown Princess and Madame Goen had a deep grudge against each other. Although their relationship had eased a lot recently, it was only because Madame Goen did not seek trouble with the Crown Princess. But what if the Madam of the National Security Agency returned to her old ways and made the little Crown Princess unhappy again? No one knew if something else had happened between the two of them. Speaking of which, after the Crown Princess returned from the River of Forgetfulness, it seemed that her days were not peaceful. Every day was extremely thrilling. Previously, the City of Shadows had just attacked them, but now they had destroyed the entire City of Shadows with the power of lightning. Sometimes Tianyin would make a move, and sometimes the Qingzhou Kingdom would fall. Previously, the people of Zhaoguang were about to do something in the imperial capital, but later they were arrested and imprisoned by the Crown Princess. The imperial court raided one house after another every 2 or 3 days, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. Everyone looked at the Crown Prince as if he was a fiend. Their days were miserable. Chapter 5434. Things seemed to have calmed down quite a bit recently, but Madame Goen had suddenly died in her residence. Strange things were happening every day. As a servant, he couldn't help but be on tenterhooks as he sat in the depths of the palace. It was hard to say when something would happen in the depths of the palace. Eunuch who walked in front of the carriage and stole glances at the carriage through the curtain from time to time. Although he knew that he couldn't see the movements of the two people in the carriage, Eunuch who couldn't help but glance in their direction. Madame Goen's residence wasn't in a remote area. After passing through Changle Street and detouring to the neighboring street, they arrived at their destination in no time. The junior eunuchs rushed forward to help the Crown Princess. But the young Crown Princess waved her hand and leaped to the ground, walking towards the main entrance. She didn't need anyone to help her. It wasn't as if she was missing an arm or a leg. Emolian caught up with her in amusement and asked in a low voice, "Jojo, are you angry?" "Humph." The young Crown Princess rolled her eyes and complained softly. "When something happened, your father's first instinct was that it was us who did it. Why do you think he would think that?" The Crown Prince had a profound expression on his face. He rubbed his chin and nodded, saying, "Maybe he thinks that Goen has an unsettled feud with us." Arbor wagged a finger at him. That's not the reason. It's your father who thinks that we're scammers. Arbor pointed out without batting an eyelid. It's not the first time he thinks that we're scammers. Whenever there's a slight disturbance, he'll easily link it to us. Emolien. His wife's words seemed to make sense. The crown prince pursed his lips and reached out to hold his wife's small hand, muttering, "How are we scammers? Most of the time, we're very reasonable with people." Arbor nodded in agreement. "That's right, we've never scammed people." Eunuch who had followed the two through the door, almost tripped over the high threshold. He really wanted to ask the two nobles in front of him, "You two have probably long forgotten about all the things that happened in the past, right?" Hand in hand, the young couple stepped through the door and were led to the central courtyard by the servants. After entering the arch of hanging flowers, they saw a corpse covered in a white cloth lying at the bottom of the long corridor. Bai Wuxiao was leading the head palace maid, Pearl, and the others to sit in the small pavilion opposite. When she saw the two of them approaching from afar, she stood up and walked down from the small pavilion. She smiled and greeted them. "Emolien, Jojo, you're here. Come and help Imperial Mother take a look. This Goen's death is a bit strange." "Nyang nyang." Jinju hurriedly went forward and reminded her in a small voice. The Empress suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled Arbor's hand. Goen died in an undignified manner. His entire body is somewhat, the Empress thought for a long time and finally told the truth. "My whole body was cut up. If you don't like it, you don't have to look at it." Arbor, on the other hand, became curious after hearing the Empress's explanation. Goen's wife was actually so pitiful. Not only was she assassinated in her residence, but her entire body was also cut up. How much hatred and resentment must there be to make Her Majesty so embarrassed to talk about it? Arbor's curiosity was piqued. He held the Empress's hand and said, "Imperial Mother, Jojo is not afraid." Bai Wuxia smiled and nodded repeatedly. He had to mentally prepare his daughter-in-law first. Chapter 54:35. Otherwise, when she lifted the white cloth and saw Goen's appearance, she would be frightened. From the beginning to the end, Empress Bai had never considered whether she would scare her son. In her opinion, her son was a man. If he couldn't even see this little bit of blood, how could he protect his wife and children in the future? The Empress asked someone to remove the white cloth covering Goen's body. The young couple took a look and couldn't help but gasp. The person who came was really good. It was rare for them to see such a badly mutilated corpse. Goen's body was really incomplete from top to bottom. Especially that face, it could almost give people nightmares. The face in front of them couldn't see Goen's original appearance at all. His entire face had been dug out, leaving behind only a few terrifying holes. Arbor couldn't bear to look and turned his eyes away. He thought to himself, who did Goen provoke? Even after her death, she can't be left in peace. Sigh. Bai Wuxia sighed and said in a low voice, "And this is after cleaning. You didn't see it at first." Bai Wuxia shook his head and said, "Her whole body is bloody. There's a piece missing from her body. It's fine if she's missing an arm or a leg. Her face has been dug out like this. If it weren't for a few bold women helping to clean it up, the corpse would be even more incomplete. That person must have a lot of hatred for her. Not only did she dig out her eyes, but she also made her unable to see in the netherworld. She also cut off her ears and nose, making her lose her 5 senses. In the end, she even sealed her mouth with a ball of mud." When Bai Wuxia said this, he couldn't help but sigh faintly. This is to make Goen unable to reason even if she goes to the netherworld and sees the King of Hell. The little crown princess couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and say something conscientious. There's no such thing as hatred for no reason in this world. There's cause and effect first. Madame can't blame others for her current state. The corners of Prince Mo's lips curled up slightly. He knew that his little wife would scold anyone she saw, even if it was her mother, who she had a good relationship with. As a little wife who had a bottom line of justice in her heart, she would side with reason and not family. Bai Wuxiao was stunned. He secretly glanced at his daughter-in-law's expressionless face and secretly found it funny. She quickly nodded and followed Jojo's words. "It's not that I sympathize with the National Security Agency, I'm just a little sad. After all, Ever since Gua and became her father's adopted daughter, she had Glory City to take care of her. Her days have been pretty good. Then, Bai Wuxiao became the Empress of Shenzhou. She became the Empress's sworn sister openly and was given the title of Madam of the National Security Agency. She lived a carefree life like a fairy. As long as she didn't cause too much trouble, she would be able to live a carefree life without worrying about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Your Highness, a hidden guard hurriedly ran over and whispered a few words. Bai Wuxiao's expression changed slightly. He frowned and asked, "How many people?" "I estimate that there are more than 10 of them. They're all locked up in the cellar at the back. Some of them look like they're about to die." Empress Bai coughed softly and subconsciously glanced at her daughter-in-law. Seeing the little fellow's expressionless face, his heart began to beat faster for no reason. Cough. Then why hasn't anyone mentioned this before? Goen is really outrageous, Empress Bai said. Release them first, then pacify them properly. The little expressionless had already heard clearly. She said expressionlessly, "She kidnapped a man and hid him at home." Chapter 54:36. Others must also have nowhere to seek redress for their grievances. For relatives like this who bully others, I would have dealt with them 800 years ago. It was impossible to allow them to jump up and down until now. Arbor continued coldly. This person is so disgusting. She should be punished. The Crown Prince hurriedly nodded. Yes. Families have family rules, and countries have national laws. Goen arbitrarily detained people in the cellar at home, which is a violation of national laws and must be severely punished. White Empress. The Empress now felt a little empathetic and understood His Majesty's feelings. The son was completely from the wife's country, and whatever the wife said was right. This was really worrying. Goen was already dead. How could they punish her? We must seize Goen's title and confiscate all her assets. The Crown Prince's handsome face was cold as he said righteously, "Part of it will go to the national treasury. Part of it will go to the victim's family. Comfort the victim's family." When the young Crown Prince Consort heard this, she nodded in full agreement. Her small face was taut. The Crown Prince is extremely right. Mother, you mustn't shield them for the sake of Glory City's and grandfather's face, unable to differentiate right from wrong. White Empress, actually it's not that serious. The old steward of Goen's residence couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He knelt on the ground and cried out, "Her Majesty is Madam's foster sister and has accompanied Madam for decades." Hearing this, the little Crown Princess was furious. "You're still playing the sympathy card at this time." The old steward hurriedly cried out miserably, "But Madam is now dead and died in such an undignified manner. If this matter is made public, first, it will smear the royal family's face, and second, it will be hard to explain to the old city lord." The little Crown Princess said coldly, "This is what you get for doing wrong. She only has herself to blame, so don't blame the heavens for being blind. If everyone is like her, relying on His Majesty and the Empress's power to snatch men and women from the common people, then how will the common people live? Will they still be able to live in peace? A man can't stand without integrity, and a country can't stand without integrity. If I were mother, I would throw this person to the city gate and whip her corpse for 3 days as a warning." The Empress suddenly widened her eyes. She now firmly believed His Majesty's words. No wonder His Majesty had a headache every time he saw his daughter-in-law. She was really a troublesome little girl. "If anyone dares to use my name to do evil deeds outside, I will punish them and make sure that their entire family will have to bear the consequences. Let them know that it's not easy to be my relative." Crown Prince was speechless. The Empress, everyone was speechless. It was true. Being a relative of the little Crown Princess was never easy. Everyone knew that. Jojo. Empress Bai stuttered. "The National Security Agency has indeed done wrong. But now, she is only herself to blame for her own death. If we throw the corpse out and whip it, it's not very respectful to the corpse. Furthermore, Glory City would lose face." Prince Mo's mouth twitched. "See, Imperial Mother is stuttering now. She's regretting it now. Previously, she had seriously called the husband and wife overseas if they had anything to do with this matter. She's unlucky. Empress Ba was extremely regretful. She hurriedly blinked her eyes and said, "How about this? We'll do as the crown prince said, take away her title, and move her out of the capital for burial. What do you think?" Chapter 5437. Imperial Mother, get someone to properly apologize to the families of the victims. Properly compensate them. Arbor looked deeply at the Empress. There are many things that cannot be compensated. The harm they suffered, the loss of dignity, these things cannot be compensated at all. Actually, people in high positions could not understand the suffering of the world at all. They were born with pride, coldness, and indifference. For example, the Empress and even Jojo's Lotus, in reality, they could not truly understand the feeling of being locked up in a dark cellar, unable to cry out for help. Only those who had truly experienced it could clearly understand that feeling of despair, as well as the feeling of losing their dignity bit by bit. She did not blame them, because no one could understand it all. From their point of view, those beautiful young men who had been imprisoned in the cellar had indeed suffered a little. But now that they had been rescued, all they needed to do was to compensate them. Generous compensation would make their lives easier in the future, and that would be a great favor from the imperial family. But in reality, once that kind of terrible damage was done, it was impossible to erase the psychological shadow. The crown prince was used to looking at his wife's expression. At this time, when he saw her depressed expression, his heart suddenly thumped. He quickly stepped forward to grab Arbor's little hand and turned to the Empress to say in a low voice, "Mother, the National Security Agency has simply disgraced you. Do you still want to protect her? It should be as Jojo said, throw her at the city gate and flog her for 3 days as a warning to others. In the future, let all the relatives of the imperial family be good people and do not follow the example of the National Security Agency. This crown prince will not be merciful to any of them. What uncles, aunts, and concubines? As long as they dare to violate the laws of the country, oppress the common people, and fish in the countryside, they will all die. They must die. The Empress, son, you've fallen too quickly. Just now, you said that you would seize the title of the National Security Agency and confiscate all the family assets, but you did not say that you would further flog the corpse. Who would have thought that in the next second, you would change your mind and support your wife's idea of flogging the corpse? For your wife, you really don't care about anything else. You can even raise your eyebrows at your mother. What's the point of me raising you?" On the carriage back to the Eastern Palace, Missouri Lien looked at his wife, sitting there listlessly without saying anything. His heart couldn't help but beat like a drum. He approached her and pulled her into his embrace, repeatedly calling out, "Chow chow, chow chow. Don't be angry, okay?" "Why would I be angry?" Arbor glanced at him and said in a mocking tone, "You people are born noble. How could you know how difficult life is? Compensation, compensation, compensation. The shattered dignity, the lost good times. Could anything be compensated? What did they know about being locked up in a cellar where the sun couldn't shine on them?" Emolien's heart was beating wildly. He quickly hugged her and cried out, Jojo, you can't vent your anger on your husband. Your husband and I are on the same side. We are one. I will support you unconditionally. I will support you no matter what you do. Don't worry. In the future, if any of our relatives dare to step on my nose and do evil outside, no matter if they are uncles or aunts, this crown prince will not recognize them. You don't need to compromise on everything. Arbor impatiently threw away his hand. You are the crown prince. You were born noble. Your mother is the empress and your father is the emperor. Chapter 5438. You've never been locked up in a cellar before. It would be too much to ask you to understand how it felt. It's up to you whether to deal with it or not. You don't have to please me to make me happy. I'm not unhappy. Don't look for me about that woman in the future. I won't care. Your face is full of unhappiness. The more Lien listened, the more flustered he became. She wasn't angry, she was furious. He thought about it and became more and more flustered. He could only use the stupidest method, which was to hold her tightly in his arms and kiss her. "I'll listen to you. Let that woman go up to the city tower tonight. Let everyone know that this woman only has herself to blame. She deserves to be punished." Arbor was annoyed by his tight embrace. She didn't manage to push his hand away twice. She glared at him. "You're sick." Emolien nodded repeatedly. As he nibbled on her, he whined pitifully. "Yes, I'm sick. I must take the antidote." Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She felt that her anger came out of nowhere. Jojo's lotus seemed a little unlucky and innocent, but it was probably the word cellar that triggered her nerves. Arbor thought, staying in that dark place all year round, hiding in a corner, having rats nibbling on her toes, she shuddered. Emolien immediately sensed it, and his arms tightened again, wrapping her tightly around him. "Don't be afraid, Jojo. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, I'll be by your side." Xiao Mu's heart softened when she saw that he was even more nervous than she was. A nameless fire came and left quickly, and she felt rather helpless as she looked at him. That was indeed the case. Why would she be angry at him for no reason? Jojo's lotus didn't know anything. How would she know that the word cellar could trigger her nerves? That night, the decree to strip the National Security Agency of its title came down. The National Security Agency's corpse was also hung up on the city tower. The crime of bullying the good and taking advantage of the good and handsome men was also clearly written down. Everyone spurned and cursed and praised His Majesty and the Empress for being wise and for not bending the law for favoritism. When the news reached the old king of Giant Pain's ears, the old man's body trembled. He immediately gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. When he heard the crown prince's words of not recognizing even his own family from the servants, he immediately discussed with his son for an entire night and decided to continue to close the doors and decline visitors. At this time, one must not provoke the crown prince. Who knew who would be the next unlucky one? See, the National Security Agency is in big trouble now. It was still their king, Giant Pain's mansion, that was wise. Long before the new year, they had closed their doors and refused to receive guests, squatting at home to count mushrooms. If he didn't see anyone, there wouldn't be any trouble, and he wouldn't be scolded by the crown prince and his wife. Wise too wise. Look at what happened to the National Security Agency, and then look at himself. The old king of Giant Pain silently ordered his men to continue to close the door tightly. He wrote a memorial to be presented to the great emperor the next day, and once again asked for an illness to recuperate at home for a month. When the great emperor received the booklet from his old brother, he was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect that this cowardly brother of his really had some foresight. When the crown prince's uncles, 7 aunts, and 8 aunts heard the news and received the first-hand information, other than Prince Kong, who laughed until he slapped his thigh, everyone else silently held a family meeting. They repeatedly warned the younger generation in the family not to court death. If they court death on the crown princess's head, they would really die. For 3 days in a row, the empress sent the head palace maid, Pearl, to deliver snacks to the young crown princess. Chapter 5439. Only when she received her daughter-in-law's return gift 3 days later did she silently heave a sigh of relief. She turned around and angrily scolded the emperor. "Next time, don't make me go and find out what's going on. Look at what you've done. I already said, how can I touch the national security? It's not like I have nothing better to do. That day, I brought my daughter-in-law to destroy Zhaoguang's base. Are you stupid? You're always so suspicious, thinking that the young couple went to assassinate the national security. You even insisted that they go to the national security residence. If they didn't go, wouldn't it be fine? Look at how angry my father was. He went back to Glory City early this morning. Don't do it in the future." She had not been able to eat or sleep well for the past 3 days. The moment she closed her eyes, she would see her daughter-in-law looking at her coldly. She was afraid that her daughter-in-law would dislike her. Wouldn't she be wronged to death if that happened? The matter was caused by the emperor. The trouble was caused by the national security. What did it have to do with her? She was really wronged. She was on tenterhooks for several days and asked Pearl to plead for peace every day. Needless to say, when her daughter-in-law's expressionless face rose from the floor coldly. It made people's hearts in a mess. The emperor was angrily scolded by his daughter-in-law and vented all his anger on the courtiers. In the future, don't casually find trouble with the crown princess. If something happens, no one can save you. Don't blame me for not informing you in advance. I can't save you either. The aggrieved courtiers. Big brother, none of us provoked her. Wasn't this recruited by the national security of your family? What's going on? Big brother, you're the emperor. You have a final say. We know that you kowtowed to your daughter-in-law and were scolded by her. You're a pitiful man. We'll forgive you. Speaking of which, the courtiers had already seen the reality. Ever since General Zhongli's family was transferred out of the capital and left the national political stage alone, didn't everyone know that the crown princess was not to be trifled with? Who would provoke that little fiend for no reason? They had warned their madams and misses 800 years ago not to court death. No one can save you if you court death. It rained this morning, but the weather began to clear up in the afternoon. Jojo sat by the window with Dolly in his arms. He flipped through the book in his hand, listlessly. Mo Lien ran all the way in and saw her son lying quietly in her wife's arms. There was a suspicious glint at the corner of his mouth. Mo Lien quickly ran over and hugged Arbor. He lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Jojo, did you miss your husband? The past 2 days had been worrying him to death. For some reason, Jojo did not like to talk much. It was as if he had returned to the way he was a few years ago. She would occasionally answer his questions, but most of the time, she would be in a daze. This feeling of not being able to blend in with him made him panic for no reason. After hurriedly finishing up the matters at hand, the first thing Mo Lien did was come back to see Qiao Qiao. Arbor looked up and glanced at her. Your grandfather returned to the glorious city this morning. Mo Lien's heart skipped a beat. She quickly nodded beside her and said, Yes, yes, yes. What's wrong? Nothing. He's probably very angry with me, Arbor said lightly. The old man is very angry about the national security incident. Mo Lien quickly sat up and took Arbor's little hand. She said softly, Actually, the old man just can't swallow his pride. He's not angry with you. Chapter 5440. After all, Madame Goen was considered a citizen of Glory City and was his adopted daughter. But now, she was hung on the city gate in such a disgraceful way and was despised by thousands of people. The old Gramps would definitely lose face, so what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over, so he might as well return to Glory City. Arbor sneered and didn't reply. Mo Lien's heart was beating like a drum. He knew that the little fella had something to say about his grandfather, but he kept it in his heart. Furthermore, the old Gramps and Jojo didn't get along well when they first met. Now, because of Goen's matter, there was a thorn in his heart. Mo Lien hurriedly pulled Arbor's hand and said softly, Jojo, if you're unhappy in your heart, just tell your husband. Arbor glanced at him and stood up with the baby in his arms. He faintly said, I'm not unhappy. Goen was already dead, and his corpse had been whipped for 3 days. What else could he do if he wasn't happy? Grind his bones to dust. What use would that be? At this moment, a figure flashed at the door, and a stiff little face appeared at the door. Li Ye's expression was meticulous as she said in a methodical manner, Crown Princess, this subordinate has already sent the medicine over according to your instructions. A total of 13 people. 11 of them took the medicine and their condition improved. The other 2 subordinates had already breathed their last when they went over and couldn't be saved. So his wife had secretly sent Li Yi to send the medicine to save those who were rescued from the cellar. Mo Lien's heart thumped as he hurriedly looked at his wife's expression. However, he couldn't see anything from her ice-cold little face. There was no emotion or expression on his face. He just nodded indifferently. The Crown Prince now truly hated that damned Goen. So what if he died, but he still left such a terrible mess there? It even caused his wife to look at them differently. It was as if he and his mother, Goen's nephew and sister, had all become Goen's accomplices. Jojo, Mo Lien hurriedly reached out to pull her. Arbor, however, turned away with an indifferent expression. Holding the baby in his arms, he pushed aside the bead curtain and walked in. I'm tired. I want to take a nap. Her voice drifted into his ears. Emolien immediately felt unwell. He didn't dare to follow her in, so he could only pace back and forth outside the beaded curtain. Through the curtain, he stared anxiously at the figure inside, his tears almost falling. Jojo ignored him. After a while, Emolien heard the sound of porcelain falling to the ground from the inside. His heart immediately clenched tightly, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. Jojo, Emolien couldn't care less about making her angry. She quickly lifted the curtain and ran into the room. The room was silent, and Jojo was nowhere to be seen. Jojo, Emolien couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She quickly pinched the vine. Little ball. The vine didn't react at all. It seemed to have isolated him from the star field. Little ball. Emolien was furious and angrily called out. Little ball was rather helpless. It wasn't that it didn't want to drag the great crown prince into the star field, but right now, it couldn't do anything. The moment Master Silver entered the star field, the swaddling cloth wrapped around Little Ball suddenly flew into the air. God power surged in from all directions, shaking the entire star field until it became unstable. Arbor herself was a little dazed. She looked up at the sky in confusion. Right now, her body was fixed in place, and she couldn't move at all. She could only stare in shock at baby Mo, who was floating in the air and waving its little arms and legs. Chapter 54:41. Wasn't her son's appearance too magical? Could it be that he was going to advance again? But wasn't his advancement speed a little too terrifying? He had only been born for a few days, and he was going to advance for the second time in a row. What kind of abnormal physique was this? Arbor had a puzzled expression on her face as she stared at her son, who was floating in the air without blinking. She could not make a sound for a long time. Chio's earth-shattering voice suddenly rang in her ears. Master Silver, Master Silver. Baby Mo was really a pervert. Master Silver, I think her star domain seems to be transforming into the holy domain. Arbor blinked her eyes, thinking that she had heard wrongly. How was the holy domain possible? Wasn't the holy domain only able to transform into the holy domain when she broke through to the transcendent realm? Arbor's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that her son was going to break through to the transcendent realm? With such a fast advancement speed, would his small body succeed? Arbor looked at her son, who was floating in the air worriedly. Chio, can you stop him? Arbor asked hurriedly. This child had completely inherited her cultivation from the moment he was born. On the day he was born, he had advanced to level 10 God tier with her. This kind of existence that violated the heavenly rules, no wonder the heavenly Tao would be so angry. And now, if he broke through to the transcendent realm at such a young age, she wondered if the heavenly Tao would throw this kid into the holy domain that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had mentioned in a fit of anger. It was said that the holy domain was far away from the Forgotten River. Without the heaven stairway, one could not go there on their own. The funniest thing was that it was said that the holy domain was a vast expanse of white. There was no food, no wine, nothing. Everyone in the holy domain should have broken through to the transcendent realm and been captured by the heavenly Tao to be centralized and cultivated. Therefore, when she summoned the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal from the holy domain, he stayed in her star domain and did not want to go back at all. Her son was still so young. What if he was teleported over by the crazy heavenly Tao? When Arbor thought of this, she could not help but shiver. Stop him, Chio. We can't let him advance to the transcendent realm now. Master. Chio hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry. As long as you don't advance to the transcendent realm, baby Mo won't be able to enter the transcendent realm for the time being. But I feel that the realm of my body is loosening. I'm about to break through, Arbor said expressionlessly. Ever since she gave birth to the baby, Jojo realized that no matter how much she wandered around, it seemed that as long as her son advanced in level, she would be able to benefit from it as well. It seemed that they would advance at the same time. She didn't want to be so lazy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Chio hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, Master. Baby Mo had already advanced 2 levels previously. This time, he shouldn't be able to advance by much. It's probably just a small level. He won't be able to jump out of the range of a level 10 god tier. Xiao Mu involuntarily knitted her brows when she heard this. Why was she so unconcerned? Looking at the surging momentum in front of him and the speed at which the divine power flowed, it did not look like he had only advanced by a small level and could not jump 10 levels. Baby Mo's advancement was really earth-shattering. If it was outside, all the cultivators in the capital would have been alarmed by this time. Fortunately, they were on Fish Orchid Planet. Other than them, no one else saw it. Otherwise, if they saw such a small baby advancing to above level 10 of the god tier. Chapter 5442. You wonder what everyone would think of this. At the very least, most people would not be able to accept such a terrifying reality. On the vast sea surface, the wind and clouds were surging and divine power was swirling. From time to time, fish heads would pop out from the bottom of the sea, leaping up in a light silver arc. Such a huge commotion on the sea surface had already caused the entire Lawn Sea to tremble. A huge land whale emerged from the depths of the sea, spitting saliva and looking at the sea surface with a pair of round eyes in astonishment. On an island, Holy Sun Mi Yin was playing chess with Ejechin. His fingers that were pinching the chess piece suddenly stopped in midair. Other than his eyeballs that could move slightly, he discovered that his entire body and limbs could not move at all. Holy Sun Mi Yin glanced at the man sitting in front of him. The fingers that Venerable Peach Blossom used to hold the teacup moved slightly, and he suddenly broke free from the restraint, letting out a long sigh of relief. That moment of delay made him feel as if his body was bound by the heavenly Tao, and he was almost unable to move. "Are you all right?" A certain Peach Blossom teased and looked at Holy Sun Mi Yin sitting opposite him, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Ayaya, what a strong restraining force. Even those below the divine venerable realm would be restrained. This fellow touched a sore spot and showed off in front of the immobile Holy Sun Mi Yin for a long time. Then he said, "Ayaya, I have to go see my Charl. I don't know what my Charl is doing. Look, why is this star field so turbulent?" As he spoke, the entire island rumbled, and the ground under his feet shook several times. Holy Sun Mi Yin gritted his teeth and stared gloomily at Venerable Peach Blossom, who was walking back and forth. This fellow was really asking for a beating. He looked a bit more repulsive than that little bastard Yin. A certain Peach Blossom sat on the stone table, folded his slender legs, and poked the black-faced Holy Sun Mi Yin. "I'm leaving. You stay here and be good. I won this game of chess." As he spoke, he deliberately used his black pieces to surround Mi Yan's white pieces. Then he tilted his head and looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. He won, and he won so beautifully. Holy Sun Mi Yin. Seeing him disappear from the island in a flash, Mi Yin could not help but roll her eyes. He was 100 years old, but his IQ was 0 years old. He couldn't even compare to baby Mo, who was just born a few days ago. Chen's figure flashed, and when he appeared again, he was already standing beside Arbor. At this time, Xiao Mu was standing there motionlessly like a wooden puppet. When she saw a rotten Peach Blossom appear next to her, her eyes involuntarily shifted as she cast him a glance. My Joe, you've been frozen. Are you tired? Do you want me to carry you to the side to sit for a while?" Arbor glared at him with her beautiful black eyes. Don't think that just because this fellow was laughing, she couldn't hear the gloating in his laughter. Reverend Peach Blossom pursed his lips. When he turned his head, he saw baby Mo, who was enveloped in a myriad of streams of divine power in midair. Baby Mo was currently wrapped in a small cocoon that was overflowing with light. One could only vaguely see 2 tiny hands poking out of the swaddling clothes. These tiny hands made a circle in the air, and they were contrasted by the sparkling and translucent halo. Reverend Peach Blossom stared for a while, then frowned and said softly, "Jojo, is little fur ball advancing again?" Was there really no problem with this child advancing so quickly? Arbor continued to glare at him. Chapter 5443. Hu Jinshin lowered his head to look at himself, then glanced at the little stoic's indignant expression. He couldn't help but chuckle and say, Don't worry, Jojo. You probably can't break free for a while. I reckon that after baby Mo completes his advancement, everyone will be able to move freely. Arbor naturally knew that everything would be fine after his son completed his advancement. She was just indignant. Humph! What right did a godly venerable realm cultivator have to stroll around outside? Right now, her star domain was slowly transforming into the holy domain. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't be completed in a day or two. Didn't this mean that she would be stuck here like an idiot for several days and nights? This was simply preposterous. She was the omnipotent Jojo, the little master of the star domain. How could she be stuck here without being able to move? Sir Jojo struggled angrily, but he still couldn't break free of the binding force on him. She looked up and saw that the sea had regained its tranquility. The fish in the sea had all quieted down and didn't poke their heads out again. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. In her fit of anger, just now, she carried the calligraphy treasure back to the star domain. Jojo's lotus was still pacing back and forth outside the palace. Her husband definitely couldn't enter the star domain now, so he was probably fretting and anxious. Who knew what kind of storm he would stir up? The little crown princess guess was right. The crown prince was already burning with anxiety and had nowhere to vent his irritable anger. He was practically about to flip the entire Eastern Palace upside down. For the past 3 days, the servants would make a detour whenever they saw the crown prince. No one dared to provoke the crown prince at this time. His Highness the Crown Prince was simply like a rampaging dragon these days. He disliked whoever he saw and attacked whoever he saw without exception. His Highness even had the underworld court guards investigate the family affairs of all his uncles, brothers, and aunts. After a round of investigation, he discovered that the second cousin of the Duke of Eternal Peace's concubine's brother was also an unruly person. 2 years ago, he snatched a farmer's daughter and almost caused her death. The great crown prince finally found a way to vent his bellyful of anger. Not only did he call the crown prince of the Eternal Peace Duke, Missouri Lou, he even ordered him a hand over the second cousin of the Eternal Peace Duke's concubine's brother to be dealt with within 3 days. This was simply too much. As a result, the entire imperial family was in a state of panic. The crown prince of the Eternal Peace Duke was innocent. Mo Lu returned home in tears with a dumbfounded look on his face, complaining to his father, the Duke of Eternal Peace. Who knew that he would be involved in such a shocking matter? The second cousin of the Duke of Eternal Peace's concubine's brother, this Mo Lu, was really a relative that was completely unrelated to him. If the crown prince was looking for the second cousin of his concubine's brother, then he could still accept it. In the end, the crown prince went to look for Mo Lu's father. The second cousin of the Duke of Eternal Peace's concubine's brother, the crown prince, was too embarrassed to call his royal uncle over and reprimand him. So he vented his anger on his own brother. This is really too much. Mo Lu was depressed for 2 whole days. After going around in circles a few times, he finally dragged out that scourge of second cousin brother and helped the crown prince vent his anger. This matter immediately aroused the vigilance of everyone both inside and outside the court, especially the imperial family and the relatives of the imperial family. Everyone began to investigate in a low-key manner, looking at everyone around them, including the aunts and aunts, to see if there was anyone unruly. Everyone knew that when the crown prince disregarded all his relatives, he would have no uncles, aunts, or uncles. Chapter 5444. A distant relative of the Eternal Peace royal family had kidnapped a woman and treated human life like grass, causing the crown prince of Eternal Peace to be fined 6 months of his salary. The great emperor even went to look for the Eternal Peace royal family and secretly reprimanded him, throwing the title of being ignorant of people onto the Eternal Peace royal family's head. The Eternal Peace royal family was so angry that when he returned home, he immediately investigated all of his distant relatives. His face was ashen, and he was unable to calm down for half a month. It was too fucking sullen. Who knew that a concubine's family, a distant relative, would be dug out by the crown prince and punished? How angry must the crown prince have been these past few days for him to do such a heinous thing? Arbor's days in the Starfield were not easy either. Rotten Peach Blossom kindly carried her to a peach tree and even got her a stool to sit on, improving her upright posture. It took the outside world 5 days to transform the star field into the saint field. The people and beasts in the star field were complaining incessantly in their hearts. Other than the hierarch realm, all the people and beasts were bound by the power of the star field and could not move. The anxious and frustrated mood at the beginning, after dozens of hours, everyone had no choice but to collectively accept their fate. They temporarily accepted the fact that they could not move and could only calm their minds and silently cultivate. Rotten Peach Blossom pitted his Jojo, who did not eat or drink, so he came over to feed him every few days. Most of the time, he was in a daze beside Jojo, until 5 days later, Mo Lien suddenly heard Chiochio's voice, and her expression changed slightly. At that time, he was angrily reprimanding a trembling official in the study when he suddenly stood up and asked the other party to leave. The unlucky official's legs were trembling, and he did not even know how he left the study. As soon as he left, he could not help but wipe his tears and go back gloomily. The moment Mo Lien stepped into the star field, she felt an indescribable sense of wonder. The aura in the entire star field was very fresh. The paradise planet in front of him seemed to have taken on a completely new look. It was full of vitality and prosperity. This change made everyone's eyes light up, and they felt indescribably happy. Crown Prince Mo's gloominess over the past few days was instantly swept away when he saw his wife meditating with her eyes closed under a peach tree. He quickly walked forward, but before he could reach his wife, he saw something fall from the sky. Mo Lien instinctively reached out to take it. She lowered her head and happened to meet baby Mo's eyes. The little guy was wrapped in a dirty blanket. His phoenix eyes were slightly bright as he stared at him with great vigor. "What are you glaring at?" Crown Prince Mo glared back at him as a matter of course. Rotten Peach Blossom's cold laughter came from the side. "Yo, you finally came in. Quick, take a look and see if there are any changes to Paradise Planet." Naturally, the changes were great. For example, the peach tree in front of him had grown thicker and stronger. The mountain range in the distance seemed to have been repainted with thick ink and heavy colors. It was so exuberant that it left one speechless. Vitality. The entire star field was full of vitality, as if someone had injected a trace of fresh life into it. The mountains and rivers in front of them had been reborn. The god domain has changed to the saint domain. Mo Lien sighed in relief. For the past few days, he had been restless, unable to eat or sleep. He had thought that Jojo did not want to talk to him, so he excluded him from the star field. Chapter 5445. From the looks of it now, it was probably due to the sudden transformation of the star domain into the saint domain that caused him to be unable to enter for the past few days. Jojo probably didn't even have time to react before the divine domain began to transform, and she couldn't contact him anymore. Thinking of this, Mo Lien couldn't help but calm down a little. He had been on tenterhooks for many days, and he really couldn't eat or sleep well. His wife suddenly disappeared with the baby. It was really a scary thing. "Hey, do you want me to tell you? Why is this star domain transforming?" Venerable Peach Blossom flashed in front of him with a smile, revealing an expression of watching a good show as he looked him up and down. His voice was filled with schadenfreude. "Yo, Your Highness the Crown Prince hasn't slept well these past few days." Looking at this haggard little face, it really made one's mood happy. Mo Lien glanced at him. "Huh, I can't sleep well outside, but do you think you can sleep well inside?" Looking at this guy, it was obvious that he hadn't slept for a long time. His eyes were about to have dark circles. Did he think that no one could see it? Heh. Venerable Peach Blossom blinked his eyes. Seeing him float past him with Mo Bao in his arms, he couldn't help but snort. He really hadn't slept much during this period. If he wasn't staring at Jojo, he had to keep an eye on Mo Bao, that little ancestor. He was afraid that something would happen to the mother and son if they advanced too quickly. In the end, everything went smoothly. Mo Bao and his mother successfully reached the peak of level 12 of the divine domain. Just as they were about to break through to level 13, they stopped. Venerable Peach Blossom was already used to being provoked by Mo Bao. When he saw his realm soar, he just calmly glanced at him. The child's father had a calm expression on his face. Although he could sense that the child's realm had increased a lot as soon as he caught him, the child's father didn't say anything. They just looked at each other silently and glared at each other. Mo Bao spat out a mouthful of bubbles at his father with a look of disdain. His pair of phoenix eyes were dark, and the expression on his cute little face was wooden. On the other side, Arbor exited his cultivation state and found that he could move his hands and feet. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Chochio's noises from his conscious. Master, 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 master. You and Baby Mo have both reached the pinnacle of level 12 God tier. Arbor's small face was expressionless. Didn't you say that Mo Bao, this child, would only advance in a small area at most, and wouldn't be able to jump out of the 10th level? How much of a scammer are you? That was why he could say such irresponsible words earlier. If it wasn't for rotten Peach Blossom suppressing him, Baby Mo would have probably become a level 13 God tier master without any hindrance. This speed of advancement was clearly much faster than his mother, his father, and anyone else in this world. As for his mother, Jojo, she had borrowed her son's power to rapidly advance in rank more than once. Who would believe it? She didn't want to advance in rank so hastily, but her son's advancement was like picking up a cabbage. It was so fast that even Charles didn't want to look at it. Most importantly, if his son had advanced, then so be it. Why did he have to tell the Heavenly Tao that Jean City was a saint? Even the Heavenly Tao wouldn't believe that this child was really too talented, Lord Jojo thought to herself. Chochio continued to make a ruckus. Master Silver, Chochio originally thought that since Little Master Silver had just advanced a few days ago, logically speaking, it was indeed impossible for him to advance so quickly again. Chapter 5446. Moreover, Masta hasn't had any fortuitous encounters and hasn't been cultivating properly. Reality has proven that everything in this world really doesn't make sense. Little Masta's abnormality may be several times higher than yours. Masta, Arbor, why do these words sound so awkward? All right, stop spouting nonsense. Xiao Mu grumpily rebuked Chochio. Can you sense how the little dumpling's body is doing? Very good. Chochio hurriedly said, Masta, you don't have to worry. Little Masta's body has already entered the range of the immortal bone. Arbor, pretend she didn't ask. Masta, Chochio has another peerless piece of good news for you. Arbor was expressionless as she coldly responded with an "oh" in her conscious. The sapling immediately couldn't take it anymore and jumped up and down, shouting, Masta, your attitude isn't right. Masta, Chochio said he has a peerless piece of good news for you. You should at least show some excitement. Look at you now. You're actually completely indifferent after hearing such good news. Masta, what exactly are you thinking, Masta? Hurry up and say it. Arbor snapped back. If you don't say it, I'm leaving my conscious right now. Now, she could see a little treant standing on the luxuriant sacred tree in her Dantian star region, waving its branches and branches as it smiled brightly at her. That silly look was simply unbearable to look at. Arbor looked at it speechlessly. Are you going to say it or not? The sapling angrily waved its branches. Masta, I was just about to say it. Don't interrupt. Arbor was so angry that she laughed. Without waiting for her to shout, Chochio hurriedly said, Masta, I actually have two pieces of news for you. One is a peerless piece of good news. The other isn't so good. Which one do you want to hear first? This noisy and troublesome tree was long-winded and liked to keep her in suspense. Arbor simply reached out and pulled it out of the star region, lifting it onto her palm. She opened her eyes and stared coldly at the little tree in her palm. In the blink of an eye, Chochio seemed to see stars flickering in and out of her tranquil and boundless eyes. Chochio's heart could not help but skip a beat. The moment he opened his mouth, he could not help but stutter, Master, Master, are you about to break through to the transcendent God realm? Masta's eyes seemed to contain the power of thousands of stars, as if she was about to break through to the saint level. Arbor glanced at him and said calmly, "Not so fast. How could it be so easy to break through to the transcendent God realm?" The little tree only knew how to make wild guesses. "Tell me your good news and bad news," Arbor said faintly, not noticing the two men standing not far from the mahogany tree and looking at her. She was curious and focused all her attention on the tiny tray ant in her hand. "What are you waiting for?" The little tray ant hurriedly nodded and stammered, "Master, let me tell you the good news first. The good news is that I have another bone forging pill of a higher grade. This time, you can turn your newly entered God bone into a saint bone in one go. If it was a saint bone, then no one below the holy venerable realm would be able to hurt little Masta." Arbor raised her eyebrows in surprise and thought for a while before nodding. "What kind of price do I have to pay?" Chow Chow was very clear that little tree, this deceitful fellow, had first strongly promoted the benefits to her. "I'm so sleepy. I'll make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 5447. In order to obtain a powerful ability, one had to pay a corresponding price. Seeing her calm expression, the little Trent's heart trembled, and it hurriedly explained the rest of its words. "Yes, it does hurt a little, and in the initial stages, it will be a little miserable." Arbor raised her eyebrows and waited for this fellow to continue. The little tray ant continued to blabber. It's that to obtain a new divine bone, you have to reforge all your bones. Before forging, the little tree's face was full of guilt, and its voice became lower and lower. It's best if your whole body coughs. Your bones are cracked. Break all your bones and then get a new life." "Huh. Yes, it does hurt a little. You may not be able to move in the short term. But Master, if you can endure this pain, after taking that saint-level bone forging pill, you will be able to endure it. In the future, it will be hard for you to find a match below the divine venerate level." Just as the little tree finished speaking, it realized that the little Masta in front of it seemed to be off all over. Jojo's head was covered in cold sweat, and her gaze was a little dazed. It seemed that her body was actually trembling slightly. The little tray ant was a little panicked and hurriedly waved its hands. Masta, don't panic. Don't be afraid. If you don't want to eat this bone forging pill, we won't eat it." The moment it finished speaking, it felt its little body being sent flying by a punch. "Ouch!" It cried out in shock as it was thrown in an arc in mid-air and was instantly thrown far away. Mo Lien strode forward and hugged Arbor in his arms. He lowered his head and looked at her worriedly. He patted her back lightly and said in a low voice, Jojo, don't be afraid. Don't listen to the little tree's nonsense. We won't eat that pill." Arbor came back to her senses and realized that she was covered in cold sweat. She was instantly depressed. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly and pursed her lips, not saying anything for a long time. He didn't expect that after so long, his mental fortitude was still so weak. Just hearing the sapling talking about breaking all the bones in her body made her think of the days when all her limbs were broken and she crawled around like a pitiful little worm. He broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. This terrifying psychological illness had never been cured, but she had ruthlessly buried it in the darkest corner of her heart. Occasionally, after tearing it open, he would still feel a bone-piercing pain. Holding the expressionless baby, Mo, in his arms, Venerable Peach Blossom stepped forward and urged with a frown, Mo Lien, help her up and sit over there." Mo Lien helped her up and walked to the stone table at the side to sit down. He stroked her sweaty forehead and said softly, "Jojo, don't panic. It's okay. Don't listen to the little tree's nonsense. Just ignore it." Ichin nodded. Suddenly, he felt the little ancestor in his arms move. He looked down and saw the little child leaping into the air and floating in front of his mother. Then he suddenly fell down. Mo Lien moved his body slightly to the side, and the little child landed between the two of them, obediently lying on Arbor's lap. Arbor reached out to touch his little hand instinctively. She blinked and pulled the blanket off her son's body in disdain. She scolded her husband, as usual. "Your son is so dirty. The blanket is so dirty. Don't you know how to change it for him?" Yin looked at his wife pitifully. Chapter 54:48. Wife, please be reasonable. I've only seen my son for a few minutes, and he looks so dirty. Is it because of me? Arbor glared at him in annoyance. Hurry and change. Hu Shurchin nodded in agreement and did not hesitate to add insult to injury. That's right. You don't know how to be a father at all. Yin pitifully reached out to take the dirty calligraphy. Couldn't her son be a normal baby? He could make himself look so dirty just by staying in the star domain. Who knew what he had been doing all this time? His fingers had just touched the little ancestor's swaddling clothes. Who would have thought that a fair hand would reach out from the side and slap his hand away? Look at how clumsy you are. Let me do it. Hu Shurchin glanced at him and reached out to pick up the expressionless baby Mo. She turned to leave with a smile. To their surprise, as soon as they turned around, they saw Holy Son Mi standing not far behind them. His tattered clothes were full of holes, and he was staring at them with resentment in his small eyes. Hu Shurchin chuckled and said, "Oh, damn. Where did this big beggar come from? All right. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll help you change your clothes, too." Baby Mo waved his little hand unhappily. Hu Shurchin smiled and held him back. "All right, little dumpling. Just take it that you're pitying your father. Your father has been on tenterhooks outside these days. He can't eat or sleep well. It's really tragic. Most importantly, Jojo's mood really needed someone to comfort him." Yin looked up and held Arbor's hand. She said softly, "Jojo, are you feeling better now?" Arbor had already adjusted himself. It was mainly because Chiochio's suggestion just now caught her off guard and scared her. Thinking about it again, was she really that weak? Of course not. The past was the past. The present was the present. That bone-forging pill did indeed make her recall the difficult times of the past. However, those were all in the past. If she wanted to further refine her body, she might consider the bone-forging pill. However, it seemed that as long as she thought about the pain of having her bones broken, her body would still tremble uncontrollably. Yin held her hand tightly and sat close to her. She looked down at her and said, "Jojo, don't think about the past." Arbor shook his head and looked up at him with a determined gaze. "The harder it is, the more you have to overcome it. I shouldn't let the fear in my subconscious grasp me. Only by resolutely overcoming it could he break through the last demonic barrier in his heart." Yin couldn't help but be startled. She sighed softly and said, "All right, whatever you want to do, I will support you. I will always accompany you and help you." The little stoic clearly didn't need to be so difficult. Now, she clearly had everything she needed. Her star domain had also transformed into a saint domain. She didn't lack anything in her saint domain. In fact, she didn't need to work hard at all. However, Jojo said that the more difficult it was, the more they had to overcome it. Yin's heart was filled with emotion. "Jojo," he reached out and gently stroked her hair. "Don't be angry with me anymore, all right? These few days were truly too unbearable. Especially after Jojo returned to the star domain without a word and didn't come out again." The crown prince felt that the sky was really about to collapse. Arbor also felt a bit embarrassed. That day, she only wanted to return to the star domain to calm down a little. She didn't expect the little dumpling to be so deceptive. Chapter 54:49. Now that she thought about it, she indeed shouldn't have made Jojo's lotus worry for so long for no reason. When she thought of this, the little stoic couldn't resist raising her hand to stroke her husband's slightly haggard, handsome face. Actually, I'm not angry at you. It was just that when she thought of the National Security Agency's actions, she felt a little angry, but actually, the National Security Agency's matter really had nothing to do with the Crown Prince. The two of them didn't have a good relationship, and, to be honest, they had fallen out more than once. If she took her anger out on Jojo's lotus because of the National Security Agency's matter, Jojo would feel wrong just by thinking about it. When Yin saw that her expression had eased, the huge rock that had been weighing on his heart finally settled down steadily. He hastily pulled her into his embrace and lowered his head to rub against her head. "Jojo, don't ignore me when you're angry in the future, okay?" Arbor couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him. Who could maintain a good mood when they were angry? Don't worry. Something like the National Security Agency won't happen again in the future, Mo Lien said to her with certainty. When you weren't around, I fiercely taught everyone around me a lesson. I guarantee that they won't dare to make the same mistake again for the next 8 to 10 years. Arbor blinked her eyes. She seemed to have picked up on something from Jojo's Lotus's words. It seemed like everyone around Jojo's Lotus didn't have a good time when she wasn't around. Was she imagining things, or was this the truth? What did you do? Arbor couldn't help but ask curiously. Jojo's Lotus should be quite anxious recently, and the people around him probably didn't have a good time either. When Arbor thought of this, she couldn't conceal her curiosity and pretended to ask nonchalantly, Jojo's Lotus, could it be that you laid your hands on your uncles and brothers? Lay my hands on what? Mo Lien shook his head calmly and said, How could that be? I was very polite to them. It's just that something happened to Malyo's family, so I punish him according to the nation's laws and family rules. He is very grateful to me. Xiao Mu blinked, only feeling that this sentence sounded awkward no matter how she heard it. He felt that after he dealt with Brother Mo and Brother Lu, they were quite grateful to him. Mo Lien saw the look of disbelief on her face and hurriedly said, It's true. His distant cousin was found out by me, and I punished him to teach his family a lesson. Naturally, he will be grateful to me. Their whole family will remember my kindness. Is that so? Arbor silently glanced at his husband and suppressed the smile on his lips. Wasn't her husband venting his anger on her? It was a pity that Mo Lu's family was mercilessly insulted by the crown prince. However, it was their family's bad luck. If they hadn't done anything wrong, they wouldn't have been scolded. Arbor snorted and threw the matter of the Mo Lu family to the back of his mind. Grasping his palm with her small hand, Xiao Mu looked at him and said, Xiao's Lien, I was in the wrong this time. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you about the national security incident, and I shouldn't have returned to the Star Region without saying goodbye. It's just that after that, the Star Region's sudden advancement was actually your son's fault. This has nothing to do with me. When it came to the ability to shift the blame, if Jojo claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. This guy didn't hesitate to shift the blame to his son. His conscience didn't hurt at all, looking at her little mouth smacking, saying how his son had tricked him and how he had started advancing the moment he entered the Star Region. Chapter 5450. So what if he was promoted? Why did he have to make her unable to move? What a joke. Mo Lien couldn't help chuckling as he looked at her. He pulled her into his embrace and lightly bit her small mouth. Xiao, you're the one who screws me over the most. Arbor was unhappy when she heard that. She glared at him. How am I trickster? How am I trickster? She wasn't a trickster. She was a good person. It was Mo Lien, this fellow, who was the biggest fraud. Your son has inherited your trickery. Arbor pursed her lips. Don't call him a trickster. He's just inheriting your fine tradition. The student has surpassed the master. He'll definitely be trickier than you in the future. Mo Lien laughed. The haze of the past few days was swept away. The next day, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi realized that the little crown princess had finally returned to the Eastern Palace. The two of them cried tears of joy. They decorated themselves with lanterns and banners and told the good news to all the palace maids and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace. The haze that had shrouded the Eastern Palace for the past few days was finally dispelled, and the sun could be seen. Everyone was in high spirits, as if they were celebrating the new year. People were in high spirits. Arbor couldn't understand why these people were so happy. She continued to live her life as usual. In her spare time, she would draw talismans, refine pills, and cultivate with her son. That's right, the little guy had an extremely high passion for cultivation. His positive attitude was simply breathtaking. Master Jojo always tried to attract his son's attention with things that babies liked, but it didn't work very well. One day, Jojo opened her eyes and realized that her husband wasn't by her side. She looked up. The sun was bright and clear. It was probably past 7 in the morning. Her husband had already gone to court. She sat up and flipped the blanket. She couldn't find any trace of her son. She asked Little Tree, Ball, where's Little Fur Ball? Little Fur Ball went to Fish Orchid Planet to absorb sacred power. Master Jojo's expression became strange. Why did he feel that such a small child like Xiao Tuanzi seemed to have an excessive desire for supreme cultivation? He couldn't be thinking of advancing again, right? If this went on, how could he endure it? Would others still be able to live? Don't tell me you're thinking of breaking through to the transcendent realm before you're a month old? Master, Little Furball has gone to Peach Blossom Slope. Do you want to come and take a look? Chochio's voice suddenly became excited. Peach Blossom Slope? Arbor froze for a moment, then quickly jumped off the bed. She lowered her head and looked at her own disheveled appearance. She hurriedly ran to wash up and put on her clothes. I'll be right there. What is Xiao Tuanzi doing? Master Silver, come quickly, come quickly. Chochio's excited voice immediately flew up, its tone filled with disbelief. You definitely can't imagine it. Arbor was shocked, and even his voice trembled slightly. Don't tell me you're really planning to break through the transcendent realm. She did not approve of the little fellow's rapid progress. So fast, can this small body withstand it? Arbor entered Paradise Planet in fear and trepidation, quickly moving in the direction of the airflow. In an instant, her figure appeared on the Peach Blossom Slope. However, the strange thing was that Arbor did not see her son at first glance. Instead, she saw the back of a figure in a green and blue silk robe, standing on the peak of the Peach Blossom Slope, not far away. Under the blooming peach plant, a few naughty pink petals landed on that person's long hair that was draped over her waist. Chapter 54-51. When she saw this familiar figure, her heart couldn't stop pounding madly. The little stoic thought she was seeing things and hastily rubbed her eyes. Chochio rolled her side at some point and excitedly exclaimed, Master, Xiao Tuanzi is truly too amazing. You don't know, but when he leaped into the air just now, he gathered more than half of Fish Orchid Planet's sacred energy, and then Arbor couldn't hear Chochio's blabbering anymore. Right now, she only had that familiar figure in her eyes, and her breathing couldn't help but stop. That person seemed to have realized something and abruptly turned around. She was holding a small swaddle in her arms and looked at her with a gentle gaze. A gentle smile slid across her exquisite features. His entire person was like a lively scroll painting, suddenly leaping into her eyes. Just like several years ago, that person leaned against the window and slowly turned around, her eyes extremely enchanting and charming. Just like back then, she tilted her head and waved her hand at her with a grin. Disciple, Master has come to disturb you. Nothing had changed. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Arbor stood there in a daze, unable to say anything for a long time, until Murong Sun tilted her head and smiled at her. Murong Sun held the baby in one hand and spread out her other hand as she said to her with a grin, Aya, disciple, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be married and have a child already. When Master saw my little grand disciple's stoic face, my intuition told me it was your baby. Ha ha. You still have the cheek to laugh at you. Arbor fiercely glared at her before dashing over and crashing into her arms. Murong Sun, you damn liar. Unfilial disciple. Peak Master Murong pursed her lips and tapped her youngest disciple's head, her eyes sparkling. Don't you know how to say something nice to make Master happy? Arbor hugged her back and grumbled, Damn liar. You missed the coming-of-age ceremony and also the wedding. Now, you can only attend my child's 1-month-old celebration. Murong Sun beamed with joy and hugged Arbor with one hand. Excellent, excellent. Master will definitely attend my little grand disciple's 1-month-old celebration. She patted Arbor's head with a smile and murmured, Disciple, Master has troubled you endlessly these years. It's been hard on you. Murong Sun couldn't be clearer about her situation back then. He was originally a dead man who couldn't be more dead. Why was he standing here now? How could the dangers and difficulties of this be covered in just a few words? Her youngest disciple must have traveled thousands of miles and went through endless hardships to save her. Master Murong Sun's head, Murong Sun's his little unfilial disciple. Her master had just woken up, yet she was beating and scolding her. She even called her a damn liar. She was simply a little bastard. Xiao Mu sniffed. I wasn't the one who saved you in the beginning. It was that guy Yin Fei. However, it's also because of him that good things are strewn with setbacks. It's a long story, so I'll have Mo Yin tell you when we have time. Peak Master Murong glared at the back of her disciple's head and felt a bit irritated. This unfilial disciple still looked like she was on the verge of death after saying more than 3 sentences. Master. Arbor turned around and clenched her fists. Your cultivation. Murong Sun spread her hands and looked at herself. Chapter 54-52. She shook her arm and used her original spiritual energy, but she was unperturbed after discovering nothing. She lowered her head and met Baby Mo's eyes before giggling mischievously at the stoic child. The other party's 2 black eyes were unmoving and fixated on her like this, making her inexplicably feel that her smile just now seemed a bit stupid. Why didn't this grand disciple learn anything else and copy his mother's stoic face? Children should be cute and adorable when their heads are round. Don't learn from your mother and pull a long face all the time. Master. Arbor turned around and angrily called out. She was talking to her about serious matters, but this fool started to be mischievous again. Murong Sun responded and walked up. She reached out to stroke Arbor's head. Disciple, what are you thinking about? You can't be thinking that Master will blame you for losing her cultivation, right? Look, Master is someone who has lived a new life, so what is there that I can't accept? Murong Sun peered at her little disciple, standing in front of her, her gaze landing on that unchanging stoic face, and her hands involuntarily itched. She reached over and pinched her disciple. You're not cute at all. Hurry and stop pulling a long face. Your master walked around the gates of hell and came back, so why don't you show me a smile? Arbor glared at her several times and brusquely slapped her hand away. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Isn't it just the loss of your cultivation? Murong Sun waved her hand nonchalantly. You can cultivate again if it's gone. Think about how your master, me, is a stunningly talented person, so how could I be defeated by a trifling obstacle in front of me? Arbor felt that peak Master Murong, who used to be so stunning and peerless, might not be able to withstand the blow of becoming a cripple. She hastily strode forward and nodded, an extremely serious expression appearing on her stoic face. Master, your foundation is still there. I have a bloodshed vermilion fruit here, so eat it. Perhaps you can comprehend a spiritual root again. Okay. Disciple, don't worry about this for now. Master has something to talk to you about. Murong Sun pulled her little disciple's hand and earnestly said as they walked, Disciple, do you know how Master woke up? Master woke up when my star domain transformed into the holy domain. No. Murong Sun shook her head at her. When I opened my eyes, I saw my grand disciple in front of me. I think this little fellow kissed me. When Murong Sun saw her little disciple looking at her strangely, she coughed lightly and hastily said, I'm saying that this little fellow might be an apothecary. At that time, I felt a mouthful of medicinal power enter my mouth. Xiao Mu abruptly widened her eyes and abruptly lowered her head to look at her son, who was expressionlessly looking at them in Murong Sun's arms. Master, Murong Sun, Master Murong, Master, Murong Master, Murong. When Murong Sun returned to her senses, she discovered that her little disciple had snatched her grand disciple away in a fluster. Her lips twitched uncontrollably, and she watched as her little disciple disappeared in front of her with the child in her arms. Her noisy shouts still lingered in the air. Emolien. Oh no, your son has inherited your apothecary skills. Hurry and come back to block the lightning. Heavenly law definitely would not let this heaven-defying child go, so it was time for the child's father to perform. Murong Sun was dumbfounded. Chapter 54-53. She truly couldn't understand what her disciple meant by calling the crown prince back to block the lightning. Why did he change so much these days when she wasn't around? She simply couldn't keep up with her little disciple's jumpy train of thought. She strolled around the vicinity and couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. When she picked up a disciple in Shiju City back then, She had long known that he was a little nouveau riche. Seeing him today, she couldn't help but feel that her knowledge of her disciple back then was still too shallow. Arbor hopped out to look for her husband with her ink treasure in her arms, but she couldn't find him after looking around. Instead, that anxious roar called Saichi and Kaishio over. When they saw her anxious appearance, they hastily went up and said, "Crown Princess, did you forget? Today, His Highness the Crown Prince said that he will go to the Ministry of Justice's dungeon to interrogate City Lord Mu and his disciple, Gu Yishuan, after court. He reckons that he won't be back until later." Xiao Mu patted her small head lightly. It seemed like her husband had mentioned it to her yesterday. However, she was in a daze at that time, so how could she have thought about it so much? She looked amiably at Saichi and Kaishio. "Then you two go busy yourselves." It was truly regretful that her husband wasn't in the Eastern Palace, so she couldn't find him to block the lightning for her son. She lowered her head to glance at the expressionless baby, Mo, and couldn't resist curling her lips at him. The latter's beady black eyes stared straight at her with sparkling eyes. His little appearance was so adorable that it melted her heart. When Arbor recalled how her husband disdained her son for being ugly yesterday, she couldn't resist pursing her small lips. How was her little baby ugly? He truly had no taste. He was so beautiful and adorable. When he grew up, he would definitely be the most beautiful baby in the world. "Son, don't disappoint me." The little stoic grasped her son's small paw and mumbled to him, "In the future, you must grow prettier than Daddy and mock him instead." The little fellow opened his mouth and yawned. The little stoic's eyes curved into crescents. Baby Mo was really adorable. She really wanted to poke him, but when she recalled how soft this child's entire body was, Sir Jojo restrained himself and withdrew his restless hand. "When you grow up a little more, Mother will bring you out to gain experience. We will travel all over the 3 continents and the Sea of Forgetfulness." Arbor paced back and forth in the bedroom with his son in his arms for a while. Suddenly, he stopped and hurriedly flashed back into the star field. Just now, she had been so focused on finding her husband to block the lightning that she had thrown her master into the star domain. At this moment, he suddenly remembered and hurriedly ran in to look for his master. "Master, master." The little stoic didn't find her master on Peach Blossom Slope, so she hastily used her divine perception to search the star domain. Finally, under a peach tree, she saw Murong Sun sleeping soundly while leaning against a tree branch. The little stoic jumped in fright and hastily walked over. She reflexively reached out to check if she was breathing. Who would have thought that Murong Sun would grab her hand before it could even touch her? He opened his eyes and grinned at her, his eyes sparkling. My little disciple, don't tell me you think that your master is lying here dead?" "Bah!" Arbor wanted to spit on her face. "Don't worry." Murong Sun stretched and stood up. She raised her hand to pat the little stoic's head. "I promise to let you take care of me for the rest of my life." Master definitely won't go back on her word. The little stoic's eyes reddened, and she glared at her several times, both annoyed and amused. This master of hers had never been proper. Every time she spoke, she would tease her. She didn't know which words were true and which were false. Chapter 5454. Disciple, don't worry about Master. Although Master doesn't have any cultivation, Master can sense that Master's body has recovered quite well. Arbor nodded and took out 3 fruits of different sizes in one go, stuffing them all into Murong Sun's hands. "Master, the flesh of the bloodshed vermilion fruit can improve one's constitution and prolong one's life. The biggest use of the core inside is to help people comprehend their spirit roots. Eat this first." Murong Sun lowered her head with a smile and glanced at the small fruit that glowed with a red light amidst the green color. She nodded repeatedly. Not only can the longevity fruit increase one's lifespan, but can also rejuvenate one's youth and restore one's youthful appearance. It has the ability to retain one's youthful appearance. Arbor glanced at Murong Sun's unchanged appearance and pursed his lips. "Master, you don't need to recover your appearance." Murong Sun was overjoyed when she heard this and touched her face before touching her little disciple's face. She laughed indecently and said, I didn't expect Master to have the ability to retain one's youthful appearance after sleeping for so long. Ha ha. As expected, it's hard to abandon one's natural beauty. Arbor, Master, can you be any more shameless? Murong Sun simply ignored her and stuffed another green fruit with a furry shell into her hands. This is a holy fruit. Take it, Master. She paused and suddenly asked dejectedly, Does Master not have an inner world now? How is that possible? Murong Sun flicked her little head. What are you thinking about? Master's cultivation base has only dropped. It's not like I've lost all of my divine sense. Don't worry, with your Master's aptitude and ability, it won't take long even if I start learning from scratch and start from the mystic realm all the way up. After saying this, she accepted the 3 fruits with a smile and put them in her inner world before glancing at her little disciple with a chuckle. The little stoic's eyes brightened. Really, Master? Nonsense, why would Master lie to you? It's not the first time you've lied to me. Murong Sun rubbed her nose guiltily and earnestly said to the little stoic, Good child, don't worry. Master won't lie to you in the future. Arbor's dejected mood slightly improved. Since Master could still use her inner world, it meant that at least she didn't start from scratch. If her divine sense was still intact, it should be relatively easy for her to slowly recover her cultivation in the future. Thinking of this, Arbor couldn't help but feel happy. Master, she tilted her head and said, Did you know? I found a place with good feng shui in the Divine Province and built our holy water sect there. Do you want to go back and take a look? Murong Sun's fingers tightened, and she abruptly looked up at her youngest disciple, excitement in her voice. Really? Arbor nodded vigorously. Murong Sun hastily ran up to her and pulled her hand. Traitorous disciple, you're only telling Master about such an important matter now. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and grabbed her. You just woke up. You need to recover well. Don't go anywhere for a while. Rest well and cultivate in our star field. As for second martial uncle and senior sister, don't worry. I've already sent them a message and told them to attend the 1-month-old celebration for the calligraphy treasure. They'll probably arrive in 2 days at the latest. Arbor's eyes brightened. Master, everyone will gather in Dragon Flame City very soon. She hadn't told second martial uncle and senior sister about her master waking up. Chapter 54-55. At that time, Jojo would definitely give them a huge fright and scare them into wailing in pain. Then the relationship is excellent. Excellent. Murong Sun muttered to herself and nodded repeatedly, praising her for making good arrangements. Now that everyone is run to the capital, will the Holy Water Sect's treasured feng shui land be snatched by others? What are you thinking, Master? The little stoic couldn't resist rolling her eyes at her. Even if someone wanted to barge into the sect, they would have to see if they could pass through the great array protecting the sect at the entrance, right? Moreover, even if they barged in, there would still be a huge surprise waiting for them afterward. It's fine. No treasured feng shui is more important than you guys. As long as the Holy Water Sect was in good order, so what if the sect was robbed? At worst, they could seek revenge and fight back or change to a better treasured feng shui. Murong Sun nodded with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. How has your second Aunt Master been recently? Not bad. Is she still dumb? Murong Sun asked while holding her little disciple's hand. Arbor, Master, how do you want me to answer your question? The little stoic thought about it and could only reply seriously. Second Aunt Master has grown up quite a bit. Murong Sun was startled, and all sorts of feelings involuntarily welled up in her heart. She was half sad and half moved. Even Yang Shirong, this dunce, had grown up. That's right. In that kind of situation, as the last senior in the Holy Water Sect, she was forced to grow up and shoulder the heavy burden of the Holy Water Sect, right? Master, the little stoic snuggled up to her and cautiously asked, You're not lying to me, right? What did Master lie to you about? Murong Sun really wanted to beat her up when she saw that deadpan stoic face so close to her. For example, although you woke up, your body's condition wasn't good, but you hid it from me. Murong Sun rolled her eyes. Or for example, you don't have long to live, but you weren't willing to tell me. For the rest of your life, you'll find a random excuse to leave and find a deserted island to spend the rest of your life alone." The little stoic stared at her master with bright eyes. Murong Sun dumbfoundedly glanced at her disciple and smacked her on the head. "You darn child. Is there anyone who curses their master like you? Let master tell you master is fine. Don't even think about getting rid of me in the next 1 or 200 years. Wait for your master to gnaw on your bones and squeeze out your blood. Your master will definitely eat you until you're poor." The little stoic carefully studied her master's expression and discovered that she was magnanimous and didn't make any small movements of wanting to say something. She nodded her head in relief and wagged her little finger at her. "Master, you have to be careful. If you lie to Jojo again, Jojo won't let you off." Murong Sun. Why did this disciple of his seem a little perverted? She really wanted to ask her if she would let her go. If she really couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to go down, could it be that this fellow would pull her out and give her a good beating? As soon as Murong Sun thought of this scene, she couldn't help but shudder and silently curse her traitorous disciple in her heart. Her little disciple was raised to be so obedient and adorable since she was young. Although she didn't like to talk, she was still filial. How did she become like this after a few years? This was definitely Crown Prince Mo's troublesome matter. She just knew that this black-hearted fellow couldn't teach a good child. Jojo married him so early and was imperceptibly influenced by this pervert. She really suffered a great loss. Chapter 54-56. On the way back to the palace, Prince Mo didn't know that Peak Master Murong had viciously scolded him in his mind again. If he knew, he would definitely be very stupefied. Prince Mo, whose status in the family was getting lower and lower, stumbled all the way back to the Eastern Palace. He didn't find his wife after searching everywhere, so he wanted to search in the Star Domain. Coincidentally, Jojo flashed out of the Star Domain and saw him foolishly take out a vine from his sleeve and call out to Chochio. The little stoic cracked her small mouth at him and quickly walked up with the baby, jumping into his arms. "Jojo's Lien, how was the battle today?" Speaking of going to the dungeon to refresh Mu Jinghong and Gu Yishuan, Emolian couldn't help but snap out of her daze. "I'm afraid we can't keep those two," Emolian said angrily. "They didn't tell me half the truth and kept using lies to brush me off. I don't even have the patience to continue talking to them." Arbor nodded. "Since you can't get anything out of them, don't go tomorrow either." However, Emolian was still a bit unwilling. He had to know the whereabouts of Chochio's last fragment in order to completely set his wife's mind at ease. "Wife, don't worry. As long as Chochio's fragment is still near Dragonflame City, your husband will find it even if he has to turn over every inch of this land." The little treant was so moved that it sobbed behind them. "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to treat Chochio so well. Normally, Chochio thinks you only know how to yell at Chochio, but I didn't expect your Highness to reveal your true feelings to Chochio at such a crucial time. Your Highness said to turn over every inch of land to find Chochio's fragment at all costs." Chochio was truly a bit moved. The Crown Prince. Did Chochio misunderstand something? He wasn't doing it because he cared about his fragment. It was only because his wife longed for that fragment that he spared no effort to search for it. If Chochio had nothing to do with his wife, he wouldn't even bother to look at it as a synonym for black-bellied. The Crown Prince obviously would not correct the beautiful misunderstanding in Chochio's mind. He even reached out his hand, full of emotions, and stroked the little Trent's leafy head. "Chochio, don't worry and leave it to me. I will definitely help you find the last fragment so that you can successfully fuse with it and restore the sacred wood completely." Okay. Chochio nodded gratefully, then turned to Arbor and said, "Master, the Crown Prince is the best." Arbor glanced at the little treant speechlessly. This guy was so gullible. No wonder he was bullied by Jojo's Lotus every time. "Master Silver." The little treant jumped to Arbor's side and moved its thin branches. Arbor helplessly picked up his little body and glanced at his smiling husband. He couldn't help but criticize in his heart. Little tree is also old, but not wise. So stupid. 2 days later, Arbor received news early in the morning that the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect had arrived. She had already sent people to wait at the city gates of Dragon Flame City. She would receive the news firsthand, no matter which city gate the Ant Masters and Senior Sisters entered. After receiving the news, Jojo stuffed her son into the Star Domain and cheerfully brought Saishio and Saichi to pick them up. Jojo missed her Senior Sisters very much after not seeing them for a long time. Jojo was happy when she thought about how her Ant Masters and Senior Sisters could stay in Dragon Flame City for a while. Her son's 1-month-old banquet was still more than 10 days away, so her sect members must be in a hurry to see her. Chapter 54-57. Otherwise, why would she come to reunite with her more than 10 days in advance? She must be thinking of Jojo. Arbor was very happy in her heart. She directly summoned the divine bird Qing Luan and flew straight to the city gate with Kai Chi and Kai Xiao. Along the way, she couldn't suppress her excited mood and chatted with Kai Xiao and Kai Chi. Today, let's make a rich and delicious meal. I'll give you some ingredients later. Take it to the kitchen and let the kitchen add more dishes. Kai Chi and Kai Xiao's eyes lit up when they heard this. The two of them had been with the Crown Princess for so long, so they naturally knew that the ingredients that the little Crown Princess took out were all rare and precious things that couldn't be sold on the market. Tonight, the two of them could also eat their fill, so they were very happy. The Qing Yuan flew very quickly, and the journey was very smooth. When they arrived at the West City Gate, they saw an endless stream of people lining up to enter the city. There weren't many people leaving the city, only a few. Arbor saw the slender and delicate figure of Senior Sister Su Shanshan at a glance, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. But soon, she frowned, looking at the noisy scene below, and pursed her lips. The cry of the Qing Yuan attracted the attention of many people at the city gate. Many people couldn't help but look up. A young child excitedly pointed at the Qing Yuan in the air and shouted happily, "Big bird, it's a big bird." The child's mother hurriedly pulled her child back and reminded him, "Don't go, don't go." Such a big bird was like a god descending. The identity of the visitor was definitely not an ordinary person. If they accidentally bumped into such a noble person, then the lives of ordinary people like them wouldn't be enough to be chopped off even if they had 8 or 10 lives. After Arbor let the Qing Luan fly lower, she put it away and pulled Kai Xiao and Kai Chi to quickly land. She turned and looked at the place where the crowd was gathered. Senior Sister Su Shanshan's group had their backs to them, as if they were arguing with someone else. The two city gate guards seemed to be in a dilemma. They looked at Su Shanshan and the others, and then looked at some other people. Arbor's gaze fell on the people who were quarreling with Su Shanshan. They were a group of young women, all wearing moon-white dresses and white veils inlaid with pearls. When Arbor saw these people with white veils, his eyes couldn't help but become stern. Why were there such fools everywhere? She remembered that the Holy Maiden of Zhaoguang was also good at wearing a white veil when she pretended to be pretentious. All right, they would also scatter rose petals along the way to create the scene of a fairy descending. Looking at it, he felt that it was pretentious and disgusting. Then she looked at the group of sisters from the Holy Water sect. Each of them was dressed in cyan robes with long sleeves, and their postures were upright and neat. Even little Canon Fong Su's loud voice sounded much more pleasing to the ears than that group of orioles and swallows. Xiao Mu's gaze swept around, but she didn't see any trace of second Antmaster. She was slightly curious and walked over in that direction. As they got closer, the noise became even louder. The two city guards said helplessly, "Ladies, why don't we go to the side and have a proper discussion? Look, the people behind us have been waiting in line for a long time. We can't keep blocking the way, right?" Su Shanshan laughed brightly. "Apologies, little brother. Then we will go to the side to talk." The guard hastily nodded with a smile. However, while Su Shanshan and the others were easy to talk to, those fairies didn't want to give up just like that. Chapter 54-58. One of the masked women in white robes extended her hand to block in front of Su Shanshan and company. She sneered and said very rudely, "What? You want to just let it go after bumping into others? Don't you have a mouth and don't know how to apologize?" Little Canon Fong Su was so angry that she raised her scabbard and blocked in front of that woman. She roared angrily, "What are you doing? Woman, do you want to fight?" You're pointing your sister? The city guards' hearts were about to turn cold. They had managed to persuade one group of grandmothers with great difficulty, but they didn't expect the other group to cause trouble. These grandmothers had been arguing here for almost half an hour. Some of the people queuing behind were already impatiently making a ruckus. If not for the fact that these girls didn't look like noble young misses from ordinary families, and all of them looked like cultivators with sabers and swords, the crowd would have already started making a ruckus. Everyone more or less still had a trace of reverence towards cultivators. Seeing the two groups of people making a ruckus, most people had the mindset that the less trouble the better. If they could wait a little longer, then they would wait a little longer. It didn't matter if it was temporary. But these two groups of women were quarreling endlessly, especially that group of celestial maidens in white robes and veils. Why did they seem to be unforgiving when they were in the right? The other party had already agreed to go to the side to deal with the matter, but they still had a crowd around the city gate and make a ruckus. The group of girls in white robes had a large number of people, estimated a number in the hundreds. Did they not know what was going on when they continued to quarrel endlessly? Did they not know that they had already made people very unhappy by blocking the gate for so long? Most importantly, these women had no self-awareness at all. They were clearly dressed as celestial maidens, but when they quarreled, they were even fiercer than shrews. Seeing the two groups of people quarreling so fiercely, the faces of the two city guards also turned cold. One of them turned and said to the girl in white who was making the most of a ruckus, "This lady, can you go to the side to deal with your matter? Don't block the way in and out of the city. You're making it very difficult for us to deal with you like this." Unexpectedly, the girl in white robes immediately scowled and glared at the guard coldly. "Impudent! You dog slaves! Is this how you receive the guests from Suhagua? Do you know the status of our princess? You are simply rude." Arbor walked past the noisy girl in white and quickly walked to Su Shanshan and company. Eldest senior sister. Su Shanshan heard the voice and turned around. Her eyes immediately revealed a joyful smile. Junior sister. Junior sister. All of the Holy Water sect's disciples simultaneously crowded around her, joy flashing across their faces. Little junior sister actually ran to the city gate to welcome them personally. From the looks of it, little junior sister must have missed each other very much like them. "Hello, senior sisters." Qiao Mu's lips tugged into a rare smile, momentarily stupefying all the Holy Water sect sisters. One had to know that it was very rare for her junior sister to show a smile to others. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed woman who was leading the ruckus. She coldly interrupted, "Are you done acknowledging your relatives? Once you're done, come and settle the matter between us." Su Shanshan and the others silently glanced at their junior sister. As expected, the little stoic's originally smiling face froze in the blink of an eye. "I'm talking to senior sister. Why are you interrupting? Who are you?" The little stoic coldly turned towards the woman in white who spoke. Chapter 54-59. That woman was clearly taken aback by the little stoic's attitude. She sized up the stoic face with a hard-to-conceal anger in her eyes. She looked at the woman in front of her. Her clothes were just a bit more luxurious and exquisite, but her small face was as exquisite and beautiful as jade. Unfortunately, her face was expressionless, and her entire person looked excessively icy. "And who are you? You dare to yell at us here? Is this how you treat your guests in the divine great land?" The city guards even broke out in a cold sweat when they glanced at her. After the little crown princess's repeated heroic deeds, it could be said that there was no one in the entire Dragon Flame City who didn't know this little stoic crown princess. Now that they saw this woman courting disaster in front of the crown princess, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. One of the city guards even took a few steps forward with a defeated expression. Just as he was about to speak, Arbor raised his hand to stop him. "Repeat yourself if you have the guts," the young crown prince consort said coldly. Her voice was crisp and clear, like the tinkling of beads falling on a jade plate. It made people's hearts tremble. That woman in white glanced at her timidly and actually didn't dare to repeat herself. This exquisite-looking woman in front of her really didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Those women beside her who were also wearing white veils also noticed some clues and felt that the little stoic didn't look like someone to be trifled with. They hastily stepped forward and advised in unison, "Chow chow, let it go. We came from afar as guests, so it's not good to fall out with our host. That's right, just treat it as your bad luck. Besides, Shue is fine. She was just pushed by someone, so don't be so angry." The little stoic couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Who are you calling Jojo?" "Su Shan Shan." The women surrounding Miss Chow Chow couldn't help but turn around to glance at Arbor in astonishment. Why did this stoic face suddenly get angry? Flames of fury rose in Arbor's heart, and he glared at that Miss Chow Chow with a sullen expression. That little appearance of his made it seem as if he wanted to tear the other person apart. His stare caused the other person's hair to stand on end, and the other person couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Little Cannon Fong Su also scolded angrily. "You woman, how can you tarnish my little junior sister's reputation? A pretentious bitch like you dares to call yourself Jojo? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." The group of white-robed female immortals looked dumbfoundedly at the holy water sex people who were filled with righteous indignation. Are these people idiots? What did it have to do with them what the sisters' names were? What did she mean by tarnishing her junior sister's reputation? What kind of inexplicable madness was this? "Who are you people?" Chow Mu asked coldly with a dark face. The 2 guards hurriedly stepped forward. Reporting to the Crown Princess, "These women in white are accompanying Princess Mingzhu of Suheguo to attend the little prince's 1-month-old celebration." Crown Princess? Chow Chow and the others, who were originally pestering endlessly, couldn't help but have a slight change in expression when they heard this. This really was an extremely terrible encounter. Why would they encounter the Crown Princess at this shabby city gate? When that Miss Chow Chow recalled her previous disrespect, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Miss Chow Chow only felt that her throat was a bit dry, so she hastily stepped forward and whispered with a fawning smile, "Apologies, Crown Princess. Just now, we didn't know of your honorable identity. Please be magnanimous and forgive us for offending you." Could the little Crown Princess be a magnanimous person? This fellow asked with a sullen expression. Where are the Crown Princess personal guards?